Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. It was night, and a heavy rain fell on the mansion. The moonlight illuminated a cradle next to the window. A man stood in front of the crib. The baby was sleeping, wrapped in a blanket. Looking at him with disdain, the father declared that a terrible creature had been born. The protagonist's failure was born on the same day and at the same time as Kajin. The servants surrounded their mistress's bed. The baby in the woman's arms was smiling. At the same time, the girl was sitting in an empty room with a child in her arms. Looking sadly at her son, she thought that it would be better if it was Kajin. Soon, the protagonist learned why his parents were so disappointed. The baby did not have a right arm. The girl was sitting in a chair in front of the window. Leaning towards her son, the mother wished for his death every night. The baby raised his hand and thought that he did not want to die, much to the regret of his mother. The child smiled. He heard what his father said before he was born. The man placed his hands on the shoulders of his pregnant wife and said that this child was their hope. His eyes flashed with fury as he explained that he could never surpass his older brother, but this child would be better than his nephew and would be their salvation. The baby was crying on the blanket. His father had hoped that the boy would surpass Kajin, but he was born with one arm and without God's blessing, thus becoming a disgrace that trampled the hopes of his parents. The maids were playing with the child in the garden. Cherry trees were blooming all around. The girl opened her arms and called little Kajin to her. The second girl clapped her hands, calling the young master. The boy smiled and stretched out his arms forward. The maid noticed that he had an angelic smile. The protagonist's mother was watching them from behind a tree. She glanced at Kajin and thought that her nephew had already started to walk. Looking at her crying son lying on the ground, the girl wondered why the child was growing so slowly. When the child grew up, he managed to stand up and take his first step. His mother sat at the table surrounded by bottles of wine. The girl asked what was the point of starting to walk when Kajin had already picked up a sword. When her son swung his sword for the first time, the woman turned away, saying that her nephew had already learned to use mana and began training in fencing. The boy hung his head in disappointment when his mother wished that Kajin was her son. At some point, Kajin became the object of admiration and envy of the protagonist. A snowstorm arose over the forest. A carriage pulled by horses was driving along the snowy road. When the boy turned 7, he was sent with Kajin as his servant. He sat in the carriage, covered with a blanket. On the outside, he was known as a man sent to help his cousin, but in reality, his parents sold him for 300,000 luden. The man sat in front of a bag of gold, his hands clasped together. The protagonist's body was wounded, blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He was tied to a tree. The man standing in front of him laughed, noticing his pity. The guy swung his whip, saying that it was the first time he saw such a loser. The whip hit the boy hard on his naked body. Inflicting successive blows with the whip, Kajin reveled in his greatness. Ravan did not like him from the very beginning and became a person on whom his cousin vented his anger. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he should hold back his tears despite the unbearable pain. Knights in armor watched what was happening and smiled maliciously. It was hard for the protagonist to accept the fact that all the adults passing by turned a blind eye to this situation. Kajin swung his whip again. There were no adults there. Snow was falling over the fir forest. Snow covered the roof of the huge palace. Ravan's uncle, who was known as an incredible man, actually left his family for a long time and never visited them. Because of this, no one controlled Kajin, causing him to grow up as an uncontrollable psychopath. The boy grinned happily and swung his stick. The blue-haired boy thrust the weapon forward and said that he was being attacked too fast. Striking with the stick, Kajin said that his opponent was too slow. The wooden weapon cracked in half. The opponent knelt down on one knee and raised his hands, declaring that he had lost. Kajin looked down on him. His superior talent and the blessing of the sword god became poison to him. After slapping his opponent in the face so hard that he drew blood, the boy declared that the fight was not over after admitting defeat. Pointing his stick to the side, he called out to the next fighter. The stick pointed to his bandaged cousin. The protagonist bandaged his sword with his teeth, envying his brother's strength and talent. Wanting to be strong too, Ravan rushed forward. Their wooden swords crossed. Kajin looked at his opponent with displeasure and ordered him to stop staring at him. Saying that he did not like him, the boy threw his opponent aside. Looming over his bleeding opponent, the cousin asked how such a loser with no arm dared to stare at him. Starting to kick him, Kajin asked if his brother really thought he could beat him if he worked hard, and suggested that he get up and try again. Squinting contemptuously, he said that losers like him could try their best all their lives, but they would never be able to compare to him. Squinting in pain, the boy thought that he really wanted to win. His gaze was determined, but his dream could not come true with just his efforts. The young man cut the air with his sword, standing in the clearing. As Kajin grew older, he began to neglect his training, indulging in alcohol, girls, and drugs. He sat at the table while a beauty fed him grapes. But even so, the protagonist could not defeat him. The boy held out a wooden sword in front of the approaching enemy. His cousin was a lazy genius, and Davin himself was a hard-working idiot. His eyes sparkled. The situation should not remain like this forever. The people in the Colosseum watched the fierce battle. The brothers struck each other one after another. Kajin cut the air in front of him. The boy held out his sword in front of him, parrying the blow. His furious eyes lit up. A shockwave rolled across the area from his heavy blow to the ground. Seeing a blinding flash in front of him, Kajin spread his legs wide. Putting his hand to his face, he realized that his vision was damaged. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. The protagonist pounced on him from above. His expression was very angry. He shouted his brother's name and struck, but the swordsman was able to block it by thrusting his weapon forward. A deafening explosion was heard on the battlefield. The girls' mouths opened in fear. One of them raised her eyebrows in confusion. The cloud of smoke and dust on the field cleared. The one-armed Davin defeated the storm sword Kajin. Holding the sword on his opponent's shoulder, the boy thought that until that day, their official score was 21 matches and 21 losses. The blonde grinned angrily, holding his hand on his chest. At 29 years old, the protagonist finally managed to defeat him. His face was written with genuine disdain. He had lost countless times in unofficial matches, and every time he lost, people told him to just give up, mocking him and calling him a talentless idiot who was wasting his time. But still, he had won, sword on sword of his opponent. The spectators raised their hands and began chanting his name. Frowning, the boy asked how much longer his brother thought he would remain stronger than him. Kajin gritted his teeth in anger, stating that he had lost to such a loser. Narrowing his eyes, the boy remembered the words that were constantly said to him as a child. The woman turned and wished that her son would be like Kajin. Lowering his hand, he remembered the angry face of his father who said the same words. The blonde furrowed his brows in anger, hearing that his cousin did not spend his time like he did. Frowning menacingly, the boy insulted his brother. Looking up at him, the protagonist said that he would not waste his life on alcohol, girls, and drugs, but would live a more meaningful life without wasting time on entertainment. As he left the battlefield, he thought only of his victory. But suddenly, Davin's eyes widened. Kajin had pierced his chest with a sword, sneaking up from behind. The spectators' mouths opened in shock. Watching the winner of the match being attacked, people screamed in fear. Someone said that Kajin had stabbed his opponent in the back. Bleeding, the boy smiled, calling his cousin disgusting. The blonde was shaking, clutching the hilt of the sword in his hands. Looking at the bloody sword sticking out of his chest, the young man thought that he was in pain and that despite the victory, he would not be able to survive. The sword had a red cross on the guard. It was the famous sun sword that only the direct descendants of the Samian family use. It contained anti-demonic mana, so anyone who was wounded by this sword could only survive if the miraculous Saint Rayla appeared. The warrior smirked and declared that his brother would be remembered as a loser. His eyes lit up. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and closed his eyes. Torches hung in the corridor of the castle. The boy was tied to a chair. Without raising his head, he asked if this was hell. Holding a chain in his hands, the man in the apron asked again what hell he was talking about. Squinting, the masked man called the boy lucky, because no one would have thought that the miraculous Saint Rayla would be present in the arena. The protagonist looked up in surprise. The girl summoned a magic circle under the wounded warrior and healed him. Looking down, Davin thought that he survived thanks to her and that he had too many fractures, because of which all he could do was breathe. With a flash of burning eyes, the man asked if the warrior signed a contract with the devil. The boy looked at him in shock, not understanding what he was talking about. Looking down at him, the masked man said that such a loser could only defeat Kajin by signing a contract with the devil. The man clenched his fists and said that there was no point in denying it because his parents had acknowledged it. The warrior imagined the displeased faces of his father and mother. A smile appeared on his face. The man stared at him with red eyes and said that the victims and the bottles of blood for the contract were found in the family home, so the boy became a devil who sacrificed 300 innocent children to gain power. Pointing his finger at the prisoner, the man said that Kajin had pierced the devil to protect the honor of the Samian family, and he must have cried a lot after killing his cousin and childhood friend. The boy smiled as he realized that he had defeated his cousin, but his family still chose Kajin. Showing a piece of paper, the masked man said that whoever tarnished his family's honor must seal all of his mana and serve a life sentence. The man's red eyes flashed and he wished for him to suffer in this prison for eternity. The protagonist's tendons were cut out and his mana was sealed with chains. The knight dragged his body down the corridor of the castle. Davin was sitting on the floor in prison robes. His eyes were covered with a blindfold. In front of him stood a grinning Kajin. Smiling widely, the blonde declared that his brother looked good like that. Looking at his defeated opponent, he declared that he had become the emperor of the sword and that people now praised him for his hard work and genius. Kajin bent down and thanked his brother for this. After his cousin insulted the boy and left, the amount of food he was given was greatly reduced. An empty bowl and a piece of bread lay on the floor. The emaciated youth sat against the wall, dying of hunger. Blood gushed from his mouth. Looking at his bloody hand, the warrior thought that if he died, he would at least do so with dignity. Thinking that he was going to die in the arena, the protagonist fell on his side. His body went limp. It was very cold in the prison cell. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that his life would have been different if he had 2 arms. Davin imagined himself cutting the air with a sword, completely healthy. His parents would be smiling if he had the blessing of the sword god Keshek. A joyful mother hugged her son. His life would have been completely different if the boy was born healthy. The boy thought that he did not want to die. His eyes rolled up. He closed his eyes, thinking that he wanted to live. In the pitch darkness, a drop of water fell. A bright flash appeared. The light was getting closer and closer. The young man did not expect to die like this. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes, hearing someone ask if he was going to listen when an adult spoke to him. The man grabbed his shoulder and called him by another name. Pulling back, Davin realized that he felt pain in his right arm. Standing in front of the man, the hero, who found himself in the boy's body, thought that this was a dream in which everything felt too realistic. The man frowned and continued to shout something. The boy realized that in front of him was an adult from a noble family, whom he knew for some reason. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that he was called by the name of the 7th son of the Adanka family, and thought that this was his memory. They were standing in a clean, bright room. The protagonist thought that this dream was not so bad because the air here was much cleaner than in the disgusting underground prison. Looking out the window, he thought that the dream where he had a right hand was a gift before death. The man narrowed his eyes angrily. Opening his mouth wide, the nobleman asked how long they planned to ignore him. Noticing the mana coming from his hand, Davin realized that they were trying to hurt him. He grabbed the man's wrist and swung his hand to block the attack. His hand slammed into the noble's chest, needing to physically separate himself from his opponent. Seeing the man's body fly a few meters away, the boy thought that it wasn't that strong of a blow and wondered why a man who could control his mana so well had such slow movements. Raising his eyebrows in fear, he asked for forgiveness. Extending his right hand, the boy explained that it had slipped by accident. The man brushed his hand away and called him impudent. Rising to his feet, the noble stated that it was only because the boy was in the main family. Frowning menacingly, he declared that his son would crush him and that this would be the first time a branch family had crushed a main family. Looking at him, the boy realized that this man, like his own father, simply wanted to defeat his older brother. The protagonist's lips twitched as he thought that when his father realized that his dream was unattainable, he began to project it onto his son, who eventually stopped showing respect to his parents. Leaning against the open door, the man declared that he would not forgive his arrogance and rudeness that day. He looked back with a glare and ordered the boy to wait until the day of the meeting of the true swords. The door slammed shut, leaving Davin standing alone in the middle of the room. The room was bright and spacious. The boy sat down in the chair, placing his hands on the armrests. He closed his eyes, thinking that he should have woken up by now. Squeezing them shut, the boy felt other memories coming back to him. His mother had died after he was born, and people had gathered in front of the dead woman's body, covered with a blanket. The man in the cloak, who had never cared for his son, stood with his back to the child. The other children mocked the boy as he lay on the ground, crying. They were the 8 children of the famous Adanka family. While the protagonist was the 7th child, he was such a coward that he choked on tears in his room after being slapped by the youngest child of the family, Loa. Davin sat on the floor with his arms wrapped around his knees. He was an ugly duckling abandoned by the rest of the Adanka family, hunted by the branch families. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy thought that how the one-armed swordsman of the Samian family became the useless Vincent of the Adanka family was called Reincarnation. Standing up from his chair, he thought that he didn't understand this. The youth picked up a personal diary from the shelf. Standing in front of the bookcase, the boy read that his new body belonged to someone who was trampled by all his relatives and ignored by the servants. Vincent wondered why he couldn't do what his siblings could do and wanted to just die. Slamming the diary shut, the protagonist realized that the entries were full of self-deprecation and that the diary owner's self-esteem had sunk so low that he simply gave up. Putting the diary back, Davin thought that God had answered their prayers. In his last moments of life, as he lay on the floor of the prison cell, the warrior wanted to live and Vincent wanted to die, and through some force, their wishes had come true. Clenching his hands into fists, the boy heard someone's voice. The stranger asked if he was really going to believe in something so absurd. With his red eyes flashing, the boy looked around. Gritting his teeth, he asked who was talking to him. The voice called him naive. The young man thought that the demon was trying to deceive him. Because his reincarnation was never supposed to happen, beads of sweat appeared on his tense face. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. The stranger asked why the boy thought so pathetically and explained that he was the original owner of this body. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that Vincent was the one talking to him. The boy with blue eyes confirmed this. Smiling, he explained that his real name was Vincent, but when his body was transferred, his name disappeared, and after that, the boy asked to be called Julian. Seeing the boy floating in the air, Davin asked how this was possible. Smiling, Julian replied that it was an epiphany, with blue butterflies flying around him. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that epiphany was something that gods give to people, and that people blessed from birth can hear. Frowning, the boy realized something. Pointing his finger at Julian, he asked if the god himself had appeared in front of him, and the answer was affirmative. Scratching his cheek, the boy with glasses added that he was just a minor god. Julian spread his arms and explained that he had originally intended to summon a ghost god, but the protagonist had arrived instead, and that he needed to complete several achievements to become a true god, with a huge moth flying behind him. The small god smiled and said that they called it a summoning that needed to be completed to become a true god. Putting his hand on his hip, Davin replied that he understood his intentions, but was not interested in his achievements. With a stern frown, the boy added that he had received a chance at a new life and would be busy living it, not having time to listen to the wishes of some ghost. Julian closed his eyes and stated that he had given up during his life, and the new owner of Vincent's body wished for another one, so what had happened had happened. Appearing behind the boy, he added that his spiritual energy was incredibly low, and that Vincent's body would die if the energy completely disappeared. The protagonist looked back and asked if this could be considered a threat. Looking at his hands, he declared that this body was too healthy to die early. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Feeling a strange pressure, the boy lowered his head and insulted the small god hovering next to him. His body fell to the floor. Grinning, the ghost called him too naive. Pink butterflies flew around the boy. Julian wanted to show him his real memories. The butterflies began to disperse in the air. They pierced Davin's body with a bright wave of energy. Gritting his teeth, he asked himself what memories he was talking about. The boy opened his eyes wide, hearing many insults addressed to him. People kicked him. Covering his head with his hands, Vincent did not feel sad at all. His mother slapped him. The protagonist realized that this man did not fall into despair, playing the role of a coward. The boy's eyes burned with a bright fire. He was laying the foundation for his death. The boy widened his eyes and placed his hand on his forehead, wondering what kind of world he had been reborn into if this was really the thought of a 13-year-old. Julian smirked and said that his acting was impeccable. The sun shone down on the mansion. The minor god explained that he had to avoid being observed by his family because the subjects he needed to study were at the apostle level. The boy sat at the desk with his arms crossed. The ghost said that he needed to listen to him because it would be very profitable. The boy nodded. When asked if he was familiar with the names of the archdemon Davin and the hero king Kajin, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jumping up from his chair, the protagonist asked what this meant. The ghost was floating in the air in a lotus position. Frowning menacingly, Davin asked again which archdemon and hero king he was talking about. The events took place 500 years ago. A terrible thunderstorm broke out over the mansion. The one-armed swordsman Davin escaped from the Samian prison. The guards were dead on the floor. The warrior sat on a pile of corpses. Using the contract with the demon, he ate more than 10,000 people to become stronger. His eyes glowed red. The swordsman became the greatest demon in history. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in displeasure, realizing that he had traveled 500 years into the future and that it made no sense. Putting his hands to his head, he asked himself what the chances were that his past incarnation and Kajin would be in the same bloodline of the Samian family. Julian raised his index finger, wanting to continue the story. Looking down, the boy was sure that he died in prison 500 years ago. Kajin stood in front of his cousin. The Samian family chose the storm sword and rejected the one-armed swordsman. While the prisoner died alone, the blonde became the emperor of the sword, raising his weapon in front of the army. Gritting his teeth, Davin thought that his story had been distorted. He slammed his hand on the table and called the Samian family scoundrels. The minor god clasped his hands and said that it was very romantic that the hero king was friends with the great demon and loved him. Sweeping the books off the table, the boy asked him to stop talking nonsense. Spreading his arms, the ghost asked why his friend was so angry. Clenching his fists, the boy replied that the whole story was a lie. Surprised, his eyes widening, Julian asked if the new owner of Vincent's body came from that time. The answer was yes. Hovering in the air above the evil boy, the minor god realized that he was very old and explained that the story was just a collection of short stories written by the victors. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what the world had become and how 13-year-olds say. Putting his hand to his chest, Julian replied that children now grow up very quickly and that the current time is very different from the past. Taking the chair by the back, Davin sighed heavily and asked the ghost not to blab. The hero king, along with the greatest sun sword emperor, swung their weapons to defeat the great demon. The boy crossed his arms and replied that he had never heard of the Sun Sword Emperor. The minor god explained that he was the ancestor of the Adanka family. Snapping his fingers, the boy laughed, surprised that Arslan became the first head of the Adanka family. The blue-haired boy smiled, introducing himself and stating that he admired the swordsman very much. Davin stood in front of him. Arslan said that he wanted to be like him when he grew up. Smiling, the warrior then thought that this child who found something good in a one-armed man was his friend and student. Arslan visited him in prison several times. The boy, standing in front of the prison cell, said that his friend did not commit any crimes and that truth will eventually triumph over evil. Grasping the iron bars, he gritted his teeth and vowed to restore his teacher's honor no matter how long it took. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that Arslan had never visited him again after that day. Giving a thumbs up, Julian told him that this man was the first head of the Adanka family, who left them a life mission regarding achieving it. Smiling, the ghost said that they must surpass the Samian family and face the truth. Davin's brows furrowed in determination. Throwing his head back and closing his eyes, he thought that Arslan knew that he was wrongly accused and wanted to reveal the truth, so it was not a coincidence. Looking ahead, the boy was convinced of this, although he did not know many details. An adult Arslan stood leaning on his sword. He renounced the Fokker family and created the Adanka family to reveal the truth, the family crest shining behind him. Clouds floated across the blue sky above the mansion. Adanka was a new family created to restore the honor of the swordsman. The fact that the boy was reborn in it was fate. Standing up from his chair, the young man asked if the ghost would become a god if he fulfilled the mission of the Adanka family. Julian smiled and said that if this happened, the warrior would become the true owner of Vincent's body, and he himself would become a god and reward his friend with an incredible blessing. Flying around the room, the minor god declared that this deal was beneficial for both of them. The protagonist headed to the other end of the room. Taking the sword hanging on the wall, he thanked Arslan. Unsheathing the shining weapon, Davin promised to inherit the mission and surpass the Samian family. Resolutely looking at the sword, he declared that he would climb above the family that betrayed him by becoming part of Adanka. The heroes walked around the mansion. Smiling, Julian asked the old man where they were going. The boy closed his eyes and asked not to call him that. The ghost, spreading his arms out to the sides, objected, saying that the one who lived 500 years ago was definitely an old man. He grabbed his friend's hand and called him by name. The boy looked away and said that he had problems with his memory due to old age. Smiling, he said that everything was fine. Julian saluted him. The heroes looked around when they heard that the sparring was beginning. Two iron swords crossed with each other. The knights were training in the clearing, honing their skills. The young man wondered what kind of martial arts people practiced in this time and what arts had improved in 500 years. Grinning, he wondered how much stronger Khajan's descendants had become. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist felt his body become heavier. His eyes closed on their own. The sound of a falling body echoed through the corridor of the castle. Sitting in the lotus position and concentrating mana around himself, Davin thought that Vincent's body was too easily tired and in a disgusting state, requiring constant monitoring to maintain a normal life. His eyes widened. He felt a strange flow of mana. Jumping to his feet, the boy called out to Julian. The pajama-clad ghost hugged a pillow and asked what was needed of him at such a late hour. Grabbing his shoulders, the boy asked why Vincent had not studied fencing. Smiling, the minor god said that it was all because of a disability that interfered with his studies. Frowning, the youth asked why he had a disability, and with an embarrassed eyebrow raised, the ghost replied that he was born that way. Frowning menacingly, the boy asked why Vincent had not studied fencing if he had a sacrum. Hitting his friend with a pillow and flying back, Julian asked what sacrum they were talking about and why there was such a fuss about it. The protagonist explained that a person can store mana anywhere in their body, including in their bones. The ghost gaped in surprise when he heard that mana could be stored in bones. Scratching his head, Davin explained that every martial artist needed to use mana to have strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Mana that could perform miracles was usually stored in the human heart. A bright light lit up in the man's chest. Spreading his arms, the boy said that with a sacrum, one could store mana in the bones and use it endlessly. Pouting, Julian was surprised that he had something like that. The boy doubted that his friend understood how important it was. Imagining the image of Khajan, he furiously declared that the man called the Hero King also had a sacrum. Lost in thought and looking at his hand, the boy thought it was ironic because he envied Khajan and now he was reborn with a sacrum. Looking out the window, the boy thought that the world had become stranger after 500 years. Pointing a finger up, the ghost said that he could not transfer the image to the heart. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist asked what an image was. The small god buried his face in the pillow, not knowing where to begin the explanation. Raising his eyebrows, he said that an image was an imaginary storage for mana. Putting his hand to his chest, Davin asked why mana was not stored in the heart and how then does meditation happen. Lowering the pillow, Julian asked in confusion what meditation was being discussed. Introducing Arslan, the boy explained that the first of the Adanka family possessed a method of meditation for storing mana in the heart. Imagining a man in the lotus position, The ghost said that now people store mana in an image called a star, and the number of stars indicates the strength of a martial artist. Hugging the pillow, he stated that humans had long since abandoned storing mana in their physical bodies and that there were hardly any records left. The boy sighed in disappointment. Holding the sword in his hands and looking out the window, he thought that an adult creates at least one image, and the first connection with the image and the feeling of mana were requirements for people with 1 star. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the young man decided that the image was created to avoid the risks that could occur when storing mana in the heart. Looking at the blade of the sword, the boy thought that in the past, more than half of the martial artists died from storing mana in their hearts because it could explode. The sword in his hands glowed. Jumping away from him, Julian asked his friend to stop, noticing how he was gathering mana in his heart. Swinging the sword, the protagonist said that his heart is very strong, so there is no need to worry. Ravan smiled and said that he would have to take a great risk to become a famous and full-fledged martial artist because the one-armed swordsman had learned this method and survived thanks to it. Waving his arms, the ghost asked why his friend let his mana flow everywhere if there was a cycle formula. Looking back, the boy called him noisy and asked what the mana flow formula was. Clenching his fist, the minor god worriedly explained that there was a formula for using mana efficiently without it flowing. Sheathing his sword, the boy said that it was like they had returned to the past. Lowering his hands, Julian stated that there must have been people who failed. Imagining an exploding person, the youth explained that the magic power of the cycle folded and exploded for about half of the practitioners. The ghost opened his mouth in fear. Frowning, he asked if those people died. The boy crossed his arms and said that the other half survived, and that was an excellent statistic. Clenching his fists in anger, the minor god asked his friend not to be reckless just because it was not his body and asked him to treat it with care. Falling onto the bed, the protagonist agreed that this body was valuable. Looking to the side, he asked why Julian did this to a valuable body. The ghost widened his eyes in confusion. Putting his hand in front of him, Ravan stated that this body had a wonderful sacrum, a strong heart and magic cycle, thanks to which one can excel if he trains hard. He explained that the sacrum is a structure necessary for containing mana, but it consumes it, and Vincent's sacrum had been exhausted for the past 13 years. The minor god listened to him without taking his eyes off him. Looking at the ceiling, the boy concluded that if this continued, this body would die before reaching maturity. Night fell, but a light was shining in the window of the mansion. Various objects levitated in the room. Sitting in the lotus position, the boy thought that meditation would delay death, but there were about 10 years left. Sweating from the tension, he thought that 10 years was quite a long time, because in that time, the storm sword became the emperor of the sword, and the one-armed warrior was forgotten by the world. Remembering his old emaciated body, the young man thought that he had been locked in an underground prison for so long, slowly dying of hunger and striving for life. His fist trembled. The boy decided that those 10 years were incredibly scary and absurdly long. Someone knocked on the door and asked to tell him what was happening in the room. Opening his eyes, the protagonist wondered who it could be. A young man entered the room with a displeased expression. Seeing the books scattered on the floor, he asked what happened here and why there was such a mess. Ravan stood up and asked if the one who entered was his servant. The boy confirmed this with his hands on his hips and a grimace. The boy remembered that this was Wilson, whose throat Julian would slit in 3 years. Shaking his head, he decided to push such thoughts aside. Taking off his clothes, the boy threw them to the servant and asked him to bring clean clothes and clean the room. Holding a dirty shirt in his hands, Wilson thought that his master looked stronger than usual, as if he had been replaced. Looking at the half-naked boy, he asked why the room was so messy and suggested that his master was conducting some kind of strange experiment here. Throwing a stern look at him, the boy denied this. Clenching his fist and frowning, Wilson said that his master had gone crazy from being constantly ignored and was probably studying dark magic, which needed to be urgently reported to the head manager and the head of the family. Walking up to him and smiling, the protagonist said that it was rare to meet a master who spoke with respect to an impudent servant. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said that it was amusing to watch the servant continue to insist on what his master had denied, while refusing to follow orders. With a gleam in his eyes, Ravan confirmed that he had given him more tasks than usual, but that was what a servant's job was to carry out. With his hand outstretched, Wilson shouted that he hated doing things he didn't like and that he was not going to clean the room. With a scowl, the boy declared that this was his servant. Snatching the dirty shirt from his hands, he said that he would do it himself if Wilson did not want to do his job. The servant frowned in fear and asked where his master was going. Looking back, the boy replied that he wanted to ask the head manager to bring him some clothes and report to him that the servant did not want to work. Wilson gritted his teeth in displeasure while his master smiled. Snatching the shirt from his hands, he declared that he would do it himself and that he had not refused to work at all. As he walked down the hallway, the servant promised to clean up and asked his master to leave everything as it was. As the boy watched him go, he thought that no matter how cowardly and sensitive Vincent was, a servant couldn't act so insolently and arrogantly, and they must have been acting like that on purpose. Frowning, Julian, who was hovering next to him, agreed with him. Smiling, the boy said that they wanted the ghost to solve the problem of the disobedient and rude servant and show him what the seventh child of the Adanka family should be like. Putting his hand on his chin, the minor god said that Wilson used to be a gang member and had killed many people. Putting his hands on his waist, the protagonist laughed in disbelief. Looking at his friend, he said that a person who had taken many innocent lives had a certain energy. Pointing his finger forward, Davin said that he had not felt this energy from an innocent coward like Wilson. Smiling, Julian asked how his friend knew so much about such things. The boy's eyes flashed wildly and he replied that he had lived an incredibly disgusting life. The ghost asked what was wrong with him, widening his eyes in fear, and thought that he had summoned something more terrible than the king's spirit. The door opened and a voice was heard. Wilson, holding a snow-white shirt in his hands, said that he had washed all the clothes. He asked if the master had liked the cleaning, and sitting on a chair in the sparkling clean room, the boy thanked the servant for his hard work. Putting a stack of clean clothes on the table, Wilson asked him not to turn the room into a battlefield next time. The young man grinned slyly, thinking that the servant was becoming more and more obedient, and wondering what the useless Vincent was capable of. Showing 1 meter with his hands, he asked Wilson to bring a wooden sword made of ebony, which would be that long and weigh about 500 grams. Looking back, the servant asked what would happen if he refused to do so. Getting up from his chair, the boy said that he would go and get the sword himself, explaining to the guard the reason for his visit to the storeroom. Looking back, he added that the storeroom guards were outstanding martial artists, who were very loyal to the direct descendants of the family. The servant put his hand forward and asked why his master was behaving like this again. Grabbing his shoulder, Wilson asked him to wait at least 1 second. The protagonist's eyes widened. At the same time, he twisted his servant's arm. After letting her go, Davin apologized, explaining his actions with bad memories of being attacked from behind. Gritting his teeth, Wilson replied that he had never heard of such a thing happening. Turning to the window, the boy asked him to remember this. Grinning, he felt a strong pain from the sudden movement. The servant behind his back showed him his fist. The boy turned around and threateningly asked if Wilson wanted to say something. Putting his index fingers together, the servant denied it and said that he had to bring a black sword 1 meter long. The young man smiled and reminded that a minute ago the servant said that he did not want to do this. Hiding behind the door, Wilson said that he did not say such a thing. The door slammed shut with a slam. Opening it a little and looking into the room, the servant explained that the door closed so loudly because of the draft and not because of him. Looking after him, the boy sighed, thinking that he did not even have time to say anything. A loud stomping sound was heard within the walls of the mansion. An angry Wilson walked down the hallway, holding a sword in his hands. Frowning, he promised not to lose next time and to show his true strength. Holding the sword in front of him, the servant thought that his master must be feeling lousy. Closing the book, the protagonist told him that he had an acquaintance who was missing his right arm. Pointing to his right arm, he explained that this man had a hard life due to the lack of a limb, which is why he eventually met a very terrible end. Wilson bowed and handed his master the sword, in response to which he heard gratitude. He was very ashamed. Gritting his teeth, the servant said that it was time for him to leave since the task was completed. The door closed behind him. Looking at the wooden sword, the boy thought that he needed a little but good training. The sword hit a straw doll. The boy was practicing on the training ground. Putting his weapon forward, he thought that this incredibly weak body could not withstand even a few swings of the sword, which is why he had a long way to go. Smiling, the young man thought that he liked this feeling because he was born to become a martial arts master. The target was cut in half. Someone apologized for their actions. The blonde put his training sword on his shoulder and said that he did not notice that someone was training here. Due to the weak mana energy, the protagonist asked who he was. Smirking, Ravan introduced himself and asked if the same useless Vincent was standing in front of him. Davin silently frowned. The mannequin had a perfect cut. Julian said that Ravan was his very distant relative. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The ghost explained that this swordsman was one of the candidates who had every chance of winning the next meeting of True Swords. The small god reminded that his friend had already met his father. The boy remembered the man's furious look. Ravan jumped off the railing. Julian warned that this was a rising star among the heirs of the branch families and the best among the 13-year-old children of the Adanka family. Frowning menacingly, the swordsman said that if he won the meeting of True Swords, he would have to fight the young man. Imagining the warriors standing opposite each other, the protagonist remembered what a meeting of True Swords was. A girl fought a man. They used energy of different colors. This competition gathered children from families associated with Adanka and practicing martial arts to fight in a fight with real swords. The competition had no age limit, but usually people from 14 years old participated in it. The winner of the meeting was given the chance to fight the direct heir of the Adanka family of his age. Looking ahead, Davin realized that he was that very heir, being the useless Vincent, who was determined to be the weakest among the direct heirs. Leaning on a dummy, Ravan asked if his relative would hide in fear when he saw that at the meeting of true swords the fights were not held with wooden swords. The boy smiled and asked how a martial artist could be afraid of a sword. Closing his eyes, the blonde laughed, surprised by such a sharp tongue of the direct heir. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy said that his future opponent should also learn this. Arrogantly raising the corner of his upper lip, he stated that even provocations should be at a decent level and thought to himself that a person mocking a training relative was too rude. Frowning, the young man thought that even a one-armed warrior was respected both on the training ground and in the fighting arena, and said that the one who cut someone else's dummy was a disgrace to all martial artists. He guessed that the opponent's father, a distant relative of the main family, taught his son such manners. Hearing this, Ravan clenched his teeth furiously. Putting a wooden sword to the protagonist's neck, he asked how he dared to insult his father and said that he would not forgive such disrespect. Julian warned that the swordsman was at the level of 2 stars and had the attributes of a steel man, so he needed to be careful. Davin thought that he would lose if he fought him now. His gaze was determined. Remembering the stern face of his opponent's father, the boy thought that the swordsman reeked of an inferiority complex due to the fact that he was not born into the main family. Ravan used mana despite knowing that his opponent could not control it. His father did not act like an adult, because of which the son was not familiar with the etiquette of martial artists. Clutching the training sword in his hand, the boy decided that the level of culture of the masters had decreased in 500 years and that he needed to make sure that the opponent learned manners. The tip of the wooden sword appeared in front of Ravan's face. Smiling, the young man said that such a man would be beaten by the elder families and thought to himself that he still had a good sense of understanding the situation. The opponents pointed their swords at each other. The blonde was surprised by this and the fact that his opponent did not even have an idea of mana and still acted so confidently. Seeing a wooden sword in front of his nose, he thought that his opponent did not have a chance to win. But Ravan noticed a strange aura around the grinning enemy, which screamed that the main character could cut him in half at any moment. Taking his sword away from the enemy's face, Davin suggested that they calm down. Swinging the sword above his head, he asked how one could calmly fight at a meeting of true swords if his relative was afraid of a wooden sword. Flashing his fiery eyes, the boy stated that the competition did not end with just a wooden sword. Ravan clenched his teeth in anger. Expressing the intention to kill his opponent right now, he swung his sword. His expression was very angry. Grabbing his friend by the shoulders, Julian asked him to dodge, but the boy stood motionless, confident that he would not be hurt. The red-haired man grabbed Ravan by the arms and ordered him to stop right now, because he was forbidden to fight. The blonde screamed to be released right now. The ghost sighed with relief. The young man smiled and asked him to look at what was happening. Holding the swordsman in his hands, the man said that his opponent might have an excuse to refuse to fight if he was wounded, so the boys should fight at the meeting of true swords. Frowning, the blonde promised to meet at the meeting and called his opponent a coward. The protagonist was sitting in a dark room and reading a book. The small god asked why his friend teased Ravan, because he would have been crippled if the escort had not stopped his master in time. Davin waved his hand and explained that he had just taught a lesson to an ill-mannered child. Julian clenched his fists and said that he would soon go crazy with such an old man. Frowning in displeasure, he said that he was going to summon the powerful spirit of the king. Taking the book in his hands, the boy asked for forgiveness and asked if that was why the ghost was teaching him the things of this time. On one of the pages of the book, a portrait of little Vincent was glued. The small god slapped him with his hand, asking his friend to focus on studying the blessings and traits instead of looking at useless things. The boy looked at him questioningly and asked what traits were. Giving him a thumbs up, Julian explained that traits were artificially made from the words analyzed from the blessings. The boy's mouth wide open in surprise, he stated that creating an artificial blessing was disrespectful to the gods and punishment could follow. The ghost turned away, stating that his friend did not respect him either, but so far no one had died from the god's punishment. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist asked if Ravan had a trait and what a steel man was, sitting in the lotus position. The small god replied that the dwarf king's blessings included many things, but this particular trait focused on strengthening the body. Light energy emanated from the king of the gnome's hand. Ravan's body was surrounded by various icons. Julian explained that the more a person polished one feature, the more powerful paths opened up to him. These paths were called the technological tree. The steel man was a mid-level feature, the distinctive features of which were defense and destructive power. Davin looked at his friend and said that combat techniques should be focused on one feature. The ghost said that in this way a person quickly becomes strong. Remembering the chopped dummy, the boy decided that his opponent showed an achievement incomparable to anyone from the past, and that this was the power of the feature. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, he realized that he had to get used to these innovations in order to compete against such people. The blue sky hung over the training ground. The boy furiously cut the air with his sword. The people watched from the side. A young man with a pile of laundry in his hands said that it was impossible to use the image while wielding the sword with his left hand. Another servant said it was funny how the master would start to choke after 2 or 3 strikes. Someone came forward, asking the servants not to speak so rashly. The servants saw the deputy commander of the White Sword unit put his hands behind his back and said that there was nothing funny about the young master of the Adanka family training martial arts. The servants apologized and ran away in fear. Merlin sighed heavily and looked away. Looking at the boy training, he thought that the people must be looking down on him and calling him the shame of the Adanka family since he was aimlessly swinging his sword without any mana or trait. Julian clasped his hands together in worry and said that people were whispering about his friend and that they should train in the forest. The boy leaned on his sword and asked if this body had enough stamina to reach the forest. People looked down on the one-armed swordsman who was going his way. He was used to it, but no one expected the warrior to defeat the storm sword. With his mouth wide open and trying to catch his breath, the protagonist thought that he had already managed to change the booing into jubilation once, and it could not be said that he would not be able to do it again. Someone handed him a vial of blue liquid and said that it was a recovery potion. Merlin put his fist to his chest and said that it would be easier to train with. Ravan looked at him and asked who he was. Closing his eyes, the man introduced himself. Looking at him and holding the potion in his hands, the boy asked why he was not laughing at him. The man replied that he laughed at first. The deputy commander said that the young master's eyes were desperately searching for something and that people should only mock someone who mocked a martial artist. The boy's brows were tense. Merlin looked at him sadly when he promised to remember his name. Lowering his sword, the young man apologized for distracting the knight from his patrol. Looking back and watching him train, the man thought that something had changed in his master, who was quite lucky. The protagonist hit the target with force. He struck again. Crouching on the ground, Ravan decided to drink the potion given to him. Night had fallen. The boy was writing something in a book. Julian was flying around him. The boy balanced on the surface with his right foot. Adding a rotation of his hip, he felt mana in his heart. His body was covered in blue energy. With his eyes wide open, the young man saw something. The one-armed swordsman stood in front of Kajin. The boy's path to victory became clear. It was the path of the sword, made and set by lines and dots, helping to show abilities. The protagonist swung his sword again. Gritting his teeth, he struck. The dummy was cut in half. Seeing that he had succeeded, Ravan smiled happily. Now his swordsmanship had become complete. His wooden sword was covered with bright energy. Unhappy Wilson walked along the corridor. Holding a plate in his hands, he said that his master was not a rooster to wake up early in the morning and have breakfast at 5 o'clock, which forced him to work. Smiling widely and looking at the plate, the servant decided to humiliate his master. Putting the plate on the table and opening the lid, Wilson presented tomorrow to the master. The boy raised one eyebrow in confusion. There were only scraps on the plate. The boy said that he shouldn't have stolen the food so obviously. Turning away, the servant whistled and asked what he was talking about. Hearing that he should wipe his dirty mouth, Wilson covered his mouth with his hands. Frowning in displeasure, the young man said that he would turn a blind eye to this. Flashing his fiery eyes, he hoped that the servant would not cross the line next time. Smiling fearfully, Wilson said that he used to be a street thug and killed many people, although you wouldn't know it from looking at him. Taking a fork in his hands, the protagonist grinned. The servant smugly placed his hands on his belt. Using telepathy, Ravan explained that by controlling a person through fear, it is impossible to gain their trust, so he did not put pressure on the servant by force. Wilson opened his mouth in fear, asking since when his master had mana. Concentrating energy in the fork, the boy made sure that this fact changes everything. The servant lowered his gaze and agreed. The boy asked him not to contradict him anymore, because soon he would no longer be ashamed of serving Vincent. Spearing a piece of salad with his fork and winking, the young man said that the time would come when the servant would have to choose between a life of fear and loyalty. Having disappeared behind the door, Wilson declared that if he was suddenly pressured so suddenly, then there could be no talk of any loyalty. He slammed the door behind him and looked forward in fear. His face was covered in beads of sweat from the master's composure. Merlin was pacing the training field. Lowering his gaze, the man realized that the master had arrived very early today. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The deputy commander noticed a dummy that seemed to have been cut by a real sword. Reaching out his hand to it, Merlin refuted this theory because he saw that the master was using only a wooden sword. Touching the smooth cut, the man could not believe that such a noticeable progress was possible in just a few days. Sweat appeared on his tense face. He inquired about what kind of martial arts his master studied. The protagonist was having breakfast, while Julian laughed behind his back. Ravan threw on a white shirt. While he was buttoning it, Wilson was sitting on the floor and folding clean underwear into a pile. The ghost flew up to his friend and noted that the servant had become damn polite. The boy smiled, thinking that such people know how to take the initiative. but do not know how to take back their words. Looking at the sleeve of the shirt, he wanted to say something about the clothes. Pointing his finger at the shirt, the guy said that it was made of Lebanon cotton, and, answering Wilson's question about what was wrong, he said that it was a very cheap material that was harmful to the environment and not worthy of an aristocrat. The plate on the table was empty. The young man made a remark, saying that the quality of the food was very low compared to the family budget. Julian asked what it meant. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist said that someone was stealing money and appropriating it for themselves. The ghost brought his hand to his open mouth and asked if Wilson was stealing. Raising his eyebrows in fear, the servant asked what Lebanon meant and what appropriation was being discussed. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, Davin realized that the servant would not have thought of such a thing, which meant that the theft was being done by someone who stood higher in rank. A heavy mace slashed into the air. Ravan stood in his room with a naked torso, his muscular body covered in sweat. Suddenly he remembered how his opponent put a sword to his throat and asked why he was scared of a wooden sword. The guy bared his teeth angrily. Swinging the mace, the warrior declared that he was not afraid of anything. A voice came from behind the door of the room. Someone said that the training was going well. The young man looked around and saw his father. The man frowned menacingly and said that there was not much time left until the meeting of the true swords. He stated that his son must defeat Vincent if he wanted to avoid a life of poverty and suffering because of his status. Ravan looked away and stated that he understood all of this. The man grabbed his son by the shoulder. With a stern frown, he explained that his son must become the man from the branch family who would bring down the main family. The boy humbly lowered his eyebrows and confirmed this, thinking that his father's obsession was growing with each passing day as the meeting approached. Introducing his distant relative, he decided that he would defeat him so that his family could return to the old days. Holding a book in his hands, Julian happily stated that information about the participants of the meeting of the true swords had become known. Opening the book, the protagonist was surprised that it contained not only personal information about the participants, but also their techniques and habits. Crossing his arms over his chest, the ghost called it incredible. Turning to him, Davin called his friend terrifying. The minor god was embarrassed and took it as a compliment. Looking away, the boy asked if the ghost had planned to make a splash at the meeting by borrowing the king's spirit power. Julian confirmed it and pointed to the book, explaining that he wanted to obtain a miraculous stone. On the page of the book was a rainbow gem. The ghost explained that it was crystallized mana that was given to the champion. Thanks to this stone, the winner's body and mana would become stronger in an instant. Looking at his smiling friend, the boy decided that he desperately wanted to win, judging by his expression and the amount of information he had collected. Closing his eyes and smirking, the young man decided that it would be a shame to lose when he had so much information at his disposal. Standing up from his seat and resting his hands on the table, he said that he was not the king's spirit that his friend expected. Flashing his red eyes, the boy promised to give a much greater victory, one that the king's spirit could never provide. The bell swayed from side to side. The master called out to his servant. Appearing at the door, out of breath, Wilson asked what he needed. Grinning slyly, the protagonist asked him for one favor. Someone's hand was lying on the documents. The girl in glasses was holding a pen in her hands. The servant asked permission to enter. Peeking out from behind the door, he asked how things were going. The chief chamberlain was sitting at her desk. Looking at the guest from under her brows, she asked him to state his case. Thinking that the 7-star martial artist looked scary, Wilson trembled. Approaching her, he said that his master had something to say to the head of the family. Without looking up from the letter, Railsa said that the boy did not have the courage to come to his father on his own. The woman wrote something on a piece of paper. The servant explained that his master asked the head of the family to personally attend the meeting of the true swords. Looking down nervously, the young man reported that the boy was going to prove his worth as a member of the main Adanka family. Without looking up, the chamberlain replied that the head of the family had neither the time nor the reason to attend the meeting of the true swords. Hearing that this would be the price for embezzling funds from the budget, Railsa's eyes widened in shock. Covering one hand with the other, Wilson asked her to make the impossible possible. The girl looked up and asked what the boy had just said. Spreading his arms, the servant stated that he was merely relaying his master's words. When asked to leave, the young man disappeared and the door slammed shut. Putting her hands to her chin, the woman thought that the boy could have come himself, but decided to show his authority by sending a servant to do so. Smirking, she decided that the young master had fully understood her intentions. The man's body was covered in a bright aura. Sweat was running down his bare back. Without turning around, he said the chamberlain's name. Railsa folded her arms and reported that the young master had invited the head of the family to a meeting of the true swords. With his back to her, the man replied that a woman who was showing her age should stop such senseless behavior. The girl added that the boy had promised to prove his worth as a member of the Adanka family. Frowning, the head of the family asked what it meant to prove his worth. Looking down, he asked if the chamberlain thought his son was experienced enough to speak of the value of a bloodline. Bowing, Raelsa said that it was precisely because of the boy's lack of experience that he had promised something like that. Placing a hand on his knee, the head of the family asked if she understood what that meant. Kneeling before him, the woman promised to be a notary if the head of the family attended the meeting. Closing her eyes, the girl promised to bet her head if the young master failed to prove himself. Their bodies cast shadows in the dark room. The man asked why his subordinate was doing this. The chamberlain explained that the boy had taken advantage of her weakness. Hearing that the chief knew about her theft of money from the budget, Raelsa's eyes widened in fear. The man said that she must have done this for the benefit of his son, to use the money for his future. The woman looked up and apologized. Sitting in the lotus position, the chief said that he had no reason to interfere because the girl was not his servant. Looking sternly forward, he thought that expressing her intentions without losing her dignity was her style. Introducing the girl with purple hair, the chief asked if the boy was truly Sarvana's son. Taking his clothes in his hand, the man agreed. Standing up, he promised to appear at the meeting of the true swords. The day of the meeting arrived. The warriors entered the arena. Many spectators gathered around. Among the participants was Ravan. With a determined frown, he promised to defeat the heir of Adanka. Turning, the swordsman noticed someone on the balcony. Sitting on the stone throne was the head of Khan himself. Smiling widely, Ravan realized that the head had come to look at him, a rising star among the heirs of the branch families, and promised to tear the enemy apart before his eyes. The flag with the family crest fluttered in the wind. Someone announced that the meeting of the true swords was beginning. Holding out a burning sword, Ravan declared that his opponent irritated him. The opponent held out a shield in front of him. Shouting that no one dared to be so arrogant, the guy swung his sword. The blonde smiled when the steel sword broke on his armor. Swinging his sword, he said that such trifles would not work against his feature of a steel man. From the blow of the sword, the shield broke into small fragments. The opponent flew back. The man in the red coat jumped up from his seat, proud of his son. Ravan stood in front of his defeated opponent. The audience began to whisper. It became obvious to them why this warrior was called a rising star. His feature impressed them, and people were sure that the heir of a branch family had a chance to win this competition. The protagonist, watching the fight from the sidelines, crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the participants of the meeting were geniuses by the standards of 500 years ago. Frowning, he noticed a hole in their martial arts. Imagining how puppets fought each other, Davin thought that the warriors received their strength mainly from their abilities, but no experience in battle was visible, as if they were all controlled puppets. Ravan put his sword in its sheath. The boy realized that this was why the warrior was able to use his feature and attack so thoughtlessly. The winner of the fight bowed to general applause. Looking away, he paid tribute to his future opponent, who did not run away. Grinning, the guy thought that he was not going to run away and wished his enemy a quick victory. The head of the family sat on the throne, crossing his arms over his chest. The sword, broken in half, flew into the air. A strong blow threw the participant of the meeting back. The host declared that the match was over. Grinning, Ravan declared that this was the end. Spreading his arms, he turned to Khan, declaring that he had defeated all his opponents. Menacingly knitting his eyebrows, the warrior said that he must fight his relative according to the rules established by the elders. Hearing that the guy was going to fight the direct heir of the family, the main character grinned slyly. Flashing his burning eyes, Davin accepted this challenge. The opponents stood opposite each other. Between them stood a man with a flag. Bowing, the judge introduced himself and asked both sides to prepare, but the boy stopped him, holding his hand out in front of him, and said he had a condition. He called a servant. Wilson bowed and held out a wooden sword to his master. Holding the sword out in front of him, the boy said he intended to use it in combat, fighting with his left hand and allowing his relative to strike first 3 times. The man in the red coat frowned menacingly, not understanding what was being said, and the nobleman sitting next to him said that he had heard rumors that the heir had gone mad. Pointing his sword at his opponent, the young man declared that he would not take a single step until the first 3 blows were made. Ravan furiously drew his brows together, deciding that they were simply laughing at him. The guests of the meeting looked at each other. One of them asked how the direct heir could be so arrogant. Another person asked if the young master knew at least one martial art. Jumping up from his seat and raising his hand, the man in the red tailcoat declared that the boy was doing this in order to create excuses for his loss. Looking at the battlefield, Khan gave his consent to the conditions put forward. Looking at his son, Khan asked him to prove his words with actions. Smiling, the protagonist promised to do so. Zeron, holding a flag in front of his opponents, announced that the battle was beginning and asked both sides to prepare. Ravan angrily clenched his teeth. Davin smiled and reminded that he was allowing his opponent to make the first 3 blows. The judge raised the flag and allowed the warriors to begin the fight. The blonde rushed forward, declaring that his opponent would die in his place. The boy smirked, thinking that this would be the first blow. Sometime before the fight, Julian pointed his finger at the book and said that the first blow would most likely be short. Swinging his sword, Ravan said that it was time to find out how long his enemy could be overconfident, but the boy dodged his attack. The blade of the sword passed a few centimeters from his neck. The swordsman landed on the platform. The boy thought that the second blow would be real. Extending his sword forward, Ravan said that he had trapped the enemy. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the protagonist thought that the enemy's movements were so obvious that they could be seen even without Julian's information, because the swordsman used his special defense, completely forgetting about the basics. Concentrating mana in his hand, Ravan said that greatswords are primarily not designed for piercing. With these words, he easily pushed the opponent's weapon away from himself. Ravan looked away in fear, realizing that the boy had deflected his sword, although one would have to be several levels stronger to see its direction. The boy's eyes flashed, and he said that he had already allowed 2 attacks. The blonde glared at him furiously. Swinging his burning sword, he said that no one would dare to behave so impudently just because of a couple of pathetic tricks. The young man grabbed his hand holding the hilt of the sword. With a movement of his leg, he upset the balance of his opponent. Ravan was pressed into the ground, his sword flying high into the air. Blood spurted from the warrior's open mouth. Towering over the fallen enemy, the protagonist said that this was the 3rd blow. Extending his wooden sword forward, Ravan mentally promised to keep the promise he made to Julian and his father. The boy smiled and said that it was his turn to attack. The audience was amazed by this turn of events. One of the young men looked on in disbelief. The head of the clan watched the fight with a frown. Ravan's father opened his mouth in impotent rage. He jumped up from his seat and shouted for Ravan to get up and stop doing this, while the boy leaned on his sword, trying to stand up. He was on his knee, listening to his opponent's question about why he was having problems with a guy who didn't even know how to use mana, to which Ravan couldn't understand what was going on. Julian hovered over Vincent's right shoulder and also asked what was going on, since he couldn't see his movements clearly, to which the boy replied with a smirk that it was a basic art. Vincent remembered his past life and told him that a martial artist should not stand like a pillar when he does not have a sword in his hand, since there are many ways to defeat an opponent without using a weapon. Ravan put his hand on his knee and smirked that now he understood everything. The boy's eye twitched with rage and he said that Vincent had gained the ability in such a short time, it must have been given to him by a minor god he was ashamed to name out loud. Julian put his hands on his hips and said angrily that calling him that was going too far, to which Vincent said with an indifferent face that if it made him feel better then so be it, but his thoughts would end here. Ravan roared and prepared to attack, screaming for Vincent to shut up, as his tricks would end here. Julian rose up, screaming that it was dangerous to block such a thing, so the boy should dodge, but Vincent already knew that. Vincent jumped aside as Ravan slammed the ground where he stood, sending stone chips flying. Vincent swung his wooden sword, preparing to attack. Ravan tisked, his brows furrowing as he thought he was open to a blow. Vincent struck his foe across the neck, dealing what seemed like a crushing blow. Ravan clutched his neck in surprise, wondering why it didn't hurt. Ravan's father stood up and shouted furiously that a practiced sword would never be able to break a man of steel's defense. Vincent scowled at him, thinking angrily that with his rotting sacrum and untrained body he wouldn't be able to use much strength yet, but he had a solution. The boy pulled the wooden sword behind his back and thought that if Ravan gained confidence he would attack in the same way, to which the enemy raised his sword over his head and chuckled, saying that he would show the difference between them, which his low-level gift couldn't cover. Vincent, focused on the attack, ducked, deciding to use the force of his blow. The wooden sword hit Ravan in the chest, making him cough in pain. Magic flared around Vincent, sending Ravan flying. Vincent's eyes flashed red as he asked Judge Zeron to try to prevent tragedy. The judge asked in surprise. Vincent braced himself against the arena tiles, thinking that he only had one chance. He pulled his left hand with the sword back and his right hand forward to attack, thinking that if he used this skill even once, his body would be destroyed. He picked up speed on the attack, thinking that he needed to finish while Ravan was in the air. Ravan gritted his teeth and watched his opponent in surprise. He cursed in irritation, pulling his sword back behind his head. Vincent's eyes flashed like lasers, and he saw what he wanted. The boy found the points that Ravan and he had created, and the path of the sword that connected those points. Vincent mentally ordered Julian to watch carefully, as this was the technique he had mastered. First, 2 dots flashed red, then the color changed to blue. The path through the dots led to the sword, which was shrouded in magic. Vincent raised his weapon and attacked. Ravan's father cringed in rage and incomprehension of what was happening. Khan watched the fight carefully, trying not to miss anything. Vincent raised his sword and thought about cutting space, spinning the flow of mana and using it to tear everything, including the enemy's ability, since this is fencing. Ravan was lying on the ground and writhing in pain. He rose, holding his right hand to the stump of his left arm, to which the judge looked in surprise and could not believe it. Vincent looked impatiently at Zeron and lazily asked why the judge was not doing anything. Maybe he should cut off Ravan's leg as well so that they would count the victory, to which the judge finally came to his senses. Zeron raised the red flag and said that Vincent Adanka was the winner. Father Ravan ran as fast as he could to his son, who was already being fussed over by mages, healing his arm using hemostases since potions did not help, so it was necessary to call a priest. Julian hovered over Vincent, who said that he told the judge to prevent the tragedy, to which he bowed and apologized while the healers fussed over Ravan. Jurian worriedly asked Vincent why he was so calm, since his body was now at its limit and he needed to go rest, to which Vincent mentally replied that he knew, but he would not die from it. The boy with a satisfied grin turned to his father and said that he kept his promise. Khan folded his arms over his chest and looked at his son haughtily. He narrowed his eyes and thought about the boy saying that he would prove his worth to the Adanka family. Khan looked down at his son and agreed that he had succeeded. The leader rose from his chair and announced that the winner of the True Swords convocation was Vincent Adanka. He turned and ordered everyone inside for the award ceremony. Night had fallen over the castle. Khan stood at the head of the table. The mystery stone glowed on the pillow. Vincent knelt before his father as he spoke of the man who overcame the odds being rewarded with the mystery stone. Khan handed the mystery stone to his son. Father Ravan suddenly burst into the room and loudly declared that this made no sense. His eyes blazed with rage as he declared that Vincent had deceived everyone. Julian hovered over the boy's shoulder as he heard that he was accused of borrowing power from an apostle. A young man appeared behind Father Ravan and said that there was a small problem. Khan asked the priest what had happened. He told of the attempt to heal the young master's arm. No matter how hard they tried, his arm could not be reattached. Father Ravan turned sharply to the priest and asked what he was talking about. Was Ravan going to be one-armed forever? To which the priest bowed and offered his deepest apologies. The man grabbed the priest roughly by the chest and, shaking him, asked why they could not reattach his arm, to which he replied that it was a wound they had never seen before. Julian turned to Vincent in fear, who, in turn, simply remained silent. Ravan lay on the table, gritting his teeth in pain, when it was said that not only had the priest never seen anything like this, but it seemed that his arm had been severed by something that his divine powers were unable to handle. The priest stood next to the Khan and said that if they did not hurry, then even the high priest would not be able to do anything. The boy's father turned around and began to ask the headman how such damage that even a third-level priest could not repair could be studied using the methods of the Adanka family, so the devil was definitely involved. The servants behind the headman's back began to whisper, saying that now they too were beginning to believe in it, since such an event was truly unexpected, so it could be the abilities of an apostle. Vincent placed his hand on his chest, bowed slightly and asked his father for permission to intervene, which he allowed, and Julian became worried about what the boy wanted to do. Vincent glanced sideways at Ravan's father and said that this meeting of the True Swords was held in the presence of the head of the Adanka family, so any proceedings must be conducted with the permission of the headman, and the headman declared him the winner. He spread his arms, gesturing to everyone present, and said that in this way, Father Ravan's words directly denied the authority of the headman, and in a place where all the special guests were gathered. Charles listened as Vincent asked if he thought he understood the situation better than the headman. Vincent pointed a finger at Ravan's father and ordered Zeron of the White Sword Division to arrest the man. Zeron tensed and asked who he meant by the man, to which Vincent replied indifferently that he was talking about his friend Ravan's father, Charles Adanka. Charles clenched his fists, as even though the boy was the heir apparent, how dare he do such a thing, to which the boy angrily replied that he had questioned the authority of the chief in front of other people, so that was enough. Zeron frowned and reluctantly said that he would carry out the order. Zeron instantly tied up Charles, who screamed to be released. Charles Adanka suddenly calmed down when the chief called out to him. Khan stood over the man and arrogantly asked if he realized that he was indebted to Vincent. The chief frowned slightly and said in a threatening voice that in the Adanka family, you can't punish a person twice for the same crime, and if Vincent hadn't done this, he would have faced the punishment of the family. Charles lowered his head, realizing the situation when he heard that since he was also a father, he would forgive him for this, so he should not open his mouth again, to which the man was forced to agree. Khan turned to his son and said that he tried well, to which the boy bowed in gratitude. Julian sheepishly scratched the back of his head, to which Vincent noted that he looked happy, and Julian admitted that the leader very rarely praised anyone. Ravan groaned on the table, and Charles immediately tried to turn to him. The priest stood over the wounded boy and muttered that at this rate his right hand would remain crippled forever, to which Ravan desperately denied everything. Julian whispered to Vincent. While everyone in the hall whispered, Vincent asked if what Julian had come up with was okay, to which he replied that it would definitely turn out in their favor, and Vincent gave in, deciding to do as the god said. The boy approached the priest and asked if it was possible to restore his right arm with the help of the miracle stone. The priest, exhausted from the spells, looked tiredly at the chieftain's son and thought about how the prize for the competition was the miracle stone, and now he was telling him to use it. Vincent smirked contentedly and said that it was probably possible. The boy clasped his hands behind his back and said that it was Ravan who cut off his arm, so he should put an end to this situation. Khan looked at his son carefully and agreed to leave it to him. Vincent approached Charles and said that Ravan Adanka had mocked him and ridiculed him in the martial arts training grounds, to which Charles immediately apologized for not training him well. One of the servants heard that all words must be proven by actions when Vincent pulled his sword from its sheath. He rolled up the sword and the ropes on Charles' body were cut. The man was still kneeling when he heard the order to show remorse worthy of a martial artist, and then he would give the miraculous stone to heal Ravan, to which Charles asked what exactly the boy wanted. Vincent looked frightening when he said that for Ravan's right hand he needed the right hand of another man. Charles was furious at this suggestion. Vincent thought with disdain that Ravan was a failure. The boy turned away and Vincent thought that he knew that he was fully conscious, but he refused to say anything despite the situation, and was his right hand so important to him, since where is the respect for parents in this generation? Charles placed his hand on the table and said that he would sacrifice his right hand and raised his sword. The man clenched his teeth, gathering the courage to cut off his hand. Vincent folded his arms over his chest when he heard Julian's voice that the man seemed to love his son, to which the boy replied that, although perverted, it was still a father's love. Charles was at the edge of tension when he thought that he had to do this for his son, so he had to cut off his right hand. He raised his sword to strike and shouted for courage. Vincent looked at Zeron with a withering look and reminded him that he had ordered to prevent any accidents. Zeron immediately used magic to break the sword that Charles was holding. The man only stabbed the hilt of the weapon into the table. Vincent closed his eyes and told Charles that he hoped that next time he would use his courage for a better occasion. The boy knelt before the leader and said that everything was allowed. Khan praised his son, holding the miraculous stone in his hands. He carefully held the jewel in his palms. Vincent handed the miraculous stone to the priest, saying that they must act quickly. The boy held the stone in his hands, folded his hands in prayer and whispered an appeal to the goddess of healing Gaia, so that she would be merciful and grant them a miracle. The miraculous stone crumbled into pieces. The spell began to take effect and Ravan was surprised to feel his hand mend. Charles watched nervously. Julian put his hands behind his head, talking about the stone, and Vincent said with a smirk that it was his idea to give the stone. Julian closed his eyes and said that he could not stop regretting it, to which Vincent replied that it was an item that could help even with mental problems. Wilson stood by the door and eavesdropped. He thought contentedly about how cool his master was. He remembered Vincent saying that when the time came, he would decide whether to be ruled by fear or to swear loyalty. Wilson clenched his fist with a satisfied smile and said that of course, loyalty was much cooler. The people in the hall watched the scene where Charles hugged his son tightly. Wilson turned to the young master with a smile. He bowed and entered the door and said that he would soon begin preparing his dinner. Vincent leaned back in his chair when Julian asked what had become of the servant, and the boy replied that wasn't what he wanted, for the servant to acknowledge him as his master. Julian sighed in an offended tone and said that wasn't it, because he wanted much more than that. There was a knock at the door, and Julian wondered if the servant had prepared the food so quickly when Vincent invited the guest in. It was the young priest who had been treating Ravan, as he was interested in Vincent's well-being. The priest placed his hand on his chest and greeted the boy. He still looked tired when he introduced himself as Dulan, a priest of the goddess Gaia. He approached the table when Vincent asked why he had come, to which he replied that he wanted to express his gratitude for his help. Julian was greatly surprised. The priest extended his hand, in which was a miraculous stone, and asked him to take it. The priest explained that it was Vincent's reward for such a noble act towards the young master Ravan, to which the surprised boy asked why the stone was being given to him. Dulan explained with a smile that he became a priest to help the sick get through adversity and return to normal life, but today he could not do anything to help the young master Ravan, so he compared the value of the miraculous stone with the value of a human life. Vincent accepted the gift when he heard that, as if laughing at Dulan, he had voluntarily given away his miraculous stone. The priest squeezed the boy's hand and said that thanks to the young master Vincent, he had rethought his life, and that was why he was asking to accept the stone. Vincent smiled contentedly and said that he had done nothing wrong, he had realized everything himself, but accepting the stone was an appropriate way to pay his respects. Dulan thanked him and said that he had something else. The priest handed over a tablet and said that if Vincent needed help from the temple, he should use this tablet. He informed the surprised boy that no one knew yet, but he had recently become a second-class priest. Julian was amazed that Dulan was now a second-class priest, to which Vincent asked if this was a rare achievement. Julian spread his arms out and said that the boy had unlimited healing, free use of the temple, and anyway. Showing this sign was the same as telling them to treat me like a second-class priest, to which Vincent calmly thought that he had no idea what being second-class meant. Dulan bowed and said that he had learned a lot from the master, and then thanked him. Vincent looked at Dulan with a smirk and asked him to take care of himself. Julian sat on the table in front of Vincent and said that they now had a much better acquaintance than Wilson, to which the boy sighed cheerfully and said that Julian was amazing. The god smiled happily and said that he was a little embarrassed when Vincent was so sincere with him, to which the boy replied that he wondered if it was because he had never been shown any affection or praise in his entire life. Julian perked up, talking about praise. He put his hands behind his back and said that his father usually ate alone. But there was one time when he invited a family member to dine with him after a meeting of the True Swords, to which Vincent asked curiously who it was. It turned out that this person was Dea's second child, since she had won an incredible victory at the meeting of the True Swords back then. Vincent asked curiously if this meant that he might have such an opportunity this time too. The boy stood up from his chair and said that his whole body was aching in pain, but he believed that he would not be able to rest now. Julian looked at the boy's preparations and said that it was only a possibility, but Vincent said that it was worth playing it safe even if the chance of such an event was 1 in 100. Julian touched his temple and said that it was a little embarrassing. Suddenly the door swung open and Wilson rushed into the room, loudly addressing the young master, to which the latter calmly asked what the rush was about. The servant was nervous and trembling, trying to say something about the head of the family. Vincent passed by Wilson and said that the head invited him, and if so, then let him take him. Wilson had enough time to realize the situation and once again think that his master is cool. Night fell over the castle. Vincent was walking along the corridor of the castle. Suddenly, a girl blocked his way and ordered him to hurry. In front of the guy was his mother, who said that she heard that Vincent showed an incredible achievement at the meeting of True Swords and congratulated him. The guy bowed and thanked her, and thought to himself that Vincent's mother died immediately after giving birth to him, so the woman opposite is a stepmother to him. Versa Halem was such a ruthless martial artist before her retirement that she was nicknamed the Giant, but at the moment she is responsible for everything that concerns the Adanka house. The woman turned and said that his father was waiting for him. They entered a large hall. Khan sat opposite them. He called his son with a serious face. His gaze changed dramatically when he turned to Vincent again. The boy felt the pressure with every particle, which reflected on his lungs so that it was difficult to breathe. Vincent thought with concern that he had not felt it today, which meant that this was his test, since the head was asking him if he thought his form this morning was real. The boy bowed slightly and said that he doubted there was a need to deliberately put pressure on his son in a private meeting. Khan clasped his hands and asked why he thought so. Vincent smiled and said that his mother called him father, not the head of the family. Khan glanced quickly at the woman. He broke the spell and praised the boy for noticing. Khan said that he called his son for 2 reasons, the first of which was to congratulate him on today's victory. Vincent was surprised that the second reason was to check the validity of Charles Adanka's fears. He remembered the man accusing him that even a third-class priest could not do anything with his arm, since Vincent had achieved this by cheating. The boy felt as if a huge eye was looking at him from behind his back. This was Versa using her power. Vincent was nervous and tried his best to hold on. Khan seriously asked the woman if there was a chance that he was an apostle, to which she replied that there was probably no chance, and it was unlikely that he had an assistant. Vincent felt a terrible feeling, and Julian suggested that perhaps this was his mother's peculiarity, since she had eyes that could see the truth. Khan turned his gaze to his son and asked what kind of martial art it was then, since Vincent had not yet managed to connect the image with his heart, so he was curious how he was able to cut off the arm of a 2-star martial artist. Versa looked at the irritated boy and said that it was recorded that this art was similar to the swordsmanship of the Hero King, to which he asked if she meant the Hero King Kajin Samuel. To which she answered in the affirmative, as he swung his sword in a strange manner, and it was said that he was able to prevent any incredible ability from the enemy. An irritated Vincent heard that it was also said that his sword was able to subdue the archdemon Ravan. The boy slightly frowned and thought that again this false story left him confused, as he did not understand what Kanjin and the Samyang family were trying to achieve with this. Versa placed her hands on the boy's shoulders and ordered him to speak. She looked mad when she asked how he learned the swordsmanship that resembled the hero Samuel. Vincent felt pressured when he heard if he would tell his mother. The boy looked at his father, as he thought that he was the one who called him. However, it turned out that it was his mother who was conducting the conversation right now, and he was being interrogated to find out the origin of his martial arts. Julian asked him not to answer. The god explained that Versa could distinguish truth from lies with her eyes, so if he came up with any excuses, then despite her lack of knowledge about this era, she would expose him. Vincent felt her gaze as he asked what he should do and how he could tell her that he was not really her son, but a grown man who lived 500 years ago. Julian put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked for time. Versa fanatically demanded an answer. Julian grabbed his head because he was very afraid of this woman, because he was afraid that she would understand his uselessness. Suddenly, the god heard about one step. Vincent remembered himself in his past life and said that he was only one step away from breaking through the wall of fear, so Julian just needed to take a step forward, and the rest would follow by itself. The boy decided to take the first step for him, and said out loud that he had received an epiphany. Versa asked again, surprised. She perked up and asked that he had received it without any blessing, and didn't he know that epiphanies were mostly received by people involved in the dark arts. Vincent wondered tensely if Julian hadn't told him that when the woman continued to press for an answer. She looked at the boy and said that he was acting suspiciously, and whether he wanted to go through the sacred court or simply wanted to speak in front of the judges of Jermel. Julian leaned towards Vincent's ear and asked her to repeat after him. Vincent clenched his fist and said that if she thought he was suspicious, she could check him with the temple. Versa was surprised that the conversation had turned to the temple. Vincent held out the miracle stone and said that if he was evil in any form, then wouldn't a priest who owned a third-class miracle stone recognize it? Versa said in surprise that it was the stone she had given to Dullin, and the boy said that he had accepted it as a gift. The woman was surprised to think that he was not lying, as her eyes did not react in any way. She leaned forward and asked if he had really learned this art of swordsmanship through enlightenment, to which Vincent replied that he had learned a lot through enlightenment, but he had not learned fencing through them. He began to recall his past, saying that he had long been looking at the mysterious techniques of swordsmanship, but in recent days he had decided to learn them. He said that he wanted to change, and even if it might make people suspicious, he decided that he would be considered a coward if he did nothing. To which Julian said with surprise that the truth he spoke of and his truth were two lives, and both of their truths would stand up to her eyes. Vincent clenched his fists and said that he felt that he had something to show, and only then would he be able to surpass the Samian family and fulfill the mission of the 7 Adanka. The boy thought with satisfaction that, as he said, only one step was needed, and Julian continued to whisper that he wanted to show how much stronger he had become than his relatives. Vincent looked at his father. He straightened up and said that he thought his father would be able to make a correct assessment, since the temple had already confirmed that only his father's decision remained. Khan remained silent and pressed his fingers to his face. Versa smirked as she noticed the leader was scratching his chin and didn't realize it, but he did that when he was happy about something. Khan folded his arms and said that he had made a decision. He looked at his son and told him to continue studying his martial art, to which the boy thanked him happily. Versa turned to Khan and asked him if he was sure, since he knew that the swordsmanship of the hero King Kajin was similar to the great demon King Davan. The leader said that he knew. Versa thought of the ancient schism and said that if he used the swordsmanship of the hero king, the Samian family would make a scandal, accusing them of stealing, but they would not be able to say anything if it was the swordsmanship of the great demon king. She walked up to the leader and asked if she could assume that his decision was based on all of this. Khan looked angry as he said that he had already taken into account everything that needed to be considered. The woman let out a frightened breath. She turned to her stepson and said that since the chief had given his approval, he would be held accountable for everything, so he should try his best to become a better person and not cause him any inconvenience. Vincent said that he would remember this and thought to himself that this was not a simple warning, since she was confirming the chief's decision and also giving him her permission. Khan stood up from the table and said that his son had shown excellent results in the meeting of the true swords, and not only that, because he had also proven his worth as the direct heir of the Adanka family. Khan approached his son and said that because of this, he would grant him one wish. Vincent said that he wanted to become stronger, to which the chief said that as long as this was a good answer, he could do it himself. Khan walked up to the boy closely and asked what he could do for him. Julian whispered that he wanted access to the library, and Vincent repeated this request. Khan said that only 3-star martial artists could enter and asked if he could connect the image with his heart. Vincent smirked and said that he couldn't, so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. To be a spoiled child. The leader barely smirked and agreed, and then allowed him to enter the library, which was only accessible to 3-star martial artists. He turned to his wife and asked her to give the Crimson Lotus to his son. Khan told the boy to take the lotus, as it was a reward for keeping his promise. The Crimson Lotus turned out to be the sword his father used when he was younger for his ascension. Vincent was examining the sword when Julian explained that it was a family heirloom, to which the boy replied that it was an incredible sword and that it was many years old, but it was still so sharp. Julian somersaulted in the air, and when asked if this really made him happy, he said that he was happy. Vincent said that it would be bad if he was so happy only at this stage. The boy smirked and said that in the future they will achieve much more. Julian thought that at first he was disappointed because Vincent was not the spirit of the king, but he could have achieved all this if he had summoned the spirit of the king as he planned. Julian followed the boy and thought that although he was reckless and old-fashioned, he felt that he could trust him with his body. Vincent turned to the servant, calling him to come with him. Suddenly, Versa called him. She approached the boy and said that he put a lot of effort into learning the technique and training, so she was very proud of him, to which the boy thanked her. She said that since Vincent became the winner of the meeting of the true swords, he should enter the Crimson Fortress according to customs, and then asked if he thought about how he would subdue the Crimson Demon. Vincent thought of the Crimson Fortress as one of the training institutes under the Adanka family's domain, and only those who fully completed the training in the fortress would be recognized as full-fledged martial artists. He thought of the miraculous stone and how the requirements for entry were winning the True Swords meeting and subduing a low-ranking Crimson Demon. He asked Julian what to say, to which she advised him to admit that he didn't know. Vincent looked at the woman and said that he wasn't sure yet, to which she said that it was unexpected, since she thought he had planned everything up to this point. Vincent's sore spots seemed to light up. When he heard about the strange sword movement, which he had experienced several times before, it must be a great pain in his body. Versa raised her head and ordered him to listen to her. She thought of the Crimson Demon and said that the boy would not be able to defeat it now, as he would die if he fought it in his current state. Versa said that the Crimson Demon could not be defeated with one blow. Julian did not understand why she was giving them advice, and Vincent explained that she had begun to sympathize with them. Julian looked at the woman and asked why he thought so, to which the boy asked if the god had forgotten his history since his enemies had thrown him in prison and falsified the history. Vincent looked at the smirking woman and said that with her eyes she could have framed them at the meeting with the head of the family if she wanted, but she did not do so, so maybe she did not like them, but at least she was not hostile towards them. Versa was about to say something, but Vincent bowed and thanked her for the advice, promising not to let her down. The woman watched him go, thinking that she wanted to explain the features of the Crimson Demon, but he left without asking. She thought that Vincent looked like an amazing martial artist without a bit of fear and hesitation, so her heart fluttered. Versa asked with a smirk if Sarvan was watching. Vincent walked forward decisively when the woman thought that today Sarvan's son made a big step as a martial artist. Wilson was hanging out the laundry and humming something under his breath, thinking that today he would support the young master with all his might. As always, suddenly, someone hit him on the head, not believing that he was going to support him. The guy grabbed his head and asked the maid who came up what he did wrong. Sari was holding a suitcase in her hands, thinking that Wilson probably wanted to harm the young master again. Wilson pointed at himself and said that if she did not see, then now he is washing for him. The girl asked in surprise if this was really the case and looked at the wet laundry on the clothesline. Wilson smiled contentedly and said that the young master had changed a lot recently, so he should also change as his loyal servant. Sari asked worriedly how the young master was doing. Wilson glanced around the courtyard and said that rumors were slowly reaching her, and began to tell news about the young master. Vincent sat among the books, saying that they still got into the family library, accessible only to 3-star martial artists. She sorted through the books one by one and cursed that there was no information in them. Vincent grabbed his head and asked why there was no record of the events that happened 500 years ago. Julian looked at the spines of the books with annoyance and said that only records about this period were missing. Even if they found something, they would probably only come across tales of the Sword Emperor and the Great Demon. Julian assumed that these records would not be here, but he still thinks that someone deliberately erased these records, to which Vincent, displeased, said that someone definitely tried to erase the 500-year-old history and swordsmanship. He looked at another book and thought that later he would be able to free himself from the stigma of the family's shame, but now he would have to improve his swordsmanship skill to defeat the Crimson Demon. Vincent folded his arms over his chest and thought that since he could not achieve the image yet, he needed a training method. Julian suddenly perked up and asked who the man was who called Arslan a child and Vincent, who used the method of wielding the sword of the Hero King. The god looked at the guy carefully. Vincent wondered if he directly told him that he was the great demon Ravan. He would obviously be shocked, so should he be worried? The boy shook his head and thought that it would be disrespectful to Julian, the previous owner of the body, sharing the same fate with him. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that Julian would be surprised, to which he was hoping in anticipation that it would be someone great. Julian almost ground his teeth when he heard a disgusting sound instead of a name. He rubbed his ears and asked him to repeat it. Vincent said the name again, but the disgusting sound was repeated, causing the god to grab his head. Vincent jumped up, asking if Julian was okay. He sat down on the floor and said that he was fine, but there was no need to say it anymore since he did not want to know. Vincent thought about it. Suddenly, he saw the book First Love at the watermill. Vincent picked it up when Julian asked why it was among the books on mana training. Vincent replied that the library was under the family's control, and what were the chances of a romance novel being put in there. Julian couldn't believe his eyes when Vincent opened the book, thinking that someone had kept a secret historical record in a hidden form, the truth of the past. Julian and Vincent blushed. They wondered if telling the truth in such a form would not arouse the enemy's suspicion. Vincent called Julian. He pointed at the book and said that the protagonist of this novel did not have an image, but they had the power of love as a trait. He showed a diagram and explained that traits were not used to awaken the flow of mana, but were summoned by the flow of mana. To achieve this, one must discard the entire theory of image, since without an image, the freedom of mana would make all these things possible. Julian was surprised and couldn't believe it, since saving Mana without an image would kill one. Vincent looked at the god and pointed at himself as a person who had saved up mana without an image and survived, since then mana with a feature, and with this they will be able to manifest features. They went to the exit, and Julian said that even with the help of an image, it is dangerous to study features since they are difficult to learn. So even martial artists are not able to teach others, to which Vincent replied that they found a hint on how to become stronger. The guy smirked and hurried the god, to which he said that it was dangerous. On the way out, Sari called out to them. She looked pleased, asking if it was true that he defeated Ravan Adanka and was honored with a crimson sword. Julian quickly explained to the surprised guy that she was Sari's maid, who was leaving for a short time due to an urgent situation that happened in her family. At this moment, Vincent remembered how the girl wiped away his tears. He thought that so there was a person who was blindly attached to the loser Vincent. He confirmed the rumors and Sira fell to her knees, sighing in relief. She wiped away her tears and said happily that she thought the young master would be neglected even more after the meeting. Vincent was uneasy and asked if Julian knew how to calm women, to which he replied that it was not in any spiritual teaching. Vincent sat down next to her and apologized for keeping it a secret, as he was working hard to become a man she would not be ashamed of. Suddenly, Ravan's voice rang out, having finally found him. Everyone turned to look at him, surprised. Ravan said that he had something to say to Vincent. They sat in the room across from each other. Sira felt uncomfortable. Ravan exhaled heavily. Julian thought he wanted to say something. Sira decided to defuse the situation and offered the master a sandwich. Ravan grabbed his lightsaber. Julian and Vincent were wary. Ravan held his sword out in front of him and said that he had come to pay for the events at the meeting of the True Swords. Ravan immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword. He was a little scared because he did not expect Ravan to attack like that. Ravan stood in a stance, waiting for his cousin to attack. In his head, he said that he now knew about the swordsmanship skill, so the same method would not work. Waving his hand, the protagonist ordered Sari to quickly leave here. Putting her hand to her chest, the servant said excitedly that she could not leave Ravan. "I am your eternal debtor," Ravan suddenly said. Hearing this, Sari looked at the guy in surprise. He forcefully struck the sword on the floor and said that Ravan forgave his rudeness and gave him the miraculous stone. Ravan kept his hands on the hilt, lowering his head and looking at the floor. He continued to say that he, like a coward, tried to restore his hand at the cost of his father's hand, but in the end he got his hand back and his father calmed down. After these words, he knelt down and said that he had received everything, but could not give anything in return. Ravan suddenly began to lower his sword, saying that he was a coward that day, but he did not want to be one anymore. He put his sword with the hilt towards the protagonist and said that this was the best he could give him now. "I swear my loyalty to you," Ravan said loudly and clearly, bowing his head. Frightened, Sari looked at Ravan, who had knelt down, and wondered in her head if the young master had really knelt down. Ravan relaxed and smiled maliciously. In his head, he was saying that it turned out that his cousin was not so hopeless. At that moment, frightened Julian screamed, would the protagonist really believe Ravan? Ravan just looked at his cousin, who was kneeling, and said in his head that he put his lightsaber in front of him. It was an act of giving his life to another. It seemed the kid was serious. "Oh, right," Julian suddenly exclaimed, raising his hand. As he suddenly folded his arms over his chest and smiled contentedly, he told the protagonist, who was drawing his sword from its sheath, that he did not trust Ravan, but he did have one good idea. After that, Ravan placed the naked blade of his lightsaber on his cousin's shoulder. "I accept your oath," the protagonist said solemnly, holding the blade on Ravan's shoulder, after which he added that he would also stand by his cousin's side as long as he remained loyal to him. Hearing this, a bead of sweat ran down Ravan's face. He was slightly scared. In his head, he said, looking at the protagonist's blade, that he doubted it, but it really was a crimson lotus. And then he asked himself if Ravan had really been rewarded by the head of the family. As he suddenly closed his eyes, grinned and said that in that case he would not regret swearing his allegiance, and then thanked the protagonist. Seeing all this, Sari was incredibly shocked. As she suddenly put her hands on her chest, she smiled happily and said in her head that Ravan had really changed, and now the times when Vincent was called a loser seemed like a bad dream. The protagonist was putting his sword back into its sheath when suddenly Julian said in a satisfied voice that he apologized for interrupting right after he had received Ravan's allegiance. There was a satisfied smile on his face. He was very serious. Julian asked if maybe it was worth trying to earn the favor of the Dwarf King from Ravan. The sun's rays shone into the protagonist's father's office. There was Versa, who, with her hand on her chin, thoughtfully said that it seemed that the protagonist was planning to enter the Crimson Fortress next year. Understandably, the head of the family answered coldly and indifferently, signing some papers. Looking at the girl, he suddenly asked what was going on with the subjugation of the Crimson Demon. Versa, with a sly smile on her face, turned to Khan and said that she was going to tell Ravan about the features of the Crimson Demon, but he refused to help, after which she added that the protagonist looked confident. She imagined a huge crimson demon with a scythe in his hands and explained that the crimson demon can be attacked by having 3 stars or more, since these creatures do not have a physical form. And the reason why subjugating a demon is a rite of passage is to observe how a person can deal with a demon, and the opportunity to prove the presence of 3 stars or more. Oh, and, Versa suddenly said, turning to Khan. He looked at her in surprise. Then she reported that in the last few days in the main character's annex. At that time, there were 3 magical loops in front of Davin's body. Ravan began to live, she continued. The main character was sitting in the lotus position and concentrating his energy. Ravan was standing behind him, telling him what to do. There were beads of sweat on his face. He pointed his finger at the main character's loops and told him to create a loop again. On the other side of Davin was a frightened Julian. He asked the main character to be careful. Ravan plunged into memories. So, he said, looking at the book. Taking this book in his hands, he read what was written in it and asked Davin if he really wanted to get his feature of the blessing of the King of the Gnomes through the methods described in this book, since the main character still had not acquired the image. Will you help me? Davin immediately asked, sitting at the table and folding his arms across his chest. Throwing the book on the table, Ravan replied that he would help if this book was not a collection of nonsense, although, after that, he spread his arms out to the sides and with a wide smile on his face said that he would have to direct the flow, and the latter would have to meditate next to him, after which he added that in essence, the protagonist would have to trust him with his life, after which he asked if there would be any problems with that. Davin immediately replied that Ravan had sworn his allegiance to him. Surprised, Ravan looked at his cousin. Leaving the memories, he continued to look at his cousin, who was trying to create another loop. In his head, he asked himself if he could trust the protagonist with his life if he would be in his cousin's place. No, he definitely couldn't, he answered immediately. There was a ridiculous smile on his face and beads of sweat were running down his chin. He said in his head with displeasure that his cousin was making him look pathetic again, when suddenly he added that it was not so bad because for the first time, loss felt so good. He looked at Davin, who was so tense that his whole body was covered in sweat. In his head, Ravan continued to say that the mana was without an image, and then asked himself who would have thought that the heir apparent would use such a crazy method. Davin was very focused. Suddenly, Julian behind him excitedly told him not to be willful and to do everything more slowly. Davin looked at Julian with one eye displeased and asked if he really was still scolding him, and then said that Julian himself suggested using Ravan's help to acquire the trait. A frightened Julian, with beads of cold sweat running down his face, screamed, asking why he could not scold the protagonist when he continued to do whatever his heart desired. Suddenly, Ravan, stretching out a finger, reprimanded Davin, saying that he was too abrupt, and then told him to slow down. The protagonist remembered his past body and told Julian that he lived his past life like this, explaining that he could not achieve anything without risking his life. Sometimes you have to take risks and move on, he told Julian. After these words, another loop was suddenly created. Julian screamed in horror that at this rate the protagonist would simply die. Davin was determined. The ends of the magic loop were stretching towards each other. In a second, the ends were a few centimeters apart. In his head, Davin said that the flow would be complete if he simply connected it. There was very little left until the ends were completely connected. Noticing this, Ravan immediately rushed towards his cousin, screaming that it was too early. At that very second, the ends connected. I did it, the protagonist screamed contentedly to himself, and there was a joyful smile on his face, when suddenly the ends diverged. At that very second, a huge and powerful explosion was heard. Ravan flew into the bed from this, breaking it. He was shaking in pain. At this time in Khan's office, he asked Versa, is it true that there was about 6 months left until the next entry into the Crimson Fortress? Yes, that's right, the girl answered. Then Khan said that the protagonist had already defeated a 2-star martial artist, so it should be a piece of cake for Davin. Agitated, Versu suddenly said quietly and slowly that she thought so. At that moment, Ravan jumped to his feet and ran to the protagonist, asking if he was okay. Raising his hand and waving it, Davin said that he was alive. An angry Ravan immediately said that he had overdone it. It took him half a year, and although the protagonist was insanely fast, it would still take him at least 2 months. 1 month, Khan said. Versa looked at the head of the family in surprise. Tell Davin, Khan said, looking at the girl. To defeat the Crimson Demon in 1 month, he continued with complete seriousness in his voice. At that time, the protagonist was lying under a pile of books. What did I just tell you? Julian asked discontentedly and angrily. Opening his eyes and throwing the book off his face, Davin, surprised, said that he thought he had reincarnated again. At that moment, someone was walking towards the protagonist's room. It was the chief chamberlain, who was going to report that the protagonist had only 1 month to complete the initiation ceremony. She was very tense. A drop of sweat was running down her face. She was saying to herself that Davin did not have much time. A few seconds later, she opened the doors to the protagonist's room, asking if Davin was here. Suddenly, she was horrified by what she saw. It was as if a hurricane had passed through the room. Everything was destroyed. The protagonist was sitting on a broken table, and Sari was treating his wounds. At that very second, a terrifyingly strong aura enveloped the room. Raelsa was seriously asking what had happened here. Ravan was terrified to the point of shaking. He realized that the chief chamberlain, who had 7 stars, was in front of them. The protagonist immediately extended his hand forward and tried to justify himself by saying that he was just meditating a little here. Don't lie, at that very moment Sari screamed in worry. She folded her arms and, with tears in her eyes, screamed that she didn't know anything about mana, but meditation definitely didn't lead to this. After Sari's words, Davin looked away in confusion and scratched his cheek, laughing awkwardly. Raelsa looked at the protagonist, saying in her head that Davin's attitude towards others was definitely different from the previous master. After that, Raelsa exhaled heavily and said that she couldn't continue asking, as he said not to worry, but after that, the protagonist looked at Raelsa questioningly. Looking at Davin, she said with complete seriousness in her voice that no matter what kind of meditation this was, Davin should hurry because the head of the family gave him a message. You must complete the initiation ceremony in 1 month, Raelsa said after a short pause. Hearing this, Davin and Ravan were shocked. Suddenly, Julian said that as far as he knew, father had never moved the time frame before. I see, the protagonist said to himself, looking at the floor, then added, then it means, after which he fell silent for a while. He has big plans for me, the protagonist continued after a few seconds, raising his head and smiling contentedly. At this time, Raelsa had already turned around and was about to leave, but finally decided to say that when a month had passed from this day, she would personally accompany the protagonist as a protector. She looked over her shoulder at Davin and said that she expected him to train with all his might until that day. In her head, she prayed for the protagonist to defeat the demon. Ravan looked at Davin in confusion and said to himself that he would be able to receive the blessing of the Dwarf King in at least 2 months. Suddenly, Davin, raising his hand up, decisively said that with 1 month, it was better to hurry. But before he could finish speaking, Sari grabbed his hand. She held Davin's hand and with tears in her eyes begged him not to strain himself too much. Looking at the servants, the protagonist smiled broadly and said, okay, when suddenly he noticed something strange, looking at Sari. A weak aura emanated from the girl. Looking at her, Davin wondered if it was mana. He was a little shocked by this. He understood that Sari had a huge amount of it. Okay, Sari suddenly screamed, not having received a proper answer. Frightened, the protagonist immediately promised that he would be more careful, after which he asked the girl to leave because he needed to discuss something with Ravan. Sari instantly went out the door, closing it behind her. Immediately after that, Ravan jumped up from his seat, saying that 1 month was not enough, so he needed to find another way. Davin did not answer, when suddenly a stream of mana appeared in his hands again. He began to create loops again. A few seconds later, a mana chain was in front of him, fully connected and having many loops. Davin, with a sly smile on his face, asked Ravan if this was the right mana chain. Seeing this, the cousin screamed in shock. Did the protagonist really manage to complete the flow? This time I did it, he answered with a satisfied voice, holding the mana chain in front of him. After that, he added that with this he would be able to quickly begin the manifestation. Surprised, Julian said that he knew that capable people can do anything. God, said shocked Ravan. The protagonist's eyes were burning with scarlet fire. There was a crazy smile on his face. He said that there was no need to wait a month, after which he offered to exceed his father's expectations. 2 weeks later, it was daytime outside. The sun was shining all around. In the forest, among the trees, were Davin, Ravan, and Julian. The protagonist concentrated and folded his hands, concentrating the energy. Holding his hands in front of him, he said that he would now begin the manifestation of the feature. Ravan, although worried, still nodded quickly. Frightened, Julian looked at the protagonist, waiting. When suddenly Davin looked up at his cousin and said that there could be an explosion, like last time, after which he suggested that he take a step back. Ravan, with a smile on his face and excitement in his eyes, said that he had to see Davin's success with his own eyes. Okay, the protagonist replied, smiling. Julian, folding his arms over his chest and grinning, said that he was definitely loyal to Davin. After that, the protagonist lowered his head and said that he was starting. Immediately after these words, a chain of mana appeared in front of him. In a few seconds, he reconnected it into a correct chain. Suddenly, the loops began to disconnect from each other. Having finally come off, a pattern of many circles appeared. While Davin was doing this, Juwon looked back, asking what this feeling was. A huge warrior appeared. Raising his head, Julian saw a giant dwarf king. His eyes were burning, he was staring at the protagonist. An incredibly strong energy emanated from him. He was majestic and powerful. Julian was very scared, he immediately understood who this warrior was. He wondered where he got the ability to see gods of such a level. the Dwarf King took his huge hammer in his hands. A second later, he brought it behind his head and swung it at Davin. Julian screamed loudly in fear, closed his eyes and covered his head with his hands. The protagonist was calm. The blow of a huge hammer passed over all three. Powerful magic enveloped them. Davin was still calm, not losing concentration. Incredible power enveloped him, when suddenly he opened his eyes. In front of him was his completed chain of mana, but enclosed in another large circle. "This," Davin said in surprise, looking at the chain. "A blessing from the king of the dwarves," Ravan said joyfully, standing next to the main character, after which he added that this is the first of the blessings of protection, strengthening the body, and this is a step below the steel man. Ravan smiled contentedly, looking at his cousin. In his head, he was surprised that Davin really did it, adding that it did not even take a month, and the main character already received a blessing from the king of the dwarves. The huge king of the dwarves still towered over the forest. Frightened Julian looked at the god and said that he could return. Davin looked at his hands with a joyful smile on his face and said that with this he would be able to surpass in sword control, adding that he had laid the foundation for subduing the Crimson Demon. After that, he looked at Ravan and with a kind smile on his face and warmth in his eyes thanked him. Ravan lowered his head and, grinning, said that Davin would thank him after he dealt with the Crimson Demon, when suddenly the protagonist said that there was one more request that he would like to ask. Ravan, hearing this, looked at his cousin in surprise. 2 days later, it was daytime outside. The sun was shining brightly. A luxurious carriage drove up to the mansion. The protagonist, dressed in full dress, stood nearby and, holding his hand on his sword, said with a smile on his face that it was time to go to the lair of the Crimson Demon. Approaching the carriage, where Railsa was already standing, Davin apologized to her for the unexpected request, saying later that he had decided to exceed his father's expectations. Frightened and worried, Railsa looked at the protagonist. Cold sweat was running down her face. She wondered if everything would be okay since Davin had not used the full term. "What was this?" the protagonist suddenly asked, interrupting Railsa's worries. She immediately answered that she had protected those undergoing the initiation rite 3 times. She remembered the figures of all those undergoing and firmly said that the protagonist's father, brothers, as well as others in the history of the Adanka family, there was not a single one who failed this test. There were no more worries or agitations on her face. With complete seriousness in her eyes and voice, she told Davin not to be careless during the test. In her head, she said that Sarvana's son should not be the first to fail. The protagonist smiled madly in response to what he heard, and his eyes lit up with a bright scarlet fire. He immediately told Railsa not to worry about anything, because he would be able to defeat the Crimson Demon without any problems. After a while, the carriage was already driving along the road. Davin, Railsa, and Julian were sitting in it. The protagonist, folding his arms across his chest, said to himself discontentedly that a guard was useless on such a mission. Then Julian, holding his hand in front of him, said that the Crimson Demon would drop loot, and Railsa was here to keep an eye on Davin. The dissatisfied protagonist turned to Julian and said that he did not understand why the same thing should be passed down from generation to generation just to prove one's abilities. Julian, exhaling heavily and clutching his head, said that so much had changed in 500 years. "Have you studied the Crimson Demon?" Railsa suddenly asked. The guys were very surprised by such a question. Her face was full of seriousness. Looking at the protagonist, Railsa asked if Davin knew that having 3 stars or higher was the first requirement to subdue the Crimson Demon, and then added that she felt like Davin hadn't reached 3 stars. Julian, who was worried, immediately said that if he thought about it, Davin had never asked about the Crimson Demon. The protagonist then told Railsa not to worry. In his head, he was saying that the Crimson Demon was the very first monster he had defeated. He smiled wickedly and, looking at Railsa, said that he didn't even need to study this monster. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and lowered his head, closing his eyes. Railsa suddenly said that even with the protagonist's unusual form of swordsmanship, Davin should not let his guard down. A drop of sweat trickled down her face. She bowed her head and said that she didn't think she was a very cheerful person, but before she could finish speaking, Davin interrupted her, raising his head and asking why Railsa was trying so hard to help him, to which she, folding her arms over her legs, immediately said that it was because she was a guard and observer at this test. "Stealing money," Davin said firmly. There was firmness and confidence in what he said in his eyes. There was a sly smile on his face. "Were you really trying to hide it?" he asked Railsa. The girl immediately tried to justify herself, saying that she simply didn't have enough. Then Davin said that he couldn't stop thinking about it. After a short pause, he asked if Railsa had intentionally shown him her weakness, which he was able to take advantage of. Hearing this, Railsa was very surprised. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She bashfully lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Keeping his arms folded on his chest, Davin continued to say that if you don't want to talk about it, then you don't have to. Suddenly, the horses stopped and raised their heads, neighing loudly. "We have arrived," Davin immediately said. "Yes," Railsa confirmed, turning around. They both got out of the carriage. Looking at where they had arrived, the protagonist looked around in surprise. Could this really be the Crimson Demon's lair? He asked. They had arrived at a place in the forest that was filled with ruins. Railsa then explained that this place did not have a specific name, but people called it the Old Temple. Temple, Davin asked again in surprise. Standing behind, Railsa, closing her eyes, answered that it was a memorial to the first head of the Arslan family, after which she added that it was erected after he destroyed one of the followers of the archdemon Davin. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and said that this Arslan again, adding that the Crimson Demon could not be a mere coincidence. "Me," Railsa suddenly said, grabbing the hilt of his sword. "Ready," she added, smiling contentedly. At that very moment, a powerful magical aura enveloped her. A moment later, she raised her sword up, and powerful magic was released into the sky. A pillar of magic struck the sky, creating a barrier. A few seconds later, it enveloped the battlefield in the shape of a sphere. Julian looked at what was happening in surprise, asking if this was really a mana barrier. With a smile on his face, Davin explained that the barrier was set up so that only one monster could pass through it. Suddenly, a head with glowing eyes peeked out from behind a destroyed column. A few seconds later, the Crimson Demon emerged from behind it, a huge monster with a scythe. It immediately screamed furiously. Davin immediately grabbed his sword, telling Railsa to watch carefully. Pulling the sword out of its sheath, he looked over the girl's shoulder and added that she should not miss a single detail when she reported, because now he would prove his worth to the Adanka family. The Crimson Demon was already flying towards the protagonist. He brought the scythe behind his head, preparing to strike. Frightened, Julian asked Davin to dodge and then use the sword. The protagonist, with a sly smile on his face, replied that he would not do that, because creating distance would be advantageous for the owner of a longer weapon. "And for us," he immediately said, after which he took a stance, preparing to push off the ground. "It would be better to get closer," he added, rushing at the demon. Seeing this, the Crimson Demon was very surprised. Before he could strike, he had to defend himself with his scythe from the protagonist's blow. Davin's eyes were burning. He screamed that the demon should not even think of swinging this scythe. Immediately after that, he made several more powerful blows without reducing the pressure. Davin attacked the demon without stopping. In her head, Railsa said that in a fight against an enemy with a large weapon, the best solution would be to get close. She watched the pressure the protagonist exerted on the demon. She kept asking herself how many people could use this technique perfectly at the age of 14. She saw a crazy smile on Davin's face. Railsa said to herself that the protagonist looked like a man who had already subdued the Crimson Demon many times. A strong magical aura enveloped Davin. He said to himself that the Dwarf King's specialty was incredible because he could move so much with an untrained body. But all this, he said to himself, attacking the Crimson Demon, was just the beginning of finding the path of the sword. When suddenly Davin stepped on a huge scythe with his foot. The demon was very surprised by this. A second later, Davin pushed off from it, jumping far away. Stopping, he understood that the time had come. Time to increase the distance. He was about 10 meters away from the demon, who was very angry. Looking at the enraged demon, Davin realized that he was very aggressive, but the demon must be tired due to constant defense. The next attack will definitely be significant, he realized, and also have a lot of trouble. Immediately after these words, the Crimson Demon raised a huge scythe, preparing to strike. Davin immediately stood in a stance. He saw the right trajectory of movement. He saw the angry face of the demon and said to himself that against an opponent who is open from all sides, it will be even easier to find the path of the sword. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with a bright scarlet fire, and his sword was enveloped in strong magical power. Davin screamed in his head that he would get rid of the recoil of the sword skill with the help of a feature. All the necessary movements were drawn in his eyes. He used the sword skill, after which he immediately used body strengthening. Before he could make a strike, the demon was cut by strong and fast blows filled with enormous magical power. The protagonist looked incredible. An incredibly strong energy enveloped him. The Crimson Demon's soul was immediately absorbed into a small sphere. A second later, nothing was left of the demon. Davin was still standing in a striking stance when the sphere had already fallen to the ground. Lowering his sword and straightening up, the protagonist smiled widely and asked if Railsa had seen everything. The girl was speechless. Beads of sweat were running down her face. There was excitement in her eyes. In her head, she asked herself if the protagonist really didn't know. When suddenly something strange began to happen around the sphere. It began to fill with power again. Railsa said to herself that the Crimson Demon could not be defeated with one blow. The demon's furious and mad eyes appeared again. Because he has, Railsa continued, 2 lives, she added with horror in her voice. At that very second, the Crimson Demon appeared behind Davin again. holding a huge scythe behind his head, preparing to strike. And a second later, a quick slash of the scythe was at the neck of the protagonist, who did not suspect anything. Raelsa suddenly screamed in fear, warning the master. The protagonist immediately looked back. Vincent ducked and managed to dodge the demon's attack. Looking at the demon, the protagonist grinned, because he had not changed in 500 years. Suddenly, the demon's scythe appeared in front of him, shocking him. Vincent barely managed to jump back and dodge the blow. He began to worry, realizing that the demon was too fast. Starting to examine the demon, the protagonist noted the changes that had occurred in his appearance and realized that they had nevertheless developed over 500 years. Raelsa, who was standing to the side, became worried, because when the crimson demon fell into a rage, his speed and strength improved. Vincent crouched when the demon attacked him again. He jumped into the air, dodging the attack. The protagonist frowned, realizing that the enemy was dangerous to him. Looking at the approaching demon, Vincent thought, because the escape route was blocked by a wall. The demon swung his scythe, cutting through the wall behind the protagonist. Vincent gritted his teeth, dodging the blow, while Julian shouted at him. When Vincent looked at the gap, he was shocked to see a barrier. While Julian was nervous, suggesting a change of plan, Vincent calmed him down, saying that they must first force the demon to lower his guard. The protagonist looked closely at the demon, telling Julian that the demon was thinking exactly like him, trying to drive it into a corner in order to deliver a decisive blow. When the demon frowned, the protagonist told Julian that it was only when the demon was fully prepared that he would carry out his plan. Raelsa had been watching from the sidelines all this time. She clenched her fist, realizing that she was an observer of the initiation and her intervention would mean her master's defeat. Raelsa was very nervous, mentally asking Sarvan not to let her ruin his son's future. Raelsa couldn't help but imagine Sarvan telling her that she was very strong and that she was wasting her potential here, after which Sarvana asked her to join her journey to become a martial artist. A beaten Raelsa looked at Sarvan with a puzzled expression. She had left her family and was surviving by stealing on the border of the country. Kneeling in front of her, Raelsa thought that it was already shocking enough for her to meet such a strong master, but she had also asked her to join her. She had taken her for a madwoman. Suddenly, Sarvana smiled widely and introduced herself. She then looked at Khan and Versa, asking for their opinion. Khan and Versa agreed a moment later. At that moment, Raelsa lowered her head a little. Maybe she also lost her mind due to the head wound during the fight, or maybe she was just tired of the life of a thief. When she shook Sarvan's hand, Raelsa thought that it might be because she was influenced by the girl's bravery. The girl was a little embarrassed standing in front of the group. She eventually joined them in their adventure to become a legend of Adanka. In their adventure, they encountered huge monsters. One day, a huge ogre swung a club at her, but Raelsa was not afraid of it. The girl smiled, asking for forgiveness from the ogre because she was not the main character. At the same time, Sarvana's hair fluttered in the air. Sarvana bounced off the trees and managed to get behind the ogre. She smiled, praising Raelsa. A moment later, the girl cut off the ogre's head. Looking at her landing, Raelsa admitted to herself that she was strong and brave. Sarvana smiled, saying that their mission to conquer was complete. Raelsa was shocked by this. In her hopeless life, Sarvana became the sun. Raelsa closed her eyes, calling Sarvana beautiful. The events are transferred to the day of Sarvan's death. Then Raelsa personally covered her face with a cloth. Raelsa held the newborn sadly along with her husband and servants. She cried because of the death of her mistress. The sudden cry of the child made her turn her attention to him. The child cried uncontrollably as if he knew what had happened. Raelsa, who was crying, calmed down, realizing that now was not the time to be sad because her mistress left behind this child. Raelsa cried again, deciding to protect this child from the cruel life of the child heir of the main family of Adanka until he becomes a respected master of martial arts. Events take us 10 years into the future to the same Adanka family mansion. Loa, having hit her brother, mockingly told him not to pretend to be her friend because he was a loser. She smiled contemptuously, telling her brother to treat her formally. Vincent, standing up, expressed his consent. Loa began to laugh at her brother while Raelsa watched everything from the side. She frowned because over 14 years she had counted hundreds of cases of bullying and was already thinking about leaving. Events take us to Wilson standing near the head's door. Raelsa, who suddenly appeared behind her, greatly frightened the guy, saying that he was inventive in his stupid behavior. Frightened, Wilson fell to the floor, saying that he acted like a servant of the young master Vincent because he was recognized by the head of the family himself. Raelsa frowned, finally receiving hope. Events return us to the present, at the moment when the demon again swung at the protagonist. The demon, grinning terribly, struck again. Vincent was calm, looking at the enemy's approaching scythe. A moment later, his lips parted and he decided to act now. Suddenly, Ravan ran past Raelsa in armor. She was very surprised by this. Sparks flew in all directions from the clash of two blades. Ravan blocked the demon's attack with his sword. He clenched his teeth, straining to protect his master. Raelsa looked at Ravan blocking the demon's attack, saving his master. She was very shocked, wondering if Ravan had planned from the beginning to help the young master in the battle against the Crimson Demon. Ravan and Vincent smiled. Ravan told the protagonist to end this before he dropped his sword. Vincent abruptly sat up and began to meditate. Mana immediately began to gather around him. Raelsa was worried, not understanding why the protagonist decided to meditate in such a situation. Watching Vincent close his eyes, the girl internally exclaimed, "Because if Ravan is pushed away, and even if something insignificant touches Vincent, he will die." The Crimson Demon frowned at this time, continuing his onslaught. Ravan bared his teeth, telling the demon not to look at Vincent because he was the one blocking him. The blacksmith grabbed his sword more tightly and swung it, throwing the enemy back. The demon growled in displeasure after that. He swung his scythe again. Ravan, smiling widely, stood up, telling the demon that since Vincent did not lose, he was his prey. The blacksmith blocked the demon's scythe with his sword again. Pretending that it was easy for him, Raven told the demon that he was weaker than he thought. But a moment later, the demon shocked him, delivering a flurry of blows. The blacksmith gritted his teeth, seeing cracks on the sword. Looking at the demon swinging, the blacksmith realized that it was aiming for his sword. A moment later, Raven's sword was destroyed. He cursed inwardly, very angry. Looking at the demon again, Raven knew that he could not protect Vincent without his sword. But even so, he managed to grab the opponent's scythe with his hands. His body trembled from the tension as he held back the demon's attack. Seeing the scythe approaching him, Raven began to worry. He suddenly began to shout, calling out for Vincent. Suddenly, an arc of mana flashed through space, and the protagonist praised Raven. Raven was shocked by the flow of mana that appeared in front of him. The protagonist, standing behind, cut the demon in half with a swing of his sword using sword art. After the demon's death, only the core remained. But an instant later, even that began to crack. And an instant later, the fragments began to separate from the sphere. And then the sphere completely shattered into pieces. The protagonist praised Ravan and he smiled, saying that he even felt sorry for the Crimson Demon. Vincent looked at Rails when she asked if this was his plan. Approaching Vincent, the girl congratulated him, but also warned him, saying that the leader would hardly like his prank because he was going to exceed his father's expectations. The protagonist covered his eyes, telling Rails that she was jumping to conclusions prematurely. Then he pointed to the red spot in the barrier, saying that she created a mana barrier so that only one monster could enter, and since the first died, the other would come here for them. Suddenly, the demon's hand broke through the barrier, and then the demon completely created a hole in the barrier. Starting to move away, the protagonist said that the victory she just saw was for Ravan to prove his resolve. The protagonist took the crystal in his hand, saying that now is the time to test himself. A moment later, Vincent bit off a piece of the crystal. The mana in his body was fully restored after that. Looking at the approaching demon, the protagonist realized that even with his body strengthened, he could only use swordsmanship twice. Vincent stood motionless as the demon approached him, having recently meditated only to determine the effectiveness of the miracle stone. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist asked his body to endure. A moment later, he swung the sword, using swordsmanship. Looking at the core, he determined when it would regenerate. As the demon began to regenerate, the protagonist told himself that with an opponent who had so many open spaces, he would be able to find the path of the sword much easier. A moment later, the demon's head was cut open. The protagonist used swordsmanship again, cutting the demon and its core. Raelsa was surprised by the cut core of the demon in front of her. She closed her eyes, realizing that her fears were in vain. At the same time, Vincent barely stood up after swinging the sword. He suddenly started coughing up blood. Julian appeared next to Vincent, asking him what kind of swordsmanship was that his body came to such a state after using it a couple of times. The protagonist told him that if it weren't for the feature, meditation, and the miracle stone, it would have been impossible. Julian worriedly told Vincent to rest, but refused, telling him that here, just like at the meeting of true swords, the real winner is the one who stands firmly on his feet until the very end. The protagonist lowered his head, telling himself that he will never fall. Raelsa saw this and smiled. The barrier began to dissipate. The huge formation began to fly apart into fragments, and a huge summoning circle appeared above them. Raven was very surprised by this. Julian became worried, not understanding what was happening. Raelsa grabbed Hermes, starting to worry because there was no information about the summoning circle during the initiation ceremony. Suddenly, the stones around them began to be attracted to the crystal in the air. Soon, the eye of the formed golem began to glow brightly. Raelsa frowned, realizing that it was the Guardian's relic. The huge stone serpent began to hiss at them. Looking at the stone guardian, Raelsa realized that since no one could find it, it must have been created along with the temple. Raelsa held her sword in front of her, ordering the guardian to tell the member of the main Adanka family about his mission and to show respect. but the guardian only opened his mouth and rushed towards her. Realizing the futility of words, the girl screamed, asking Ravan to take Vincent and leave. Vincent nervously grabbed Vincent and accepted the order. Raelsa remained in place to fight the guardian. Steam came out of her mouth as she called her swordsmanship Beladian. The sound of the blow from behind shocked Raven and Julian. They both looked back worriedly. A huge snake lay behind them, having swallowed the chamberlain. Suddenly, the snake exclaimed, feeling something. A moment later, its body was suddenly covered in ice. In one part, the ice began to crack, and a second later, Raelsa swung her sword and completely cut it. Raven was greatly shocked by what he saw. Looking at Raelsa approaching, he realized that this was the level of the 7 stars. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes, saying that this was not all. He glanced to the side, saying that the enemy was not dead yet. The protagonist swung his sword sharply, sending a wave of mana towards the enemy. Raelsa was slightly puzzled when the wave of mana hit the pillar behind. Julian and Raven were suddenly worried about the protagonist's action. Raelsa glanced at Vincent, not understanding why he pointed his sword into the void. Suddenly, her eyes widened, she realized something. She turned around to see the stone monster, realizing that it was the guard's true form. As it rushed towards the boys, Raelsa became worried. The monster began to squeak, approaching the boys. The chamberlain crouched, using the blessed feature of the Milky Way Wanderer. She suddenly accelerated, rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, she was near her masters, and she cut the monster, frightening Raven. As Raven and the protagonist fell to the ground, Raelsa asked them if they were okay, to which Raven hesitantly replied that they were fine. The girl frowned, thinking that she did not sense the presence of the guard's true form due to the fact that this building was old. Now she did not understand how her young master was able to do so. Vincent suddenly looked forward, asking the chief chamberlain to look forward. A chest stood in the middle of the ruins ahead, guarded by a guard. The events take us a little forward, to the moment when Raelsa opened the chest. Sitting on the ruins, the protagonist asked Raelsa what was there. Taking out a huge bone, the girl called it a dragon bone left by the first head of Arslan himself. Julian and the protagonist were happy, because a dragon bone was an incredibly rare relic, and it seemed to be the reason why Arslan created the initiation rite. Suddenly, Raelsa knelt down on one knee, asking Vincent to take the bone. She closed her eyes, saying that out of all the Adanka family members who came here, he was the one who found the relic, so it was his. Looking at the chief chamberlain, the protagonist said that such a trophy should be bestowed upon the family through the church, and they would get into trouble if anyone found out about this prank. After the chamberlain said that she could handle it, the protagonist drew his blade, saying that in that case they would do so. The protagonist swung his blade, cutting the bone. Taking one piece of bone, Vincent said that he was now an accomplice. Raelsa was shocked when the protagonist handed her the bone, saying that he could not have gotten it without her help, so she had to take it. The chamberlain smiled, thanking her young master. The events are transferred to the Cemetery of Swords. In the middle of this cemetery stood Khan. Raelsa approached him and bowed, saying that she returned from the enlightenment rite that the young master had undergone. Khan, standing in front of his father's grave, said that this should be reported to the church. Raelsa told him that she saw something significant about this, so she came to him. Khan glanced at the girl, expressing his interest. The girl straightened up, saying that Raven was influenced by the young master. He even risked his life to withstand the attack of the Crimson Demon, and besides this, Vincent successfully coped with the subjugation. Khan closed his eyes, asking if this meant that it was too difficult for Vincent and he had to resort to tricks. But a moment later, Khan was shocked to hear that after that, his son single-handedly defeated another Crimson Demon. After saying this, the girl held out the dragon bone, saying that Vincent had found the bone left by the first head Arslan, and this, its half, he shared with her. Turning around, the surprised father asked Raelsa if his son had done it himself. The girl answered him, saying that Vincent had cut it with his sword. The chamberlain was surprised when Khan informed her of one omission. Frowning, the head of the family ordered to break the dragon bone. Surprised, Raelsa accepted the order. She struck the dragon bone in an instant. But then she was puzzled, not seeing any damage. Raelsa began to accumulate mana, asking the head for forgiveness for his impudence. A moment later, she dealt a powerful blow to the bone. But the bone was only covered in ice and was not damaged in any way. A moment later, the ice completely shattered into pieces. Khan frowned and turned around, saying that only a top-class blacksmith could break a dragon bone. Then the head of the family looked at the grave again, turning to his father. Looking at his sword, he said that his turn would soon come. Raelsa looked at Khan's back, telling her to take care of the protagonist, who had acquired a special power. Khan and Raelsa remained standing in front of the grave of the former head of the family. Events take us to a crying Wilson turning to Vincent. Sari looked at Wilson, reminding him of the rest that the young master needs after the conquest, and therefore he should be quieter. An excited Wilson asked Vincent if he really needed to go to the Crimson Fortress. Sari answered him instead of Vincent, saying that he could not let him go alone. The frightened servant told Sari that the Crimson Fortress was full of scary monsters and even scarier martial artists. Sari glanced at Wilson, asking if the street thug Wilson was afraid of monsters. Julian was a little confused when the protagonist, who had been watching the argument, asked if he hadn't noticed yet. The protagonist then pointed at Sari, saying that there was mana coming from her body. Julian was surprised, saying that he couldn't feel it, but after living with her for so many years, he would have definitely noticed. The protagonist told him that he had seen a similar flow of mana 500 years ago. Vincent surprised Sari by asking what her last name was. A moment later, he exclaimed when Sari said that she was from the destroyed Hisley family. The protagonist immediately realized that the girl had a magical body. Julian raised his hand asking what kind of magical body it was. Vincent answered him, telling him about the Hisley family who studied mana and the body, and they were the ones who learned about the divine sacrum. The Hisley family members have an ability called the magical body. Like the divine sacrum, it allowed the owner's body to be filled with mana. Julian cried out, asking Vincent if the magical body prevents death from the sacrum, to which he received an affirmative answer from Vincent. When the protagonist asked the girl about her relatives, she wilted, and Wilson angrily asked him if he knew why Sari came here. Despondently, Sari said that her grandmother had died and she was the only relative she knew. Vincent immediately apologized to the girl upon learning about this. She said a little excitedly that nothing terrible had happened because he had been through a lot, from the collection of true swords to the initiation rite. Julian was thoughtful, asking why such a family would just break up like that. Vincent answered him, saying that it could be the work of the Samian family. It made sense if the Samian were trying to hide the existence of the sacrum, which is why they needed to destroy the ones who discovered it, the Hisley family. Suddenly, Sari stuck out a finger, saying that there was another person from the Hisley family, but she died, and she was Vincent's mother, Lady Sarvana. Julian exclaimed upon hearing this. Vincent and Julian simultaneously said that they did not know about this. Sari stood in front of the table, saying that it was because it was forbidden to mention Lady Sarvana's name out loud, because the head always looked sad when he heard her name. At the same time, Khan stood in front of the window and thought. He was saddened, remembering the past. Putting her hand on her heart, Sari said that Lady Sarvana hired people without discrimination, even from their broken families, and it was because of her that they were here. Even the head chamberlain, who had previously been in dire straits until Lady Sarvana personally brought her to the Adanka family. Julian smiled, calling his mother a fine person. Vincent agreed with him, saying that it also meant that Railsa had been spying on them because of his mother. Suddenly, Railsa knocked on the door, calling the young master. Entering the room, the chamberlain informed Ravan of her departure. The events take us to Ravan standing in front of the forest. Approaching him, the protagonist asked him if he had left. Ravan answered him by saying that they had already killed the Crimson Demon and he could not stay here forever. Ravan was glad when Vincent asked for one favor. Raising his hand, Vincent asked to look into the history of the Hisley family from 500 years ago, because it seemed to him that it had been changed. Ravan smiled and asked if it was like first love at the water mill. Vincent answered him, saying that it was something similar and it should stay. Ravan shook Vincent's hand, accepting his request. The protagonist smiled, offering Ravan to meet again. He told him that by then he will be stronger and will not disgrace him. Soon Raven said goodbye and walked away. Vincent watched Raven ask Railsa if her kindness was a way to repay a debt to his mother. She did not make excuses, admitting it. Turning, the protagonist asked Railsa one favor, not as Sarvana's son, but as Vincent Adanka. He looked resolutely at the chamberlain, asking her to train him until he left for the Crimson Fortress. Railsa was surprised to hear the request. A moment later, she closed her eyes, asking Sarvana if her loyalty to her could be dedicated to her son. Remembering Sarvan, the girl said that she never heard a response from her and apologized for her weak resolve. A moment later, she enveloped herself in mana, telling the protagonist that she would not be soft on him. Vincent also enveloped himself in mana, saying that he was counting on her. The events take us to the training ground. Standing in front of Vincent, the chamberlain said that he could obtain a feature without having an image, but to do so, he must link the chain with mana and a feature. Taking the sword into Rail's hands, she said that since the protagonist asked her as a martial artist, she would tell him everything for free. The protagonist was surprised, asking Rails if she would use the sword from the initiation rite. Closing her eyes, the chamberlain told Vincent that she would take that sword when he was worthy of it. Pointing her sword at the protagonist, Railsa said that he only had 5 months before being sent to the Red Fortress, and if he could wound her even once, she would give him a trait. She chuckled, telling the protagonist to try to hurt her with his strange sword path. Vincent became worried, saying that such a wound could be dangerous. After all, she saw what happened to Ravan. In an instant, Railsa appeared in front of Vincent, asking if she was like Ravan. The protagonist frowned at the girl's trait. He immediately swung his sword, forcing the chamberlain to retreat. Enveloping herself in mana, Railsa said that she was also familiar with the sword path and therefore did not plan to give him a chance to use it. A worried Vincent, who had just been aimed at the eye, admitted that it was dangerous. Upon landing, the Chamberlain said that she had heard of Vincent and Dylan's friendship and that they would ask him for help if needed. Upon hearing her, Vincent asked if she had been too ruthless. Smiling sweetly, Railsa reminded him that she had already said this, she would not be soft on him. The events move us forward a week. The protagonist and Railsa were sparring on the training ground. Vincent gritted his teeth in irritation. Appearing behind the protagonist, Railsa told him that he was too slow. A moment later, an explosion of mana occurred in the protagonist's place. Standing in front of the shocked Vincent, the Chamberlain said that 2 attacks of sword technique, and if he continued, he would only overexert himself, so they would stop here. Returning the blade to its sheath, the girl told Vincent that he was getting better and better, and now she would call Sari and Wilson. Looking at the almost destroyed blade, the girl did not know how many times she had changed it in the last few days. She decided to go to the blacksmith. When she came to him, Railsa said that the title of master was not the only thing he had lost since their last meeting. Railsa slightly bowed her head and said that it would be tragic if he supplied trash to the Adanka family arsenal. Hansen turned around and raised his glasses looking at the newcomer. Hansen raised his glasses and asked if she was a follower of Sarvan. He lowered the hammer and asked her what purpose she had in coming to bother him in the middle of the night, to which Arvelsa handed him the bag and asked him to look at what she had brought. From the bag, with a dull clang, fell hacked and scratched swords. Arvelsa frowned and said that she had been using these swords for the last week, and she had only used them in sparring, so they could not allow him to supply them with such fragile swords. Hansen thoughtfully straightened his mustache and said that he understood the woman's puzzlement, but it was strange to him too. Railsa was taller than Hansen, so the man had to look up to ask if she had fought a monster with sharp teeth or maybe a martial artist with 9 stars or more. To which Railsa got angry and replied if he thought she might have had such a chance, and Hansen tried again to suggest that Railsa had fought a mage with more than 7 runes, to which she asked if she looked like a suicide. The man continued to suggest that maybe she had fought a great sword, to which Railsa sighed and patiently denied that suggestion. She looked at the blacksmith and said that she didn't know if he thought it was a great sword, but she had fought against young Master Vincent's Crimson Lotus. Hansen roared in rage, as he was very surprised that the fight was with Vincent, after which he called him the ugly 7th young master, and then asked why he had the Crimson Lotus at his disposal. Vincent went outside to Railsa and Hansen, and then asked why she had called him at such a late hour. The woman clasped her hands and apologized for such a late meeting, and then explained that Hansen really wanted to see the Crimson Lotus, to which he, clasping his hands in front of himself, looked at the owner with displeasure, asked if there was a reason why he could not see it, since he was the one who created it. Vincent was very surprised to see the one who forged his sword, and Julian was surprised to realize that this dwarf was Hansen himself. Hansen clenched his teeth and explained that he was the dwarf who could even summon Khan if he wanted. Julian quickly explained that Khan was a famous swordsmith and a longtime friend of his father's, as well as a former master associated with the Adanka family, to which Vincent mentally wondered what a former master meant and if that meant he was no longer one. Julian explained about the armory and how he had stopped making great swords decades ago and focused on making large quantities of regular swords, which led to the other swordsmiths looking down on him for his obsession with money, causing him to lose his honor and place in the Adanka family. Vincent smirked and thought that the dwarf was incredible, and Julian immediately wanted to know why. Vincent quickly explained about a situation where monsters were attacking people and knights with the swordsmith's swords in their hands were able to fight them off, then said that many people were able to survive thanks to this man, as he prioritized the survival of others over his honor. Vincent put his hand on his chest, bowed, introduced himself as the 7th young master of the Adanka family, Vincent, and then said that he was glad to meet the master. Hansen looked at the master approvingly, catching on to the fact that he called him master. The dwarf laughed contentedly and said that this guy certainly knew how to suck up to others, after which he apologized for meeting so late and asked if they were now even. Vincent, still bowing, said that he had not humiliated the dwarf. Hansen did not hide his surprise when he heard that he had chosen the right path. The same phrase was repeated to him many years ago by a then young Khan. They were sitting in a tavern, drinking beer, and Khan said that many would start laughing at Hansen. The man raised his mug of beer, saluted the dwarf with it, and said that he believed that Hansen's decision was correct. The dwarf narrowed his eyes and sighed heavily. Now the young man reminded him very much of his father, and in comparison, the dwarf saw their family resemblance. Hansen put his hands on his hips and said that he thought Vincent was ugly, but now he believed that it was just a rumor, to which the boy replied that he would take it as a compliment. He handed the Crimson Lotus to its creator when Hansen asked to see the sword, as he needed to check its condition. Hansen again began to stroke his mustache thoughtfully, carefully examining the sword. The dwarf handed the weapon back and asked if Vincent had used it to fight the Crimson Demon and train with the follower of Sarvan, to which he received an affirmative answer. Hansen's eyebrows drew together, as he did not understand why there was not a single scratch on the sword. The crimson lotus seemed to glow in Vincent's hands when he put it back in its sheath, and the dwarf thought that he was cutting with his own power, not the power of the sword. Hansen folded his arms again and asked about what kind of swordsmanship Vincent used, as he had to see, to which Vincent perked up at such an unexpected request. The dwarf's eyes began to glow, and he asked irritably why Vincent was hesitating. Was he really going to carry a crimson sword and say that he was too tired today to just leave? Julian nervously grabbed the guy's hand and said that he couldn't do that, as he had already used his swordsmanship skill twice today. To which Vincent mentally replied that he knew this, but it wasn't every day that he got to meet a master, and he couldn't miss this chance. Ceri's palm slowly fell on the dwarf's shoulders, and a suffocating aura blew as she turned to Hans. She abruptly turned him towards her and began to scold him for making noise while everyone was sleeping, and the dwarf began to nervously apologize. Vincent looked at the two, surprised to see that they knew each other, and Raelsa replied that Hansen donated money to children in poverty, and Ceri was one of them. The girl scolded the craftsman, and Vincent said that they were exactly like father and daughter. Ceri turned away and pouted in an offended manner, as she was upset that Hansen was coming and making a scene at another man's work, to which he tried to apologize, saying that he would return tomorrow. Vincent approached the dwarf, put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that he would come to the forge with Ceri tomorrow, to which Hansen was happy. The dwarf went to his place, waving goodbye and reminding him of his promise to bring Ceri, to which Julian awkwardly noted that he was acting stupid in the presence of his daughter. Ceri sighed happily, and Vincent, looking at her, thought that now it was clear where the kindness in her heart came from. Black smoke billowed from the blacksmith's chimney. Vincent drew his sword to the sides in an attack and exhaled sharply. He attacked in such a way that the space was cut crosswise. Ceri only exclaimed in surprise. Hansen carefully watched the young master's actions, thinking that he was using a strange technique that was similar to the technique of the Hero King and the Great Demon from Legends. The dwarf smiled contentedly and narrowed his eyes slyly, thinking that this was not bad, since now it was clear that they gave him the Crimson Lotus for a reason. Vincent finished demonstrating his technique and asked if it was enough. Hansen immediately became serious and said that it even interested him, since it was almost enough to want to make a sword for him. Vincent's eyes widened in surprise and the offer to make a sword for him. Hansen scratched the back of his head, muttering that one part was missing, and Vincent asked for an explanation. Hansen, making up his mind, exhaled and said that he had his eye on a sword for a long time, but to create it he needed a rare ingredient, to which Vincent immediately said that he would buy it. The dwarf looked at the guy with a smirk and said that this was not necessary, since this ingredient was something valuable that could not be bought for any amount of money. Vincent and Julian listened in surprise about the need for the mastodon horn. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer. The mastodon horn looked like an ordinary cow horn, except for the golden glow emanating from it. Vincent put the horn on the table and asked if Hansen could make a sword out of it, which shocked the craftsman, who could barely speak from surprise. Hansen furiously screamed about the horn, looking at the object with awe. Vincent put his finger to his lips and hissed at the dwarf, since only his father and Raelsa knew about the horn, and Hansen abruptly covered his mouth with his hands, trying to contain his emotions. Hansen looked at the young master with interest and said that he believed he was destined to meet the boy and so he would make the sword for him. Vincent pulled out his sword and said that he was wondering if it was possible to add a horn to the Crimson Lotus instead of making a new sword, to which Hansen asked why that was if he could just get a new sword. Vincent smirked and said that the sword symbolized the beginning of his father's career and that the Crimson Lotus was simply excellent and he liked it very much. Hansen took the sword carefully and noted that the guy had a gift for words, so he should come back in 3 weeks, since during this time he would insert the horn into the Crimson Lotus. After 3 weeks, Sira, Vincent, and Julian came for the sword, but the forge was engulfed in flames. It was already burning up to the roof. Vincent felt mixed emotions because the workshop was burning. The light from the flames flooded all 3 of them. The heroes froze, looking at the burning building. Ceri opened her eyes wide, pressing her hand to her chest. She asked in fear what was wrong with Mr. Hansen. Vincent frowned, telling her to pull herself together. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that the fact that the girl was so shocked meant that something unusual had most likely happened to the blacksmith before. The protagonist furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, saying that they had to save Master Hansen. Julian's eyes widened, asking what he was going to do. He wasn't going to jump into the fire. Vincent looked at the building engulfed in flames, thinking that his sword attacks would cut through anything. He would break through the door and quickly refused to go inside. The guy put his hands out to the sides, shouting that he was acting thoughtlessly, but the protagonist had already gotten into a fighting stance, holding his hand on the hilt of his sword. He frowned and bared his teeth, shouting loudly. The young man, making his way forward with sharp movements, left a bright blue light in space. He swung his sword, his eyes shining brightly. The guy was inside, sitting on one knee. He looked to the side. Julian put his hand out and pointed his finger forward. Master Hansen was sitting by the wall, his head bowed. Vincent grabbed him, telling him to hold on. Julian looked at them worriedly and said that they were late and the man was unconscious. The protagonist screamed, not understanding how this could happen. Julian's eyes widened. He turned to Vincent. The heroes looked at the bright yellow light behind them. The guy asked if it was really a crimson lotus. Julian opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it looked like the mage had filled everything around. Vincent, holding the master by the arm, said that perhaps the dragon bone was stronger than Hansen expected. Burning debris fell from the ceiling. The guy frowned, saying that first they needed to get Master Hansen out of here. The protagonist's eyes widened. The man lowered his head down. Burning parts of the building were falling in front of him. Vincent frowned and bared his teeth, thinking about what to do now. The exit was blocked. In front of the heroes was a door, blocked by burning debris. The protagonist frowned. Looking at Julian, he shouted that if they didn't think of anything, they would be completely consumed by the fire, asking what they should do. The boy floated, looking around, trying to come up with a plan. The boy widened his eyes, asking if Vincent knew any defensive techniques. The even hero repeated his words in surprise. Julian looked at the brightly shining sword, saying that the dragon bone would not be able to maintain the fire forever, to which the boy asked if he just wanted to wait. Vincent carefully put Hansen down. He frowned, saying that he knew one defensive spell that was aimed at complete protection. The boy looked at him, asking him to wait here with his help. The protagonist frowned. The image of the man behind him did the same. He told himself to remember that he was not only Vincent, but also Davin Samian. The protagonist held the sword in front of him, which left a bright light in space, raising his hands. The image of the man behind him did the same. He said, Samian Sword Technique, Chapter 1. Davin, his eyes sparkling, swung the sword, using the skill Soft Steel Destroyer, cutting through the fire around him. Bright traces remained in space around the man. His eye shone brightly. Vincent thought that the soft sword destroys steel. The quality of his mana depends on his own desire. The guy slowly lowered his hand, holding the hilt tightly, thinking that he needed to do this slowly, because he was striking the fire that was close to him with a completely silent sword. Bright traces in space cut through the flames. The protagonist said that this was Chapter 1 of the Soft Steel Destroyer. Julian opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes widened, screaming, "Oh my god." He looked around, not believing that this was really the Samian family sword technique. The young man wondered who the old man was. Vincent swung his sword, his eyes shining brightly, trying to protect himself from the flames. Dark smoke from the dying flames rose to the ceiling. Vincent was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Julian raised his head, saying that they survived. The protagonist was sitting on the stone floor, leaning on his sword. A man was lying next to him. Hansen coughed loudly. Vincent rushed to him and, with a smile on his face, asked if he was okay. Julian came closer. The man frowned, asking how they used the Samian family sword technique. Vincent smiled, saying that since the man was talking complete nonsense, then everything was fine, thinking that if the master was able to recognize it, he believed that he had not forgotten anything. Master Hansen thoughtfully twirled his beard with his fingers, saying that it was impossible. He probably dreamed it. The protagonist looked away. Julian's eyes widened. He said that the sword was finished anyway. In front of the heroes, a sword with a red decoration on the hilt was shining brightly. The man's eyes widened. He said that he had never forged a dragon bone before. How could he know that mana would flow out of nowhere and start spitting fire? The protagonist walked towards the brightly shining sword. He grabbed the hilt with both hands. Vincent's eyes widened. He raised the sword in front of him. A bright light illuminated him. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that this feeling, as if the sword resonated with him. A red seal appeared on the blade of the sword in the form of a circle and small circles inside. Master Hansen raised his eyebrows, asking why he was dumbfounded. Did they not like it? The protagonist smiled, saying that it was not so at all. The sword was incredible. Julian thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and looked away, saying that something was clearly wrong. Vincent looked away, mentally asking what was going on. The guy raised his index finger, imagining a dark silhouette on his back, saying that if this was all set up by the head of the Arslan family, then couldn't he have known that the dragon bone would behave like this? He opened his eyes wide, saying that if he were in his place, he would have left a hint along with the bone. There was a red cloth fluttering on the hilt of the sword, and a seal was visible on the blade. Julian asked if the head wouldn't have left a hint for such a case. After all, this is practice before using the next dragon bone. The protagonist said that everything is clear to him. Vincent put the sword under his arm, and smiling, asked if the master could make him a new sword. Hansen was surprised to notice that the guy already wanted a new weapon, which means he didn't like it. The protagonist stood in front of the man, saying that since he had already finished this one, the next one would be even better. Julian hovered next to him. Master Hansen sat on the floor, saying that it would take time, and he still had to clean up all this mess. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that they no longer had any bones like that. He asked if they really thought he would live to see it. Vincent smirked. Julian closed his eyes, laughing into his fist. The unusually shaped bone was shining brightly. Railsa put her hand out, placing the bone on the table in front of the master, saying that she brought him a dragon bone. As he asked, the man opened his mouth in surprise and rolled his eyes, screaming, "Another one." Master Hansen raised his eyebrows, screaming loudly, seeing another dragon bone. The girl put her finger to her nose, asking him to be quiet, because only the head of the family knew about her. The man quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Hansen smiled, saying that he was given a dragon bone, asking if Sarvana's follower was loyal without a doubt. She smiled, saying that it was only for the sake of the young master. The man took the bone in his hand and knitted his brows, loudly saying that she was able to persuade. He did not know how long it would take, but he made a perfect sword with a dragon bone. Railsa walked along the stone path with her head down, thinking that she had given up halfway. She opened her eyes wide and raised her eyebrows, thinking that the protagonist had grown a lot. She was extremely impressed by this. The girl raised her head and widened her eyes, hearing her name being called. Vincent stood in front of her and smiled happily, saying that he wanted to share it with her, but apparently took it away, asking how he could repay her. Julian was hovering behind the guy, smiling awkwardly. She put her hand to her chest and lowered her head, saying that it was not worth doing. After all, she had already received her payment for the dragon bone 14 years ago. The boy lowered his head sadly. Julian's eyes widened as he looked at her. Railsa smiled, imagining the little child and the boy whose face was hidden by his hair, saying that when he was born and cultivated as a martial artist, this was the most valuable reward for her efforts. Vincent grinned as he unsheathed his new sword, saying that she would be overjoyed. A round seal shone brightly on the tip of the sword. The hero thought about what he had decided to do when he defeated the Crimson Demon, a way to defeat Railsa, a 7-star martial artist. Vincent bared his teeth, saying that he would defeat her today and learn her specialty. Railsa unsheathed her sword and smiled, saying that she would not be soft on him. Bright appeared in space. Ice blocks began to appear. Vincent extended his hands in front of him, closing his eyes. He opened his eyes wide and bared his teeth, saying that this was not enough. Railsa hovered above him in the air, her eyes shining brightly under the shadow of her glasses. The boy looked up at her with a frightened look. The girl bowed her head, not taking her eyes off the hero, saying that he promised to defeat her, but he was not even close to victory. Railsa thrust her sword forward, but Vincent managed to block this attack by raising his blade. A strong shock wave from their contact spread around. A loud explosion thundered in the building. There was not a scratch on the protagonist's sword. The tip of the girl's sword was on it. Vincent bared his teeth and frowned, trying to prevent her from approaching his body with her sword. Railsa widened her eyes, thinking about what he managed to block, although she used mana equivalent to 4 stars. The tip of her sword rested on the guy's weapon. She thought about how her sword and her master's sword remained undamaged, although such an amount of mana usually breaks weapons. Railsa's eyes widened. A zigzag bright trace appeared in the space next to her. Vincent swung his sword sharply, leaving a bright flash behind him. Railsa threw her head back. She frowned, thinking that this time he would use completely different flows and power. The girl wondered what power the Crimson Lotus had. The protagonist frowned, raising his sword to the side. The seal on his blade shone brightly. The girl understood that the sword would not break. Thanks to the feature of the Dwarf King, the Crimson Lotus absorbs all vibrations and blows. Vincent froze, holding the brightly flaming sword tightly in his hand. Railsa thought that this was a sword that absorbed the features of its owner. This was the new power of the Crimson Lotus. The girl landed on the ground, holding the sword to the side, saying that the Crimson Lotus had become stronger, to which the young man replied that it was because Master Hansen had worked hard on it. Railsa smiled slyly. A snowstorm swirled around her. She said that in this case it would be even tougher. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that she was lost. A silhouette of a girl appeared behind the guy. He turned his head. Railsa quickly moved around him, forming a snow vortex. Vincent closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking that he should not let her speed fool him. He just needed to sense the mana she was using. He swung his sword sharply, leaving a bright trace in space, shouting that she was right here. Railsa appeared behind him and, swinging her sword, said that it was wrong. Vincent smirked, saying that it was. He abruptly grabbed the blade of the sword with his hand. The protagonist smiled, saying that he knew the girl would aim for his back. Railsa's eyes widened. She arched her eyebrows, thinking that the youth grabbed the sword with his bare hands and learned to track her movements in just a month. Vincent bared his teeth, swinging his sword. The magic seal on it shone brightly. He shouted, "Variation, double sword strike." The young man swung his sword. An image of a man in an iron helmet appeared behind him. Bright flashes of fire shone in space. The hero used the skill Chapter 1, King of the Dwarves. The protagonist held 2 swords in his hands. A bright explosion thundered in front of him. Small fragments of the stone floor flew into the air. Dust rose. Railsa sank to the ground, holding her hands behind her back. She thought that he had already used up his 2 strikes. However, to her surprise, she lost her sword. Vincent stood in front of her, holding both swords in his hands. The guy threw the weapon forward, asking the girl to take her sword. She widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist smiled and, putting his palm forward, said that he did not want to win an easy victory against a man who had lost his sword. Raelsa's eyes widened, looking at him. She took hold of the hilt of the sword, saying that he acted rather arrogantly. After all, not all monsters and martial artists would be as gentle with him as she was. The girl lowered her head and, with her eyes sparkling, raised her sword in front of her, saying that opponents stronger than him would completely ignore his condition and show no sympathy. Ice blocks formed under her feet, and a magical symbol shone brightly behind her back. Raelsa threw her head back, saying that the young master should remember this. Vincent smiled, lowering her head, saying that he understood everything. He noticed that she had a very impressive aura. The girl leaned forward, her eyes shining brightly with a blue light. She asked the guy to resist this. The girl pushed off with her foot. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and the sword fell from her hands. She was losing her balance. Raelsa raised her eyebrows, not understanding what was happening. Vincent, with a smile on his face, caught her, not letting her fall. The guy tapped his fingers on her forehead. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had injured her. There were about 4 months left before moving to the Crimson Fortress. She opened her mouth in surprise. Raelsa knelt down and, leaning her hands on the ground, turned around, not understanding how this happened. The young man sat on his knee, saying that it was not impossible to defeat even with a double blow of the sword. He looked at the crack in the floor, saying that he was able to cut the mana around it. This was possible with the additional powers of the Dwarf King. Raelsa's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he cut the mana in order to block her feature, wondering if this was possible. She turned to him, saying that he always exceeded her expectations, to which Vincent, raising his eyebrows, replied that, in that case, he would like to receive what he was promised. Raelsa stood up and smiled, saying that she would tell him everything about her blessing, the flow of mana from the Wanderer of the Galaxy. The girl smiled, and behind her back a magic seal was shining brightly. In the hands of the guy, an unusual symbol was shining. Raelsa and Julian were near the main character, sitting in the room on the floor in the lotus position. Outside the window was a dark night sky, with brightly shining stars. The girl said that when he puts mana along this path, it will begin to manifest, thinking that it is incredible that the boy will be able to study this in just 2 days. The boy closed his eyes in concentration. The symbol shone even brighter. Julian worriedly clenched his teeth, saying that he hoped that with such a size it would not break through his roof. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He opened his mouth in surprise, seeing a girl in a blue robe and with long hair. Snow was falling, blocking the view of the Crimson Fortress. Bargain, holding the documents in his hand, asked why the girl hadn't touched them yet, to which she, throwing her head back, said that she was a master of martial arts, so she didn't want to waste her potential on all sorts of papers. The guy frowned in displeasure and put his hands behind his back, telling her to stop talking nonsense and check the next applicants. Helga slowly raised her eyebrows and propped her head up with her hand, saying that she would work. She opened her eyes in surprise, seeing Vincent on the list, asking if he was from the main family, to which she immediately received the answer that he was the 7th son in the main family. The girl said that another pathetic guy would come here, mentally calling him a loser, because if he was such a loser, as rumors say, then he would tarnish the name of the Crimson Fortress. Bargain frowned, clenching his hands into fists. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking that they should nip this problem in the bud before the boy got here. The ice girl put her palm in front of her and let out a cold breath from her mouth. Julian's eyes widened and he put his hand in front of him, asking what it was. The boy sat motionless. Vincent raised his eyebrows, saying that the Galaxy Wanderers feature only had 1 stage. An icy whirlwind shot up. Julian cried out that he was cold. He looked around worriedly, saying that the girl had disappeared. Raelsa, folding her hands in front of her, said that he wouldn't even leave a trace in the snow. This feature was called Ice Step. Vincent exhaled, continuing to concentrate. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the open book. Julian, flying next to him, said that the Crimson Fortress was more of a fortress than an educational institution. The young man pointed to the purple building on the map, saying that it was here, on the border with House Samian. He talked about how in the past, when the Archdemon's followers invaded this house, Arslan, like other heroes of that era, fought them off. It was then that they founded a training academy. The hero imagined demons in red masks pointing to a tall white building with a red roof. The protagonist smiled, saying that in that case they could find Arslan's last will, perhaps another dragon bone. He imagined a girl with long hair holding a bone in her hand. Julian crossed his arms over his chest, saying that there was a legend that another treasure was hidden there. Not a dragon bone. The protagonist looked at him with interest, asking what was there. The guy imagined a golden apple hanging on a branch, saying that it was a divine fruit. They say it is more effective than any medicine in the world, and there are rumors that it can resurrect the dead. He imagined a tree covered in golden apples, saying that there was a divine tree growing in the academy that grew fruits, and there was even a strange rumor going around the Crimson Fortress that it was built specifically for the sake of the divine tree. Julian closed his eyes and exhaled, saying that in the past, he would not have believed such legends, but considering their situation, he wanted to ask if the divine fruit was their next goal. The boy shyly put his hands behind his back. Vincent sat at the table, listening to him say that they could heal the rotting sacrum and avoid death when they were accepted into the academy. They only had 9 years left. The protagonist sat with his back to the window, saying that they had overexerted themselves too much, so they had even less time left. Julian smiled, clenching his hand into a fist, saying that they would uncover the secret of the divine fruit and get their hands on it. Vincent replied okay. The boy raised his eyebrows, turning to Julian. He pointed his finger at the text in the book, saying that based on the information he found, he would have to survive in the Crimson Fortress without financial support from his family. The youth held out his hand, imagining a small man sitting on a throne made of gold coins, saying that this rule was made to prevent any lawlessness that could be achieved with money, because the heirs of other families and their offshoots would also be studying in the fortress. Vincent looked up at him, asking where they would find the money then, to which Julian, holding his hand in front of his chest, told him not to worry. He invested in a place called the 6th Magic Tower. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise, asking about the Magic Tower. He imagined a tall tower with a blue aura, which had a large clock on it. Julian said that if the Adanka and Samian families were famous for their swordsmanship, then the 6th Magic Tower was famous for its elite magic training. He would be able to sponsor the research of the magicians and eventually pay for himself. There were piles of papers on the table. The guy was talking about how the mage he had invested in, named Varnelli, had recently become a co-owner of the tower. A girl in a pink suit and hat stood holding a pen and paper. Julian was talking about how the only problem was that their investment would be for naught when the co-owner died. The girl raised her eyebrows when she heard a knock on the door, allowing them to enter. A silhouette of a man with brightly glowing eyes appeared behind her. She, without looking up from her letter, said that she had already said that she did not intend to work with him. The man swung his sword, leaving a bright mark in space. Blood splashed on the wall. Julian was asking if a person like the co-owner of the tower could die so easily. The girl was lying in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open. The newspaper published an entry about the death of the co-owner of the Varnelli Tower, and her photo was attached. Julian opened his eyes in concern, not understanding how this was possible. The protagonist frowned as he read this. The guy threw his hands behind his head, screaming about losing his money. Vincent opened his eyes wide, saying that he should first pay his respects to the deceased. Tears flowed from Julian's eyes. He screamed that he was in no condition to pay his respects, because they would die of hunger in the fortress. The protagonist read that her will was also found, which stated that she leaves all her property and research to her only brother, Vargan. The guy frowned, looking down. Vargan stood on the edge of the tower. Snowflakes swirled around. He thought about how he knew that they were born into the Pagoda family, but he himself did not have a drop of her genial potential, asking if he was not considered a disgrace to the family. Why did this happen to her? The protagonist said that he thought that they should find this guy first. Julian agreed with him. Vargan stood still, looking at the trees ahead. Vincent frowned, thinking that there were 4 months left. He smiled, thinking that they should gather as much information and become as strong as possible before that day. 4 months passed in the Crimson Fortress. The tops of the mountains and trees were covered in snow. Raelsa frowned, saying that for safety reasons, they should go on foot from here. The protagonist looked forward happily, saying that he understood everything. Julian smiled, hovering behind him. The girl pointed to the fortress in front of them, saying that if they went along this road, the director would come out to meet them. Vincent smiled, looking at her, saying that he did not know how to thank her, thanking her for everything, to which Raelsa sheepishly lowered her head, saying that it was not difficult for her. The boy said that he was sure that his mother would say the same. The girl's eyes widened. She smiled, closing her eyes, telling him to take care of himself, thinking that if he did, she would cry with joy. The heroes headed forward. The carriage with harnessed horses was heading home. Vargan approached the girl leaning on the table, saying that young Master Vincent would be arriving soon. Helga sadly raised her eyebrows, saying that it was a nuisance. After all, it was not her style to meet and see people off. The brightly shining crystal said that this was her job. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The crystal shone brightly, informing that a monster had been invading houses in the area for the past few days. Helga abruptly jumped up from her seat, saying that she had to go. After all, her duty as the director was to protect the inhabitants of the fortress, to which the crystal replied no, it was a weak monster, asking to send several swordsmen. Helga climbed onto the window frame and pointed her finger up, telling Sir Vargan that there was no need for gratitude, since she would be leaving the direct heir of the Adanka family to him. The guy raised his eyebrows in displeasure, shouting for her to stop. He shouted after her, but the girl was already flying down with a smile on her face. Vargan sighed in displeasure. The man next to him asked what they should do with the young master. The guy frowned and, looking at him, said that he would go himself instead of this stupid girl. He appeared on the street next to two guards. The guy lowered his head, asking where the young master was, to which the men in one voice, pressing their hand to their chest, paid humble respect to the absolute greatness. One of them pointed to the path into the forest, saying that he was there. Vargan looked through his binoculars. He saw Railsa talking to the guy, asking if this was not the chief chamberlain. The guard raised his eyebrows, asking if she was the one. Vargan lowered his binoculars, saying that she was the girl with the Wanderer of the Galaxy. He furrowed his brows, thinking about what he heard, that the boy was good for nothing, wondering if he was really so useless that he needed such a strong person to guard him. The guard turned to him, asking what to do about the exam if he would lower the difficulty, to which the boy, looking into the distance, said that there would be no changes, he would personally monitor the process. A bright circle appeared near his wrist, thinking about how he was going to get rid of the boy anyway before he had a chance to enter the Crimson Fortress. Vargan raised his eyebrows and put his hand with a bright magic seal forward, saying that the first exam, subjugation of the illusory monster, will begin right now. The heroes walked along a mountain road, and in the valley there was a green forest. Wilson looked up in amazement and asked Sari to take a look. Seeing a castle in the mountains, the servant asked if this was the Crimson Fortress. As the heroes walked along the road, a bright flash appeared above the fortress. The servants looked around in fear, hearing someone's roar. A monster with clawed paws was running with all its might. While the servants trembled in fear, the protagonist smiled, realizing that the exam had already begun. Taking out his shining sword from its sheath, he thought that this was even for the best, because it was time to see the results of training with Railsa for the past 4 months. Placing the sword on his shoulder, Davin declared that he would gladly accept the greeting of the Crimson Fortress. In the dark depths of the forest, two eyes flashed. A white paw stepped onto the ground. The strongest predator in the snowy mountain region, the blue-eyed white tiger, walked into the clearing. Wilson, shaking with fear, said that he did not want to come here for this reason. Sari, covering herself with a suitcase, called out to the young master standing in front of the tiger. Looking down, the boy asked his servants to run to the Crimson Fortress as quickly as possible. When he disappeared from their sight, the girl looked at her master in confusion. Rushing to the side, the boy drew the enemy's attention to himself. He thought that the blue-eyed white tiger always chases the fastest target. The cat's eyes emitted a blue glow. With its mouth wide open, the tiger chased its prey. The young man smiled, glad that he managed to capture the enemy's attention. Looking around, he decided that something was wrong here. Looking at the face of the enraged game, the boy thought that this beast did not look like a white tiger and did not look like a living creature at all. Stopping and turning sharply to face the enemy, the protagonist declared that he would defeat him anyway. The predator jumped up to attack. A path of dots and lines appeared between the opponents. Another white tiger jumped out of the forest. Davin gritted his teeth, not expecting it. His legs were covered in orange lightning thanks to the body-strengthening skill. The boy jumped into the air above the enemies. He landed on a tree branch. Julian pointed his finger forward and asked his friend to look there. High in the mountains, blue eyes of big cats were visible. Predators were gathering under the tree. The ghost counted them and declared that there were 18 of them in total. Frightened, his eyes widened. The small god said that it was impossible to kill all the opponents with just 2 perfect sword strikes. Looking down, the boy said that this was strange. The tigers looked at their prey with bloodthirstiness. The young man explained that blue-eyed white tigers do not move in groups, as there is no need for this, and they cannot stand the smell of blood, despite being predators. The cat began to scratch the tree with its claws. Julian assumed that they were just illusions created by magic. A magic circle was burning in the man's hands. Frowning, Vargan thought that the examinee noticed something. Looking at the shining magic circle, he decided that everything would change, because it was a high-ranking magic that summoned illusionary monsters that were even smarter than real ones, since they were controlled by a person. The man wondered what the useless 7th son of the Adanka family would do in this case. The young man put his hand to the tree and looked down. The tigers tried to reach the victim with their paws. The protagonist stated that after some time the enemies will run out of mana. Because they are made of magic, Julian objected, explaining that the creator of illusions probably uses a linking element. Answering his friend's question, "What is it?" the ghost explained that with this method you can use several spells of the same type at the same time, and instead of several spells, you can create one as a linking element and multiply it. This method was much more effective, since it reduced a significant amount of mana used. In one example, the magician kept many tigers on leashes, and in another he kept only one tiger on a leash, from which other leashes went. Looking around, Davin concluded that all the illusions will disappear if you find the main one. The ghost stretched out his hand forward and asked how his friend was going to do this. The boy resolutely looked forward, deciding that the main beast in such cases is in front of the others. but it was controlled by a person. Therefore, the magician using the spell will certainly try to protect the connecting element. The boy realized that it was the beast standing motionless on the top of the mountain. The monster flashed its red eyes. The wind fluttered the boy's cloak. Jumping from the branch, he used the feature of the Wanderer of the Galaxy. The tiger frowned in confusion. Using the skill Ice Walk, the young man ran forward through the air. Bargain opened his mouth in shock, not understanding where the examinee got Rails's feature from. The man saw how the boy appeared in front of the connecting element in an instant. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist was convinced of his rightness. The huge tiger with red eyes was the connecting element of the spell. The magician raised his hand, declaring that he could not be defeated so easily and that he would not give the enemy a break. The tigers rushed at their enemy on command. A blue glowing sign appeared on the sword. A crimson lotus, reinforced with dragon bone, absorbed the properties of the owner's mana. The spirit of the girl appeared in the air. Davin swung his sword, intending to use the absolute sword cut with the blessed feature of the Galaxy Wanderer and change its sensitivity. With his speed and agility, the boy ran past the two tigers protecting the link and cut the body of the main monster in half. The magic circle in Vargan's hand sparkled. Stopping and thrusting his sword forward, the boy sent the tiger spirit flying beyond the path of the sword. The predators began to crumble into small particles. A blue glow appeared above the mountain valley. Looking at the hand deprived of mana, Vargan thought that the examinee did not destroy the illusion, but disconnected the real mana chain that formed magic. Squinting, he realized that the boy had a deep knowledge of magic. Placing the sparkling sword on his shoulder, the boy smiled and asked if the examiners of the Crimson Tower were satisfied. One of the fortress warriors asked how they should process the examination results. The man put his hands on his waist and sighed heavily, stating that his magic had been destroyed. He looked to the side and asked his subordinates to open the gate and greet the young master. The sun's rays reflected off the red roof of the castle. The Crimson Fortress was the main gathering place for martial artists. Someone asked if it was common to find a mage of such a level. Standing at the gate, Wislan called out to his master. Julian, flying nearby, decided that their research was correct. The gate of the fortress opened. The servants looked back. The young man approached them. The ghost said that the examiner was Varnella's younger brother, a mage who was in charge of all important matters in the fortress. Vargan, along with the other officers, put his hand on his heart and showed humble respect for the absolute glory. The ghost said that in front of them was the dean of the Crimson Fortress. The man smiled, greeted the young master, and said that he had passed the first test. The protagonist smiled back and said he was glad to meet them. The small god leaned towards him and explained that they couldn't bring their family's money to the fortress, but there was a sponsorship system in place and every talented student could get a sponsor within the fortress. Julian grinned and said that they could earn a lot of points now. His eyes sparkled and he said that he would return all the money that had been invested in the magic tower. There were people walking around the fortress. A horse-drawn carriage was driving along the road. The fortress was home to the principal, teachers, students, military personnel, and children from different families, but if you include servants in the list, the number of residents would increase. The heroes rode in the carriage, clasping their hands. Vargan said that the student would live in a dormitory, which was probably not very comfortable. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. Wilson looked out the carriage window. The dean looked down, explaining that the young master would become a cadet when he started living here and would temporarily lose all his statuses. Davin smiled and replied that he was aware of this and thought to himself that these were the last moments when he would be treated with respect. Sari noticed two girls in uniform walking along the road. The maid raised her eyebrows happily, asking if the young master would be wearing the same clothes. Vargan closed his eyes and said that there was a slight delay and that the uniform would only be issued the next day. Wrapping himself in a cloak, the boy asked what his current rank was. The dean replied that all cadets start from rank 9 and advance further through semi-annual exams. Golden tokens with multicolored stones sparkled in the air. If the cadet managed to pass the exam after reaching rank 1, he would graduate from the fortress with confirmation that he had become a full-fledged martial artist. Looking down, the boy thought that in order to graduate, he would have to spend at least 4.5 years here and that he would have to find a divine fruit to avoid dying. The man asked permission to ask a question. Introducing a white tiger, he asked if the student had aimed at the predator that was the center of the spell. The young man confirmed this. Vargan clenched his fist, convinced that he was right, and asked how a man who lived in a family of swordsmen knew so much about magic. Julian pointed at himself and said that he was simply terrible at martial arts, so he tried himself in absolutely everything. Smirking, the main character replied that he saw no point in spreading such information, because knowledge is power. Frowning, the dean thought that this confidence was based on his talent and insight, and wondered how such a child could be called useless. Smiling slightly, he decided that such a person was definitely interesting. Raising his chin, Davin said that he also wanted to ask about something. He asked how one could obtain a divine fruit. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sighing and raising one eyebrow, Vargan was surprised that the child believed in this legend. Putting his hand forward, he explained that the divine fruit itself chooses its owner, so the boy might accidentally stumble upon it if he dedicates himself to finding it. Thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, Julian decided that the dean also thought the fruit was just a legend. Looking away, the boy realized that it would be difficult to obtain information. The wheels of the carriage stopped. The horses stopped in front of a 5-story building. Bargain said that this was a dormitory for the 9th rank. The door of the building opened. Wilson and Sari were looking around the room. The dean explained that the servants would be staying on the 1st floor, and the cadet would be staying on the 3rd floor in room number 5. Holding out a golden token, the man explained that it was a sun icon denoting the 9th rank. The token shone on the student's cloak. The young man looked up questioningly, hearing the words about humble respect for absolute glory. Putting his hand on his heart, the man explained that this was a greeting to the Crimson Fortress. Putting his hand on his chest, the boy smiled and repeated the same words. On the wooden door hung a sign that said room number 5. The protagonist opened the door. A satisfied Julian was flying next to him. There were 4 people in uniform standing in the room. Their faces looked extremely dissatisfied. Davin asked with his eyes widened what was going on and what he did wrong. The ghost raised his eyebrows and said that he was not sure. They turned around, hearing someone's voice, attracting their attention. The red-haired boy smugly placed his hands on his waist when he saw his brother. His eyes glowed red as he looked at him. The boy asked who he was and why he felt so bad. The ghost explained that he was Vincent's older brother. The minor god clenched his fist furiously and gritted his teeth, claiming that the 6th son of the Adanka family had bullied him the most and even forced him to eat scraps. Hearing this, the boy put his hand to his mouth to stop the nausea. Imagining his smirking brother, he realized that this memory was not a figment of his imagination, and this man really did bully the weak with his strength every day. Turning around and looking at the humble cadets, the boy realized that his brother was still behaving like this even here. Looking at the ghost, the protagonist said that this man was tarnishing the honor of the Adanka family and asked for permission to scold him a little. Continuing to clench his fist in anger, the minor god replied that his friend could at least destroy his brother. Grabbing his hand, Davin said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The other cadets stood motionless. The boy said that he never thought he would meet his brother here and that he was very happy to see him. Raising his hands, Malone doubted that they were close enough to communicate like this. Smirking, the boy said that he couldn't even imagine something like this. He said that so much time had passed since the day his brother left home, but he was still only in 9th rank. His malicious eyes lit up with a bright fire. Malone frowned tensely. He asked Shizen to come to him. The blue-haired cadet immediately ran up to him. A slap immediately flew across his cheek. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Malone asked if the cadet was allowed to act like that around a member of the main family and not keep an eye on the newcomers. Shizen put his hand on the red mark on his cheek. The boy stated that all responsibility for the newcomer's attempts to climb up would fall on him. Looking at his back, the protagonist thought that his brother was terrible. It was hard for him to believe that he was a descendant of Arslan. Suddenly, his eyes widened. An image of Kajin appeared next to the screaming Malone. Julian noticed his friend's anxiety and opened his mouth in fear. Davin interrupted the red-haired boy and grabbed him by the shoulder. He punched him in the jaw. His eyes were red with anger. Shizen raised his eyebrows in shock, his face covered in cold sweat. The rest of the cadets opened their mouths in shock. Malone smiled widely and left. Swinging his fist, he declared that his little brother probably missed the whip. The boy frowned with determination, thinking that he had learned something in this era. He dodged the flying fist. The next moment, the boy punched his brother in the lower jaw, thinking that an aptitude for martial arts was not considered the most important thing here. Grabbing Malone by the jacket, the young man threw him over himself. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth in pain. His body ended up on the floor of the room. Looking at the frightened cadets, the protagonist said that the only fear they were allowed to feel as martial artists was respect. Shizen opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that overcoming fears was the only path the cadets could take as martial artists. Malone frowned angrily and bared his teeth. Swinging his sword, he asked how his brother could challenge him in this dorm. Davin jumped to the side, dodging the blow. A disgruntled Julian was flying around him. Looking at his enraged brother, the ghost thought that this situation could turn into a new opportunity for them. The sun was shining on the village near the fortress. The bodies of dead lizards were piled up. The old man bowed and thanked the director for his help. The girl grinned and said that it did not cause her much trouble. Showing the size of the glass with his fingers, the old man asked if she wanted a drink. Helga scratched her head and said that she was not allowed to drink during the working day. The woman smiled broadly and added that it would be rude of her to refuse. The man who came up to her from behind also asked for a drink. Bargain, flashing menacing eyes, explained that he needed to drink because his boss was making him suffer from stress. The director turned around in fear. On the table there was a mug of beer and a plate of juicy meat. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl concluded that the direct air of Adanka had struck the connecting element. The man frowned and asked if she didn't understand what he was talking about. Helga smiled and replied that she wasn't a mage. Vargan put his hand forward and said that it was unbelievable that the boy had destroyed something that even a 7-star martial artist like his boss had never heard of. Taking a sip from her beer, the woman imagined an explosion and countered by saying that other direct heirs had destroyed entire mountains, and the boy's actions looked like cowardice in her eyes. The man gritted his teeth in irritation and closed his eyes. The director pointed at him and thought that her friend was very happy that he had found someone who could match him in cowardice. The blue gem glowed in the air and asked the dean to return to the fortress. Putting his hand on his forehead, Vargan asked what happened. The gem replied that the 9th rank cadets Malone and Vincent had requested a mediator for their duel. Hearing this, the man's mouth fell open in shock. His face became serious, blue particles were shining around. The opponents stood opposite each other in the ring. The man apologized to the dean. Putting his heart on his heart, the person in charge of the dormitory said that he had to fulfill the cadet's request since this was a duel between 2 direct heirs. Walking past him, Vargan praised him, asking him to continue reporting everything related to the boy. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Putting his hands behind his back and standing between the opponents, the man said that he would turn a blind eye to the violation of order in the dormitory due to the report from the young master, despite the fact that the boy should be held accountable. Gritting his teeth, Malone called his brother a sly fox. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would take it as a compliment. Looking sternly ahead, the dean allowed the duel between the 2 cadets and asked them to fight fairly. Davin took out his shining sword. The red-haired boy frowned in surprise when he saw the crimson lotus. Pointing at it, he asked if his brother was going to imitate his father by using a replica. The boy asked if his sword looked like a replica. Smiling, Malone put his right hand on the fact that it was a fake. Grinning and flashing his fiery eyes, the young man stated that his elder brother must keep his word. Concentrating mana in his hand and baring his teeth madly, the red-haired boy declared that he would make his brother surrender by using the blessed feature of the Daughter of Fear. Dark energy enveloped his body after activating the suppression. Shizen covered his chest with his hands and trembled in fear. Sari closed her eyes, calling out to her master. Julian frowned tensely and said that this feature makes his opponent terrified, after which he asked how his friend was doing. Seeing him standing there as if nothing had happened, the ghost asked how that was possible. The protagonist smirked and explained that it was all thanks to his spirit, because a swordsman should not be afraid of another swordsman. Looking down in fear, the minor god said that his friend was talking motivational nonsense again and asked how one could ignore such a feature with such a delusional attitude. Davin explained that it all depends on the state of mind and fortitude. Putting his hand forward, Malone wondered why his feature did not affect his opponent at all. The dark energy dissipated. The spectators watching the duel were surprised that the suppression did not affect the cadet. Rushing forward, the red-haired youth shouted that his brother did some kind of trick. Swinging his dark sword, he declared that he would crush the enemy with his weapon and mana. The sword hit the ground with force. Malone smiled contentedly and laughed. However, at that very moment, he saw that the floor of the ring had been destroyed, but his opponent had disappeared. The protagonist appeared behind the puzzled enemy. Noticing this, Malone turned around. Davin threw him back with a powerful kick. The eldest heir blocked the blow with his hands. Immediately after, a light energy flashed in front of his face. Using a swift blade that involved an ice walk, the boy struck. Their swords clashed with each other. Malone realized that his enemy had strengthened his body. With one crushing jerk, the protagonist disarmed his opponent. The elder brother's body crashed into the ground. Vargan had been standing to the side all this time, watching the fight. He thought that everyone knew that Malone was a nobody. Frowning sternly, the man realized that the reason the youth held his position as the family representative was because of his enormous strength, which surpassed that of other 9th rank cadets. The dean realized that the younger heir was threatening his older brother's position. Beads of sweat appeared on Shizen's face. Someone asked why no one was in the rooms. The purple-haired girl put her hand on her classmate's shoulder and asked what was going on. They stood on the balcony and looked at the battlefield. Selbira saw Malone lying on the ground and the dean standing to the side. Smiling, Shizen said that the newcomer who had just entered the fortress was incredible and repeated his quote about the only fear. Clenching his hand into a fist, the cadet asked if he could become as strong. Crossing his arms over his chest, the girl asked if it was really that bad. Looking at her friend, she said that it was not over yet. Suppression was only a secondary ability, and the main ability was much stronger. Malone's hand sparkled as he lay on the floor. Throwing his hands up in glee, Julian asked his friend to finish off his older brother. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist thought that something was wrong. Looking at Vargan standing to the side, he thought that he made the enemy drop his sword, but the dean did not declare victory. The defeated boy opened his glowing eyes. A huge pillar of light appeared on the battlefield. Selbira frowned and said that this was the feature of one of the greatest gods who possessed the power to control electricity. The young man who received the blessing of the intelligent giant clenched his fists. Lightning from his body rushed forward. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. He jumped back, trying to dodge the approaching attack. His expression was very tense. The distance between the opponents increased. Julian noticed that the enemy injured his friend's hand. Throwing his hands up in glee, Malone asked if the enemy liked the blessed feature, Micropulse. The ghost remembered his older brother using suppression on him and thought that there was no way he didn't know that he had some kind of specialty other than the specialty of the Daughter of Fear. Hearing that it was obvious that his younger brother didn't know about it, the ghost looked up in surprise. Concentrating energy in his hand, Malone explained that he had this specialty since birth, but he only mastered it after joining the fortress. Sitting on one stake at the end of the ring, the protagonist asked how many years his brother hid it. The boy replied that he didn't even try to hide it. Smiling, he said that he just didn't think it was necessary to show it. Davin's mouth dropped open in shock. Julian looked at his friend with concern. The opponent explained that children his age couldn't beat him, so he decided not to go through the painful and difficult training. When the boy came of age, the fortress had no choice but to let him join since he was the direct heir. Vargan looked away. Selbira and Sizen watched from the balcony. The young man said that he, unlike the others, did not have to work hard. Furrowing his brows in anger, the protagonist ordered his brother to stop talking nonsense. His talent allowed him to achieve in a couple of years what others dedicated their entire lives to. The one-armed swordsman stood in the shadow of the towering Kajin. Gritting his teeth, Davin stated that his brother was ignoring not only the responsibility that came with such power, but also the efforts of the other warriors. Looking at him from under his brows, he asked what the reputation of the Adanka family was based on. Summoning clots of energy in his hands, Malone stated that the enemy had started talking too much after his hand was completely burned, and that he should only tell all this if he won. A wave of bright energy emerged from his hands. Jumping into the air to avoid the blow, the boy reminded that his opponent swore on his wrist that his Crimson Lotus was fake and promised to take his right wrist. Gritting his teeth furiously, the boy thought that he had 2 strikes, one of which was wasted on the illusion beast, and that he needed to finish it off with an absolute slash from the Dwarf King. Raising his hand with a fireball, Malone declared that he would not allow this to happen. A wave of fire was directed towards the opponent. Opening his mouth wide, the red-haired youth called his brother a parasite. Orange and blue waves of energy flashed across the battlefield. Covering his face with his hand, Vargan thought that the cadet had no control over his own mana at all due to rage. A powerful explosion was heard. Seri covered her mouth with her hands in fear. Debris from the ceiling fell on her. The protagonist noticed this and called out to his maid. The girl covered her head with her hands, screaming in fear. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. The dean summoned a protective field to protect Seri from the falling debris. The man looked at her and asked if everything was okay. The answer was yes. Looking at the person in charge of the dormitory, he asked him to evacuate all the cadets. Braun put his hand on his chest. Vargan snapped his fingers and said that he would teleport the girl to a safe place. The maid was afraid for her master. Her body began to glow. Noticing this, the dean frowned warily. Hearing that her body was full of mana, Seri raised her eyebrows in surprise. Blue energy swirled around her. Malone spread his arms out to the sides and laughed, calling for the enemy to come down. Dodging the explosions, the protagonist thought that this feature has many open places, so he needs to find one of them and get to the center using ice walking. Landing, he twisted his leg. Feeling a sharp pain, Davin gritted his teeth. A wave of fire immediately threw him back. Falling to the ground, the boy thought that it would be too hard for him to maintain the ice walk for as long as Railsa could, so his maximum was one big jump. Looking at his opponent, Malone laughed at this sight. The dean rose into the air. Summoning a magic circle in his hand, he set up a mana barrier, deciding that he should have done this from the beginning, since the battle was between the direct heirs of the Adanka family. A huge circle of blue energy appeared on the battlefield. Rising to his feet, the boy thought that there was too little room to maneuver. Grinning widely, his older brother declared that the dean was on his side. Looking to the side, the youth realized that it would be difficult to use absolute cut right now because the body reinforcement did not work and the ice walk had reached its limit. Julian suggested cutting something else. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Malone kicked the ground hard, wishing death on his opponent. Looking ahead with determination, Davin decided to trust the ghost's strategy. He jumped up, dodging the blast wave. The boy hung in the air above his enemy. Grabbing the barrier, the boy thought that he had wasted the entire icy walk on this jump. Julian asked him to just follow his plan. Raising his hands up and focusing all his strength in them, the red-haired youth wished his younger brother to meet his death right here, in the perfect place for such a pathetic person. A huge wave of energy burst from his hands. Throwing himself to the side, the protagonist realized that his tactics worked. The sword pierced the mana barrier. A bright flash appeared in the air from the use of absolute slash. Vargan raised one eyebrow in confusion. A wave of energy burst out of the barrier and hit the ceiling. Gritting his teeth tensely, Malone asked what happened. The debris of the ceiling immediately fell on him. The red-haired youth closed his eyes in unbearable pain. Pressing on the fragment lying on his chest, Davin declared that the oath of a martial artist weighed more than anyone else's. Grinning, the boy said that he would defend his honor with the sword given to him by his father. Malone fearfully asked him to stop. Flashing crazy eyes, the boy explained that a younger brother cannot turn his older brother into a liar. A precise swing of the sword cut off the right hand of the defeated opponent. The hand flew into the air, blood spurted. Opening his mouth in surprise, Vargan thought that his mana barrier, created with multiple layers through countless spells, was on a completely different level. It was a closed space, completely fenced off from the outside world. He was shocked that someone could cut the barrier with just one swing of the sword. The protagonist swung his weapon. Malone opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. The dean rose into the air next to them and announced the winner of the fight. Looking at him, Davin asked why he was not stopped. The man sighed and said that the participant in the duel himself set this condition. The heroes turned around, hearing someone's voice. The priest of the 5th class of the Crimson Fortress ran into the room, followed by Wilson, who was asked to invite the priest. Shevin picked up the symbol of the 2nd class priest and asked who its owner was. Looking at it, the boy replied that it was his symbol. The priest asked if the person lying on the ground was Malone. Approaching the swordsman, he said that it did not matter and asked how something so valuable came to be in his possession. The boy smiled and said that this symbol allows you to receive the same treatment as its original owner. Shaven frowned and thought that such a low-class priest like him should not be asked such questions. After that, the boy looked down and asked if the master wanted to heal his wound. The answer was affirmative. The burned hand was immediately covered with green energy and healed. Malone watched with displeasure as his opponent's wound healed. Frowning angrily, he stated that this was all planned and asked the priest to heal his hand. The protagonist looked at him with a sly smile on his face. Narrowing his eyes, Davin asked if it would be legal to restore the hand of a defeated opponent. The red-haired youth opened his mouth in shock when he was reminded that he had put his hand on the line in an official duel. Julian grinned maliciously. The boy stated that restoring his hand would destroy his honor. Gritting his teeth, Malone realized that his brother wanted him to choose between his honor and his right hand. The ghost clasped his hands together and said that revenge was very sweet. The boy thought that it would be better not to become his enemy. The other cadets entered the room. They were very surprised by the outcome of the fight. Malone closed his eyes when he heard that even with a divine miracle, it would be impossible to reattach the arm once it withered. The older brother asked to heal his arm, his face covered in beads of sweat. The small god put his hand to his ear and asked him to repeat his words loudly enough for the other cadets to hear too. Furiously knitting his eyebrows, the red-haired boy shouted that he was ready to disgrace himself to save his arm and asked for it to be healed immediately. Narrowing his eyes, Julian said that he was now satisfied. The protagonist looked away and asked the priest to take good care of his older brother. Shaven summoned a bright magic circle, while Vargan raised the debris of the destroyed ceiling into the air. Malone gritted his teeth as he looked at his restored arm. He was asked not to overdo it and avoid any intense exercise as the treatment would not cure all of his problems. Sizen raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that it was simply unbelievable. Selbira put her hand to her chin and said that the boy didn't look that bad up close. Sizen clenched his fists and asked Davin if he could become as strong as him. The boy looked back and said that he was sure that the cadet could achieve much more if he overcame his fears. Tears appeared in the cadet's eyes. Malone gritted his teeth tensely, noticing that his younger brother had become overconfident due to the victory and that the others had already started to fawn over him. Taking the stone in his hand, he thought that the boy should not forget who the king is here. He thought that it was not too late. The youth concentrated mana into the stone. Just as he was about to embed the energy of the intelligent giant's blessing into the stone and smash his brother's head, someone stepped on his hand. Putting his hands behind his back, Vargan said that he would turn a blind eye to this outrage only because the cadet's hand must be fully restored to hold the sword. Grinning, the man added that the director, who did not fulfill his duties, was already causing him a lot of trouble, so he did not need additional problems. Malone looked down in disappointment. A week later, there was a sign on the table with the inscription Dean. Julian prompted what to do. In accordance with his words, the protagonist put one hand on the hilt of the sword and the other on his heart. He lowered his head. Flying next to him, the ghost explained that in this time, you need to express your condolences in this way. Crossing his arms over his chest, Vargan said that the cadet was his sister's guest, but he was late if he came here to express condolences. Closing his eyes, the man said that this was rather awkward. Sitting at the desk, the dean said that he was used to being a simple mercenary, and the boy would be the heir apparent, so their relationship was awkward. Looking away, Davin wanted to say something, but was interrupted. Vargan said that the student knew his name from the beginning. Frowning, he realized that the heir was looking for information about him and his sister and had come to the fortress on purpose. Throwing a stern look at him, the man asked what his goal was. Julian confusedly put his hands behind his back. The boy sighed. The guy said that he was only looking for information about Varnelli. Looking down, the dean asked if he needed to pay for the investigation. Looking down, the young man replied that he had originally come for exactly that, but then he learned a lot of new things and heard the full story. Hearing that this made him look at himself from a different perspective, Vargan looked up tensely. Vincent and the one-armed swordsman sat next to a young boy. The protagonist said that he heard a story about a talentless child who was suppressed because of his past. He looked down and expressed his desire to just talk to the mage. Crossing one leg over the other, the man said that he was well aware of the current situation, but he doubted that he had anything new to say. The young dean walked forward with a hood. Back then he had run away from his family in the magic tower owned by the Samian family and made a living as a mercenary, and then ended up here and worked for the Adanka family. Vargan smiled and added that, unlike the cadet, he had no ties to his sister or the rest of his family. The man looked up when asked why he had not discarded the name Pagoda. The heroes looked at each other. A tense silence hung in the room. Malone entered the dorm room. The cadets were sitting on the bed and laughing about something. Seeing their classmate, they looked back and fell silent. However, the next moment, the guys returned to the conversation and smiled. Malone sat down on his bed. He lay down on the pillow and covered his eyes with his hand. The guy clenched his fist with force. With his red eyes flashing, the young man promised to kill his younger brother. Dark energy appeared in the room. A voice asked if the person really wanted to kill the boy. A dark entity with red eyes rose into the air. The stranger offered his help. Malone gritted his teeth in fear. Vargan sternly knitted his eyebrows when asked why he did not discard his family name. The sunlight illuminated the heroes. Vargan looked down tensely. There was a sign on his desk. Pagoda was a famous family that had managed a magic tower for many generations. The protagonist said that the dean would hardly be able to hide his origins if he lived the life of a mercenary. Raising his eyebrows, Davin wanted to make some kind of suggestion, but he was asked to close his mouth. The man frowned menacingly and said that the child who did not have a single star spoke as if he knew everything. Gritting his teeth, he said that the boy would never understand what he had to go through when he left the magic tower. Jumping up from his seat, Vargan shouted that if the Samian and Adanka families had gone to war, he would have destroyed the magic tower that had ruined his life first. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he knew it. The dean raised his right eyebrow questioningly. Remembering the face of the dying one-armed swordsman, the boy said that he was the same, but it was not revenge that he wanted. He needed understanding and love. The mother happily hugged her son. The young man said that the man did not get rid of the name Pagoda. Vargan's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist assumed that it was because he still felt affection for his family. The dean's mouth opened in surprise. After these words, he fell into his seat. Varnelli stood with her back to her brother. She was bright and talented. Vargan thought that he endured all the bullying because of his deep respect for her and recognition. But at the same time, his sister's radiance caused him even more suffering. He was constantly asked why he was not as good as the girl. The little boy looked down in disappointment. Closing his eyes, the man thought that he ran away, leaving his family because of this pressure. Looking down, he said that he thought he saw through the cadet, but it turned out the opposite. The boy said that you can be honest with him, because human emotions are not always so simple. The dean smiled, surprised to receive advice from a child. Vargan folded his hands behind his back and said that it was a great condolence and that he could finally be honest with himself. Looking at the cadet, the man guessed that a huge amount of money was invested in the magic tower. He decided to become a sponsor so that the boy would not have to worry about the cost of living in the fortress. The boy smiled and thanked him. Julian clenched his fists, happy that his money would be returned. The young man slammed the door behind him. The ghost praised him for his good choice of words. Crossing his arms over his chest, the minor god stated that Ravan, Railsa, Hansen, and Vargan fell for his friend's words. The protagonist looked away and thought that he was being treated like a fraud. Looking at the ghost, he said that his words were sincere and from the heart. Julian closed his eyes, praising his friend's perception from 500 years ago. The heroes looked forward as they heard someone's excited voice. Selbira smiled and was surprised that someone had received a sponsorship from the dean. Sizen raised his hands in joy, stating that the demanding dean had never sponsored anyone. Davin approached them. The girl extended her hand and introduced herself, saying that they had not met before due to the girls living on the second floor. The boy shook her hand and stated that it was the first time he had heard of a second representative. Selbira explained that his brother had not been doing his job properly, so she was in charge of reporting to the teachers. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Bright red eyes appeared in the air. The youth felt the same as he felt from his mother's feature. Raising her eyebrows, the girl thought that she could find out how the cadet managed to defeat Malone with her feature of insight, which reveals the strength and potential of an opponent. The boy's body was covered in a red haze. Selbira realized that he had no image and that she would not be able to appreciate his hidden potential. Removing his hand, the protagonist said that he did not like the way of acquaintance with such a feature. The girl apologized. Frowning, she thought about how the cadet could know about her feature if even the teachers did not feel it the first time. Crossing his arms over his chest, Davin asked what they were doing here. Selbira raised his hand and said that he was also forbidden to walk alone at night. When asked why, Saizen frowned in fear and said that you can accidentally get lost in such a cold, so cadets do not walk alone. Pointing at her friend, the girl added that you can fall into the hands of the evil ghost of the one-armed demon. The boy asked her to stop. Grabbing Selbira by the shoulders, the guy asked her to tell him everything about the evil ghost. A red blush appeared on her face. Saizen asked if his friend knew about the archdemon that lived 500 years ago. After the archdemon lost to the Hero King, its spirit began to wander around the world as a dark entity with red eyes. Some fragments of its soul made contracts with martial artists, giving them tremendous power. Selbira turned away to catch her breath. The cadet explained that the fragments of the archdemon's soul gave enough power for the masters to achieve their goals in exchange for their soul. The young man frowned sternly, realizing that the archdemon actually existed and that this whole story was not an ordinary legend. The girl smiled, saying that she did not believe in such tales, but from time to time people found victims of the archdemon. It was an evil spirit that appeared 500 years ago. The protagonist frowned. The girl said that such a thing could not exist. The dark entity flew above the frightened cadet's bed. Flashing red eyes, the soul fragment asked him to make a contract with it so that he could achieve whatever he wanted. Malone's mouth dropped open in shock as he realized that the evil spirit of the archdemon actually existed. The spirit appeared behind him and said that it was not that important right now. Enveloping the boy in dark energy, the entity stated that it would help him achieve his goal. The red eyes lit up. The spirit stated that the king must reclaim his throne. Malone's irises turned black. The protagonist entered the room with Saizen. The rest of the cadets were already asleep. They walked into the room. Saizen said that it was already quite late, so everyone was sleeping. Waving his hand, he said that he was on night watch, so it was time for him to leave. Taking off his cloak, Ravan thanked him for accompanying him. Noticing something, he looked back. Malone's bed was empty. A man was walking down the street, holding a lantern in his hands. Saizen stood in front of the dormitory. The lantern in his hand was burning. There was pitch darkness in front of him. The boy thought that it was very scary at night. Suddenly, a dark energy appeared in front of him. The lookout asked who it was, his eyes wide with fear. At that moment, the entity cut off his left arm. Saizen looked away in horror. A huge wave of dark energy appeared in the air. The spirit stated that it was aiming for his throat. The boy raised his eyebrows in shock, seeing who was in front of him. Malone smirked and asked where his younger brother was. The boy towered over his victim. Drawing his sword, Saizen asked if the cadet had made a contract with an evil spirit. The boy was surprised that his classmate dared to point his sword at him. A mad smile appeared on his face. Rushing forward, the lookout declared that he was no longer afraid of him. Malone grabbed him by the neck. He swung his sword to strike the one who pointed the sword at the king. The boy said that he would execute him here and now. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. Its tip was aimed at the boy's neck. Suddenly, a wave of light energy threw the possessed youth aside. Saizen looked away in amazement. Ron protected him, holding his sword in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, the person in charge of the dorm said that his classmate had renounced his pride as a martial artist. Frowning angrily, Malone said that killing his mentor would bring him even more pleasure. Noticing that the blow did not leave a scratch on the enemy, Brahms looked around and asked Saizen to raise the alarm. The dorm room was dark. The protagonist was sitting on his bed. Looking at the empty bed in front of him, Ravan thought that his brother still hadn't returned. Julian said that no one would care if he froze to death. A loud ringing sounded. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at the cadets who had gotten up from their beds, he asked what it was. Someone answered that it was an alarm. The girl explained that something had happened during the night watch. The boy opened his mouth in fear, worried about his friend. People were running down the corridor. The young man grabbed his sword. Selbira ran out from around the corner. The heroes stopped opposite each other. The main character asked what was going on. The girl answered that she had left as soon as she heard the alarm, but had not yet figured out what was going on. Ravan frowned, smelling blood. Looking at the cadet, he asked Selbira to notify the dean of what had happened and say that it was an emergency. The girl objected, saying that it was too late. Throwing a stern look at her, the boy said that the situation was worse than it might seem, so they needed to call someone stronger. Turning away, he asked everyone to follow him outside. Selbira picked up the glowing crystal. The cadets ran down the stairs. The girls looked up as the alarm stopped. The boy felt the mana flow stop as well, and assumed the battle was already over. Looking away, Selbira suggested that they hurry using telepathy. The boy asked if she could cast some kind of protective seal. They ran forward down the corridor. The protagonist explained that the first battle ended in victory for the enemy because they had not yet been contacted. Frowning, the girl stated that she knew one seal, a triangular symbol of a triangular protective seal. One of the 7 basic seals of Adanka appeared in the air. Looking down, the cadet said that there was one problem. Introducing the people under the seal, she explained that there must be a master with 5 stars or more at the top of the triangle, otherwise the seal will lose its balance and collapse. Selbira said that they needed to find Mentor Braun to manifest the seal. The protagonist touched the door. A bright light hit his eyes. There were splashes of blood on the floor in front of the heroes. The man fell in front of them. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The mentor was lying in a pool of his own blood. A huge accumulation of dark energy appeared in the air. A hand holding a sword emerged from it. Ravan quickly repelled the enemy's attack. The energy rose up again. Frowning, the boy asked who it was. Showing his face, a maddened Malone said that everyone who dared to oppose him had gathered here. Throwing a stern look at him, the boy asked what his brother had done. Looking at the cadet shrouded in dark energy, Selbira asked if this aura was real. The protagonist looked back, hearing that this aura had the same properties as the masters possessed by the evil spirit of the archdemon. Turning to face the enemy, he realized that he would be fighting against himself. Concentrating the energy in his hand, Malone decided to show who the real king was here. Waves of energy crashed down on the cadets due to the suppression ability used. The blonde covered her face with her hand. Someone began to cry. The cadets gritted their teeth, noticing that their classmate had become much stronger. One of them looked forward, hearing the call to fear nothing. Putting his weapon forward and clenching his fist, Ravan declared that the martial artists must stop feeling fear and draw their swords. The cadets did as ordered. The dark suppression energy dissipated into the air. Frowning, Malone realized that his younger brother had freed everyone from his peculiarity. Looking at the mentor's body lying on the ground, the boy wondered if he could defeat the one who defeated the 5-star master. The man was writing a letter. A red gem was burning nearby. The boy decided that they needed to wait for reinforcements. The cadets gritted their teeth furiously. Pointing their weapons forward, the boy thought that he needed to buy time with their help. With a threatening frown, he asked if Selbira could cast a seal. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear and answered in the affirmative. Hearing that she should tell everyone to manifest a 3-sided protective seal, the cadet's mouth opened in surprise. Selbira grabbed her friend's shoulder, explaining that they needed a 5-star master who could stand in the center of the seal. Hearing that the boy would replace him, the girl's eyes widened in confusion. Resolutely looking forward, the protagonist said that he would stand in the center of the seal, his body covered in bright energy. Selbira widened her eyes in alarm, shouting loudly that the protagonist would fail because he didn't even have 5 stars, let alone an image. Vincent furrowed his brows in anger as the girl shouted that he would die the second they set the seal. The protagonist turned around and said that Selbira was now representing the family, asking the girl to make a decision that would protect everyone. The purple-haired girl looked at Vincent seriously and said that he had a talent for eloquence. The protagonist stood in front of a monster emitting a red aura. Selbira turned around, pointed her finger at Vincent, and shouted at the others to form a 3-sided protective seal. The red-haired man smirked, asking if they were going to set the seal, preferring suicide to dying at his hands. The protagonist smiled, emitting a blue aura, and replied that if Malone was trapped in their seal even after making a contract with the evil spirit, it would be his total destruction. The man smiled widely and said with a smirk that he gave up, allowing them to form the seal. A young man with blonde hair and round glasses leaned over Vincent and shouted that this would not work. He suggested that he run away. The protagonist with a confident look thought that they could have run away a long time ago, but if they did this, the rest would die. Vincent loudly called out to the rank 9 cadets, and a bunch of people stomped on the floor, raising dust into the air. They raised their sharp swords, standing in formation. The cadets crowded around the protagonist. A bright blue barrier appeared above them. They were creating a 3-sided protective seal. Vincent gritted his teeth tightly and thought that it felt like his mana was exploding, but he had to endure it. Malone furrowed his red eyebrows and laughed loudly, asking if the protagonist was already breaking. A red beam of light hit the barrier. Malone gritted his teeth and sweated, not believing it. Vincent arched his eyebrows, looking at the man with hatred, while Malone did not believe that the protagonist could withstand the power of the seal. Vincent raised his sword in front of his face, asking his enemy if this was all he could do. Red and black lightning appeared around Malone, and he asked if the protagonist was sure he could withstand this much more, his face distorted in rage. The man ran forward, creating bright streams of magic. Malone smirked, looking at Vincent's tense face through the barrier. The protagonist clenched his jaw tightly, thinking that Malone had incredible strength, and that the intelligent giant's glow had become stronger because of the evil spirit. The man, who had a maroon mist around him, told Vincent to tremble in fear with a wide smile and laugh. The protagonist raised his sword above his head, standing under the magic shield. The red-haired girl raised her hand to her face and clenched her teeth, seeing black lightning. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. A pair of brightly shining eyes looked at the cadets from the darkness as they stood behind the barrier. Their faces were covered in sweat and turned pale in fear when they recognized the archdemon Ravan. Malone screamed with a mad smile that this was exactly the expression he expected to see on the cadets' faces. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed deafeningly, telling the cadets not to let fear consume them. He turned around and added with a serious face that the only fear a martial artist is allowed is respect for the strongest. Vincent shouted for the others not to be afraid of Malone, who had cast aside humanity. Selbira frowned, took the sword, and thought that the protagonist was trying to boost everyone's morale while holding back the weight of the seal. She doubted that he was 14 years old. The girl then looked away, decided that she would not just stand around doing nothing either, and ordered the rank 9 cadets to release mana at her signal. They froze, emitting a bright blue light as Selbira counted down. Malone gritted his teeth and screamed loudly in pain as a blue glow of mana appeared beneath him. He jumped onto the floor, sliding across it and letting out an angry hiss. The man with an angry expression called the cadets idiots, and someone ordered him to surrender. The protagonist, standing in front of everyone, said that the masters would be coming soon, and that time was also on the cadet's side. Malone bowed his head, closed his eyes, and clenched his jaw when Vincent added that if he gave up now and thought about what he had done, he could avoid the worst outcome. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened, beads of sweat covered his face, and a black and red being with bright eyes asked if Malone had forgotten that he wanted to kill them all. A blood-red mist appeared around the man, and his eye began to shine. He raised his head and screamed like a madman that he wanted to see the cadets die. Trembling in terror, he was ready to give up his life for this. The protagonist pursed his lips and widened his eyes in shock, thinking that Malone's mana had become heavier, as if he was preparing to make a major attack. The man grabbed a weapon that emitted a terrible aura. He then swung his sword in the air, loudly shouting death wishes towards Vincent. Malone broke through the barrier with a powerful attack that left black marks in the air and screamed loudly. The ground began to shake. Selbira raised her sword, closed one eye, and through clenched teeth loudly ordered everyone else to watch out for the rocks that were flying up from the ground. Pieces of asphalt flew up into the air. Selbira clenched her jaw and turned around as a rock hit the blonde-haired boy, causing him to close his eyes and let out a painful groan. Vincent held his long sword at the ready, frowning and gritting his white teeth. Suddenly, he narrowed one eye, sweating, and looked down, seeing cracks in the protective seal. The protagonist looked up to see Malone rushing down on him with a weapon in his hand, screaming that this was the end. Vincent raised the blade of the sword to his face and furrowed his thick eyebrows. A powerful explosion thundered, illuminating the area. Thick gray smoke rose. The protagonist looked up in shock, not believing his eyes. A young man with gray hair was lying on the shattered floor, streams of dark blood flowing from his mouth. Selbira turned around and saw that it was Sizen. Malone frowned angrily, not understanding where Sizen came from. After all, he had dealt with him in Mentor Brond. The young man clutching the sword with a furious look reminded him that he had already said that he was no longer afraid of Malone. The red-haired man bowed his head and clenched his teeth tightly, insulting the cadets. Then he opened his black and red eyes wide, screaming deafeningly for them to stop looking at him as if they could defeat him. The cadets stood behind a bright blue protective barrier, holding their weapons at the ready. Vincent raised his sword in front of him, thinking that the seal was at its limit and Sizen would not be able to hold out for long. Suddenly, the protagonist's red eyes widened in shock. Malone spread his arms out to the sides, approaching Vincent. The protagonist froze with the sword in his hand, thinking that he did not even intend to strike the red-haired man. Vincent frowned, not understanding why he saw the path of the sword back then. The protagonist saw the black path of the sword passing through Malone's right hand and thought that his priority was to wait for reinforcements, but the protective seal was at its limit. Vincent raised his head and gritted his teeth, trying to decide whether to strike or not. A deep crack appeared on the blue magical protective barrier. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he had no more time, and shouted to Selbira that the seal was about to break, so everyone should prepare themselves. The purple-haired girl widened her eyes in shock, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Vincent raised the shining sword, using the alternate form absolute slash technique. Malone, whose face was covered in deep wrinkles, laughed and told the protagonist to fight him for real. Vincent said with a confident look, Chapter 2. The protagonist then walked through the broken barrier, holding the sword in front of him and using the Galactic Wanderer technique. He turned around and gritted his teeth, sweating. Malone crossed his arms, blood spurted out from the fresh wounds on his body, and Vincent thought that he couldn't reach the man by following the sword's path. He wanted to try again. The protagonist closed one eye as red lightning appeared around him, and Malone laughed and asked if this was all Vincent could do. The man created a magical black ball in his palm and asked if the protagonist thought he would just stand still. Malone shouted that he would roast Vincent to a crisp. The man raised his hand up, from where a stream of black energy shot into the sky. Selbira and Saizen looked up, calling the protagonist's name with worried expressions. Vincent jumped up, crossing his arms. He opened his red eyes and thought that his left arm was hit, so he couldn't hold his sword properly. The protagonist rushed towards Malona, deciding that he couldn't retreat now. With a crazy smile and a bright light in his eyes, Vincent waved his hand, thinking that this time he would get to his opponent. Malone grabbed the protagonist's wrist with a sly grin, saying thank you to him. Vincent clenched his teeth tightly and narrowed one eye in pain. The red-haired man asked with a wide smile if the protagonist really thought that he would cut him down like an idiot, especially when he was holding the sword with his injured hand. Vincent's eyes turned pale as Malone squeezed his hand tighter, and it was covered in a black aura. The man grinned sinisterly as the protagonist's hand turned black and began to emit gray smoke. Malone said that Vincent was roasted to perfection. The red ornaments on the sword reflected the light, and the protagonist thought that if this had happened in his past life, he would not have had this opportunity. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of the weapon. Vincent gritted his teeth and raised his sword up with determination in his eyes, using the absolute slash technique. He then swung the weapon in the air using the helping hand technique. Malone gritted his teeth and let out a deafening scream of pain as part of his arm was torn off. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist bowed his head, frowned, and uncertainly asked himself if he had killed Malone. Amidst the gray smoke, a dark silhouette of a man who called Vincent a scoundrel was visible. Malone grabbed his remaining limb, screaming that Vincent dared to cut off his arm twice. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock and frowned, realizing that the evil spirit's aura had disappeared. He imagined a white streak and thought that the unknown path of the sword was the path that showed the connection between Malone and the evil spirit being severed. The red-haired man leaned over, emitting a golden aura, and loudly screamed that he would never forgive the protagonist. Malone's eyes shone with a blinding light, and he screamed that he would tear Vincent into pieces and then feed them to the blue-eyed white tigers. The man created a sparkling golden heat, wanting the protagonist to die. Vincent stood there with a serious face, holding the sword and thinking that this was not the end. If he wanted to stop Malone completely, the protagonist decided that he had to hit him one more time. Vincent frowned and pressed his lips tightly, and then thought that he could not move. As Malone approached him with his hand outstretched and his mouth wide open, the protagonist thought that everyone had gathered their strength for him. He gritted his teeth, sweating and opening his eyes wide, thinking that he could not stop here because he needed to know what happened 500 years ago. Suddenly, shining iron chains appeared and Vincent ordered Malone to stop fooling around. The chains wrapped around the man's body and lifted him into the air while the protagonist silently looked at him. Malone gritted his teeth, tensed his muscles, and demanded that Vincent release him. Suddenly, the man turned around and saw someone behind him. He recognized the black-haired man as Dean Vargan, and he told Malone not to act like he knew him. Suddenly, the red-haired man was right in the center of a glowing seal, ice blocks growing from the ground. Malone watched as his body was covered in a crust of ice and ordered everyone to stop. Helga took up her whip, telling Malone to surrender since they had captured him and there was no escape for him. The red-haired woman approached Vargan and explained that this was a magical seal that completely bound Malone to his image, a crystal prison. Helga raised her eyebrows, looking down, and added that the only drawback to the prison was that it took a long time to set up, but any martial artist with mana would not be able to escape from it. The ice covered everything except Malone's head, who leaned over and called out loudly for Vincent. His eyes turned red with anger, and he yelled for the protagonist not to think that this was the end. The ice completely engulfed the red-haired man's body. Helga raised her hand and looked at Vincent with an admiring smile. The woman came closer to the protagonist, who was holding a sword in one hand, and said that Vargan had praised him very much. Vincent bowed his head, breathing heavily, while Helga said that he was so badly injured that he could not speak. A sharp sword was stuck into the ground. Vincent fell to his knees, and the red-haired woman noted his endurance, saying that he had saved many people today. She patted the protagonist's head with a smile, saying that she and Vargan would take care of everything now, so Vincent could rest in peace. Vincent slightly opened his red eyes. Selbira and Shevan ran to him, asking if he was okay. The protagonist stood in the middle of the floating mirrors. He looked around, not understanding where he was, when suddenly someone called him. The young man with round glasses looked at Vincent in shock and asked why he was straining his body so much. The protagonist sweated in shock and widened his eyes, asking if it was Julian. Helga stood by the black wall with gilded patterns, her hands behind her back. The woman put her hand on her chest and greeted Sir Adanka. The man with gray hair and a beard looked at Helga seriously, asking her to speak without formalities. The woman scratched the back of her head with a slight smile and called the man Khan. He folded his arms, frowned, and asked what happened. Helga sighed, looked away, and said that this news would not please Khan. The red-haired woman stood in front of the man sitting at a massive table. Helga looked down and reported that there were 15 injured among the rank 9 cadets, although none of them died, but there was a deceased mentor named Brond, who was a 5-star master. Helga remembered Brond closing his eyes in pain, shielding Saizen with his body, and the woman said that the young cadet survived the deadly fight against Malone. Khan, whose eyes had turned black, said that they would pay their deepest respects to the deceased mentor Brond and his family, and do the same for all the injured. The man ordered Helga to repay them generously until they fully recovered. The woman bent over, sweating, and said that it was her fault. She began to think about what would have happened if she had been able to get there sooner. The man closed his eyes and interrupted Helga, saying that there were always many factors that were related to the contractors of evil spirits, and that her decision to stop Malone with one blow after a long time of preparation was not a mistake. Suddenly, Khan opened his violet eyes and furrowed his brows. He pictured the red-haired man kneeling in the prison cell and asked why Malone was still alive after becoming a contractor. Khan said with a serious face that contractors were given unimaginable power in exchange for their lives, so when their power ran out, they died. Helga put her hands behind her back and said that the mages from the fortress analyzed it, but did not find a definitive reason. The woman remembered how Malone clenched his teeth tightly when his arm was cut off and said that he stopped being possessed after Vincent's blow. Khan's eyes widened in shock when Helga said that Malone's severed arm failed to reattach. The man introduced the protagonist and suggested that this was the strange swordplay he used during the meeting of the True Swords. Khan folded his arms and suggested that disciplinary action be taken against Malone, as he had broken all the rules by making a contract with an evil spirit. A red-haired man wearing black and white striped pants sat on the floor behind bars as Khan said that Malone would be put under house arrest for the rest of his life, as well as having his image taken away and the tendons in each of his limbs cut off. Malone gritted his teeth and cried, and Khan added that it was so that he would never pick up a sword again. Helga placed her hand on her waist. The man asked her where Vincent was now, as he wanted to reward him. A pale hand was lying on a white bed, and the woman said that after the treatment, the protagonist was transported to the main house. Vincent was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Helga said that he had been unconscious for the past few days. The protagonist crossed his arms and called out to Julian. He looked at the blue-eyed boy, who explained that he didn't know what this place was either because he was sent here right after Vincent lost consciousness. Julian looked up and said that he realized something when he looked around. The protagonist's mouth dropped in shock when Julian said that they were trapped in Malone's memories. There were framed mirrors floating around, and Julian said that he didn't think it had anything to do with the swordsmanship that Vincent used. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this had never happened to him before in his life and he had never penetrated his opponent's memories. A bead of sweat appeared on his face as he tried to figure out how Malone, the contract, and the absolute cut were connected. Suddenly, Vincent turned around, hearing someone's displeased voice. Malone told Vargan that he was already the strongest among the 9th rank cadets. The boy did not understand why he needed to train to control the intelligent giant. Vincent and Julian came closer, and the blonde said that it happened before he came to the fortress. Vargan put his hands behind his back, saying that Malone was one of the respected children of the Adanka family. He asked if the boy wanted to make a complete fool of himself among the others. The mentor frowned and said that if Malone did not want to end his life on stage, then he should immediately release the intelligent giant. Julian radiated a blue aura. The protagonist standing next to him suggested that there was a reason why Vargan let Malone get away with what he did. The red-haired boy sat up, closed his eyes, and agreed with the dean's words. Then he frowned, creating a bright triangle. Julian and Vincent opened their mouths in shock when they realized that this was the flow of mana of the intelligent giant. The protagonist was looking at the evil face of Malone through the painting. He stumbled, asking Julian in horror what it was. The protagonist turned around, asking where Julian was, while standing in complete darkness. Vincent looked away as someone reached out to him and asked why he couldn't just die. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock, seeing his mother's face. He placed his hand on his head, sweating and clenching his teeth, thinking that these were already his memories. Master Nedia turned around, her eyebrows raised in confusion. Falcon was smiling. Arslan turned around, smiling and holding out her hand. Vincent reached out to them, asking them to wait. He asked what happened after his death 500 years ago. The protagonist fell silent and looked at the sword sticking out of his chest. He frowned, looked away, and thought that he was not alone here. Kajin stood behind him, his face twisted in anger. Vincent was kneeling, bound with chains. He looked away, thinking about his life inside the walls of the Samian family prison. The dark silhouette behind the bars said that strength could not hide the truth forever. The youth cried, smiling, saying that he would fight for the honor of the protagonist, although it would take a long time. Vincent widened his eyes in shock and recognized Arslan. Someone took a step forward. A man in armor and with long hair was looking down at the protagonist. Vincent frowned, not understanding who was standing in front of him. Looking at the man's indifferent face, Vincent thought that the last time he saw Arslan was when he visited him in prison. He had never seen him as an adult. The man said that Arslan was Julian. The protagonist, bound with chains, opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that he could not hear him. Arslan, with a calm face, said that he wanted them to meet again in 500 years no matter what. The space lit up. Arslan was looking at the protagonist. Vincent raised his eyebrows in shock. He stretched his hand forward, shouting Arslan's name at a high pitch. Suddenly, he froze and fell silent. The protagonist sat on the white bed, thinking about Arslan. He grabbed his head, his eyes wide with shock, trying to understand what had just happened to him. Vincent put his hand on his head, mentally asking Arslan what he had done to him. Julian appeared next to the protagonist and said that he was scared when he suddenly disappeared. Vincent raised his hand, closed his eyes, and replied that he was fine and his body had healed. He opened his red eyes and frowned, trying to understand what this memory was. He remembered the image of an adult Arslan visiting him before his death. The protagonist turned around when he heard someone throw a basin of water and a towel on the floor. The man and woman in the maid's costume froze in shock when they saw the protagonist. Their eyes became wet with tears, their lips trembled. Then they pounced on Vincent with hugs. The man burst into tears, saying that he really thought Vincent would never open his eyes again. The maid said with a big smile that it was a great relief. The protagonist remained silent, awkwardly looking at the people hugging him. He then closed his eyes and thanked them with a smile for worrying about him. Vincent turned around in surprise, hearing someone's voice. Helga crossed her arms with a smile and asked if she would disturb him at such a touching moment. The woman raised her hand and said that she was glad to meet the protagonist. She took a chair, saying that it was possible to do without a formal greeting. Helga sat down and asked with a smile that Vincent call her just Nuna because her title as director obliged her to behave sternly. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist asked why Helga was there, and the woman stretched her hand out to the side with a smile, saying that she had to report the incident to Vincent's father. Vargan wrote with a pen on paper. Helga said that he was better at handling the affairs of the fortress than her, so it was better for her not to interfere with the paperwork. Sitting on a chair next to the bed, the red-haired woman said that she planned to go to the central region for some business and return in 3 days with the protagonist. She smiled widely and said that she wanted to ask Vincent for something. Helga asked with a soft smile if he wanted to fight the young master of the Samian family. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock, asking if the woman wanted him to fight. Helga rested her chin on her palms, saying that she wanted the protagonist to participate in a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Hearing these words, Vincent narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Helga introduced 2 dark figures, saying with a smirk that this was an event where members of the Samian and Adanka families who studied martial arts would compete against each other, and that it was a big event that the heads of both families would be attending. The woman extended 2 fingers, saying that it would be held in the Crimson Fortress, which meant that the young master and the head of the Samian family would be coming to the fortress. Vincent curled his lips and opened his red eyes wide. He asked why Helga was only talking about this now, and the woman's face began to look tired. She remembered Malone and said that he was originally supposed to be present at the meeting, but since things turned out this way, the only direct heir with the right age and skill level was Vincent. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that the scene Vargan spoke of was a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Helga introduced a male dark figure and said that the protagonist's opponent was the 6th son of the Samian family, a genius who already now has the prospect of becoming the next head of the family. The woman stood up and said with a smile that no one except Dea had ever won a friendly meeting, so she advised the protagonist not to worry and consider this meeting a good experience. Vincent said with a smile that if he agreed to the duel with the intention of losing to the Samian family, it would be against Adanka's will. Helga raised her eyebrows in surprise. She ruffled the protagonist's hair and asked with a smile if he wanted to try to win. Suddenly, a man in a red cloak entered the room and asked if Vincent would take responsibility for his words. Khan looked at them seriously. The protagonist, sitting on the bed, said that he had already shown Khan how to take responsibility for his words during the meeting of the True Swords, and the man replied that that pressure would not be comparable to this. Vincent promised with a smirk that he would return as a winner. Khan looked down at him and said that he would wait for that. Helga and Khan began to leave the room to give the protagonist some rest after receiving serious injuries. The door closed. The man and woman walked down the hallway. Khan said that they still hadn't awarded Vincent. Helga asked if the award had been chosen yet. The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise when Khan said that he would go with her to the fortress. He turned around and said that they would engrave the protagonist's name on a crimson monument. Helga raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes in shock, not believing it. She imagined a temple and thought that there was a monument in the fortress that recorded the names of the heroes of the Adanka family who had accomplished great things. The woman raised her hand, saying that she understood that Vincent had done a great thing, but other than Dea, no other rank 9 cadet had their name written on the monument. Helga stopped, watching Khan walk away, who only told her that they would see each other in 9 days. The protagonist was lying on the bed, smiling. His eyes were closed, and he was thinking about the friendly experience exchange meeting. He remembered Kaj and Arslan's faces and came to the conclusion that the Adanka family wanted to suppress the Samian family, and that there would come a day when they had to suppress the Samian family with their swords. This was a great opportunity to find out the current level of the Samian family. Vincent sat up on the bed, lowered his head, and called Julian. When the blonde youth appeared next to him, the protagonist asked if he knew anything about the 7th son of Samian. Julian touched his chin, closed his eyes, and replied that he had never been interested in the friendly experience exchange meeting. The protagonist clenched his fists and asked what the chances were of him defeating the 6th son of the Samian family, considering they were about the same level. Julian spread his arms out, saying that they had the element of surprise of an absolute cut, and so it might be impossible or unlikely. Vincent looked at his hands as Julian said that without taking into account the image theory, the protagonist would reach 3 stars at best, but his opponent, who was trained under the elite standards of the Samian family, would have at least 3 stars or more. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the difference in strength would be significant. He threw off the blanket and said that this would not work. Vincent then began to stretch his arms, saying that he needed to start training, and Julian shouted that he needed to rest since his injuries were severe. The protagonist smiled and began to untie the bandages, saying that his body had already healed, and he only needed to limit himself to using mana. As Vincent walked towards the exit of the room, Julian asked him to use his body with caution. A sharp sword cut through the air. The protagonist waved the glowing weapon in the air. Standing in the middle of the smoke-filled room, he thought about meeting the current Samian family, his feelings about this duel, and his feelings about his past life. Vincent suddenly turned around when someone approached him. While the man was saying that this was where they first clashed swords, the protagonist looked at him in shock. Ravan smirked, raising one eyebrow and saying that they had not seen Vincent for a long time. After a while, there were mugs of tea on the table. Ravan suddenly said that he heard that the protagonist was seriously injured, after which he added that he was glad to see him in good health. Ravan immediately thanked his cousin and said that he did not expect to see him so soon. "Oh, about that," Ravan said, taking a sip from his mug, and then continued, "The very thing that Ravan asked him for, he found out something." Hearing this, the protagonist jumped up from the table, slammed his hands on the table, and screamed with wild eyes, asking if he really found out what happened 500 years ago. With a satisfied smile on his face, Ravan put the cup on the table and said that he found out something, but he didn't know what exactly. "What do you mean?" Ravan immediately asked, when suddenly Ravan's face changed. He looked at his cousin and said that he was curious about his family. After that, he folded his arms over his chest and began to tell that besides him, there was no one in his family who was especially gifted in the martial arts, and the size of their house, finances, and everything else was average compared to other families on the sidelines. At that moment, the protagonist remembered the moment when he, having just reincarnated, easily pushed away the head of the Raven family. Suddenly, Raven stretched his hands forward and thoughtfully asked if it was not strange that his father, who was not gifted in martial arts and who was not particularly rich, had been an observer at the meeting of the True Swords all these years. After these words, he plunged into memories. He said that he came to his father's office and persistently asked, and his father finally answered. Sitting at the table and folding his arms over his chest, his father said that Ravan would still replace him one day. He was very tense and serious. "Come with me, Ravan," he called his son with him. Standing up, he went to the bookcase. After that, he stretched out his hand towards the books, and a magic circle appeared under it. Immediately after that, the bookcase moved from its place. Behind it was a passage and a descent down. The father, holding his hands behind his back, said that even the head of the Adanka family cannot enter here without his permission. Downstairs were many bookcases, completely filled with books. This was a hidden archive, his father said, the history of the Adanka unknown to the world. They walked past many shelves, and his father explained that all the records of the first member of the Adanka family, as well as the light and dark parts of the history, were here, and their family had gained a high status by preserving this Arohim for generations. Surprised and shocked, Ravan looked around, following his father, who continued to inform him that even if it was revealed after 500 years, their family would suffer the loss since they treated the preservation of the archive as a family matter. Then Ravan was incredibly shocked by what he saw. He saw a thick book standing on one of the shelves. Could it be that the records of the Hisley family still remained? The protagonist screamed in shock upon hearing this. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, there was madness in his eyes, and a mad smile on his face. In that case, he said to himself, there must be records there that prove my innocence. Suddenly, Ravan interrupted his thoughts, placing his hand on the table, smiling and saying that he first had to take his father's place before he could show his cousin any of the records, so he would have to wait a long time. "No problem," the protagonist immediately said, adding that he had already helped enough. Ravan seemed worried. Rubbing his hands, he asked how he could talk about it like that. After all, this was highly classified information about Ravan's family business. Leaning back in his chair, the guy threw his hands behind his head and said that he already owed the protagonist his life, and what he had told him was just trifles. Hearing this, with an absurd smile on his face, Ravan thanked his cousin. Suddenly, Ravan put his hand in his pocket, saying that he had forgotten something important. Ravan looked at his interlocutor in surprise. A few seconds later, Ravan took out a magic crystal. He held it out at arm's length and said that he had gone to replace his broken sword, and Ravan had told him to give this to Ravan. The crystal was emitting strong magical power. Suddenly, a hologram of Hansen emerged from it, rubbing the back of his head and saying that he hadn't used the thing in years, so he didn't know if it worked. A joyful Ravan immediately greeted Hansen. A confused Ravan immediately said that it was a recorded message, and then asked if the main character didn't know that communication crystals were incredibly expensive. Confused by what he heard, Ravan said that he was just kidding. Hansen, folding his arms over his chest, said that he was leaving Ravan a video message because he doubted their future meeting. After that, he smiled madly and said that now he said that he would tell about the dragon bone. After that, he put his hands on his hips and said that there was nothing special about it, and he also learned that it was impossible to reforge a perfect sword from dragon bone. Hearing this, Ravan was shocked and disappointed to ask if the sword could not be reforged. Suddenly, Hansen asked if the protagonist remembered the fire in the workshop, and then said that he found out the reason. After that, he said that when he began to forge the Crimson Lotus after transferring the bone into it, a fire ignited that could not be stored in it. After that, he said that as Ravan already knew, the dragon bone absorbs the temperament of its owner's mana, and then said that he had the blessing of unwavering flame, so the Crimson Lotus must have absorbed his power and caused the explosion. Hansen continued to say, looking at the protagonist, that it was almost impossible to forge anything safely from this bone, after which he added that he did not think that he could forge a sword more powerful than the Crimson Lotus now. Folding his arms across his chest and lowering his head in disappointment, Ravan said that everything was clear, unless, Hansen suddenly said. Hearing this, the protagonist looked questioningly at the hologram. I will not make a hammer, Hansen said slowly and harshly, looking at the protagonist, after which he added, from the dragon bone that he gave him. He explained how he conducted an experiment on a small piece of bone, after which he said that he found out that the power absorbed by this bone does not affect other parts of the bone. When suddenly Hansen, stretching out his finger and pointing at Ravan, with a malicious smile on his face, said that if this happened, then they would have nothing left as material for the protagonist's sword, after which he added that he said this so that he just knew, although this was extremely unlikely. Okay, take care of yourself and don't upset Sari, Hansen said at last, and then disappeared. The protagonist immediately put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that if he had more dragon bones, he would be able to get the perfect sword from dragon bone. Getting up from the table, Ravan with a smile on his face said that he would return to the workshop for his sword, after which he told Ravan that if he wanted to leave some message that he could pass on, then let him speak. Ravan immediately got up from the table, hit it with his hands and with a crazy smile on his face, asked Ravan to tell Hansen to forge a sword from dragon bone, because he would try to get even more bones to create a sword. Smiling and continuing to hold back laughter, Ravan said that he thought so, because Ravan was talking complete nonsense, as if this was possible. After that, they shook hands, and Ravan said that he would go, after which he asked the protagonist not to expose himself to such danger again. Ravan, shaking hands, said that he would be careful. It was daytime outside, the protagonist's family estate. Ravan walked along a spacious corridor and listened to Julian say that Ravan and Hansen gave useless information. Ravan immediately said that this was not the case. There was a satisfied smile on his face. He said that now all possibilities were open to them, after which he added that it only remained to become stronger and find a way. There was determination in his eyes. In his head, he said that first of all, he would defeat the sixth son of the Samian family. Turning to Julian, the protagonist firmly said that they needed to defeat the sixth son of the Samian family, after which he asked him to come up with a plan. Suddenly, Julian hit himself on the forehead and, exhaling heavily, said discontentedly that Ravan always started something and expected him to finish it. The protagonist then asked whether Julian would help him or not. Julian pointed out that there was no way to defeat the sixth son right now, since they had barely defeated Malone, who was not possessed, and then asked how he could think that they could defeat someone even stronger. After that, Ravan remembered a moment from his battle with Malone and said that Julian was right, since it was incredibly difficult to cope with Malone's peculiarity, since a wide range of attacks and powerful force were enough to break through his body strengthening. Pleased with what he heard, Julian folded his arms across his chest and said that if they had the blessing of an intelligent giant, then maybe they could win. Yes, the protagonist agreed and then asked, "Is that impossible, right?" Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on Julian's face. Looking at his interlocutor, he sarcastically asked why it was impossible, since they had already seen the flow of mana, hadn't they? It was in Malone's memories. He recalled how they saw that the tense Malone was concentrating his energy, and his mana chain looked like a triangle. Confusedly, Davin said that they saw it, and then said that they can't just get a feature by simply using a memory. Suddenly, Julian said that if it was a human's memory, then no. Hearing this, Davin was shocked. He saw a huge butterfly behind Julian, who had a smile on his face. With great joy in his voice, he said that if it was a god's memory. In his eyes, Davin saw himself in the mana chain in the shape of a triangle. Julian suddenly asked if the protagonist thought that this would be possible. Hearing this, Davin joyfully asked Julian if he really memorized the intelligent giant's mana flow. Proudly, Julian, holding his head high, said that of course, by heart. A crazy smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He raised his fist and shouted, "Why are they not doing anything then? They should be receiving the blessing right now." Julian's face immediately changed. He looked at the protagonist ominously and said that this is why he is standing still. What kind of blessing can there be with such a body? He imagined the form of a man with all the elements of the world swirling around him. Julian explained that the mana of an intelligent species is the most destructive element of all, and the intelligent giant is the strongest of all intelligent gods, so if they try their luck now, Davin's body will be destroyed without receiving any blessing. Clenching his fist, Julian said that they will now return to the fortress and restore as much of the protagonist's mana as they can. He immediately began to overwhelm Davin with moralizing, telling him what he can and cannot do. After that, he finished by saying that if the protagonist breaks even one of these rules, he will not teach him the flow of the intelligent giant mana. An angry Davin shouted that he will not do anything. 3 days later, in the Crimson Fortress, several horse-drawn carriages were approaching the fortress through the snow. We had finally arrived. Helga's voice could be heard. The protagonist's voice was then heard, asking if they shouldn't have walked for safety reasons. Helga answered this question immediately, telling Davin that they had simply lied then, and then asked how they could have hidden such a gigantic fortress. "You did it as a welcoming ritual that day," Helga said, sitting opposite the protagonist, and then added that Davin had gone through it, so he might not know about it now. "I see," Davin answered. Looking out the window, he said that there were more carriages than them. Surprised, Helga suddenly asked if she hadn't told you about it. "You will go through the engraving ceremony," she immediately said. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised. In the huge hall stood a huge manuscript. Not far from it stood the main character, and along the blue path walked the cadets and their representatives. Everyone was very serious. The first representative stopped. Her name was Hannah Adanka, the direct heir, the third daughter. She immediately ordered the cadets of the first rank to line up. The flags were immediately raised. Loud words were heard that the second, third, and fourth cadets had lined up. A guy with yellow eyes and disheveled hair introduced himself. His name was Abel Adanka, the direct heir, the fourth son. He represented the cadets of the fifth rank. A few minutes later, more cadets approached, and solemn words were heard that the cadets of the 6th and 7th ranks had lined up. Another representative introduced himself. There was a satisfied smile on his face, and his name was Damien Adanka. He is the 5th son and direct heir. Davin looked at all the direct heirs nervously and said to himself that they were all incredible. Looking at Hannah, who was emitting strong magical energy, he said that she was especially magnificent because she had such a sharp aura that it gave him goosebumps. Footsteps and a voice were heard, saying that this was a representative of the 9th rank cadets. It was Selvira. She held her hands behind her back and was very confident. Seeing her, the protagonist smiled and said to himself that everything was fine. There were many cadets in the hall. They were all talking among themselves, asking whose name would be engraved. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard behind the cadets. It was the head of Adanka. He was very serious. He stopped and called the protagonist to him. The head stood in front of all the cadets, inspiring fear. Davin immediately approached him. Putting his hand on his chest, he said, "Humble respect for the absolute glory." In his head, he spoke to his father, saying that he did not know that he would be given such a great gift. The father looked at his son and said telepathically that it was not a gift, because Davin himself deserved it. Immediately after that, he said out loud to the protagonist to give his sword. Immediately, Davin handed his sword to the leader. Now, the leader said solemnly, taking hold of the sword's hilt, and then continued that he would engrave the protagonist's name on his sword. Immediately after that, he swung the sword, making a slash. He tensed up greatly. His eyes showed that his strength was great. He made another strike, writing Davin's name. From this strike, a huge force erupted, which enveloped the entire hall. The protagonist had to close his eyes. Selbira also covered her face, trying to resist such power. The shocked Damien was shocked by what he saw. The only one who stood calmly was Hannah. There was no emotion on her face from what she saw. Then suddenly the sword stopped. The name of the protagonist suddenly appeared on the stone. Immediately after that, the leader turned to Davin. At once, all the cadets shouted, "Modest respect for absolute glory." The leader proudly raised his head, telling his son not to forget that his name was Vincent Adanka. There was a satisfied smile on the face of the protagonist. Looking at the leader, he said that he would never forget this. Time passed. In the room, which was brightly lit, voices were heard saying that it was simply amazing. These were Selbira's cadets, who, sitting in a circle, happily said that the leader was very strong. Suddenly, Selbira herself peeked out from behind the door, asking the guys if they had seen the protagonist. One of the cadets immediately replied that Davin had not come yet. Selbira, having entered the room completely and with her hands on her hips, said that she wanted to throw a congratulatory party, but she couldn't find the protagonist anywhere. Maybe he was at the training ground, the cadet suddenly suggested. Unlikely, since he had just returned, the girl replied. At this time, beads of sweat were dripping from the protagonist's face. He was in the training hall, where he was training tirelessly. His body was surrounded by strong magical energy. Julian was prompting Davin to move in the right direction, since he needed to feel 3 points. And starting from here, when suddenly after that he sniffled. Hearing this, Davin turned to his assistant in surprise. "This won't do," he suddenly shouted and cried loudly with happiness. Then shouted that just think, he got the engraving after everyone called him worthless. "Are you really that happy about this?" Davin asked, relaxing. Of course, wiping the tears from his face, Julian answered, then added that his father recognized him as his son, then asked if Davin was not at all touched by this. Sitting on the floor and throwing his hand on his knee, the protagonist said that they needed to achieve much more, so they could neither cry nor laugh over such trivial events. Julian continued to wipe away his tears. Davin, again sitting in a pose and stretching his fingers, said that it was time to begin, because if they wanted to exceed their father's expectations, then they needed to get the blessing of an intelligent giant. Julian immediately smiled broadly and firmly said that he would try hard. The protagonist tensed up again. Julian started saying that if they had already been through this several times, then Davin should have felt it already, then added that now the protagonist needs to focus on forming a perfect triangle. Davin held his hands, above which 3 mana points were spinning in a circle. Suddenly, after a few seconds, a connected triangle was formed. At the same second, a huge magical force burst out of the building. Covering his face, Julian looked at the protagonist and asked if they had really succeeded. In front of them stood the magical image of an intelligent giant. He was calm. Incredible magical energy emanated from him. "We did it," Julian shouted joyfully, turning his attention to Davin, then said that they had received a new blessing. When suddenly he heard a heart-rending scream. "Vincent," Julian shouted, rushing towards the protagonist, who fell to the floor. Davin's whole body was shaking. He could not control himself. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Suddenly, small but strong lightning appeared in his eyes. He screamed furiously, and his body suddenly began to absorb incredible power. Davin was in incredible pain, but he endured. Power enveloped him. Julian screamed furiously, asking what was happening. Lightning struck Davin's body. He screamed that the energy of lightning was overflowing him. "Interesting," the giant suddenly said, sinking to the floor, after which he added that a man who had independently mastered divinity. After thinking for a while, he said that sometimes people like the main character appear. The power emanating from the giant was many times greater. "What happened?" Julian screamed in horror, looking at the giant. God stood in front of them and said that Davin called him by invoking a blessing, and he granted him a blessing as he wished. That was all. Frightened, Julian waved his hand to the side and screamed, saying that such a thing could not happen to a person just because of this, because they even completely restored the body in advance. "Is sacrum," the giant said slowly and loudly. Hearing this, Julian was shocked. He immediately turned to Davin, who was writhing in pain and absorbing power. Then the giant explained that the protagonist's physical body absorbed mana like a cotton ball, and thus received much more power than it should have. "Divine sacrum," Julian said quietly and confusedly, looking at Davin. Blood was flowing from the protagonist's eyes, nose, and mouth. He screamed furiously, resisting the pain. Julian, whose face was dripping with sweat, began to ask the giant what they should do now, because at this rate the protagonist would die. "It's simple," the giant immediately turned away, looking at Davin. Pointing to the completed flow of mana, he said that it was necessary to leave this, and then the lightning would also stop. Julian, understanding the solution to the problem, smiled and was about to tell Davin about it, when suddenly the giant interrupted him. Folding his arms across his chest, the giant said that if Julian left the protagonist now, he would no longer bestow his blessing on him. There was a serenity in his voice. He said that Davin could die or alive after receiving the blessing, so he had to choose one of the two. "How is that possible?" Julian shouted, looking at the protagonist writhing in pain. Pointing his finger at the giant, he shouted that this was absurd, because it made no sense. Hearing this, the giant became angry. How did this make no sense? He asked menacingly. Suddenly, a huge force was released from the giant's body. He was very serious. He furiously said that Ravan himself called for the blessing and brought him, and then asked if there was any sense in him accepting more power than he could have. Know your place, incomplete god, the giant then said. This brought tears to Julian's eyes. Pointing at Ravan, the giant said that the protagonist would not stop the flow of his mana. After all, he knows, the giant continued to say, looking at the flow of mana that was in front of the writhing Ravan, that he would not receive the blessing if he stopped now. The giant continued. There was pain in the protagonist's eyes, but at the same time, there was determination and purpose. Suddenly, the giant shouted loudly, ordering Ravan to take control of the sentient energy and contain it in his body, adding that the protagonist must do this in order to fully receive his blessing. Sweat was pouring down the face of the terrified Julian. He knew that he could not just sit back while Ravan was barely holding onto his life. Suddenly, butterfly wings appeared behind him. Spreading his arms, he said that his divine energy may be weak, but he can try to protect the protagonist's heart. Go ahead, he shouted, sending many butterflies towards Ravan. They instantly surrounded the protagonist's heart, which was attacked by lightning. Seeing this, a joyful Julian shouted that he finally managed to envelop Ravan's heart with his divine energy, and if the protagonist now absorbs all the lightning energy, he will be able to protect it. But before he could finish speaking, a huge stream of energy destroyed all his defenses. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Sweat was pouring down his face unstoppably. Julian realized that this was not the level he could handle because the lightning energy was overflowing Ravan's heart. But he did not stop. Rushing to Ravan, he began to use the technique on his heart again, just to help. He begged the protagonist to be patient a little longer, because if Ravan's heart exploded, then it would be the end for both of them. When suddenly Julian's hands began to change, dissolving. Seeing this, he was incredibly scared, asking himself if he was really disappearing. Sweat continued to pour down his face, there was horror in his eyes. He screamed that he did not want to die, but if he got rid of his powers now. When suddenly Julian's protective barrier on the protagonist's heart broke, and Ravan's heart burst. The pain disappeared from his face. Julian looked in bewilderment as the protagonist fell to the floor. Before he could even comprehend anything, beads of sweat had already formed in his eyes. Someone, he said quietly. Someone, please help us, he screamed hysterically as tears poured out of his eyes. At that moment, he was enveloped in a purple glow. At that moment, the door of the hall began to rise. Ravan came inside, asking if anyone was here. Julian suddenly saw the priest. Ravan, seeing what was happening, immediately rushed to help. Julian suddenly realized that his voice could reach those with sacred powers. Stopping in front of the protagonist, from whom lightning was still emanating, Ravan asked in horror what had happened. And, Julian suddenly said, seeing that there was still a connected flow of mana above the protagonist. Julian immediately realized that Ravan had not yet given up. There was no longer life in the eyes of the protagonist. Julian's right hand had already become transparent. Clenching it into a fist, he resolutely said that then, too, he would not give up and would surpass his worthless self. Priest, do you hear my voice? Julian asked. Ravan, hearing a voice unfamiliar to him, looked around, but not noticing anyone, asked if it was really the voice that called him, then asked who the voice belonged to. Julian did not hesitate and said that he was an acquaintance of the protagonist, a god, and Ravan needed healing right now. Sweat was running down Ravan's face. He, pulling his hand away, said that he could not get closer to Ravan because of the lightning. Frightened, Julian immediately said that he would try to block the lightning so that it did not affect Ravan. Meanwhile, try to heal him, Julian said, flying up to Ravan from behind. Got it, the guy said, waving his hands. Immediately after that, Julian put all his strength and, stretching out his hand, directed all the butterflies to Ravan. He understood that if the priest touched the main character and healed, the butterflies surrounded Ravan in a huge flock, creating a protective dome around him. I will have to block the lightning energy surrounding his body, Julian continued. He clenched his teeth because he understood that he would have to do this, even if he disappeared. Turning his attention to Ravan, he shouted that now. At that very second, a strong green glow appeared in the priest's hands, and he himself was enveloped in a strong magical aura. It began to illuminate the main character, in whose eyes there were no longer any emotions, when suddenly particles of life began to appear in them. At this time in the palace, Vargan stood with his back to the maid who had come. Ready? He asked, looking at her over his shoulder. This maid was Sari. She was scared, a drop of cold sweat was running down her cheek. Yes, she said quietly and hesitantly, when suddenly, putting her hand to her chest, she loudly and clearly asked to teach her magic. Holding her hands behind her back, Vargan asked if the maid remembered the duel between the protagonist and Malone. Remembering the barrier that protected her from the stone debris, he added that he felt that there was incredibly strong mana in the girl's body. Sari's body was covered in a green glow. The man explained that the mana contained in her was beyond the understanding of the current study of magic, like the young master. The maid looked down when the dean said that he had never taught someone on request before and that it would not be easy. Looking away, the girl objected, saying that she still wanted to study her. Imagining Davin standing facing the light, she said that her master was still growing and was already at the point where there was nothing she could do to help him. The bandaged boy was lying on the bed. Sari stood next to him, thinking that she was only able to take care of him when he came home injured. Pointing at herself, the maid firmly stated that she wanted to help, even if it was small. Vargan closed his eyes and nodded, praising her for her loyalty. Looking at her, he said that she needed to get permission from her master before she could begin training. Suddenly, a bright light came on in the windows of the office, and the girl raised her eyebrows in fear. Looking around, the dean asked what was going on here. Looking down, Sari called out to her master. The boy was sitting on the floor in a crater that had formed. The dean asked what all this meant. Shevin, sitting on the floor, replied that the young master was fine and that there was no reason to worry. Bright lightning appeared in the air. The priest said that, apparently, the cadet received a blessing. Lightning enveloped the young man's body. A warm light was burning in the room. Someone asked if the maid wanted to learn magic. Kneeling down next to her master, the girl said that she needed his permission and that she could start training right now. Smiling, Julian jumped out from behind his friend and said that this was a great opportunity, because then they would have a servant who would be trained by an outstanding wizard. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that the ghost looked a little faded. The minor god scratched his head and promised to rest and return to his previous state. Looking at the maid, Davin asked if she was sure of her difficult decision. The girl replied that she wanted to help her master. Hearing that she was allowed to start training, Sari folded her hands and expressed her gratitude. Looking at Vargan, the boy asked him to take care of her. The man crossed his arms and promised to teach her with all severity. Looking down, the dean thought that he could tell for sure that the cadet had received the giant lightning. Looking at the calm boy, Vargan thought that he had only turned away for a moment, and he had become even stronger. Putting his hands behind his back, the man looked at the maid and offered to make lesson plans since they were sure that the young master was okay. The girl smiled and agreed. Looking at them, the young man thought that now even Sari had a teacher, but he did not. Imagining the image of Arslan, he thought that he had not learned a single sword art that the ancestor left for Adanka. Hearing that he was called, the dean turned around. Standing up and clenching his fist, the protagonist said that a friendly exchange meeting was coming soon, so he needed to put all of himself into training. With a stern frown, he asked where the teacher who would train him in the fortress was. Vargan looked at him tensely, not understanding what he was talking about. Hearing that he needed to find his own teacher, Davin's mouth opened in shock. The heroes stood opposite each other. The cadet said that the fortress was an institution for training members of the Adanka family. The man replied that the fortress only provided training facilities, but was not a school. The swordsman walked up to the two men. The eldest of each family would give a teacher to a child who was a potential heir. A martial artist could also participate, but the children of the main family were trained by the eldest. Pointing his finger at the cadet, the dean asked if he really didn't have an elder who would sponsor him. The boy looked away in embarrassment. Vargan closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that his choice had been a mistake. Looking back, the boy wanted to ask Julian something, but the ghost thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that they had no elders. Imagining an old man standing behind the child, the small god explained that he could not do anything about the fact that no one wanted to sponsor the useless Vincent. Putting a finger to his chin, the young man asked himself who could help him. It could only be one person. Raelsa was holding a letter in her hands. Looking at it, the girl asked the servant standing next to her what it was. Raising his eyebrows in fear, Wilson replied that it was a letter from the young master addressed to the head of the family. Looking at him from under her brows, the chamberlain asked why the boy brought the letter to her and did not give it directly to the head, because it probably said something important. The servant, trembling with fear, said that he would never go to the headman alone. Raelsa sighed and promised to deliver the letter. The envelope was opened. A letter opener lay nearby. The girl closed her eyes and explained the reason for her visit. Khan silently read the letter, standing in front of the window. Approaching him, the chamberlain asked him to tell her the contents of the letter. Looking at her, the head of the family said that his son was asking for a tutor. The woman, pursing her lips tightly, thought that she should have understood this, but was too distracted by the enrollment of the boy in the fortress. Turning away from the window, the man added that his son had acquired the lightning giant Malone. Clutching the letter in his hand, he asked his subordinate if he understood why the boy had sent this letter. Raelsa closed her eyes, assuming that her son was simply asking his father for help. Hearing that the head of the family was the only one the boy could turn to, Khan thoughtfully lowered his gaze. The moonlight illuminated the heroes. The head of the family remembered that the girl had already taught his son and offered her to go to the fortress. The chamberlain refused. She imagined herself swinging a sword and explained that she was using the swordsmanship of her ruined family, not the Adanka family, which could cause the boy to develop bad habits. Frowning, the head of the family asked what could be done in such a case to help his son. Smiling, the woman said that there was someone suitable to be a teacher. The man had a sword on his belt. He used the swordsmanship of the Adanka family and was the owner of the lightning giant, which was previously mentioned as the thunder giant. Merlin walked along the corridor of the castle. Railsa said that Khan could use his authority and give him a position that would allow him to enter the fortress and become the young master's teacher. With a stern frown, the man replied that the swordsman should also want it. With a sly grin, the chamberlain said that she could convince him since he was her friend. The vice captain of the White Sword raised his eyebrows. He was silently pacing the corridors of the castle. Noticing something, the boy turned around. There was a mannequin on the training field. The warrior remembered how many months ago he gave the recovery potion to the young master. Smiling, the young man asked how he was doing now. He turned around. Hearing the voice of his friend, Railsa asked if the boy went out for a walk. Squinting slyly, she greeted him. The heroes were sitting in the room. Merlin took off his cloak and said that his busy friend did not come to him to chat. The girl said that she wanted to offer him a new position. Raising his eyebrows questioningly, the vice captain asked what kind of position it was. Throwing a stern look at him, the chamberlain explained that it was a position in an educational institution in the Yellow Dragon group. The swordsman sat down on a chair and sighed heavily, disappointed that the group's name didn't even include the word sword, and refused. The woman folded her hands on her lap and added that she wanted her friend to teach someone, and the boy asked who she was talking about. Hearing the young master's name, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. The glowing crystals on the chandelier replaced candles. Railsa said that the elders wouldn't even look at the young master. The likelihood of him becoming a potential head of the family was quite low, so he didn't have any sponsors. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Merlin said that he couldn't handle it, despite the excuses he made up. But upon hearing that the boy had recently mastered the giant's lightning blessing, he immediately looked up. Crossing one leg over the other, the vice captain said that in that case, he was interested. Throwing his hand up, the swordsman stated that he had too many reasons not to teach the boy, since he was constantly being pushed around, and the girl wanted him to teach someone who had not even been chosen by his elders. With her hands clasped, the chamberlain proposed a bet, her eyes sparkling. The young master was soon to duel a representative of the Samian family. The out-of-breath protagonist held his sword in his hands. Railsa said that if he won, Merlin would be his teacher. A few days later, 7 days left until the friendly exchange meeting, Davin leaned on his sword, trying to catch his breath. Looking ahead, he thought that he should make the giant's lightning power completely his own. Due to the use of a small current boost, his body was covered in yellow lightning. The boy screamed shrilly. Swinging the sparkling sword, the boy decided that this was not enough to wrap the sword in lightning, and that he should connect it into a beam like Malone did. He needed to increase the power. A symbol with 3 lightning bolts appeared at the guard of the sword. The weapon uncontrollably splashed energy into the air. One of the lightning bolts almost hit its owner's head. Julian closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Looking at the destroyed training ground, the ghost said that his friend was completely unable to control his power. Raising his sparkling hand, the protagonist said that he felt lightning charges filling his body, which made it difficult to control the power. Crossing his arms over his chest, the small god replied that the current speed was not enough to even slightly increase the current. Raising his eyebrows, he asked how Malone managed to use so much energy, despite using a more advanced technique. Lowering his head in displeasure, Julian concluded that the effectiveness of the attacks was an order of magnitude lower compared to the amount of effort invested. Davin agreed, adding that the ghost worked hard to receive this blessing. Embarrassedly widening his eyes, the small god was surprised that his friend listened to him all this time. He waved his hands furiously and ordered to forget everything immediately. The boy smiled and reminded that he remained alive only thanks to his friend. Turning around, he asked if Julian remembered Railsa's answer. The pen moved smoothly across the paper. The girl apologized to the young master. Moving the pen along the letter, she wrote that due to the current situation, the family was unable to offer a teacher before the experience exchange meeting. The first reason was his refusal. Merlin turned his back. The second reason was the influence of the elders, who did not want the young master to interfere with their formed structure of heirs. Many people in white robes were sitting at the table. The elders are an association that exists to keep the power of the head of the family under control, and even the head herself is not able to interfere in their affairs. The chamberlain was sitting at the desk. The corners of her lips were pulled down in displeasure. The woman wrote that she wanted to help, but could not leave her duties for a long time. Frowning sternly, the protagonist at this year's friendly match would be won solely by their strength, and due to the absolute cut and other features, Julian thoughtfully closed his eyes. Looking up, he remembered that there was another way. Davin's eyes widened in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Imagining the one-armed swordsman cutting the air with his weapon, the ghost reminded him that his friend was proficient in the art of Samian's sword, which he used in Hansen's workshop. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy confirmed this and asked how to deal with the consequences of using this art. Versa's eyes sparkled with fire. The boy explained that using Samian's swordsmanship in public under the supervision of experts would cause him to be taken to his stepmother again. Crossing his arms over his chest, the ghost confirmed this but said that he could not lose. The youth closed his eyes in frustration and said that he could not use the fencing from his past life. Opening his eyelids, he thought about the skills from his past life. Looking down at his feet, the boy wondered if he had the ability to use his skills given his current state. Archduchy of Samian, the sun's rays illuminated the main castle of the Samian family. The body of the monster was bound with chains. Next to the tiger stood a man in a red cloak. Holding a sword in his hands, the blonde said that the blue-eyed tiger from the frosty mountains of Adanka should kill a person as soon as he entered the Crimson Fortress. He staggered, hearing someone's voice. With his hands behind his back, the man with a long beard said that an opponent for the youth had been determined for a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Holding out a piece of paper, Julian added that the opponent would be the seventh son of Adanka, who was nicknamed Useless. The blonde took the paper in his hands. The man explained that his opponent was the direct heir, who grew faster than other children of his rank and showed strange achievements. The man leaned over and flashed his blue eye, saying that this meeting was doing more harm than good to the Samian family, because if the blonde won, nothing would change, and if he lost, they would suffer terrible humiliation. All because people wanted to see a touching moment when a loser rises and wins. The tiger's chains cracked. His paw was released from the shackles. Julian asked what the guy should do. The monster rushed forward. The swordsman smiled and said that it was obvious. The symbol of the blessing of Keshak, the god of the sword, appeared in the air. The tiger's body was cut into many pieces. Swinging his sword, the warrior said that he must surpass his opponent. His eyes lit up. The sixth direct heir of the Samian family added that he would let the world know that there was no place for such a touching story here. The man held a blue crystal in his hands. Selbira happily ran down the corridor. Looking down, she wondered if her friend would like the gift. Opening the door, the girl asked if her classmate was here. Suddenly, the cadet's eyes widened. Her body was enveloped in dark energy. A broadsword was thrust into the ground. The protagonist held a crimson lotus in his hands, which turned into a broadsword. The energy around the guard began to dissolve. The sword shell disappeared. Selbira was interested in this skill that changed the appearance of the weapon. Davin put the sword back in its sheath and smiled, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl looked away and hesitated. Showing a blue crystal, she said that she brought a gift. Approaching her, the boy asked if this was an enchanted crystal. The cadet replied that there was something else inside. Extending her hand, Selbira said that this crystal contained the sparring of the sixth son of the Samian family. Grabbing her hand, the boy expressed his gratitude. The embarrassed girl replied that it was nothing. Waving her hand like a fan, she asked her friend to be careful with the last part. Hearing that this part was a little violent, the young man looked worriedly at the crystal in his hand. The crystal sparkled. Holograms of fighters appeared on the training field. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was fascinated by the technology of this time. Crossing his arms over his chest, Julian said that his friend spoke like an old man. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. Kagan grinned slyly. The ghost asked with a frightened look what happened. Davin knew that the hologram would put his left foot forward. Then the blonde attacked the lower half of the opponent's body. But it was a deception. The man, embraced by energy, clenched his teeth. With swift blows, Kagan forced his opponent to take a defensive position. The warrior swung his sparkling sword. With one powerful blow, hidden between continuous blows, he destroyed the opponent's sword. The man fell to one knee and admitted defeat. The winner's wooden sword lay on his shoulder. Frowning furiously, the boy thought that even when the opponent surrendered, it did not stop the sparring participant from attacking. Kagan smiled maliciously. Having hit the defeated opponent in the face, he shouted that the fight does not end with the admission of defeat. The heir of Samian looked angrily at his victim, saying that this was the price for the duel. The youth clenched his teeth in disdain. Selbira covered her eyes with her hand, saying that this was too cruel. The protagonist frowned. Imagining his former brother behind the blonde, he asked why his movements were identical to Kajan's. Scrolling through all the stages of the fight in his head, Davin thought that the similarity in appearance could only be a coincidence, but the basic techniques and even the smallest habits were the same. Next to the blonde stood a one-armed swordsman. This man reminded Kajan too much. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy decided that he needed to meet him in person. Many people in robes had gathered in the hall. Someone slammed his hand on the lectern, asking for a moment of silence. Smiling, the Mago captain greeted those who had gathered here for the purpose of a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. The crowd turned their attention to him. Alberto reminded them that the meeting was held in 3 stages. The first stage was a treasure hunt to find a treasure chest in an enchanted dungeon. 2 people stood by a shining chest. The second stage was a fight with a captured monster. A man with a shield stood against a huge monster. The third stage was a sparring match. 2 people crossed swords. Raising his index finger up, the captain of the magicians declared that they were in charge of the first stage, and they had to determine the type of monsters that needed to be created with magic. Vargan raised his hand, wanting to speak. Alberto gave permission for him to do so. Imagining a crocodile and an imp in his mind, the dean read out a proposal to create reptiles or demons of the 8th level, considering the abilities of the 2 young masters in the fortress. Frowning, the man thought that such monsters should be difficult enough for 3-star arts masters, so that would be enough for the first stage. Someone raised their left hand. Alberto looked at him and asked him to speak. The old man from the 6th Magic Tower Association smiled and suggested the Tier 8 giant beast, Fractor. Vargan's mouth dropped open in shock. Pointing his finger at the old man, he asked if this was really a serious proposal, since the giants were only suitable for 4 or 5-star masters in terms of difficulty. The old man raised his hands and said that he did not understand the reason for such a reaction, since this was the first friendly meeting in tens of thousands of years, so changes had to be made to stir up the crowd, especially since the obligation would fall on both sides. The dean bared his teeth viciously and said that the magic tower had Keshak, and that using the giants would only make the 6th young master look good. The old man smirked and said that it was better for the Crimson Fortress to surrender rather than continue to make excuses. Summoning energy around his hand, the man guessed that Samian had gotten a loyal dog. Smiling widely and summoning a ball of energy, the old man asked how a man bearing the name Pagoda could spout such nonsense regarding a magic tower. The captain of the magicians made the men turn around, asking them to stop arguing and declaring that the young masters would be the ones to fight. With a wave of his hand, Alberto called for a vote to decide the discussion and asked for those who agreed to the giants to raise their hands. Vargan noticed that everyone present had raised their hands. He clenched his teeth in anger, mentally insulting the assembly. The captain of the magicians clapped his hands, wanting to announce the results of the vote. Smiling evilly, he decided to prepare a giant illusionary beast, Fractor. The dean realized that everyone present was the Samian dogs. Helga pursed her lips tensely. Holding a pen in her hand, she wrote that there was 1 day left until the friendly meeting to exchange experiences. The girl asked where the Samian guest list was. Vargan replied that they were here, dark folders hovering above his hands. Sliding down from her chair, the director said that the workload was not decreasing and that she should never have become a director. Lying on the table, she wished to die. Opening 3 books in front of her at once, the dean asked her to stop saying such things, because he was helping her. Putting her head on the table, Helga looked at her friend and asked how the preparations for the first stage were going and whether he would be preparing illusions. Closing his eyes, Vargan sighed and asked not to mention it. Remembering the malicious expression on Alberto's face, he said that all the mages not from the Crimson Fortress, including the captain, were bought by the Samians. Putting a finger to her chin, the girl asked if that was why her friend was in such a bad mood. Presenting the coats of arms of the 2 families, the dean said that the 6th magic tower was located in the Samian territory, but they decided to influence the Association of Magicians as well. Stretching to loosen up, the headmistress stated that she wouldn't be surprised if these pathetic humans were demons. Lowering her head, the man said that everything would be fine if the young master won the other stages. Helga's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. She asked if Vargan really thought Vincent was capable of winning. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking away, he asked if it wouldn't be better for them if Adanka won. Shaking her head, the girl stated that her subordinate himself said that the young master's chances of winning were less than 10%. When Abel was introduced as a candidate, Vargan asked if he had said such things. Grabbing him from behind, the headmistress realized that her friend was crazy about the boy because he offered him sponsorship. Pressing his face to her chest, she asked if the man really wanted to make her jealous. The dean immediately denied it. Vargan teleported to the center of the room, asking his boss to get to work because the friendly meeting was scheduled for tomorrow. After saying this, he left the room and slammed the door. Helga lowered her gaze, saying that she was serious. The day of the experience exchange meeting had arrived. People gathered in front of the fortress gate. Journalists took photos with magical devices. Someone asked if it was Vincent Adanka in front of him. His colleague confirmed it. The protagonist looked ahead confidently. A man from the crowd assumed that he was replacing Malone, since he would not be able to attend the meeting. In his opinion, the Adanka family was at a disadvantage, and now things have become even worse. Frowning, Davin thought that Kagan was imitating Kajan. He had a feeling of deja vu. The gate of the fortress opened. A bright light shone behind them. Someone asked to open the gate since the young master had arrived. A man in boots stepped into the fortress territory. Confidently walking forward, Kagan smiled. He squinted and said that he was glad to meet the people of the Crimson Fortress. The blonde boy extended his hand to the heir of Adanka and introduced himself. The boy extended his hand and introduced himself in return. The heroes shook hands. Many flashes appeared around them. Journalists wanted to capture this moment. Someone said that the boys looked pretty good next to each other. Kagan closed his eyes and said that it was always nice to be friends with someone your own age. The boy smiled and agreed with this. He thought to himself that he felt uncomfortable. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. A strange aura enveloped the blonde boy's body. The young man wondered why his smile caused such great discomfort. The heroes stood opposite each other. The heir of Samian hoped that his friend would be able to prove himself with his power. Vargan stood next to Helga. Their faces were tense. They thought that this request meant that Samian thought Adanka was inferior to them. The protagonist closed his eyes, raising the boy's eyebrows by saying that he wanted to say the same thing. He grinned maliciously, hoping that Kagan would be able to show his talent. The dean raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that the cadet had decided to provoke the boy. Smiling, the director decided that her ward was determined to win. The journalist lowered his device, saying that the heirs had not even entered the arena yet. Someone announced that the friendly meeting to exchange experiences had begun. The boys exchanged malicious smiles. Many spectators had gathered in the Colosseum. People raised their hands, chanting the name Samian. The girl joyfully clasped her hands, shouting that she loved Mr. Kagan. Holding the crystal in her hand, Helga prepared to begin her speech. Spreading her arms, she declared the friendly meeting officially open. The opponents stood opposite each other. The girl said that the first stage of the meeting was a treasure hunt. Holding a chest in her hands, the director explained that both participants must enter an enchanted space and bring back a chest like this. Inside the enchanted space, they will encounter a monster created by magic. A giant fractor will guard the chest. Vargan frowned in displeasure. Alberto sat on a chair and smiled. One of the spectators behind him suggested that the difficulty of the test had increased this year. His friend confirmed this. The crystals hanging in the air worked as a loudspeaker. Each of the participants must choose 2 9th-rank cadets who will accompany them during this stage. Placing a hand on the cadet's shoulder, Helga explained that Adanka, as the loser of the last friendly exchange meeting, will choose first. Leaning towards the cadet's ear, the girl advised him to choose the representative of the 9th rank Selbira and the second best student. Smiling, the protagonist made his choice. Raising his eyebrows, he declared that he chooses Sizen and Harmon. The director's mouth dropped open in shock. Her scream could be heard throughout the stadium. Turning to the audience, she apologized. The journalist asked who they were. His assistant began to look for names on the list. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, he found their names. The cadets with the lowest scores walked out onto the arena in fear. While they were trembling in fear, people were discussing them. Someone asked if the meeting participant would really choose them. Another spectator said that they probably had hidden potential that could not be seen at first glance. Putting her hand on the boy's shoulder, Helga asked if he was sure of his choice. The answer was affirmative. Looking down, the girl said that she would be disappointed if the cadet was going to use these two as an excuse for losing. Looking at her with cunning eyes, the protagonist said that he was not going to lose. Kagan narrowed his eyes in disbelief when he heard that the first reason for such a choice was not wanting to give him any excuses, and the second reason was that these guys were distant relatives of Adanka. The cadets were sitting on the floor of the room. Davin looked at his friend and said that it was important for him to defeat the Samayanis with the blood of the founder Arslan. Despite their friends being from branch families, Selbira crossed her arms in displeasure. Looking at her friend, she said that she was upset that she would not be chosen. A blush appeared on her face. Standing up, the boy replied that he trusted and respected her because thanks to her skills as a leader, he was able to defeat Malone. Smiling, he asked the girl to try her best in a friendly meeting. Casting a questioning look at him, Selbira asked what it meant if she was still not chosen. Tilting his head, the boy explained that if Kagan fell for the provocation, it would be a serious disadvantage and he would try to win at all costs. The blonde smirked. Raising his hand, he chose a representative and vice representative to show his opponent the consequences of his arrogance. The young man answered with a confident frown that it was an excellent choice. He turned away and walked away. All the conditions for the meeting were created for the Samians. Watching the events in the arena with great intensity, Vargan wondered what the young master would do in such a case and thought that he should just trust the boy. The man from the association raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding why the participant refused the representative. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and urged him to begin preparations. Smiling, the dean asked what was the matter because the magician was eagerly waiting for the first stage to begin. Looking at him, the old man confirmed it. The people in robes began to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared in the air. 2 portals opened in the arena. Helga smiled widely and announced the beginning of the first stage of the friendly meeting. Selbira looked at her friend with disappointment. The protagonist smiled. His frightened friend stood behind him. The first stage was a treasure hunt. The boys walked along the corridor of the cave. The portal behind them slammed shut. Harmon said that it was too dark here. Taking a lantern in his hands, Saizen suggested using a glowing crystal. Davin replied that it would be nice. The crystal lit up, illuminating the cave. The guy stepped in a puddle. Kagan walked forward, the representatives followed him. Picking up the lantern, Selbira asked if he needed lighting. The blonde looked back and replied that he did not need it. Smiling, he asked the representatives to walk a little further away from him. Frowning, the girl thought that the young master was completely neglecting them, thinking that he could handle it alone. What was happening in the dungeon was broadcast to the arena through the portals. The spectators were very bored. Someone said that the fun would begin when the giant appeared. Crossing her arms over her chest, Helga said that the participants had completely different approaches. Bargain, standing next to her, said that Vincent did not consider his friends his assistants. The protagonist turned around when Harmon asked him if he really thought they could help him. Davin smirked and replied that the cadets were excellent artists who had overcome their fears, so there was nothing to worry about. A bright flash of energy appeared right in front of him. A powerful explosion was heard, throwing the cadets aside. The boys fell on their backpacks, screaming in surprise. Putting his hand to his head, Saizen asked what happened. At the same moment, his eyes widened. In front of him stood a huge troll with a club. His eyes were glowing red and steam was coming out of his mouth. The boy realized that he was a giant. Saizen clutched his head and asked if everything was going according to plan. Harmon looked around and asked where their friend was. Seeing the destroyed ground under the monster's club, he assumed that the cadet was crushed. Rising high above the enemy, the protagonist answered the call of his friend. His eyes sparkled with blue light. A quick swing of the sword left a long cut on the giant's body. The monster fell on its back. The cadets shouted their friend's name and ran towards it. Looking back, Davin asked his friends to start their tasks. Harmon took out the tambourines and said that he would act according to the plan. Saizen asked his classmate to leave the monster on them and go look for the chest. The boys ran around the monster, attracting its attention with the help of the tambourine. Thoughtfully knitting his eyebrows, Saizen thought that Fractor had poor eyesight, so the giant automatically reacted to loud sounds. The monster extended its clawed paw. The cadet shouted that they would take the giant back where they came from. Smiling, the guy praised his friends for their courage. Rushing in the opposite direction, he decided to go to the chest. Helga opened her mouth in shock, declaring that this was not possible. Gritting his teeth, Bargain thought that this stage was only called treasure hunting, but in reality, he needed to show off his martial arts abilities in the process. The old man from the association smiled widely, stating that the boy did not understand the real meaning of this stage at all. Waves of blue energy emanated from the running youth. He saw something in front of him and raised his eyebrows. In front of him, at the end of the cave, stood a chest. Suddenly, something hit him in the face. The monster threw his body away, delivering a powerful blow with its paw. The protagonist landed on the rocks and coughed. His expression was fierce. He realized that there was another giant here. The Cyclops flashed its burning eye. Swinging its paw, the giant delivered another crushing blow. A bright flash appeared on the ground. Davin jumped out of the huge cloud of dust. Looking back, the boy thought that he needed to make at least one absolute cut for his plan to work, but the presence of two giants made it much more difficult. The Cyclops looked away. At that moment, the monster aimed its paw straight at the target. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that this monster was much faster than the last one because it had time to react to the speed of the ice walk. The giant hit the ground with force. Raising his hand, Vargan asked why there was another Fractor in the dungeon. Looking back, he saw the old man from the association smiling. The mage with a mad expression said that they had made a mistake at the very beginning. Grabbing him by the collar, the dean asked how such a person dared to wear the name of the 6th magic tower and do such dirty tricks. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop arguing. Turning away, Helga explained that there were too many eyes here and that they would end up losing if they made a fuss. She said that she understood perfectly why her friend was angry, but explained that nothing would change because of this. The man humbly lowered his gaze. Looking at the director, the old man said that, unlike the rumors, she was acting quite calmly, which was worthy of the person in charge of the Crimson Fortress. The girl made a face and asked the mage to stay after the meeting stage ended. Selbira's eyes widened in fear. Blood splashed towards her. The ogre looked at his severed arm. Kagan smiled maliciously. A bright beam of energy pierced the monster's head. Its body fell to the ground with a crash. A black hole appeared on its face. The blonde asked what this all meant. Squinting, he arrogantly stated that he had high hopes, but this task was too easy. The one-eyed monster extended its paw towards him. Selbira's mouth opened in shock, asking why there were two giants here. She asked the young master to be careful as the huge fingers loomed over him. The warrior used the Samian family's sword art. His eyes sparkled as he used the first chapter. Activating the soft steel destroyer, the boy cut the air several times with his sword. The monster's fingers were cut into many pieces. Blood gushed from the cuts. Kagan jumped onto the giant's hand. The Cyclops noticed how the enemy was climbing up his hand. The next second, the swordsman jumped. Finding himself above the monster's head, the boy swung his sword. Grinning, he asked how long his opponent could hold out. The swing of the sword cut the Cyclops' face, blood spurted. From the impact of his body on the ground, a cloud of dust rose in front of the representatives. Selbira closed her eyes, thinking that she did not want to admit it, but the warrior was very strong. The blonde stood on the chest of the lying giant. The girl thought that his result would not have changed even if there was someone else. Narrowing his eyes, Kagan asked the enemy to stop pretending and stand up because he had many more techniques to demonstrate. Selbira hoped that her friend was doing well. The monster stomped on the ground with force. He reached out to grab his victim. Julian grabbed his hair and asked why nothing was going according to plan. The protagonist asked him to control himself because they needed to come up with a new plan. With wide eyes, the ghost said that the absolute cut was an incredibly strong skill, so they needed to corner the monsters and kill them both at the same time. Looking to the side, Davin said that it would not be easy. The minor god wanted to know the reason for his opinion. Looking at his friend, the boy explained that the monsters were too big, so if you aim at one place, you might not see the path of the sword. Throwing up his hands tensely, Julian called the skill terrible. The boy said that he just had a different opinion. The monster continued to pursue them. Looking ahead, the young man thought that he needed to defeat two monsters at once, and for this he needed a target. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Seeing the face of a ghost, the boy thought about the target. Saizen was beating the tambourine with a frightened look. Harmon was standing next to him. The troll loomed over them, his fiery eyes flashing. Saizen, crying in horror, said that they had nowhere else to retreat. His friend said that he did not see Vincent anywhere. They concluded that they were in big trouble. The monster bared its sharp fangs. Blue snowflakes appeared in the air. The protagonist landed in front of his friends. Harmon noticed the chest in his hands and suggested that they quickly leave here. Looking back, Davin said that the plans had changed and that he would be here soon. Questioningly raising his eyebrows, Saizen asked what this meant. In the depths of the cave, the eye of a cyclops flashed. Two monsters came out from around the corner. Grabbing his cheeks and pulling the skin, Saizen shouted that another monster had arrived. Despite the general panic, the swordsman looked confident. The giants rushed towards their victims. The cadet put his hands on his head and said that they were finished. His friend begged for help. Frowning furiously, the boy ordered Julian to get ready. The ghost hovered in the air above the Cyclops. Grabbing his head, he said that he did not want to be a target and asked if it was really worth it. The troll growled and extended its paw forward. Seeing their flickering eyes, the boy thought that he would not be able to find a path for the sword to cut perfectly due to their size. The troll slammed the ground with force. The boy jumped back from this place and thought that he needed to find something that they both would collide with. With his mad eyes flashing, he felt the other half of his soul. The sword's path of lines and dots connected the tip of the sword and Julian, who was hovering behind the monsters. The ghost asked with a frightened mouth open if it was safe and if he would get hurt. The troll swung his fist to deliver another blow. Swinging the sparkling sword, the protagonist used an absolute cut, an alternate form. The monster's fists were right above his head. The swing of the sword created a huge bright wave of energy. The energy pierced the giant's head thanks to the use of the Dwarf King's skill. The Cyclops watched with a surprised look as his ally's body crumbled into small particles. The wave of energy reached his body and cut him in half. Julian asked in fear why it did not stop. When the wave reached his face, the ghost screamed shrilly, asking for help. A deafening explosion was heard. The bodies of the defeated monsters turned blue and dispersed into the air. Alberto closed his eyes, noticing that the cadet managed to knock down two giants. The old man clenched his teeth tightly, seeing that it was done with only one blow. Helga raised her eyebrows in surprise and called her friend. Vargan smiled and said that this was Vincent's fatal blow. The blow was called the absolute cut. The protagonist stood in front of the blue haze. Looking to the side, he thought that this was to be expected. He would not be able to kill a god even with an absolute cut. Julian cried in shock. Grabbing his friend by the cloak, the ghost asked if he was not sure of this. Smiling, Davin replied that a god cannot be killed. The small god asked if his friend had any idea how scared he was. Looking at him, the boy wondered how Julian could hear his thoughts so quickly. The cadets looked at their leader in confusion. Harmon asked who he was talking to. The boy turned around and said that there was no one here and that they should go. The ghost hid behind him. Standing in front of the portal, the boy said that he had saved the absolute cut for this case. The portal sparkled. The youth said that there was something else that needed to be cut with the absolute cut. The sword pierced the portal. Swinging the sword, the protagonist who was supposed to destroy the space created by magic. Seeing this, the cadets opened their mouths in amazement. A bright light illuminated their faces. The space dissipated, and the heroes found themselves in the arena of the Colosseum. The old man gritted his teeth in fear, noticing that the dungeon was destroyed. Davin smiled smugly. Showing his hand to the magicians, the association representative asked them to double-check the spell because there was some kind of mistake. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Vargan said that there was no need. Grinning, he stated that his student's sword was capable of cutting magic. Frowning, the man thought that he was really surprised at how the boy was able to cut an entire dungeon. Looking at the boy, who was pleased with his work, the dean thought that it was not his swordsmanship that amazed him, but his creative approach. The captain of the magicians, his mouth wide open, declared that it was impossible. Alberto jumped up from his seat and shouted that the young master should be disqualified for destroying the arena. Helga waved her hand and objected, noting that there was no direct prohibition on this because no one had ever thought of such a thing before. A blue crystal sparkled in her hands. Using it as a loudspeaker, the girl said that the captain of the Magicians Association, who should be on the neutral side, looked very upset, as if Adanka's defeat was important to him. Beads of sweat appeared on Alberto's dissatisfied face. Sizen showed the director the chest. Harmon happily asked if their friend had won. The old man behind the girl said that no one had won yet. His crazy eyes flashing, he said that in this test, the important thing was not who finished it first, but who could demonstrate their strength. The representative of the magic tower said that the boy only had a sword that could cut through magic, but the second participant in the trial had not yet finished the stage. The monster slammed his fist on the ground. The Cyclops' body was covered in green light. The old man said that Kagan needed to show his fighting skills using the remaining time. In that case, the victory would be for the Samian family. The blonde grinned maliciously. The protagonist approached the man in the robe. Looking at him from under his brows, the boy said that his opponent would quickly leave the dungeon. The man, with his mouth open in amazement, asked what this meant. Looking back, Davin asked the dean if a linking element was used to create the dungeon he entered. Raising his eyebrows questioningly, Vargan answered in the affirmative, explaining that the linking element was hidden to create equal conditions, so the participants entered two identical dungeons. A schematic image of what was said appeared above his head. Smiling, the boy said that he had destroyed his dungeon. The man confirmed it. Frowning, the boy reminded him of the mana that had been used to create his dungeon. Julian pointed his finger forward and asked where it could have gone. Water was flowing from two pipes connected to each other. The young man mentally closed the pipe with a lid and asked what would happen if the water were divided into two streams and one end was blocked. Kagan looked at the shaking pipe in confusion. A huge stream of water immediately doused him from head to toe. In that case, all the water would flow into the other stream. The Cyclops' body was engulfed in red energy. The blonde gritted his teeth in fear, not understanding what had happened. The Cyclops' eye became bloodshot. The monster swung his fist with all his might. Jumping aside, the swordsman said that despite his increased strength, his intelligence remained at the same level. Squinting, he said that the monster would lose an arm from such a simple blow. The soft steel destroyer summoned many intersecting waves of energy. However, they began to crack under the monster's power. The fist refracted the energy of the destroyer. Kagan's eyes widened in fear, realizing that his opponent had become too strong. The giant struck the ground again, splitting it into pieces. His eye glowed red. Red sparks rained down from the impact site. The blonde man rose into the air along with the rebel. Gritting his teeth in anger, he realized that something had happened outside the dungeon. The boy did not understand how the dying monster could gain such strength. The Cyclops widened his only eye. Seeing the enemy lying on the ground, the monster swung his fist. Squinting, Kagan realized that he did not have time to adapt to his form. Someone hit the tambourine. The Cyclops stopped and looked away. Holding a stick in her hands, Selbira said that the monster was distracted and her friend needed to find the chest. The cadet ran deeper into the cave. Running around the monster, the girl attracted attention to herself. The giant turned and ran after her, which is what she wanted. Remembering the face of her friend, Selbira thought that Kagan was lucky, because if the main character had not told her to try her best, she would never have helped such an arrogant person. A huge shadow loomed over her. A powerful explosion from the blow sounded under her feet. The girl fell to the ground, dropping her tambourine. Covering her face with her hand, the cadet asked what happened this time. The monster flashed its red eyes. Selbira's eyes widened in shock as she realized that the first giant had not died. Two monsters hovered over her, emitting dark energy. The troll swung his fist. The Cyclops did the same. The girl opened her mouth in fear and said that there was some kind of problem. A voice asked how dare someone treat him like that. Kagan cut the air with his sword. Gritting his teeth in anger, he asked how dare someone ruin his performance. Thanks to the use of the Scarlet Song of the final chapter, his sword lit up with red energy. The full blood moon summoned a circle of red energy around the swordsman. Perfectly round holes appeared in the monsters' bodies. Through them, the silhouette of a warrior could be seen. Selbira, sitting on the ground, was surprised that the boy managed to defeat the enemies with just one blow. The monsters fell to the ground and scattered into the air. The outstanding youth deliberately left the giant alive and saved his stamina to continue his show. The guy's lips were pursed. Looking ahead with crazy eyes, he asked how someone could ruin his plans and declared that he would never forgive them. Coming out of the portal, the blonde decided that he needed to come to his senses, although he had shown inappropriate behavior, but he managed to successfully complete this stage. The heroes entered the arena. Kagan thought that he managed to find the chest and put on an unforgettable show at the end. The swordsman thought that his opponent was still far from him, but his eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist said that he was late. Smiling, Ravan realized that his opponent liked his gift, judging by his facial expression. The heroes stood opposite each other. The blonde was surprised that his opponent finished earlier and asked what gift they were talking about. The boy crossed his arms and said that he had a friend who was quite talented in magic, and thanks to him he was able to overflow the dungeon with mana. Julian smiled as he hovered behind his friend. The Samian swordsman widened his eyes in shock as he realized that the giants were furious at the actions of an enemy who could have made a fool of the boy from the start. He opened his mouth and laughed. The boy placed his hand on his heart and admitted his defeat, saying that he should not have underestimated his opponent. He smirked and said that from now on everything would change as the boy had become his true friend. The protagonist looked at him askance and said that he was looking forward to the changes. Helga wondered between them why there were judges at all if the participants themselves would decide the winner. The voice declared that the winner of the stage was Adanka's heir. Ravan crossed his arms in victory. The ghost behind him smiled contentedly. The next stage was to take place in 3 days. Snow lay on the roof of the castle. Selbira put her hand to her chest, sighing in relief, happy that her friend had won. Hearing Kagan's voice, she looked up. The blonde extended his hand, expressing his gratitude for saving his honor. The girl looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. Fear was visible in her eyes. The guy's hand was covered in a red haze. The cadet thought that she should not touch it. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that it was a bit hard for him to hold his hand up. Selbira looked up and asked for forgiveness. The heroes shook each other's hands. Waving his hand, the blonde said that it was time for him to go and turned away. The girl asked him to take care of himself. Pressing her hands to her chest, the girl wondered incredulously if he really came just to thank her. Looking back with a crazy grin on his face, Kagan said goodbye to the representative of the cadets. An image of a dark blue starry sky appeared above a large castle on the edge of a cliff. A small neon animal was running. The blonde girl spread both her arms out to the sides and created animals of their energy around her. Opening her eyes, she looked in the direction of the sound. Leaning against a tree, a green-haired guy with a huge backpack said that he had finally arrived. The girl greeted Wilson with a smile. Putting the brown backpack on the ground, he said that it contained food and clothes. With her hands clasped, Sari asked what happened at the friendly exchange meeting and also how the young master was. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy said with a smile that he had served him, so naturally he had won. He also added that his opponent had admitted his defeat himself. Closing her eyes and exhaling, Sari said that it was a great relief for her. Looking at her, the guy asked if it was hard for her to train here. Raising her hands, she replied that she couldn't concentrate in the fortress because she was distracted by the young master. She also added that the dean also said that it would be better for her to train here, since it was easier to communicate with spirits on the snow mountain. Placing her hands on her waist, Wilson asked if she was saying that being a spirit mage was the most suitable for her. Enveloping herself in several spirits, the girl replied that she would need to find a spirit to make a contract with soon. Beginning to stroke it, she said with a smile that at her current level, she could only control one for now. She noted that she liked many of them. She felt a call for help. The white-haired girl opened her eyes wide and turned around abruptly. Looking back in surprise, she asked Wilson if he said anything. He replied that he didn't say anything. The girl looked at the white crowns of the short trees and heard the call again. She remembered that voice. With a surprised and slightly confused expression, she asked who he was. Several people banged their wooden mugs. Raising her mug, Selbira said that it was for Vincent's victory in the first stage. A dozen people raised their mugs. She said that they should start drinking, even though it was just juice. Looking at the girl, the protagonist stated that he had only beaten him by 1 point and asked if they really needed to make such a fuss about it. Clenching her fist, she asked what 1 point meant and stated that this was a great moment in Adanka's history. Lowering her hands and closing her eyes, the purple-haired girl said that she shouldn't say such a thing. Folding her arms, the protagonist interrupted her and stated that it was not like that and that she was the deciding factor in his victory. Looking at the boy, she asked how this happened. Looking at the girl, he said that he believed that she would be a great support for Kagan. An image of 2 scales with the faces of boys and a girl's face appeared. The protagonist said that he might have the same level of martial arts as him, but she played a key role in Kagan's victory. Therefore, even if he did not admit the result, after calculating the scores, the odds would definitely be on the protagonist's side. With her mouth and eyes wide open, Selbira asked how he planned all this. With her fist raised, she said with a smirk that if the opportunity arose, she would help him again since she was a representative of the 9th rank cadets. With a smile, also raising her fist, the protagonist agreed and stated that he trusted her. They bumped fists. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widened and his gaze changed direction. Gritting his teeth in anger, he grabbed the girl's hand by the wrist. With genuine rage on his face, looking down, he mentally declared that it was impossible and asked when and how. Looking at the seal previously hidden under his sleeve, shrouded in a red aura, he mentally stated that this is the Samian family's binding seal. Grabbing the purple-haired girl with rage and shock on his face, the protagonist asked if she had any contact with the Samians. He assumed that physical contact could have been the cause. Looking away, the girl began to tell. She said that Kagan shook her hand because he wanted to thank her for her help. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he sharply clenched his teeth. Placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, Julian worriedly asked what kind of binding seal this was. The protagonist mentally declared that although it bears the name of a binding seal, it is more of a curse. With rage on his face, narrowing his eyes and imagining a red seal, Vincent mentally said that the binding seal is an ability that gradually drains the opponent's mana and leads them to a slow death. He mentally asked Kagan how he dared to act so low. Several people looked at the embarrassed Selbira with smiles. The blonde guy asked if the protagonist knew how to remove it. He replied that first they needed to determine the type of seal, and depending on it, they needed to choose a suitable method. Grabbing the surprised girl by the wrist, the protagonist offered to train together every day at dawn. Blushing with embarrassment, she asked again if it was every day. The protagonist replied that they did and that they were starting tomorrow. She opened her mouth and could not say anything. After that, the girl agreed. The sun was starting to rise, illuminating the winter forest. The protagonist stood leaning against a tree with his arms folded. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that if he directly cursed her, no one would be able to find her. Lowering his upset gaze, the protagonist said that since he did not know about the binding seal, it meant that she could have been erased from history, just like the absolute cut or the magical body. Looking at the levitating blonde boy, the protagonist said that he thought it would be best to keep it a secret between them, including her curse. Gritting his teeth at the image of Kagan smiling evilly, the protagonist mentally declared that he would not forgive him, as it was very mean to use dark magic on a person unrelated to the competition. The purple-haired girl entered the clearing and addressed Vincent. Embarrassedly picking at her hair, Selbira, dressed in a cute dress, apologized for being late, saying that it took time to prepare. Looking away, the purple-haired girl asked how she looked, asking hopefully if at least it was good. The two boys looked at the girl's new look in shock. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why she dressed like that for training. Selbira and Julian were stunned by the boy's words. Grabbing his head and exhaling, the blonde boy asked if the protagonist was a eunuch in his past life. Looking away, the protagonist mentally asked why the boy was trying to provoke him. The blonde boy replied that she liked the protagonist and did not notice her obvious feelings for him. Looking away slightly disappointed, the purple-haired girl thought that she should not have dressed like that. The protagonist raised his head in surprise and asked if she was not too young. The protagonist and his image from the past fell out. He mentally stated that 500 years ago he was 29 and therefore it would be very difficult for him to accept the feelings of a 14-year-old girl. An image of a slightly dark cloudy sky appeared. After a short pause, the girl said that they should start training. Since he called her here, he had a plan. The protagonist hesitated a little, but agreed. They held hands and the girl's body began to radiate energy. Looking at her seriously, the protagonist told her to continue circulating mana like this. He also added that she should immediately tell him if she felt anything strange. Closing her eyes, the purple-haired girl stated that this was just meditation and asked if something strange could really happen. The protagonist worriedly said that he just said so and they should continue. Looking at the flow of magic near the girl, the protagonist mentally stated that the flow was greatly disrupted and mentally asked if she really did not feel it. He mentally added that it seemed that martial artists had lost a lot since the emergence of the theory of the image. With excitement on his face looking at the red sphere near their hands, Julian asked what the protagonist thought and if he could remove the curse. The seal on the girl's hand began to emit purple light. Vincent looks on in fear as he realizes that it is stronger than he expected. He will not be able to remove the spell himself. Julian asks in shock what he will do then. The youth thinks about the fact that for the binding seal, he needs to give an offering, usually a living heart of an animal, spirit, or human. A heart bound in chains is shown, and the thought is heard that most likely the person sealed the offering somewhere on a snowy mountain. Once they find and release it, the curse will be lifted. Vincent grits his teeth, thinking about what will happen if they fail. Selbira is shown suffering when it is said that she will die in 3 days. Julian frowns, noticing that he mentioned 3 days. He worries that it may sound heartless, but a friendly meeting to share experiences is his top priority. The second stage will begin in 3 days. They must prepare for that. Vincent seriously states that he hopes the boy understands what is most important now. Those who follow only their own goals lose their people. A man is shown being dragged away. Vincent states that, for example, if his comrades who sided with the Samians had been with him, he would not have spent the rest of his life behind bars. Selbira opens one eye, asking if they really need to continue, as she is tired. He suggests that she call it a day. The three walk forward, and Julian wonders how the boy knows so much about the curse if he was a dark mage, but it turns out he was simply experiencing something similar. A man in chains is shown as Vincent states that he had his mana sealed while he was in prison. He heard that they used a prisoner's heart to carry out executions at the time. Julian notes with concern that his life was terrible. Selbira holds her head and he asks what crime he committed to be locked up in prison for 10 years. Then it turns out that it was because of his fight with Kajin. The girl begins to fall. The boys look at her in shock. Vincent seems very worried. Selbira is lying on the ground, breathing heavily. A sign is shown as it is stated that she has been treated and left to rest. The girl is lying sick on a bed and the doctor states that this is the first time he has seen such symptoms. He does not think that they can help her in the fortress in any way. Shevin notes with concern that it would be better if they send her to the Gaia temple in the capital. A trace of the curse is visible, and the thought is heard, will the priests in the capital be able to remove the binding seal? After all, it is a skill that was erased from history. Most likely it is impossible and the progress is too fast. The girl may not survive the trip. Vincent decisively places his foot on the windowsill, asking the priest to take care of Selbira. He gets up, and it turns out there is only one way. The boy sits down, realizing that he needs to find the offering used for the binding seal on this huge snow mountain. Shevin asks in shock what he is doing. Vincent jumps while his name is shouted. He only flies down with determination. With flashing eyes, the boy declares that he will not lose another person because of his dirty tricks. The dark night sky and the girl near the tree are revealed. She looks around, noticing someone's voice calling her for help. It seems to be the voice of a spirit, but it is very far away. She is surprised and turns her attention to something. Vincent lands, hearing her voice. He turns around, asking what Sari is doing here. The boy rises, and the girl learns that he is looking for an offering that was sealed somewhere on this mountain. Vincent looks away when she asks what is usually used for offerings, and says that it is something small that can be hidden. The girl is surprised when he talks about a spirit. Smiling awkwardly, the boy apologizes because he is in a hurry, so he says whatever is on his mind. Clenching his hands into fists, Sari firmly states that she thinks she can help. A suffering Selbira appears. The young people soar into the sky. They both look confident. The girl points, saying that what they need is there. A canyon is visible, and it turns out that Sari can hear him between the walls of this one. They immediately head there. Looking around, the girl asks where that person is because she came to help. Vincent looks at her doubtfully, thinking that Selbira doesn't have much time left. He can't just keep looking for the spirit here. He grabs his sword, claiming that they don't have much time, so if the spirit is nearby, he will destroy everything around him to break the binding seal. He suddenly notices Sari picking up something. There is a glow in her hands. It turns out that she has a spirit in her palm and it has the same type of binding seal as Selbira. She cries, asking if there is any way to help him. Sari looks at Vincent, who tells him that he hasn't had a chance since becoming an offering for the binding seal. The best thing for him is to calmly send him to the afterlife. The girl looks at the spirit sadly. She frowns, stating that there is one way. He is surprised when Sari begins to chant a spell. The boys are dumbfounded, realizing that it is a contract with the spirit. The girl closes her eyes and the thought sounds that if she makes a contract with the spirit, it will have a higher priority than the binding seal. The chain begins to break. The small spirit is released. Sari is happy that the curse has been lifted. Smiling, the boy claims that she did something amazing, to which the girl asks if she was able to help him. One of them calms down. Suddenly, a trace appears. Vincent turns around angrily. There is someone behind the girl. The boy immediately decides to deal with him, grabbing him. He takes out his sword. Frowning aggressively, Vincent asks who this person is and what he is doing here. From the darkness, a question sounds about what the boy is doing. The man steps forward, asking how dare he. Menacingly flashing his eyes, the newcomer declares that Vincent is interfering with the traditional ceremony of the Samian family. Looking at him menacingly, the boy remarks that he better have a good excuse. The boy grits his teeth, talking about Kagan's personal visit. The boy glares, claiming that he is not sure if Vincent knows, but he just interrupted a traditional ceremony of the Samian family. Pointing a finger at him, he states that, to put it another way, the boy just caused a huge diplomatic conflict against the Samian family. Sari frowns when they are told to put the thing back and leave without anyone finding out. Vincent angrily asks how the boy can call it a tradition when he is trying to kill Selbira. To this, Kagan sighs, asking if he knew. The boy frowns, noticing his attitude. Smirking, the boy states that there is a certain class that a person is born into. Vincent only looks at him questioningly. Kagan intimidatingly states that those like them were born to bear the heavy burden of fate. The boy looks displeased when it is stated that there are also those exempt from this. Two personalities are shown in different positions, and it turns out that they are different from them. It is about those who dare to cross this line. Kagan is shown in a rage. The girl looks at him in bewilderment when he asks how she dares to ruin his plans. Smiling widely, the boy says that such people should be punished. Looking menacingly, he claims that an ally of the same class should understand him. It is their right. A swing of a weapon is seen. A sword is immediately at Kagan's throat. Frowning, Vincent claims that they, humans, have not changed since 500 years ago. The boy looks at him questioningly. The youth furiously declares that his right is false, at least for him. Kagan laughs, calling his eyes beautiful. Vincent draws attention to his eyes. The boy holds the blade to his neck, saying that he doubts that they can become good friends. He has a wild look when he declares that in the end they will see who was right. The boy looks at him with displeasure when the phrase about a friendly meeting to exchange experiences is heard. Kagan does not stop smiling. A curse mark is visible on his hand. She opens her eyes slightly. Selbira gets up, wondering what she is doing here. Vincent rushes into the room, asking how she is. Shevin happily reports that she just woke up. The boy grabs the girl, asking her to show her hand. A clean hand is revealed, and the thought is heard that the binding seal has completely disappeared. Vincent sighs in relief. Shevin awkwardly states that there are only 2 days left until the second stage, so he asks if he needs to prepare. Smiling, the boy answers in the affirmative and says that he cannot lose to a person like Kagan. He becomes serious, realizing that during the second stage, they will meet a real monster. The phrase about a punitive duel is heard. The main castle of Adanka is depicted. A news story is shown about a shocking turn of events at a friendly exchange meeting. Yagal wonders in surprise if it is true. Fidinal calmly reports that the Samians have even been subversive, but Kagan admits defeat. A man pensively suggests that they have put pressure on the 6th magic tower, while another remarks that Vincent has matured. The man slams his hand on the table. Delbek, jumping up, asks if now is the time for such jokes. Yagal awkwardly reports that he was scared. The man grumpily claims that the elders have always been the authority that has held power over the Adanka family for the past 500 years, with the exception of the last 25. Khan is shown, and his rise to the position of head of the family is described. His eyes sparkle, revealing that he has always shown hostility towards the elders since childhood, and now he is gradually increasing his authority as the head of the family. Fidinal crosses his arms, noting that this is why they are sponsoring the first son and second daughter as potential heirs. The two in question are shown, and a question is asked if the man has forgotten that they are planning to make one of them the next head of the family to rule the Adanka family, using them as puppets. Delbek asks tensely if they have thought of something, his face turning blue as he wonders what will happen if Vincent wins. A girl is shown smiling, as the line is said that they cannot allow her family to influence him in the first place. It would mean that they have completely lost control. The man frowns, noting that Khan personally engraved Vincent's name not long ago. The boy is now using the crimson lotus that Khan held in his youth. Yagal raises an eyebrow, asking what Delbek is getting at. The elder looks nervous. A huge sword is revealed as Khan appears to be using Vincent to point his sword at them, the elders. Everyone looks at him in confusion. The man frowns and states that they cannot allow Vincent to make any more progress. Fidinal tensely asks if Delbek has something in mind. The man folds his arms. Tilovan calmly states that they must send a letter to the Samians. He calmly states that the elders will write that the Adanka family will not view the illegality of the Samian family's actions during the first stage as an issue. Delbek is taken aback by this statement. The man seriously amends his speech. He slyly states that the second stage must be under the leadership of the Adanka family. 2 days have passed. A voice rang out in the arena full of spectators, announcing that the second stage of the friendly meeting to exchange experiences would begin from this second. Helga spread her arms out to the sides, looking at the bright explosion in front of her. The girl frowned and smiled, holding the magic stone in her hand, saying that the second stage was a punitive duel in which there was only one rule: to crush the monster in the shortest time possible. The boy, swinging his sword, stood in front of the creature, which was looking at him furiously. The girl announced that the monster they were meeting was a lizardman. This specimen was known for creating long spears from animal skeletons. The monster opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. Swinging its hand, the creature struck the ground with its spear, raising stone fragments into the air. Helga announced that this was a powerful attack from a lizardman. When the dust settled, there was nothing but a dent in the ground. The lizardman bared his teeth and raised his eyebrows in confusion. Vargan opened his eyes in surprise, asking if the boy had disappeared, to which the director smiled and looked up, answering no. A boy was hovering above the monster's head, his eyes shining brightly in the shadow of his face. The monster raised his head. The boy's eyes flashed and he smiled, saying, "Scarlet Song, opening chapter." The boy swung his sword and, landing behind the monster, lowered the sword. The lizardman threw his head back, screaming shrilly. The hero used the skill Moonlight Flash. The boy smiled, cutting the monster into two. The timer in the boy's hand rang. Vargan frowned, announcing that he had scored 14 points in 86 seconds. Helga, with her arms folded in front of her chest, raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking how it had happened so quickly. The boy smiled involuntarily. Resting his hand on his sword, the voice announced that this was a new record, surpassing Lady Dea's result by 20 seconds. Kagan's red cloak fluttered in the wind. Exclamations were heard around that this was a whole 20 seconds. Everyone believed that the Samians were really on another level. The boy smiled maliciously, looking at the protagonist and mentally asking if he had seen it. Vincent disloyally folded his arms across his chest. The boy mentally said that this happens when he is serious. There will be nothing shameful, like in the first stage. Kagan put his sword forward and, frowning, smiled, announcing that the next thing he would cut would be the protagonist. Vincent walked forward along the dark corridor. Julian, who was hovering next to him, put his hands behind his back, asking how they would beat his record, to which the young man asked him not to worry, because when it came to speed, they would not lose. The protagonist approached the cage, thinking that they would break through at the very beginning. Helga happily put her hands out to the sides, announcing that Vincent, as a member of the Adanka family, was entering the next round. Vargan asked if the guy was ready. Behind them in the cage there was a tall green monster. The guy smiled and, reaching for the hilt of the sword, got into a fighting stance, answering, of course. The girl frowned, holding a blue crystal in her hand, loudly saying that the second stage for Adanka begins right now. Vargan began the countdown. Vincent's gaze was focused, mentally asking to wait. He thought that something was wrong with this lizard man. He was in some strange state. Drool was flowing from the monster's mouth, and his red eyes were wide open. A hot drink was pouring from the teapot. The girl was asking what he did. The man lowered his head and brought the mug closer, saying that he did nothing. The girl smiled, looking at him and holding the teapot in her hands, asking him not to lie. She knew that he interfered in the second stage, asking if this was true. The man with the scar on his face smiled and closed his eyes, saying that, to be honest, he did nothing to the monster that Vincent would face. The man put the empty cup on the saucer, saying that he did not use any magic or drugs, and grabbed the same lizardman that Mr. Vincent would get. However, the man smiled slyly, his eyes sparkling. He said that he had not fed him for the past 2 days. There were some tea residues at the bottom of the cup. He was saying that an ordinary martial artist would hardly notice, but a hungry monster becomes much more furious, so cruel that the time to defeat it would no longer be measured in seconds. The monster's eyes were wide open, and foam was flowing from its mouth. Julian's eyes widened in concern, asking if the hero was sure the monster was hungry, to which Vincent frowned, mentally answering that those bloodshot eyes were definitely a sign that he was incredibly hungry. Julian said that they should just ask to stop this test. The cage door rose up, releasing the monster. He pulled his lower eyelid down. A voice loudly announced that they were starting. The lizard man moved forward quickly, his mouth wide open and showing his sharp teeth. Vincent got into a fighting stance and watched the monster carefully, thinking that he should dodge, but if he started to do so, he would not be able to beat Kagan's record. The guy held the hilt of his sword tightly, saying that in this case, he would do otherwise. Vincent put his hands out to the sides, moving his sword away and lowering his head. Helga raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes in surprise, asking what the guy was doing. Vargan frowned, telling him to dodge right now. The lizardman moved forward, holding his spear in front of him, his tongue hanging out. The tip of the spear went through the protagonist's shoulder, blood spurted out, the monster's eyes were shining brightly. Helga froze with her eyes wide open, calling the guy by name. She screamed loudly. Vincent bared his teeth, squeezing the hilt of the sword even tighter. The protagonist, with a sharp movement, plunged the sword into the monster's body. The lizardman arched his eyebrows, seeing the weapon pierced into him. The guy held the sword tightly, thanking him because he managed to shorten the time. Vincent's eyes were shining brightly. The monster's spear went deep into his shoulder. He was talking about how if he pierced it so deeply, he would not have to control his lightning. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and smiled, holding the hilt of the sword. The monster opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, screaming loudly. The boy's eyes were shining brightly with yellow lightning. He mentally said, "The blessing of the giant of lightning." Vincent put his sword in front of him. A bright flash appeared near the monster's body, illuminating everything around. The young man used the skill Microcurrent Pulse. A bright sphere appeared on the battlefield, emitting streams of energy upward. Vargan frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, asking what it was, ordering to call the priests of the fortress. Helga raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking to check Vincent's record first. The boy looked at her in surprise. She remembered the smiling protagonist, saying that if he participated in the duel with the intention of losing to the Samians, it would go against the interests of the Adanka family. Helga smiled. Beads of sweat were running down her face. She thought that even if this was the reason, wondering if anyone else would go for these measures, he was possessed by a spirit that died before the victory over the Samians. Vincent was breathing heavily, his mouth wide open, his face was stained with blood. The protagonist froze in place with a pierced shoulder. A voice announced that the hero's time was 5.39 seconds. The guy's eyes shone brightly red. He looked ahead from under his brows. The voice announced that Cadet Vincent won. A worried Shevin ran up to the guy standing in place. The guy next to him said that the young man was seriously injured and they needed to hurry. Vincent knelt down, pressing his hand to the wound. Shevin put his hands in front of him, saying that they first need to pull out the spear, telling the two guys to pull it out on signal and then begin to heal at the same time. They got ready, grabbing the spear on both sides. The guy counted to 3 and the spear, causing small breaches of blood, was pulled out of his body. Kagan looked down on this. The guy arched his eyebrows and grinned, asking why the hero chose such a barbaric method. The people put their hands in front of the main character, healing him with a magic seal. The young man looked up. Vincent smiled slyly, his eyes sparkling, saying that he was the winner. Kagan arched his eyebrows in displeasure and gritted his teeth, calling him a fool. A blue crystal floating in the air announced that this was the end of the second stage, asking everyone to immediately leave the site because they had to transport the patient. A man approached the crystal that announced that the third stage would begin in 3 days. He touched it with his finger. The magic stone immediately darkened. The hero, whose face was hidden by the shadow, sat on a chair with his legs crossed, asking if this guy was the son of Sarvana. He sat in a carriage that was moving forward along the snowy road with 2 other carriages, saying that he was looking forward to meeting him. Shevin opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows pitifully, saying that he applied for a job at the Crimson Fortress because he heard that the work here was unpretentious. He cried out loudly, saying that it was like that until the young master appeared. Vincent smiled and looked away, saying that he had nothing to say. The protagonist put his hand on the bandage on his body, saying that the guy so skillfully healed the wound on his chest. Thanking him for this, it was as if it did not exist. Shevin screamed no. Vincent widened his eyes in surprise. The boy raised his eyebrows, holding up a piece of paper with a crest in front of him, saying that he was not the owner of this wooden token, so he could not provide him with the same level of treatment as from it. Vincent frowned, asking what this meant. Shevin remembered the bandaged boy lying down, Dullen, clasping his hands in front of him and grinning at Malone, saying that the hero experienced something akin to a miracle. The treatment of a second-class priest is undoubtedly miraculous, so the owner of this token is granted the same treatment as its owner, but since he himself is a 5th-class priest, his treatment is equivalent to simply stitching up a wound. The boy came closer and, smiling, said that the young master's heart was not completely healed. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Vincent pressed his hand to the wound and tilted his head, listening to the words that if he overloaded it until it was completely healed, there was a chance that he would never be able to use mana again. The door to the room suddenly opened. Helga appeared in the doorway, her eyes wide, asking if his treatment was finished. If so, he should go to dinner. Shevin looked at her in surprise. Vincent frowned, asking what dinner the director was talking about. She raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes, saying that the brother and sister, the heads of the Adanka and Samian families, had arrived. The Samians were inviting the protagonist and his father to dinner. Vincent walked forward, next to the man in the red cape along the corridor. The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that an invitation to dinner from the Samians was strange. They were planning something. A voice was heard saying that they had not seen Khan for a long time. Vincent widened his eyes in surprise. A girl with long blonde hair and a purple cape walked forward with her hands clenched into fists, asking if a whole year had passed. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that she was glad to meet Vincent. It was Valkia, the head of the Samian family. There were delicious dishes on the table, steam rising from the hot food. The 4 heroes were sitting at a long table opposite each other. Valkia raised her head and smiled, telling Vincent to eat until she was full. These were her family's special dishes. Kagan frowned in displeasure, looking forward. The man sat with a gloomy face. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, thanking her. He frowned, not taking his eyes off her, wondering if this was really Valkia Samian. Like his father, her presence was already a symbol of the Samian as one of the rulers of this continent. The girl happily ate the hot food from the table. She extended her hand, pointing at the man, saying that he had become more petty. Khan looked at her in surprise, asking what she meant. Valkia pointed the blade of her knife at the protagonist sitting opposite him. He opened his eyes in surprise. She asked where he had been hiding this cutie all this time. The girl's eyes widened, and her eyebrows rose. A smile appeared on her face. The girl's body was enveloped in a blue aura. Vincent's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in displeasure. The chair fell with a crash onto the red carpet. The protagonist took a fighting stance, reaching for the hilt of the sword. He grinned viciously. Valkia raised her eyebrows, wondering if he had seen her mana thrown out in secret. Vincent grinned and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that she was strong. The protagonist froze, looking at the girl sitting in front of him. He saw her sinister aura behind her back. She was radiating blue energy. The guy thought that a murderous aura, making you think that you are about to die, and mana sharp enough to cut, she is definitely a true martial arts master. Valkia smiled, saying that he was very perceptive. Sweat dripped down Vincent's face. He smiled, thanking her, thinking that he was really looking forward to a duel with such a person. Khan furrowed his brows, asking why the young man was smiling, to which the protagonist, without taking his eyes off her, said that the girl was strong. The man folded his arms in front of him, asking if he felt it. The boy folded his arms on the table, answering yes. Khan chuckled, looking at Kagan. He pointed his fork at the young man, who opened his eyes in surprise. The man's eyes lit up brightly, a purple aura enveloped his body. Kagan smiled awkwardly, asking if there was a problem. Khan brought a towel to his face and closed his eyes, saying that the young master was very polite. He did not pull out his sword in the middle of dinner. Valkia looked at him and, raising her eyebrows, asked him not to worry about it and continue eating. Vincent raised his eyebrows, mentally addressing Julian, to which the guy hovering behind him replied that he had also doubted for a moment. But the heads had arranged a duel to find out whose son was better, such were the true rulers of the continent. A spark of discontent flashed between Khan and Valkia while the heroes looked into each other's eyes, frowning. The moon shone brightly in the dark sky. The girl stood close to the edge of the tower and, without turning around, said that his worthless son had matured quite a bit. The man came closer to her, saying that her prodigy did not leave much of an impression. She folded her arms over her chest and laughed loudly, saying that he had caught her there. The girl raised her eyebrows, looking down. Valkia looked up at the sky, saying that someone was plotting something very evil, asking how they dared to interfere with a friendly exchange meeting with the heads of the families watching. The man looked at her in surprise. The man furrowed his brows, asking if it was the elders of the Samian family. Valkia raised her brows and smiled, saying that he was half right. She thought that the first stage was the trick of their elders. She imagined 4 people with brightly glowing eyes. Their faces were hidden, saying that the second stage was interfered with by his elders. She believed that the 4 elders of the Adanka family had something to do with it and their target was Vincent. Valkia imagined the protagonists surrounded by sword blades, saying that although they had different points of view, they wanted to get rid of an anomaly like Vincent as soon as possible. She smiled as she turned to the man, asking if he thought his son, following in Sarvana's footsteps, would win the 3rd stage. The man furrowed his brows as he looked ahead, saying that he could only say one thing now. Khan's eyes shone brightly as he frowned, saying that the Adanka would definitely surpass the Samians. Valkia looked away, saying that if Khan failed to do so within 500 years, he might as well give up on his goal. The man looked at Valkia seriously as she asked how he would stop the Council of Elders from interfering. Khan furrowed his gray brows and replied that there was no one left on this continent who would dare commit treason in front of him. The man narrowed his violet eyes, adding that nothing would stand in the way of Vincent's victory even in the 3rd stage. Valkia silently looked at the man with her blue eyes. Khan frowned, his forehead wrinkled, and asked Valkia if he thought that if there were no obstacles, Vincent would have defeated Kagan without a doubt. The protagonist promised with a smirk that he would return victorious. Khan looked at Valkia and informed her that Vincent had made him a promise, so he was confident of his victory. The huge stadium was filled with people. The orator shouted that the Adanka had won the 1st and 2nd stages, and that the authority of the Samyonovs had been undermined. Valkia sat on the throne, her arms crossed, one hand on top of the other. Khan sat on the other throne, his face serious, and the orator shouted that the 2 greatest martial artists of our time had gathered here. 2 metal swords crossed. Helga stretched her arms out to the sides, smiling, shouting that the 3rd stage of their duel was starting right now. Kagan smiled, his eyes shining brightly. Vincent stared at his opponent, and the speaker announced that the fight had begun. A stadium full of spectators gathered and they cheered loudly. Julian frowned and sternly told Vincent not to forget their status. The protagonist, whose face was filled with tears, thought that a wounded heart could only endure a double-edged sword. Kagan grinned, his eyes shining brightly, and Vincent thought that he should take advantage of his opponent's weak point and win the fight thoroughly. He grabbed the hilt of the sparkling sword. The protagonist stretched his arms out to the sides and bent his knees, deciding to provoke Kagan into using his skills to explore them. As a yellow beam of light flew towards Kagan, he looked at it with a smirk, asking if it was a lightning giant. He raised his hand up. The blonde youth smirked and released many lightning bolts from his hand. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned and his eyes widened in shock. Kagan asked with a grin if this was a test attack. The blonde youth narrowed one eye, smiled madly, and said that he would have to burn Vincent to ashes to calm down. The protagonist saw a red and black mist and realized that it was the same black burning mana. There were 2 dark silhouettes on a red background, and Vincent thought that he would not be able to forget this even if he tried. Samian used this secret technique in their last fight. Kagan clenched one hand into a fist, emitting an eerie aura. A green silhouette was visible behind him, and the protagonist thought that this technique greatly strengthened magical abilities by burning life force. Kagan's eyes turned red and he asked with a smile if Vincent knew what this was. He waved his hand in the air, rushed forward, and the blonde youth shouted that he would see if the protagonist knew how to stop this. The protagonist gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and thought about blocking the strike with the Crimson Lotus. Vincent widened his eyes as crimson blood sprayed into the air. He looked at the red splashes, realizing with horror that he had been hit. Kagan ran past the protagonist, who froze, clutching his sword in his hands. The blonde youth knelt down, while Vincent tried to figure out where he got such incredible speed with a completely different effect. Kagan was smiling madly, streams of blood flowed out of his mouth, and Vincent decided that this guy was able to surpass even the young Kagan. Suddenly, Kagan ran towards Vincent with a mad smile. The protagonist gritted his teeth as their swords collided. Kagan waved his arms and jumped up, asking where the smug look of the protagonist from the first and second stage went. The blonde wondered why Vincent was not acting like before. Kagan's mouth was bleeding dark blood. His light eyebrows were raised and he screamed that he would make sure that Vincent would never be able to hold his sword again. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and he let out a painful sigh. Red and yellow streaks of light appeared in the air as the two youths attacked each other. A bright flash appeared, blinding the space. Then a powerful explosion thundered. Khan frowned his gray eyebrows, looking down attentively. Valkia smiled, her eyebrows raised in interest and her blue eyes widened. Gray smoke rose. A blue flash appeared in the middle of the thick fog, accompanied by a loud sound. The protagonist sat on one knee, one hand on the ground. He thought about how the Red Emperor was not suitable for long battles. He looked up, frowning his thin eyebrows, thinking about how to calculate the right time. Kagan jumped up, raising his sword, and shouted that he would not give Vincent a second to breathe. The blonde youth used the horrible song technique, and his eyes shone brightly, and his hair flew to the sides. Kagan waved his hand in the air, and a bright red streak appeared. The protagonist froze, his thin eyebrows arched, and his red eyes widened in horror. A powerful explosion thundered in the stadium. A deep crack was visible in the ground. Kagan stood on the field, his legs wide apart, holding his sword in his hand, while his sword fluttered in the wind. Kagan smiled widely, black spots were visible on his lips. His eyes emitted a bright yellow light, and he shouted with a loud light that this happens to people who challenge the Samians. Kagan's eyes widened in shock when Vincent asked if this was all he could do. The protagonist's sword was emitting a bright purple glow. Vincent held a huge claymore in his hand, his black cape was floating in the wind, and he was using the Amaluna sword technique. Vincent clenched his white teeth tightly, frowning as he used the sword bastion technique. The wooden sword broke with a loud crack. The black-haired man fell to the ground, looking after his broken weapon. Suddenly, his eyes turned white as he received a blow to the face. Kagan kicked his opponent with a smirk, pinning him to the floor with his foot. The blonde-haired youth looked at his opponent with an arrogant expression and said that he should retire from swordsmanship while he could. The youth, whose body was covered in bandages, watched Kagan from afar. He placed his hand on his knee, looking down thoughtfully. He suddenly turned around when another warrior appeared behind him, asking why Kagan continued to beat everyone up even when the winner had been decided. The scarred youth said that Amalun had done well. The white-haired youth smiled widely, asking to be called Falcon, a martial artist who was training in the Samyang family. The protagonist remembered sitting on the floor and thought that he had met Falcon on the Samyang family's battlefield and that they were just puppets used to develop Kagan's abilities. Falcon raised his eyebrows, asking if Vincent had been serious about what he had said last time. The dark human silhouette emitted a blue aura, and Falcon explained that he meant what the protagonist had said about defeating the enemy. Kagan grinned slyly, and Falcon said that the blonde man's existence was a scam. Vincent closed his eyes and sighed, saying that it was a stupid dream. He opened his eyes in surprise when Falcon disagreed. The white-haired man walked closer to the protagonist, saying that he was the only one who was actually trying to defeat Kagan. He was sure that only Vincent could do it. Falcon raised his eyebrows and smiled, while the protagonist thought that this guy was an unrivaled master of the arts who took Vincent's dream very seriously and encouraged him until the very end. It was night, it was raining, there were dark silhouettes of people on the bloody ground, and the protagonist thought that Falcon had become very strong too quickly. The blonde-haired man had arrows sticking out of his body. His face was stained with blood, and Vincent thought that Falcon had fallen into a trap set up by the elders of the Samyang family and ended up dying. The protagonist's sword was shining brightly, and he thought that Falcon had left him his swordsmanship. Vincent held the purple sword tightly, using the Amalun swordsmanship technique, and thought that it was a skill that was completely opposite to the Samayanese skills. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly and furrowed his brows, using the sword bastion technique. Kagan widened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what kind of swordsmanship this was. The protagonist said with a confident look that this was the Samayanese justice, the swordsmanship for which its creator died. Kagan took out the sword, waving his red cape and smiling. He then raised his hand, shouting with a mad smile that he was sure that this was a useless skill. Kagan threw the brightly shining sword towards the protagonist. Vincent raised the weapon in front of his face, shouting that the blonde was wrong. A bright flash appeared. Kagan's hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The blonde man kicked Vincent's sword using the Samian sword technique. He looked at the protagonist with his blue eyes, saying that he would break such a weak skill with ease. Vincent furrowed his brows, glaring at his opponent with hatred. Bright red flashes appeared in the air as Kagan used the rapid rain technique. The blonde youth swung his sword, smiling widely, and Vincent felt an incredible pressure, as if he was fighting against the young Kagan again. The protagonist stared at Kagan, a bead of sweat appearing on his face. Kagan swung his sword, his eyes glowing, shouting that he would finish Vincent with his next move. The protagonist shuddered in fear, seeing the red flash in front of him. Vincent's eyes widened in horror when he realized that Kagan had suddenly disappeared. Deep cracks were visible on the ground, while the speaker shouted that the young master of the Samian family had disappeared. The protagonist smiled. He dodged the strike as Kagan rushed past him with his sword outstretched. The blonde sweat dropped in horror, frowned, and asked how Vincent predicted the direction of the attack. The protagonist extended his hand to the side, smirking, saying that Kagan always lands on his right foot. He stomped his foot on the ground, saying that the blonde was about to jump in the air to dodge. Vincent swung his hand, and Kagan jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. He raised his hand up, screaming in anger at these tricks. The protagonist approached him and smirked, saying that the blonde liked to slash from above due to his arrogance. Vincent swung his sword, and Kagan dodged the strike. The protagonist frowned and smiled, saying that Kagan could easily deflect this strike. The blonde man gritted his teeth, squinting one eye, and Vincent came to the conclusion that Kagan was using the same strategies as Kagan. And in a normal situation, this would mean that he was incredibly strong, but in this situation, everything was different. The protagonist thought with a smirk that no one else knew Kagan's swordsmanship as well as he did. The protagonist's blue hair fluttered in the wind. Kagan, with a furious expression, shouted that he would kill Vincent. As the blonde man approached him, the protagonist thought that Kagan was a genius because he could control any situation with his power. But if there was a situation that Kagan could not control, he would completely lose his mind and attack directly. Vincent swung his weapon, smirking as he used the Amalon swordsmanship technique. The protagonist's sword began to emit a purple light, and he used the great sword double slash technique. Kagan ran towards Vincent with a loud shout. The protagonist said with confidence in his eyes that he was advancing. Their swords crossed, and purple lightning appeared around them. The metal blade cracked. Kagan looked dumbfounded at what was left of his weapon that Vincent had broken. The blonde boy's blue eyes widened in shock. The protagonist stood silently, holding a purple sword in his hand, while the speaker loudly shouted that Adanka was winning all stages. Vincent's face was covered in beads of sweat, and he thought that it was a relief that it was over quickly, because Absolute Slash was not the only skill that negatively affected his heart. Suddenly, Kagan's body began to emit a blinding blue light, and he shouted that this stage was not over yet. Vincent gritted his teeth and wrinkled his nose, not understanding how the enemy's mana concentration had become even stronger. Kagan said with a crazy smile that it might be dangerous since he was still a beginner, but the protagonist wasn't the only one who had aces up his sleeve. Suddenly, a bright blue flash appeared. A centaur with a knight's body appeared. Kagan took a step forward, stretching out his hand and using the soul sword technique. Khan frowned, looking down. Valkyria's sweat dropped, asking when Kagan had acquired the ability. The protagonist imagined an image of a bright blue sword and thought that the blessing of the sword god Keshak would grant its wielder incredible talent in swordsmanship, and when it reached its peak, the wielder would gain another ability. A flash of light flashed. Kagan gritted his teeth, his eyes emitting a blue glow, and Vincent thought that this power transformed the sword into another component of the image. Kagan was now at the peak of his 4-star milestone. The protagonist's sweat dropped and widened his eyes in shock, asking what kind of ability it was. The youth's red cape flew into the air, and Vincent said that Kagan had already used up most of his power to power the Crimson Emperor, so it would be dangerous for him to use more power. Kagan's eyes emitted a bright light. He rushed forward, thanking the protagonist for worrying about him, and Vincent was surprised at how much power he had left. The space was blinded by the bright light of the flashes. In the center of the field, Kagan and Vincent were fighting. A strong wind arose, and the spectators covered their faces with their hands, not understanding what it was. The protagonist gritted his teeth from the tension and broke out in a sweat. Suddenly, his red eyes opened wide. Kagan, whose face was wet and dirty with blood, said that Vincent had risked his life. He remembered the mocking expression on the protagonist's face and added that it was all just for that smirk. The blonde-haired youth opened his shining eyes wide and rushed forward, shouting loudly that in that case, he would also risk his life. Even if his body disintegrated due to Keshak's power, he would still destroy the protagonist. Vincent clenched his jaw and thought that Kagan was acting exactly like Kagan. He did not want to lose to him. The youth's silhouette darkened, his eyes glowed with a purple light, and Vincent decided that he would win even if he had to put his life on the line. The protagonist and Kagan clashed in battle, and blue and purple streaks of light appeared in the air. The blonde youth smiled madly, swinging his sword. Vincent clenched his teeth tightly and frowned. The protagonist parried the blow with his sword. Vincent opened his mouth in shock and widened his eyes when his weapon suddenly broke and fragments flew around. Kagan smiled widely when he saw this. Suddenly, a fist appeared near the blonde youth's face. Kagan put his hand under the protagonist's fist, frowning. The blonde youth jumped back when Vincent struck him. Kagan fell to his knees. Vincent was breathing heavily through his mouth, sweating profusely as he thought that they had reached their physical limits. While the blonde boy was clenching his teeth tightly, the protagonist thought that he would bet everything on the final blow. Kagan raised his sword up using the Scarlet Song technique. A golden silhouette appeared behind the protagonist and he used the alternate form absolute slash technique. The youth attacked by creating a red light in the air. Vincent swung his hand in the air using the lightning giant technique. A red and yellow flash collided in the air as Vincent thought about the absolute slash with the lightning giant's power. A powerful explosion occurred. Kagan wiped the sweat from his face, coughed, and said that he couldn't see anything. He suddenly fell silent and looked up. Vincent was approaching from above, swinging his purple sword. Blue Eyes Kagan wrinkled his nose and widened his blue eyes, thinking that the protagonist had used his final move to create a smokescreen. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, his eyes glowed, and he mentally addressed his opponent. A purple flash appeared, and blood sprayed in the air. Kagan opened his mouth, his eyes turned white, and the speaker shouted that the blonde youth was incapacitated. The protagonist gritted his teeth, and scarlet blood sprayed in front of his face. Balkia and Khan looked down warily, watching the fight, and the speaker announced that Vincent was the winner. The spectators rose from their seats, shouting with joy. The ground on the field was scorched, and the spectators raised their fists in the air, shouting the name of the protagonist. He opened his mouth in surprise, from which blood flowed. His white cloak fluttered softly in the wind as he watched the people in the stands cheer for him. His clothes turned black, patterns were visible on his muscular arms. Vincent's hand was clutching the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the protagonist closed his eyes and screamed loudly, his mouth wide open. A stone was visible while someone was shouting that the interviews would take place after the treatment. The priests were asked to hurry. A white light was visible while someone was asking the journalists to wait. There were 4 people sitting at the table. One of them slammed his sword on the table. The man with a mustache and red eyes frowned in pain. The woman crossed her arms and looked at him questioningly. She said with a grin that the young master had become quite strong. The man with red hair smiled and said that he had lost the bet. Green leaves of trees were visible, and they began to discuss how great the friendly exchange meeting had been this year. 2 human silhouettes were visible. The young man asked Sirkin if he thought he could defeat those 2. The man replied that the young master was quite strong. The young man with long red hair smiled when Sirkin said that the representative of the family that stood on par with the Adanka and Samian families was himself, the Star Voltican. The young man closed his eyes, grinned, and thought that he wanted to fight Vincent, but he didn't know if there was a way to do it. Voltican's eyes widened as if he realized something. He raised his hand up, grinning widely, shouting that he had a great idea. The tip of his spear pointed at the kingdom, and Voltican said that he was sure that since Vincent was a cadet, he spent his every day in the fortress. The red-haired youth grinned and ordered Sirkin to contact his father. Voltican wanted to enroll in the Crimson Fortress. The protagonist narrowed his red eyes. He looked around, saying that he clearly remembered how he rested after defeating Kagan. He didn't understand where he was. Vincent remembered various events from his life and assumed that this was the world of his memories, which he had seen before. The monsters stretched out their pale hands, mooing loudly. The protagonist turned around and grabbed his sword, not understanding what was happening. The creatures in stone armor were approaching Vincent. Their eyes were glowing brightly. The protagonist gritted his teeth and frowned when he realized that the monsters were attacking him. Purple streaks of light appeared in the air as Vincent began to attack them. Blood appeared in the air, and the protagonist thought that the feeling of the cut reminded him of something. He remembered the smiling face of a man with black and red eyes, the evil spirit of the great demon Ravan. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Kazan opened his mouth, his eyes were shining brightly. He was wearing armor. The blonde youth smirked when he saw Vincent. The protagonist frowned and yelled loudly, asking what he was doing here. The youth approached Vincent, shouting for him to get out of his sight. The protagonist sweated and gritted his teeth, thinking that it was the strong pressure of mana that prevented him from moving his body. The sword shone brightly. Kazan waved his hand, leaving a golden trail in the air. Vincent froze in shock upon seeing this light. Suddenly, someone dressed in a blue cloak fell in front of him. It was Arslan, who frowned and called out to the protagonist. The man stuck the sword into the ground, and Vincent asked what this meant. Someone's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. Arslan and the protagonist looked up and saw a giant in armor and a helmet. Vincent's eyes widened in fear, asking what it was. The creature in the stone helmet was called the Great Demon, who was the culprit of everything that happened. Arslan turned to the protagonist, shouting that they did not have time and Vincent had to return something quickly. The man frowned, sweating, and yelled for the protagonist to step outside of Samian and face the truth. The protagonist froze, his mouth open and his eyes wide in shock. Arslan grabbed the sword, shouting that everything now depended on the protagonist. Vincent extended his hand to the man and said that he needed to ask many questions. Arslan jumped towards the great demon. The protagonist sat on the bed, 4 other people stood next to him, and Selbira asked if he was okay, if he was in pain. Vincent grabbed his head, clenched his teeth, and thought that he had already surpassed Samian, but still had not reached the truth. His face was covered in drops of blood, and he thought that in order to complete Adanka's mission, he still needed to fulfill some conditions. Sunlight was shining through the window. Khan frowned and turned to the rank 9 cadets. The protagonist turned around and looked at the man in surprise. The cadets placed their palms on their chests, greeting Khan. The man walked inside, saying that it would not take long. Selbira raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes, saying that the head of the family was here. The man with a serious expression praised the protagonist for trying hard and keeping his promise. Khan narrowed his eyes, asking what reward Vincent wanted. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he was missing the very foundation. Vincent with a serious expression said that he was still not an Adanka, and he needed a master to teach him how to wield the Adanka sword. Khan tilted his head and asked if the protagonist knew what the Elder Council did not like. Vincent looked up and said that he knew, but today he defeated Samian and became one step closer to his family's mission. He then smirked, saying that if they were against assigning a mentor to him, then he himself would become displeased with the Elder Council. Khan touched his chin and gritted his teeth. He turned away and told the protagonist to follow him. They walked on the wooden floor. Khan and Vincent entered the room where a woman and a man were standing. The protagonist greeted Rilsa with a smile. Merlin raised his eyebrows in surprise and widened his eyes when the protagonist said his name. He remembered himself in the past when Vincent told him that he remembered his name. The red-haired man smiled and thought that the protagonist actually remembered. Merlin smiled and Rilsa pointed at him with her hand, saying that he was an 8-star warrior with incredible mental abilities. The woman said that she thought Merlin would be a good teacher for the protagonist. Merlin placed his hand on his chest, introducing himself as the former chief of the White Sword Corps. He said that he was currently a member of the Yellow Dragon Corps. He smiled softly and said his last name. Hearing this, Vincent's sweat dropped and opened his eyes in shock. He remembered Arslan's face and thought that this was his real name. Samian Castle. A woman lounged on the throne, asking Kagan if he realized he had lost. Valkia rested her head on her hand and said that Vincent had seen right through him. On the other hand, Kagan had completely lost his cool and could not control his emotions. Kagan looked down and apologized to the woman when she said that this shame would be carved into his arm. She patted his head, saying that it was okay, because there was a benefit in losing. Valkia smiled and added that if Kagan made the same mistake again, she would cut his tendons herself. Kagan closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he would keep that in mind. Suddenly, the blond boy clenched his teeth, his reddened eyes widened, and he grunted in pain. He looked away, his face covered in sweat, and Valkia said that she had already asked Kagan not to lose his temper in front of her. The woman placed her hand on the boy's head. A long shadow with bright eyes appeared on the floor. 2 white circles were visible on the dark background. Merlin looked at the protagonist with confusion and asked if there was any problem. Davin was very confused. A drop of sweat was running down his face, and he himself, looking at Merlin, said in bewilderment that he did not think that Sir Merlin was higher in status than him. Railsa immediately joined in, looking at the protagonist with a smile on her face and explaining that the Palco family is one of the oldest families of knights, like Adanka, after which she added that it is an ordinary family, not particularly high or low in status. After that, Davin thoughtfully lowered his gaze and, putting his hand to his chin, said to himself that the Palco family definitely changed their last name to Adanka, after which he asked why then Palco still exists separately. His thoughts were interrupted by Railsa, who informed him that now that Merlin had registered at the fortress, he could begin working as a teacher from tomorrow. Immediately after, Merlin looked at the protagonist and said that the next time they met, he would treat him as a student. Walking up to Davin, he smiled warmly and apologized for his rudeness. At this, the protagonist laughed, smiled, and said that he would study humbly. Be diligent, the father suddenly said seriously from behind. He looked at his son, being very tense. It must be so, he said to himself. Who knows what they are capable of doing, he continued, imagining the 4 people at the table. Who would dare to get in Davin's way? The father finished to himself, imagining a man with a scar on his left eye. At this time, the old man with purple hair slammed the table in anger, shouting that now what they feared had happened. Davin became a hero by defeating Samian. He continued to shout. In the hall, 3 other people were sitting at the table with him, listening to this with their arms folded. The old man continued to shout that they could no longer stop the protagonist's growth. After saying this, he glanced at another old man with a scar on his left eye and furiously asked how he was going to handle this situation. The old man with the scar was Tyloban. Cold sweat was running down his face. He lowered his head in shame and said that he was incredibly ashamed that Davin's growth had gone beyond their expectations. Our expectations? A girl sitting with them asked sarcastically. The three of them stared at Tyloban. Their eyes were burning with anger. The girl suddenly asked if this wasn't Tyloban's own plan. Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth in anger. He understood that the others just wanted to remain uninvolved, wanted to defame him and get rid of him. Taking a deep breath, he firmly said that they needed to develop countermeasures. At this time, blood spurted in front of Yumian's face. Crawling towards the wall in horror, he looked at the corpse of Alberto and the guy from the Association of the Sixth Magic Tower. He asked in horror why they were doing this. Valkia Samian was walking towards him. She had a sword in her hand, and strong magical energy was emanating from her. She advanced on Yumian, asking why he was inciting these magicians. Answer, she ordered, looking at the old man with disdain in her eyes and wiping her sword. Yumian's eyes were filled with horror, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. He immediately began to justify himself, saying that he only wanted Samian to win perfectly. At that very moment, Valkia kicked the wall with all her might, a few centimeters away from the old man's head. There was madness in her eyes. Leaning over to the frightened old man, she asked if victory was in Samian's hands. She leaned on her leg and said that she hated political intrigue and lies the most. After these words, she remembered how she had fought with Khan and said to herself that because of all this, they never had a fair fight. After that, she removed her leg and said that these people never belonged to either the Tower of Magicians or the Union, after which she added that she would achieve this for the honor of Samian. Turning around and getting ready to leave, she looked at the old man over her shoulder and said that, however, with the elder of Samian, she could not do anything with her own hands. When suddenly her gaze changed, and her terrifying aura again enveloped everything around. She looked at the old man with a dead look and ordered him to sit quietly and take care of the flowers in the estate. In horror, the old man said in a trembling voice that he understood. A few minutes later, he returned to his room. On the table was a magic crystal, to which the old man went. He immediately touched it. At the same time, another crystal glowed next to Tyloban's face. Yumian shouted in rage, asking if Tyloban shouldn't have blocked the second and third gates. Tyloban didn't answer. He sat quietly, holding his cane. Then, he suddenly rubbed his face and said that since Khan and Valkia had appeared, there was nothing more to be done, and then added that Davin's skills had exceeded all their expectations. "And you call these excuses?" Yumian shouted without calming down. He was terrified, and there was a primal fear in his eyes. He continued to shout that if this continued, they would not be able to escape responsibility for not stopping the protagonist. Tyloban continued to listen to this without answering. He was also scared, and beads of cold sweat were running down his face. Yumian shouted that the problem now was not with the Council of Elders, because they had already fallen out of favor with him. He clenched his teeth and his eyes lit up. He said that it was necessary as quickly as possible. After that, he was silent for a while. Make a plan to get rid of Davin, he continued. At that time, the protagonist was sleeping peacefully, when suddenly he woke up abruptly, and his eyes were burning with a bright scarlet fire. In front of his face was the blade of an unknown person. At that very second, he jumped out of bed, and the sword pierced his pillow. "Who are you?" Davin immediately shouted, pulling the sword out of the sheath. "He was definitely sleeping," said the unknown person, pulling the sword out of the pillow, after which he added that it meant that Davin had a good feeling. When suddenly the protagonist saw the unknown person. It turned out to be Sir Merlin, which he immediately shouted about. Merlin's gaze was cold and merciless. He looked at his student and said that he was now a teacher. However, a good feeling, but observation lags behind, he said. Putting away the sword, Merlin asked if the situation around him seemed strange to the protagonist. Hearing this, Davin, not having time to put away the sword, began to look around in shock. Then Merlin began to explain that this was a magical dungeon used in the first gate, and it was created by the previous head of the fortress. Crossing the broken bed and heading towards the protagonist, he continued to say that if he got a passing score in training, he would be released from here, and until then, leaving here with the help of Davin's strange sword was prohibited. There was some excitement on Merlin's face, along with firmness and confidence. He firmly said that he was going to tear apart and then fix the protagonist's giant. After thinking for a while, he added that Davin's feature was crooked. Hearing this, the protagonist asked what it all meant. Hatred and contempt for the interlocutor were visible in his eyes. Putting his hand in his pocket, Merlin calmly said that Davin did not fully understand the giant's power, after which he added that this was a primary problem. Immediately after these words, he took out a pendant. Putting it on his neck, Merlin explained that it was a special pendant treated with magic, and if someone other than himself touched it, the pendant would self-destruct. Merlin, after a short pause, pointed to the pendant and ordered Davin to destroy it, and until then, Davin should not even think about the ceremony of passing on the sword of Adanka. The protagonist, standing up heavily from the ground and looking at the floor, said that he needed to grow up as quickly as possible. After that, he imagined the image of Arslan and added to be reborn as the true Adanka and learn the truth. When suddenly Davin pulled out his sword, which was immediately enveloped in lightning, and said that he would destroy the pendant and master the sword. Immediately after that, he rushed at the teacher using the pulse current technique. Instantly reacting to this, Merlin did not stand aside, using the technique. At that very second, an incredibly huge lightning struck out of nowhere, which pushed the protagonist away. Having flown a distance, Davin stopped. Raising his eyes, he was shocked by what he saw. In front of him was something huge and incredibly strong. "Look carefully, Vincent," Merlin said. Davin saw a huge god, lightning running along his body. It was an intelligent giant, in whose hands was a huge lightning, and on his face was a lush and long beard. Looking at this, Davin was shocked by the size of the giant. Julian immediately appeared behind him, asking if the previous intelligent giant did not look completely different. Lightning came from Merlin's eyes. He was very serious, when suddenly the intelligent giant raised his hand, in which was a huge lightning, and then hit the main character with it. Screaming loudly, Davin, enveloped in lightning, flew back. The giant began to disappear. The main character continued to roll on the ground, holding his hands in front of him. Trying to get up, Davin was shaking violently, and lightning ran through his body. He wondered what the blue lightning was, and added that the giant was completely different in strength from his. Suddenly, Merlin's legs appeared in front of Davin's face, and he apologized, saying that he was not the right person to be a teacher. A terrifying aura filled the entire room. A huge magical power enveloped Merlin. He looked at Davin and said that he was not confident that he could control Davin with easy-to-understand explanations, and added that this was why he decided to teach the protagonist in a way that he did best. Because Merlin raised his head proudly, Davin saw that strong blue lightning was shooting out of his teacher's eyes. Merlin said that his lightning would constantly hit Davin. Listening to this, the protagonist was very tense. He looked at his teacher and said nothing, and lightning ran through his body. Merlin continued that this would continue until Davin woke up his intelligent giant. At this time, Pock Pock passed by Wilson, who was intensively washing his clothes. Pock Pock also passed by the office of the sleeping Helga. He walked along the street among many people. He ran past an alley in which there was a strange old man with a cane. This old man turned out to be Tyloban. His only whole eye was burning with a bright scarlet fire. Pock Pock ran into someone's house. In it, he saw something that emanated strong energy. It turned out to be a portal. Pock Pock stood on his hind legs, looking into the portal. About a week had passed since the beginning of Vincent's training. After a while, the snow in the forest began to loosen quickly. Suddenly, a joyful Pock Pock jumped out of it. Having picked him up in her arms and listened to everything he told, a voice was heard that said contentedly that everyone was doing well. It was Sari. Holding the animal in her arms, she thanked him and asked if Pock Pock was also worried about the master. She raised her head up and said to herself with a frustrated look that it had been a week since he started training, after which she added that the master himself could not even leave this space. She wondered if he was resting well there. At this time, in the cave, Davin's sword looked different. In his hands was a two-handed sword, which was shrouded in orange lightning. He flew at his teacher, preparing to strike. Merlin easily blocked the protagonist's strike. Davin's eyes burned with a bright scarlet fire. He was at the limit. Merlin, seeing this, said to himself that, as he thought, if he brought the student to the limit, Davin would turn on his brains, because now the protagonist began to mix strange sweeping swordplay and energy. As suddenly, an electric sphere began to appear in Merlin's hand. However, he is still far away, he said to himself. Davin gritted his teeth from the tension. Seeing what the teacher was trying to do, he realized that he needed to act now. Jumping up, he extended his sword towards Merlin and used the accelerated microcurrent technique. Numerous lightning bolts were immediately released from the sword and rushed towards the teacher. Merlin did not stand aside and directed his hand with a large sphere of lightning at the student. Their lightning collided. Suddenly, Merlin's lightning began not only to reflect Davin's lightning flow, but also to surround the main character himself. Davin immediately realized that the range was too large. Lightning bolts surrounded him. A second later, a small explosion was heard. Having flown a decent distance, Davin, gritting his teeth, said to himself that it was weaker in power than his yellow lightning, but at the same time, an overwhelming range and incredible pressure. At that very second, Merlin appeared behind him, swinging his sword and saying that it was not enough to simply admire strength. Immediately after these words, he made a quick and slashing blow. At the last second, the main character was able to bend down and dodge, when suddenly he saw the pendant at eye level. He immediately tensed up and threw his hand forward, trying to grab the pendant. He had only a little bit left to win, but as soon as he clenched his hand, thinking that he had grabbed the pendant, Merlin suddenly ducked. Horror appeared in Davin's eyes. He immediately realized that Merlin had deliberately put the pendant under his arm. At that very second, he received a strong blow to the side with the sword handle. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and his eyes lost life. A second later, the protagonist fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Having put the sword in its sheath, Merlin stood in front of the student and said to himself that his movements were getting better and better, but there was no progress on the part of the giant. "Let's finish here, take a rest," Merlin said. After a while, Davin greedily drank water. He was sitting on a stone, and the teacher was standing not far from him. Behind the protagonist was Julian, who said that you never know when Merlin will take a break, so you need to drink more water. "How is that possible?" the protagonist said to himself, wiping his mouth. Sweat was dripping down his face. He looked at the ground and said that even if he used all his abilities and increased his range to the limit, he still couldn't even come close to competing with that blue lightning. After saying that, he imagined two giants. One was Orange, the small intelligent giant he had summoned, and behind him stood another, blue intelligent giant who was several times larger than the first. Davin said to himself that there was a significant difference between their giants, and then asked what was wrong. While the protagonist was drinking water from a bottle, Julian was very angry at the bottle because the water was pouring out slowly. "Don't complain," Davin said to himself, adding that the bottle might not have existed at all. Then it suddenly dawned on him. It wasn't, he said slowly to himself. What if there were bottles? He suddenly said as his water source flew up above him. No, he asked slowly, after which the bottle exploded and all the water was released. There was shock in Davin's eyes. All the water poured out of the bottle began to turn into blue lightning. "I understand," he suddenly shouted loudly. Hearing this, Julian and Merlin turned around in surprise. Davin was holding an inverted bottle in his hands, which no longer had water in it, and said that he always thought that you need to control the energy and release it yourself, like pouring water from a flask. But there was no need for this in the first place, the protagonist continued to say, as suddenly, orange lightning was released from his eyes. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, which began to change from orange to blue. He realized that he needed to naturally force the energy to flow through his body and sword. And after a short pause, he added, and then let go. Immediately after these words, an incredible magical aura filled the cave. Davin's blue lightning was everywhere. It was incredible power. Seeing this, Merlin smiled contentedly and said to himself, Davin finally achieved this. "The training is not over yet," he said right away. Lightning was everywhere around Davin. He was waiting for the fight to begin. Having taken out the pendant and shown it to the protagonist, Merlin with a sly smile on his face said that Davin's enlightenment does not cancel the main condition for the end of the test, after which he asked if he could do it. Hearing this, Davin smiled madly and said that he could handle it. The guy's eyes were burning with a bright blue fire. At that very second, they rushed at each other. Merlin immediately wanted to take the first blow and swung. Having carried out a sharp blow, there was no one in front of him. Davin was already behind the teacher, preparing to strike. But Merlin noticed this in time, blocking the attack from above. A strong magical explosion was heard. Because of this, Merlin, sliding on the ground, was pushed back. Standing up, he looked back, and from what he saw, he was slightly surprised. The protagonist was running around him at such a speed that he was not visible, as suddenly Merlin recognized Rails's movement technique. Now, Davin understood in an instant and prepared to attack. He jumped high and used the middle sword king technique. A huge purple flame was released from his sword towards the teacher, but his attack was met by Merlin's sword. "Railsa and I are old friends," the teacher's voice was suddenly heard. Hearing this, the protagonist's face broke out in cold sweat. He saw how Merlin easily held back his attack. Merlin coldly said that they knew each other's frequently used techniques well. Immediately after these words, he destroyed Davin's technique with a quick movement of his sword. Gritting his teeth from intense tension and shock, he said to himself that it was dangerous to be in such a state. His eyes were once again burning with a bright scarlet flame, when suddenly he noticed something. His teacher's scar was burning brightly. Looking at Merlin, who was running towards him at great speed, Davin said to himself that this scar was deep and old, which meant that the enemy had pushed him back without stopping and there was not even time to heal the scar. When suddenly he imagined his teacher's body, which was filled with scars. He said to himself that pain, fear, shame, a sense of defeat. For a warrior, this is definitely, he continued, pausing. At that very second, his sword caught fire, and orange lightning immediately enveloped him. He immediately used the Achilles heel skill, directing an attack towards the teacher's scar. While Merlin was distracted, trying to dodge, Davin grabbed the pendant on Merlin's neck. All this happened so quickly because he put the power of lightning into his hand, and in a second, the pendant cracked, and the next moment, it exploded into many fragments. Immediately after that, Davin fell heavily to the floor. Merlin, on the other hand, touched his scar. Removing his hand from his face, he asked himself if Davin was really aiming at the scar, and then said that it was not bad for a 14-year-old. Without hesitation, Merlin solemnly said that the test was passed, so he would teach the protagonist the art of the Adanka sword. Hearing this, Ravan, getting up from the ground, was very happy. Merlin approached the student and, smiling madly, told him to wait with impatience, because it would be more painful than now. A few days later, Ravan, Selbira and Saizen were walking along a spacious corridor. Surprised, Selbira asked if the protagonist had really been fighting in that space all the time for more than a week. Shocked, Saizen immediately shouted that Ravan was incomparable. Then the protagonist turned to the girls and said that there was nothing special about it. Then Julian next to him said that the current young warriors did not do such things. Suddenly, out of breath, Seri appeared in front of them, looking for the protagonist. Noticing her, Ravan asked what happened. Seri immediately extended her hand forward, in which was a piece of paper, and said that this had arrived. The guys immediately bent over the piece of paper and began to read. Surprised, Saizen asked if this was really a mission order for rank 9 cadets. Then Selbira, pointing her finger at the inscriptions, said that this had come personally to Ravan. Taking the order in his hands, the protagonist asked if this was not a common thing. Selbira immediately joined in and said that usually the 7th rank deals with such things. Suddenly, Julian noticed something and pointed it out to the protagonist. In the customer line, there was Elder Adanka, when suddenly Selbira, pointing her finger at herself, asked if Ravan needed assistance. But there was no emotion on the protagonist's face. He looked at the girls and was silent. "Will you go alone?" A voice was suddenly heard. "Why?" Merlin continued to ask. Behind him at the table sat Vargan, who, with his arms folded, said that this was the first mission, so he thought it was dangerous to go alone. Ravan stood humbly in front of them and said that it was precisely because it could be dangerous that he wanted to go alone, because the Council of Elders had demonstratively given him an order in this way. After that, he lowered his head and quietly said that he thought that this could be some kind of exam, or, before he could finish, Merlin, with his arms folded on his chest, continued, a trap, after which he said that Ravan was a speck in the Elders' eyes that they would want to get rid of. Vargan immediately said that he agreed with Merlin's words, adding that it was dangerous to leave Ravan alone in such a situation. Dean of the Crimson Fortress, the protagonist suddenly said, "This is my war," he said firmly and confidently, placing his hand on his heart, and then added that victory would be overcoming this trap with pride. After thinking for a while, he firmly said that there was a truth that he wanted to know by becoming stronger. Hearing such words from his student, Merlin was very surprised. Ravan continued to speak, stretching out his hand forward and lowering his head, that in the process he would inevitably be drawn into a struggle for power, and he would have to deal with it alone. Suddenly, he clenched his hand into a fist, smiled madly, and his eyes lit up with a bright scarlet flame. "After all, I am Adanka," he said. Hearing this, Vargan grinned and said that Ravan had already made a decision. He smiled contentedly and said that he gave his permission, ordering Ravan not to lose his dignity as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Hearing the permission, the protagonist smiled contentedly, placed his hand on his chest and said that he was moving to the horizontal bar to carry out the mission. At this time, Helga was lying on the frozen roof of the building, whistling a tune. "Again, you are playing around," a man's voice was heard, which began to appear out of nowhere nearby. Rising from the roof, upset Helga said that she was taking a rest. Vargan appeared next to her, holding his hands behind his back. Suddenly, Helga, stretching out her hand, said that she heard that the main character was given a mission. Hearing this, the surprised Vargan said that he thought that the girl was not interested in the affairs of the cadets, to which she replied that she was the director of the fortress. "So," she suddenly said, looking askance at Vargan, after which she asked who this task was from. Vargan looked at his interlocutor and calmly said that it was said that from the elder, after which he added that he thought it was Elder Tillavan. Helga immediately remembered the old man with a scar on his eye, after which she said that this old man would definitely not have given Ravan a task with good intentions. Suddenly, a crystal appeared in front of the two of them, through which screams were heard, informing that trouble had occurred. It was one of the guards at the fortress gate. He was shouting that an unknown armed man was breaking through the gate right now. There were columns of dust behind him. It was a guy with a crazy smile on his face, long hair and red stripes on his cheeks. The guard was shouting, informing that the guy was only repeating that he needed to see Ravan, and he was also not responding to commands, so they continued to defend themselves. 4 guards stood at the gate, pointing spears at the guy and shouting for the gate to be blocked. Another guard was shouting for the unknown man to state his name and affiliation. Behind the disgruntled guy, who forcefully put down his spear, stood his servant, who was whispering in his ear that he thought it would be better for them to go through the official process of requesting a visit and then come back. Unhappy with such advice, the guy said that he just came to talk to the protagonist for a while. After these words, he began to put magical power into his spear. Immediately after that, he stood up, and his whole body was enveloped in strong magical energy. The guy's eyes were burning with a bright fire, and there was a crazy smile on his face. The crystal addresses the director of the fortress, Helga and Vargan look at it. The crystal says that they are in trouble. The soldier spoke into the crystal while the battle was going on. He said that right now an unknown armed man is breaking through the gates of the fortress. The unknown was smiling. The soldier conveyed his words that he needs Vincent. He does not respond to commands and does not react. They fight back. The soldiers stood in front of the red-haired man. They held their spears at the ready, giving each other orders to block the gates so that the unknown man could not pass further. They demanded the guy to state his name and affiliation, and if he continued to remain silent. Raven looked displeased at the butler leaning towards him, who said that they should still go through the official process of requesting a visit and then come back. The red-haired man asked why. Because he just came to chat with him. His hand lit up with energy. He turned to the guards. He intercepted his weapon and looked at them threateningly. He smiled and said that he wanted to meet Vincent. He asked where he was now. The men shouted and gave the order to stand to the death and not let the unknown man enter the fortress. Raven smiled slyly and said that nothing could be done. He waved his spear. It glowed. But a blue rope suddenly tied around the staff. Raven turned around and asked what the hell. A blue glowing whip tied around the boy and made him unable to move. Helga landed next to him. She said that only thanks to the spear technique, she was able to confirm who he was. She said Raven's name. She stood on one of the towers and said enough, because things would only get more complicated if they continued. The butler reached out to his master in fear. Vargan created magic circles and said that if the boy moved, he stood behind him and said that he would slit his throat. The man looked back, thinking that he had encountered a mage whose rank was higher than 5. Vargan held Raven's butler captive. He said that they were from the command of this fortress. Helga noticed that the boy was quite a knowledgeable butler. She smiled and introduced herself. She asked the boy to tell how they dared to use guerrilla. Raven exclaimed, "Was this really the headmaster of the fortress?" He crouched down and managed to free himself from the whip. Helga became nervous, surprised by such abilities. Raven looked at the headmaster with admiration and said that he had one request. He asked to take him on as an apprentice. Helga asked again in surprise. At this time, at the entrance to the city of Torniken, the carriage was driving along a country road. Julian said that he had not seen a forest without snow for a long time. Vincent agreed that the forest looked completely different. Julian leaned over the guy studying the map and asked if everything was too simple. After all, it was not even clear yet what kind of dirty trick the elders had come up with. Vincent said that at first glance, yes, he imagined a goblin, thought about the mission given by the elders. It was to suppress one goblin. Julian hung over the hero and asked if this goblin was really bait for a trap somewhere else. The hero said that he couldn't be careless. Goblins are creatures that live in groups, and they are very weak alone. They usually hunt, using their numbers to their advantage. But for some reason this one was walking alone. Julian asked why. The hero assumed that he had gotten separated from the group, or that he was so strong that he didn't need them. He imagined the goblin eating its own kind and assumed that he had dealt with himself. Julian imagined this with disgust. The hero smiled at him. The spirit said that he needed to assume the worst-case scenario and plan a strategy. The hero suggested that he do this. He looked out of the carriage, holding his sword over his shoulder, and said that according to the report, somewhere here. He jumped onto the roof of the carriage. A sack of coins fell next to the coachman. It was the toll for the journey. The man said that it was still a long way to Turniken. The hero smiled and said that he would get out here. The coachman was surprised that the guy had managed to climb onto the roof. The guy smiled and ordered the man to leave the forest as quickly as possible. The man got angry and asked what all this meant. He said that it was dangerous and ordered the guy to get off the roof. He was surprised by something. It started to snow. The hero jumped off the roof. A cold whirlwind flew through the forest. The hero slowed down. He began to look around. The sword flashed. The hero suggested finding a goblin. Lightning flashed. The hero thought about the feature of the lightning giant's support. He used the truth. Blue lightning began to flash inside the magic circle. A huge silhouette of the lightning giant appeared behind the hero and everything was covered in lightning. Vincent closed his eyes. He thought that blue lightning was weak, but it was able to cover a large area. Electric circles began to spread from his feet throughout the forest. He covered the entire area with lightning and began to detect all moving objects in the area. The hero's eyes glowed blue and ran around the area. Current flowed from his feet to the side. He found a single moving object. The goblin's mouth was open. Its eyes were flashing. It was moving through the forest and growling. There was a flash behind it. The hero was sitting behind a tree trunk and watching the goblin covered in glowing scars. The hero thought that this monster was too big to be a goblin. The hero began to examine the strange glowing signs. He asked who it was. Julian thought about it. Did he suppose that this goblin was a chimera created by black magic? The hero thought about this option. He frowned. Sweat was running down his face. He thought that one cannot judge the fighting power of this creature just because it was a goblin. He realized that he needed to fight carefully. Suddenly, the hero felt something. He turned around sharply and thought about something that penetrated his barrier created behind his lightning. He got into a fighting stance. He felt someone approaching. He suggested that it was an assassin sent by the Council of Elders. Something hit the tree a centimeter from the hero's head. Vincent looked at the spear that had stuck in with fear. Someone came out to the hero and said that he had barely caught up. Raven smiled, spread his arms and said that it was nice to meet the hero. He asked if they were meeting for the first time. He beamed and said that he was here to challenge the hero. He offered to fight him. The hero looked at the stranger in shock and asked him again. Raven smiled. Dressed in uniform, the hero noticed that he was a 9th rank cadet. He asked who he was. If he was 9th rank, then he couldn't know him. The goblin looked out from behind the tree angrily. Vincent turned around in fear. The goblin screamed and began to hit the ground. Vince dodged the goblin's blow. Raven looked at the goblin in surprise. The hero shouted to the guy that it could be a chimera. The goblin looked forward with a wild gaze. The hero thought that if he recklessly attacked him. He looked at Raven, who was still trying to understand what was happening. The goblin screamed. His signs lit up. Vincent gritted his teeth. He realized that the goblin had changed his target to Raven. He ran towards him to attack. Raven put his hand forward. The spear hit the goblin, returning to the guy's hand. He grabbed it and said that everything was fine. The goblin fell to the ground. He said that although he knew the details, he smiled slyly and said that he realized that he had to defeat the bastard first. Helga and Vargan stood in front of the fortress gates. The girl stretched and said that finally all the irritants left the fortress. She turned around. She was asked if she did it on purpose. Vargan folded his hands behind his back and said that he meant that the director quickly finished the admission procedure and sent Raven after Vincent. Even Adanka would have a hard time breaking the restraint of Voltican, the third force. Vargan smiled. He said that Raven, who was interested in Vincent, would be a good backup and insurance. It was a great plan. Helga turned away contentedly and asked who knows, because she didn't quite understand what the man was talking about. She looked down thoughtfully. She smiled and turned to the magician. She asked if she had any vacation days left. At that time, the goblin struck again. Raven smiled excitedly. He swung his spear and cut the monster. It fell to the ground again. It growled, filled with fear. Raven jumped on the monster, blocking the sun. He struck the ground. The goblin managed to dodge. He swung for another blow. Raven jumped from his place and struck the monster in the side. The hero watched the battle from a tree branch. He thought gloomily that there was no point in him interfering. He asked who Raven was. He watched the red-haired guy smile and noted that he was not comparable in strength to his peers. He assumed that the guy. Raven did not stop smiling. The hero thought that Raven was on the same level of strength as him and Kagan. The goblin looked at the guy in confusion. Raven covered himself in magical symbols and used the all-pervading spear and the attribute of defense. The goblin screamed. The spear pierced his chest. Raven appeared behind him. A clap was heard. The heroes realized in shock that the guy had already defeated the goblin. Raven looked forward. The goblin's arm was regenerating. Raven turned around. The arm looked like a bunch of meat scales. The new part of the goblin's body resembled a demon. Raven was frightened and surprised by the scales. Vincent ordered the guy not to be distracted, but to quickly dodge. The chimera's claws dug into the ground. She raised her paw to strike. The red-haired man's eyes were wide open. He thought that the scales and the physical capabilities that the goblin had indicated that. Vincent screamed and ordered the boy to dodge faster. The thread flared up. It wrapped around the monster. Raven looked at the threads. The man, who had threads coming out of his fingers, he told the master that he couldn't run so far without telling him. Raven smiled. Sirkin was standing next to him. He asked if the young master was hurt. Vincent jumped down to the clearing. The monster was tied up. Raven was happy and thanked his butler. The monster's hand was shaking. He broke free from the threads and screamed. Vincent turned around in fear. The butler noticed that this was an unusual goblin. The goblin sat up and created a purple magic circle under himself. Raven screamed and asked if goblins could use magic. The monster looked at the heroes with a crazy look. The three men remained in the clearing. The monster teleported. The man turned the magic circle. He stood on the edge of a cliff near the city and was wearing a black cloak. Under the hood was a scarred face. The stranger told the elder that they had a problem. Julian's eyes bulged and said that the monster suddenly disappeared. The hero thought that the monster's mana was felt further and further away. He turned to the red-haired man and the butler, asking who they were. Sirknu said that they were late in introducing themselves. He pointed to Raven and said that he was a representative of the Voltican family, and he was his butler. Raven put his hand on his chest and introduced himself again. He said that from today onwards he became a cadet of the fortress and came to the hero's aid on the orders of the director. Julian was still surprised, while the hero mentally asked if he knew the Voltican family. Julian imagined the knights in armor and mentally said that this was one of the three warrior families on the continent, along with Adanka and Samian. Voltican, a family of masters of the spear. Vincent frowned, understanding where the boy got his skills. Julian said that the head of the Voltican family only had one child and Raven was the only heir. He smiled as Julian said that this guy was the future head of the Voltican family. The hero looked at them silently. He couldn't figure out what he was doing in the Red Fortress. Julian touched the hero's shoulder and said that first of all, they should stick together with the guy, to which the hero asked why. Julian replied that Voltican's only son was a big shot that no one would dare touch. If they moved with Raven in a situation where they didn't know what the elders could do, it would be an excellent defense for them. Besides, they were pretty strong warriors in their own right. Everyone looked at each other silently. Julian said that they would be great reinforcements. Vincent smiled, noting that he would have to thank the fortress director. He was surprised. Sirkin said that they needed an explanation. The man bowed and said that the strange goblin and the fact that they had directly gone on a mission alone. He frowned and said that this mission was not just enslaving a monster. He approached the hero menacingly and said that he could not allow his master to endanger himself in the struggle for power in Adanka. Vincent remained silent. The butler said that the cadet's status was nominal for now. Depending on the explanation, they would decide whether to interfere or not. Raven intervened between the men and said that it made no difference because now there were more important things. He pointed his fingers at the hero and challenged him to a fight. The hero was embarrassed and asked again, while Julian noticed that Raven was still talking about winning. Raven clenched his fists in anticipation, saying that he saw the hero sparring. He spoke of the amazing match between him and Kagan. He said that everything was burning in his chest. He smiled evilly and said that his original goal was to defeat Kagan, but he pointed his finger at the hero and said that now everything has changed. Vincent looked at the red-haired guy with confusion. He said that he wanted to improve with the hero, become stronger and surpass him. Julian folded his arms over his chest and noticed that Raven was full of passion. The hero mentally answered him that the guy was too honest and was eager to win. He smiled, thinking that they were well suited to each other. Raven was taken aback. Because the hero refused, he began to ask why. Vincent smiled slyly and said that he was now on a mission and catching that goblin was his top priority right now. Raven asked discontentedly, couldn't they fight just once? The hero replied that he didn't want to, because he had to focus on something else. Raven began to jump and wave his arms, calling the hero a nasty coward. Vincent turned away, exhaled, said that his decision would not change. He smiled and said that he would say it again. He winked until he caught the goblin. He was not going to fight the guy. Sirkin frowned angrily, realizing what was going on. Raven was fired up with an idea. He suggested catching a goblin so that the hero could fight it later. Vincent turned away, fawning and delaying the answer. Raven raised his hand. Sirkin irritably bent his knees. The guy said that the goblin hunt had begun. The butler turned to the master. He grimaced, thinking that the guy had such a character that as soon as he became interested in something, he would go to the end, because he had not even listened to the explanation properly, and the master had already fallen for the hook. He frowned as the heroes moved forward, realizing that Vincent had deceived them. At this time, on a noisy street in the city of Turnican, waitresses were serving dishes. The butler said that today they would stay at this inn. All three were sitting at the table and eating. Sirkin noticed that they were interfering in some problems. Raven asked if the man was serious about his words. Vincent frowned and noted that they had to deal with the goblin first. It seemed to him that it was a created chimera. Sirkin did not touch his food and said that he thought so too. Raven stopped chewing. He said that the scales and horns bothered him. Someone was coming down the stairs while the hero was saying that they needed to search, meaning this. Vincent looked at her neighbors in horror. He jumped up abruptly, smelling a familiar smell. A red trail was coming from the stairs. The hero thought that he felt a musty smell like from Samian's dungeon. He did not understand where this smell was coming from here. A figure in a white cloak was coming down the stairs. The hero looked at him and realized that he was the source of the smell. The hero stood at the beginning of the stairs and asked if he could spare him some time. The man was horrified to see the protagonist. He called his name, which confused Vincent. The man stumbled. He tumbled down the stairs and fell. Vincent grabbed him by the cloak and asked who he was. He pulled him close and asked by whose orders was he here. The hero began to fill with anger. A red seal appeared on the man's body. It began to infect the man. His veins began to bulge. Red light shot out of his eyes. The hero pulled out his sword. He noticed red mana, realized that the man's mana was getting out of control. Ravan and the butler stood up. They asked what the problem was. Vincent screamed that the man's mana was out of control and would soon explode. Ravan was surprised. Sirkin said that he did not notice anything like that. Vincent gritted his teeth, thinking about the intense flow of mana. He understood that only he could feel it. Light began to pour out of all the man's orifices. He began to glow from within. The light began to fill the room. Vincent screamed that it was dangerous and ordered everyone to leave here. An explosion sounded in front of the hero. Sirkin stepped forward, activating the threads. Vincent looked angrily at the flames, covered in sweat. A bright explosion thundered, lifting debris into the air. People jumped up from their seats. The girl was horrified, pressing her hands to her face, screaming that it exploded. Next to her stood a woman clutching a small child. Sirkin frowned, thinking about why he couldn't feel it. He put his hand out to the side, releasing threads from his fingers, thinking that he did not know who was behind this, but the first thing was to protect Mr. Raven. The man put his hands in front of him, creating a protective web. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. Among the bright flames was the main character. Raven put his hand on the butler's shoulder, and with his other hand pointed forward, saying that they need to help Vincent, to which the man frowned in displeasure, saying that it was dangerous and it was better for the boy to stand behind him. Sirkin's eyes opened wide. He thought that he could not afford to save Vincent. Even the safety inside the shield was not perfect. A bright explosion thundered, illuminating everything around. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. The protagonist, swinging his sword, froze in place, cutting the explosion. Vincent arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Raven arched his eyebrows in surprise, screaming, "How is this possible?" Sirkin widened his eyes. The protagonist lowered his head down. Raven rushed to the young man who fell to the floor, asking if he was okay. He loudly shouted his name, but Vincent lay motionless on the floor. Sirkin frowned, watching the guys, thinking that this was surprising, because the young man was definitely absorbed by the explosion. He saw it with his own eyes. He looked at Vincent, who closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, beads of sweat running down his face, wondering if he could really reflect the explosion with his strange sword. Raven took the guy by the arm, helping him up the stairs. Sirkin walked behind them, wrapping the man's corpse with threads. Vincent gritted his teeth, thinking that it was very dangerous, but it was the only way. Julian, hovering next to the rising guys, said that the hero used the supernatural sword attack 3 times. It was just a gift of fate that his heart did not break from it, the chain of mana in the later chaos. The door slammed shut. Raven sat the hero on the floor, asking if he was okay and whether he needed to call a doctor. Vincent, putting the sword next to him, said that it was not necessary, he just overdid it a little. The main hero sat in the lotus position and folded his hands in front of himself, saying that he urgently needed to meditate, so he asked to provide him with security. Sirkin frowned, saying that he barely knew them, they only met today, and he already trusted them. He asked what if they were planning something terrible. Vincent raised his eyebrows, saying that if his feelings were correct, then the butler Sirkin was a warrior of at least 7 stars. Raven looked at him in surprise. The protagonist smiled, saying that if they were planning something bad, then whether he meditated or not would not make much difference. The butler raised his eyebrows, looking at him. The man folded his hands behind his back. Raven sat next to him on the floor. The heroes watched the protagonist meditate. The butler created a protective web shield around Vincent. The youth sat in the lotus position with his eyes closed, the magic seal shining brightly between his palms. Raven raised his eyebrows, asking Sirkin if he understood how Vincent survived that explosion. The man, holding his hands behind his back, replied that he was not sure. He frowned looking at the boy, saying that it seemed like he cut through the explosion itself. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, asking if it was possible if a man could do the same. Sirkin stood next to him, saying that he could do it 50-50. Raven tucked his legs up, sitting on the floor, asking if that meant he couldn't guarantee it. The butler turned his attention to the man's corpse lying nearby, thinking that the explosion was caused by this man. He was dead, but his body was relatively unharmed, as if the explosion had never happened. Bright cracks appeared on the man's face. Red dust was coming out of his body. Raven noticed that it was disintegrating. The butler frowned. Sirkin's eyes widened, thinking that there was still a lot he didn't know. The boy suddenly jumped up from his place and smiled, saying that he understood everything. The man frowned in surprise, asking what he was talking about. He folded his arms in front of him on his chest, standing next to the protagonist's protective ball, saying that Vincent was outstanding and he wanted to fight him as soon as possible. The moon was shining brightly in the dark sky. The guy pulled the web to the side. Vincent came out of the protective sphere, stretching his shoulder. Julian, looking around, said in surprise that it was already night. The guy mentally answered him, saying that it took longer than he thought. Vincent looked up at Raven in surprise. The guy was sleeping, leaning his back against the wall and folding his arms in front of him on his chest. Julian, looking at this, said that so much had happened, and he was sleeping peacefully, to which the young man replied that this was the mentality of an aristocrat. The guy noted that maybe he was just stupid. Julian widened his eyes, asking the Henim if those words about that man's mana were true. Vincent frowned, saying that it was true. There could be no mistake. He remembered the guy whose eyes shone brightly, saying that others did not notice it. Julian asked if he had accumulated mana in his heart like them, because he did not look like a warrior. Vincent stood in front of the sleeping Raven, saying that he smelled like Sammy in prison, which means he was finished. It must be assumed that the poor guy was sent to them after the forced introduction of mana. Julian, hovering behind his back, worriedly asked if Samian sent an assassin to them. Vincent arched his eyebrows, thinking about the actions of the Council of Elders first, and now Samian, wondering if this was a coincidence or if there was someone more powerful behind all this, unknown to them. The guy's attention was attracted by the man's voice, asking to ask a question. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Sirkin stood in the shadow of the room, his eyes shining brightly. The butler held his hand out to the side, releasing the strings, telling the guy standing in front of him that he knew that the guy would explode, and he also had a way to escape quickly. He frowned and held his hand out, asking why he didn't do it. Vincent frowned, saying that there were many civilians in the hotel restaurant, not just them. He remembered the woman with the child, describing her to Sirkin. The man put his hands behind his back, asking if this was more important than his comfort or goal. The young man stood in front of him motionless. The protagonist looked at Ravan sleeping against the wall, asking if he were in his place, he would be able to turn away from these people. The butler smiled, closing his eyes, answering his question, no. Sirkin looked at him slyly, saying that there was no doubt that not everyone would act like Mr. Vincent. The man bowed to the hero, pressing his hand to his chest, saying that it was the most righteous sword of Adanka that he had ever encountered. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, thanking the butler for his words. The man said that for this reason, out of respect for him, he was not going to interfere with the mission of subduing the goblin. The boy raised his head in surprise. The butler Sirkin furrowed his brows and smiled, looking at him. Vincent widened his eyes, beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was thinking about how it was possible that he did not interfere. The foot of the green monster stepped onto the ground. The giant creature was led by a guy with a red robe that hid his face. He said that the monster was being too loud, asking why he could not be quieter, asking him to wait a little, because soon he would give him Vincent and Adanka to eat. The guy took off his hood, a smile on his face. He was talking about the heir of the Vartican family staying for dessert. The hero with scars on his face smiled widely and frowned. There were white clouds in the blue sky, a voice joyfully sang the words that they were planning a goblin hunt. Ravan, smiling widely, walked forward, saying that they needed to finish quickly and return. Vincent silently followed him, listening to the words of Julian, who was reading after him, that this guy was too simple. He widened his eyes in surprise, asking the protagonist if Sirkin really hadn't come. The guy concentratedly frowned, mentally saying that this happened after what the man said yesterday. Ravan slept peacefully, leaning his back against the wall and folding his arms on his chest in front of him. The protagonist asked if he really would not participate in the hunt. Sirkin stood before him with his hands behind his back, saying that his goal was to ensure the safety of his master. Even during the day, he thought about killing him on the spot if necessary. Vincent raised his eyebrows at the man's words that would undermine their confidence in carrying out their plan. The butler smiled, saying that he was eager to see how far the protagonist's righteous sword could take him through the family obstacles. The man furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that he made a promise that he would not touch a single hair of the goblin. Julian frowned in displeasure, looking away, saying that no one could have thought that the butler would not even come. Vincent smiled, looking back, mentally asking him if it was bad, because such a strong warrior supported his own sword. Julian hovered next to the guy, saying that if he knew that this would happen, he would first heal the wound from Mana and return in a few days. To which Vincent, following Ravan, mentally answered him that if someone was behind this, giving someone a form is too dangerous. The attention of the protagonist and the young man was attracted by Ravan's words. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The guy, smiling awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, asking where they were going. The heroes lowered their heads. Vincent asked displeasedly if he really, without thinking about anything, just stood in front and went. The protagonist raised his index finger, around which a blue aura appeared. He said that they were going to the place where they encountered the goblin yesterday, but he still did not feel anything. This meant that his place of stay was not nearby, but somewhere further, which meant that he was sent here in the same way as he disappeared. The guy imagined images of a giant goblin with huge eyes and sharp teeth. Ravan, folding his arms on his chest, asked what they should do. Vincent rolled up his sleeves, saying that they needed to change the search method. The classic one would work well here. The protagonist concentratedly searched for something in the bushes. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, saying that they would not cope. If only there was someone with such a specialization. Vincent widened his eyes, looking at him, asking why they needed this. The protagonist raised his hands and looked at him, saying that the goblin was too big for the ecology of this forest, so it must have left footprints, hunting or excrement marks, because it was easy to find and track different types of tracks. The guy remembered himself in his past life, sitting on the path, touching the tracks with his hand, thinking that he had honed this tracking technique by hunting monsters in the past, so this was easy for him. Vincent, smiling, stood up from his seat, saying that he caught the scent of blood, calling Ravan to follow him. The guy, wide-eyed, quickened his pace, asking her to wait for him. The protagonist walked ahead. Julian hovered next to him, and the guy tried to catch up with them. Vincent froze, examining the claw marks on one of the tree trunks. He thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, looking at the bones in front of them. Ravan opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth in surprise. Julian gritted his teeth, looking at this. The boy squatted down and pointed to the tracks leading forward along the light path. The field of miscanthus rustled under the streams of wind. Raven happily said that it was amazing, because the search takes place without any attributes associated with tracking. The heroes were in the center of the field, quickly making their way forward. The boy said that it was simply amazing. Today he learned a lot from Vincent. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and frowned, looking at his feet. Vincent walked ahead, saying that it was too easy. The young man looked at him in surprise, screaming, "What?" The guy turned to him and, frowning, said that the tracks were laid out too evenly and without breaks. Thanks to this they never got confused or lost their way. Vincent turned his whole body towards him, saying that monster tracks are usually not so easy to make out. It looks like someone is leading them in the right direction. A magical seal shone brightly under the guy's foot. The heroes' eyes opened wide, their faces lit up with a bright flash. A bright explosion thundered across the field. Raven fell to the ground, asking if it was a magical mine. Vincent jumped back and, landing on his knee, leaned his hand on the ground, saying that he thought so, that it was a trap. Julian thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that the reed field itself was strange. The protagonist frowned, thinking about his words. Vincent stood in front of a long field, listening to Julian's words about reeds growing in damp and sunny places. But in this place everything is different. The guy mentally answered that this was correctly noted. This is a rather strange place for a reed field. Then the guy decided to do something. A bright energy rushed upward in the middle of the calm field, emitting lightning around. Vincent put his hands forward, making a path forward with them, thanks to his energy. Among the reed field, he saw the silhouette of a man in a dark robe. The man put his hand forward, red magic circles appeared around it. In front of the guy was a bright magic seal, stopping the energy released by the protagonist. Among the reed field, my power is a bright energy sphere, emitting lightning in different directions. Raven jumped up from his seat, asking who it was. Vincent, sitting on his knee, held his hands in front, saying that it was probably the one who led them here. On the ground there were cracks left by the energy released by the guy. In front of them, the magic seal of the stranger was burning brightly. The guy lowered his hand, saying that they were smart children since they realized that this was a magic trap. The hero smiled widely, his dark robe fluttering in the wind. He thanked them for accepting his invitation, introducing himself as Carbel. Raven frowned. The protagonist stepped forward, frowning, asking if Elder Adanka ordered him to do this. The guy with scars on his face smiled, frowning, saying that it was so. If he killed Vincent, he would get 100 million luden. The protagonist frowned and bared his teeth, noticing that he had told everything so simply. The guy smiled frighteningly and snapped his fingers, saying that this meant that he was not going to leave them alive. The young men froze in place, their eyes wide open, when a giant silhouette of a monster with brightly glowing eyes appeared behind them. Vincent, his eyes flashing, swung his sword, shouting, "The Sword of Amalum." Raven opened his eyes wide and swung his weapon, shouting, "The Spear of Vatican." The heroes struck the monster, leaving bright flashes on its body, blood spurting out. The goblin clenched his fists and let out a loud scream, throwing his head back. Raven frowned, gritting his teeth. The protagonist looked at the monster with concern, saying that this couldn't be true. After all, he had repelled all of their attacks. Carbel smiled, holding his hands out in front of him. Bright magical spheres were around his palms, asking if they had forgotten about him. He opened his eyes wide, channeling energy into the boys. A hail of magical attacks fell on the heroes. They jumped in different directions. A bright explosion thundered under their feet. Raven landed on his feet and, turning around worriedly at Vincent, who sighed heavily behind him, turned around, asking if he was okay. The protagonist gritted his teeth, touching his heart with his hand, thinking about the after effects of the power sword still not leaving him, wondering if it was unwise to fully recover with the help of night meditation. Carbel hovered behind the chimera, whose eyes were glowing brightly, asking if the boys could fight them at the same time. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide in a smile, saying that it was impossible and that they would die here. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Vincent raised his eyebrows, saying that a man could not control a goblin. The boy with scars raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what he was talking about. His body was wrapped in bright threads. Behind him, a dark figure waved his hand, pulling the threads onto his face, Carbel's eyes and mouth wide open. The magical threads pressed on his skin, forming wounds from which blood flowed. Sirkin moved forward, his eyes blazing, leaving behind the boy's body cut into small pieces. The butler landed in front of the monster, blood spraying in the air. Raven raised his eyebrows in joy, seeing Sirkin. The man bowed and said with a smile that he tried to hide his presence. However, as expected, Lord Vincent was able to notice him. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was just sure that the man would not be able to let Raven go alone anyway. Sirkin smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking for forgiveness for having just stabbed a thug threatening his master. Raven opened his eyes wide, asking where his body went. The boy and the man turned around in surprise. There were scraps of his clothes on the ground. The boy noticed that only they were visible, but his body was nowhere to be found. Vincent lunged to the side. Carbel appeared in front of them. The man leaned on a chimera standing next to him and breathed heavily, saying that now he remembered this name, Sacrum, the killer with strings who became famous in the Vatican. The man with scars on his face knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, screaming, "Is it really the king of killers?" The butler frowned at him. Raven's eyes widened in surprise, repeating the words about the crown of the killers. Sirkin smiled, saying that someone still remembered that name. The man held his hands out in front of him, calling forth bright magical threads, asking if he was still going to run. Carbel smiled creepily and opened his eyes, saying that he had changed his plan. The boy leaned back and held his hands out to the sides, saying that he would take their corpses and make a perfect chimera out of them. Vincent smiled, asking the butler if he could count on his help, to which Sirkin raised his eyebrows and replied, "Of course." Raven happily bared his teeth. The boys rushed forward, towards the approaching chimera, Sirkin covering them, remaining on the ground, holding back Carbel. A zigzag trail of Yaku remained in space. Vincent swung his sword, leaving a bright purple light in front of the monster's face. The creature bared its teeth and opened its eye wide, looking at him. The monster extended a giant red fist in front of itself, not taking its eyes off the hero. Raven frowned, holding his spear in his hands, asking if he had managed to block the blow of the technique. Vincent closed his eye, holding his hand to his heart, saying that it felt like the monster was rejecting mana itself. Carbel held his hand out, energy flowed out from the bright seal. Sirkin extended the threads, stopping his attacks with an explosion. The boy with scars on his face smiled, raising his index finger up, focusing the bright energy in it, asking the king of assassins not to overexert himself, because his specialty is not suitable for head-on clashes. The butler crossed his hands in front of him, releasing the threads from his fingers, saying that the boy also did not look like he could keep the goblin under control for long. Carbel frowned and smiled widely. Behind him was a bright pink chain. He asked if the man really thought he had tamed the goblin, because this was his special leash. With it he could subdue the beast and make it move at his will. The boy snapped his fingers. The chimera jumped up in front of the boys, their eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. The monster raised its fists above its head, its eyes shining, about to strike Sirkin, who was standing below. The man turned, his eyes wide open. A gigantic, bright explosion thundered across the battlefield. The butler jumped aside, leaving a deep mark in the ground from the blow. Raven cried out in concern. Vincent, covering his face with his hand from the dust, turned to the butler. The man furrowed his brows, looking at them and saying that he was fine. His clothes were torn. Sirkin frowned, saying that it seemed Raven was right. The guy widened his eyes, saying that he was sure that the scales were the ancestor of the dragons. Vincent frowned, asking again about the dragons in surprise. Raven imagined a man with long white hair and himself in the form of a dragon with scales and a horn, saying that it was one of the now extinct subspecies. Outwardly, they are not much different from the human race, but once their abilities manifest, their entire body is covered in scales with an extremely high resistance to mana, just like real dragons. The man and the protagonist looked forward in surprise, hearing a scream. Carbel angrily kicked the monster, screaming about how dare he attack like that, when it could have hit him too, saying that he needed to control himself. The goblin's eye widened. He growled angrily, looking at the boy. He asked what was wrong. Carbel frowned and hit him with magical energy, screaming how dare he challenge him. The guy with scars on his face arched his eyebrows and grinned, saying that he couldn't get out from under his ability, and if he angered him again, he would pull the blood of the descendant of dragons out of the monster. The goblin looked at his master with a guilty look. Sirkin frowned, saying that it seemed that the guy was controlling him with his ability. Vincent asked about it in surprise. The protagonist frowned, thinking that in that case, they had a way. The guy continued to beat the goblin, asking if he understood. Vincent stood in front, saying that he had a plan. Carbel arched his eyebrows in displeasure, looking at them from under his brows. The guy looked ahead and did not see the heroes, wondering if they had managed to escape during this time. He arched his eyebrows, saying that this complicates everything. Bright threads appeared above his head. Sirkin swung his arms, knocking the scarred-faced boy over. The goblin looked at him in surprise. Carbel landed on his knee, covering his face with his hand. Raven was hovering behind him, holding a spear, greeting him. Carbel's eyes widened. He managed to jump to the side. A bright explosion thundered in the place where he stood. Raven grinned involuntarily, pointing the tip of the weapon at him, saying that the blessed spear pierces everything. Carbel gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that he would not be able to block it. However, everything is useless in front of the demon's scales. The boy put his hand forward and with bright energy pushed the goblin towards the boy. Raven's eyes widened as the monster grabbed his spear with his hand. He frowned, screaming loudly. The monster threw the boy aside, his mouth wide open, screaming loudly. Carbel bared his teeth, saying that in the end, everything is futile. A bright zigzag trail appeared in the space in front of the monster. The protagonist swung his sword using the skill Chapter 2, Supernatural Sword Transformation. The scarred boy gritted his teeth, thinking that the hero had definitely aimed at him from the start. Vincent arched his eyebrows and bared his teeth. The boy swung his sword sharply, leaving a bright blue light in the space using the skill Milky Way Wanderer. Carbel raised his hand in concern, looking at the blood gushing out from his side. He frowned and smiled, saying that it was a good attack, but the fact that they were still at a disadvantage did not change. The boy pointed his index finger forward, telling the monster behind him to destroy them. The goblin looked at him. His eyes lit up brightly. He screamed shrilly. Carbel arched his eyebrows, listening to the boy's words that he was not originally aiming at him. Vincent smirked, saying that he was aiming for his leash that was holding the goblin, saying that he hoped that they had a good relationship. The monster raised his fist to attack, shouting loudly. Carbel extended his hand in front of him, summoning a magic seal, shouting, "Damn." The monster's fist hit the ground, causing a bright flash. Carbel bared his teeth, cursing under his breath, thinking about the dragon's scales. The goblin slammed his fist, leaving a bright mark in the air, blood spurting out from under it. The chimera screamed loudly, his mouth wide open. The goblin tore Carbel apart, his eyes shining brightly. Vincent watched this. Julian, hovering behind him, cringed in horror, saying that it seemed like he did not like his tamer very much, to which the protagonist replied that he could not even be called a tamer. The goblin threw his head back and opened his mouth wide, screaming shrilly. Vincent said that a real tamer shares his soul with the beast, has a connection with it and fights with it, and this one just used an item to control it. The goblin's face began to melt. Raven leaned on Sirkun, shouting that it was the scales. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that it was a big thorn for them. The goblin looked down worriedly. The scales on his body continued to melt. Sirkun said that because of the dragon's descendant's power, it was hard to attack the chimera. It seemed that he used magic to forcibly maintain an alliance with him. The monster fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. He held out his sword, saying that now we need to do what needs to be done. After all, they came here precisely to subdue him. Vincent held his sword in front of him and frowned, saying that now it will be easy. White clouds floated in the blue sky. The protagonist was carrying bloody sacks on his back. Raven walked ahead happily, saying that the first mission was successfully completed. The protagonist's eyes widened. Saren turned to him, asking what he was going to do. Vincent looked at him and raised his eyebrows, saying that this mission was directly entrusted to him by the Council of Elders, since such a problem arose here. He smiled slyly, saying that he planned to call the responsible persons to account at the family level. The guy walked forward, looking at the butler, saying that he had a very reliable witness who could confirm his words, so they could not get away with it. The man, putting his hands behind his back, asked who this witness was. The protagonist pointed at him, calling him the king of assassins. The man arched his eyebrows. Vincent smiled maliciously, imagining a head in a sack with bright marks, asking if the marks left on his head did not clearly show that this was the work of the king of assassins. The guy put his hand out, thanking him for everything, because with his help everything becomes much easier. Sirkun sighed discontentedly, saying that he was again drawn into an unpleasant situation. Helga loudly clapped her hands, saying that it was really not bad. The heroes raised their heads in surprise, hearing the girl's question about the butler missing a blow again. The main character frowned, saying that it was she, the head of the fortress Helga. The girl stood on a tree branch, folding her arms across her chest, saying that it was a coincidence to meet during a vacation. She went down, her hair rose up. She said that the hero tried hard, now she will help to finish everything successfully. Helga pointed her finger at the bags behind his back, asking to show her their embers. She opened her eyes in surprise, looking inside. Vincent asked if she knew anyone. The girl waved her hand, taking the bag, saying that it was the first time she saw them, but in any case, she agreed with him. Helga smiled sarcastically, holding the bag up in front of her face, saying that this was something that needed to be decided at the family level because it smelled really bad. Vincent frowned, asking about the smell again. The girl lowered her head, imagining Julian, saying that she didn't know if he knew. But at the Council of Elders, there was someone who supported Kagan, Julian Samian, an elder representing the Samian family at the council. She imagined a smirking Tyloban, saying that the instigator of everything that had entrusted him with this mission was their mutual acquaintance of the elders, Tyloban. Helga put her hand on his shoulder, saying that they were old friends, asking if he thought it was a coincidence. Vargan sat at the table full of stacks of papers, reading the words that she was worried that it would be hard for him, so she decided to check the end of Vincent's mission herself. Noticing that he had things to do, so she sent him home, asking if it was possible, wanting the guy to work hard there, the commander of the fortress Helga, who works hard even on vacation. Vargan frowned in displeasure, calling her by name. He leaned back, putting his hands behind his head, asking how about finishing his duties since he works so hard on vacation. Vargan pressed his palm to his face, saying that he hated working overtime. One of the guards approached him. He slapped the table in displeasure, saying, "Can't you see that he is working?" The guy embarrassedly said that it was not the matter. He handed over the papers, saying that a report from Cadet Vincent had arrived. Vargan raised his eyebrows, taking the papers in his hands. He opened his eyes wide, not believing what he was reading. The boy smiled, thinking that the essence of the matter was stated so briefly and precisely. With such a report, he could ignore the report of the fortress commander and quickly finish the documents. Julian smiled happily. Vargan looked at the document carefully, imagining a goblin chimera, the king of assassins, and a magician. He looked at the writing on the document, thinking that entrusting such a mission to a rank 9th cadet was stupid, asking what was even going on inside Adanka. The hieroglyphs were written neatly on the document. Khan looked at the documents in his hands. He frowned, asking what he meant by this. The protagonist brought his hand to his chest, saying that he had 2 guesses. He frowned, saying that the first was that this mission was a deliberate trap for him. The man put the documents on the table, saying that he was a little disappointed that this level of mission became a problem for him. Vincent put his hands behind his back, saying that it was not a problem for him, since he had successfully completed the mission and was now standing in front of him. However, he continued, during the mission he felt Samian's power. Khan's eyes widened. Vincent put his hands out to the sides, saying that the elders of Adanka enjoyed testing their successors with Adanka's power, but it was unacceptable to use Samian's power to test him. Vincent raised his eyebrows, saying that he had heard that Elder Tyloban and Elder Julian had a close relationship. The man folded his hands in front of him and frowned, thinking that Helga had given him a hint, asking what his second guess was. The protagonist looked at him from under his brows, saying that the incompetent elders actually knew nothing about the incident. Khan thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, thinking that if he admitted his suspicions, he would be branded a coward. If he denied them, he would be branded an incompetent. The man smiled, his eyes flashing, saying that it was funny, asking which one he was leaning towards. Vincent put his hand forward, saying that he was leaning towards the second option, because it was better to be incompetent than to be a spiteful coward. However, before he could finish speaking, there was the sound of quick footsteps. The girl abruptly opened the door, shouting to the head of the family that there was trouble. Khan asked his wife in surprise what had happened. The boy turned to his mother. Her eyes were wide open, she was breathing heavily, saying that Tylob and Adanka had just committed suicide. The man was lying with his head thrown back, a blade was in his chest. The man's eyes were wide open, and blood was coming out of his slightly open mouth. The head of the family frowned, hearing the news of suicide. Versa, walking towards his table, told him that Tyloban had pierced his heart with a sword and died instantly in his room. Holding out a piece of paper, the girl said that the deceased had left a suicide note in which he had written that he took responsibility for what had happened to the young master during the mission. The woman looked back when her son decided to object. Squinting, the protagonist said that this suicide had been staged. Hearing this, Khan's eyes widened in surprise. The stepmother's mouth opened in shock. Julian hovered behind his friend, Davin, with his hands folded behind his back, finished his conclusion that if Tyloban had understood all the responsibility, he would not have allowed this to happen. Frowning, the ghost said that there were probably forces behind the scenes who had dealt with him and disguised it as suicide. The boy looked away and added that the man could have staged the suicide himself. Spreading his arms, he said that he did not even want to think about the fact that someone so strong and self-confident could have killed an elder in the very center of the Adanka lands. Looking ahead with confidence, the boy concluded that it was not suicide, but just a planned performance. Versa narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Smiling, she said that her son had seen something that she had failed to notice. Turning to her husband, the girl asked permission to take the boy to her place for a while. Crossing her arms over her chest, Khan replied that a wife could do what she saw fit. Heading towards the exit, the woman asked her son to follow her. Looking back, she explained that she wanted to use his abilities to look at the incident with their help. The sun's rays illuminated the open door of the room. The heroes entered the room where the suicide had been committed. The man was sitting on the floor with a sword stuck into his heart. The young man headed towards him. His stepmother asked him not to strain himself too much, because he was probably seeing the body of a suicide for the first time. The protagonist opened the dead man's eye. Versa stood behind him, thinking that since the man was already dead, he didn't care anymore. Hearing her son say something strange, she opened her mouth. There was a large blood stain on the white shirt, but Davin noticed that the sword was too clean. It felt like it was stabbed the first time. Looking at her son, the girl asked what was strange about it. Since Tyloban was a swordsman who could hit his own heart with mana, the boy replied that the problem was more fundamental. Remembering the face of the dying one-armed warrior, he said that death involves more regrets and pain, no matter how strong a person was in life. Touching the wound of the dead man, the boy explained that in this death, there was no trace of hesitation, no trace of stopping. Spreading his arms, the young man declared that the corpse was fake. The woman asked where the real Tyloban was in that case. Cold sweat appeared on her face. Her son smiled. Looking at Julian, he asked where the man was. The ghost opened his mouth in confusion. Leaning towards him, the ghost asked if his friend had started talking about something he didn't know. The protagonist replied that his knowledge was limited to the words of a minor god. Squinting, he thought that Julian would have intervened and stopped him if he didn't know what he was talking about. Putting a hand to his chin, the ghost said that it pissed him off that his friend was right. The minor god said that it looked like dark magic, or more precisely, a technique for copying a corpse. Davin smiled widely, knowing that his friend understood everything. Turning to his stepmother, he repeated the ghost's words about dark magic. Looking down, Versa asked how her son understood that it was dark magic. The boy asked if his mother couldn't see it with her own eye. The girl looked at him in surprise. The red eye lit up against the woman. She explained that she can only distinguish truth and lies through people, but cannot see the essence of things or the essence of what happened. The stepmother placed her hand on her son's shoulder to demonstrate her ability. Approaching his face, the girl asked how he knew about such black magic. A red haze appeared around. A red eye appeared in front of the puzzled heroes. Looking at her son with crazy eyes, Versa said that she did not care whether this old man committed suicide or not. Flashing a burning gaze, she said that she must find out where her son got such mental abilities and boundless knowledge. The old man turned around tensely, seeing someone. Khan entered the office with people and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Holding a teapot in his hands, he asked if the guests would like to drink tea. The man took a sip from the mug. The guests silently sat on chairs in front of a small table. Looking at the tea, the head of the family said that it had a pleasant aroma. Hearing that this was the favorite tea of the elder Tylaban, the girl trembled. The heroes sat opposite each other and remained silent. The girl smiled and asked which elder they were talking about. Frowning slyly, she asked if the dead man had not been expelled from the council. Looking at her, Khan assumed that they thought they had already cut off all the tails. Putting the mug on the table, the guest asked to get down to business. Folding her hands, she asked if the chief had come to express his dissatisfaction with what had happened on the mission. Looking down, the man declared that it was very mean. Raising the mug to her mouth, the girl said that the chief especially cherished his son because he had personally come to express his dissatisfaction to the Council of Elders. Hearing her suggestion that it was because the boy was Sarvana's son, Khan furrowed his brows furiously. The man at the other end of the table crossed his arms and asked if Versa would be jealous. The old man folded his hands and said that his wife's family would protest. The girl smirked and called such an act shameless. She narrowed her eyes and asked if there was any point in caring for her son. In her opinion, Khan had only become stronger because of her death. The head of the family remembered the face of his smiling wife. The sun was shining through the window. A plea was heard addressed to Sarvana. Putting his pregnant wife's hand to her head, the young Khan asked why she continued to be stubborn, because if he used it, the girl would be able to live. Looking down, the woman asked him to accept her choice and take care of their son. Sarvana asked her husband not to cry. A tear rolled down his cheek. The adult Khan clenched his teeth. His body was covered in a purple haze. The head of the family remembered the last words of his wife when she said that a father would be able to fill the void of the absence of a mother in the child's life. Due to the accumulation of energy, his cloak rose into the air. The man opposite was frightened. Khan's eyes were burning with a clear fire. Grinning, the guest said that her colleague thought that they did not know anything, judging by his unrestrained reaction. Immediately after Sarvana's death, the man rose dazzlingly quickly, received a status, and became the very Adanka. Khan's eyes sparkled. The guest said that anyone could have guessed that his interesting fate was somehow connected with the death of his wife. The young guy held Sarvana's hand. Approaching the head, the girl said that this woman was a very bright and beautiful person and that after her death the whole family was in sorrow. Suddenly, she smiled madly and denied this fact. The guest asked if the head who sent his wife to the next world was in sorrow. Khan's eyes lit up. The tip of the sword flashed before the girl's eyes. The man cut the air with a shining sword. A bright flash appeared above the mansion. At that moment, a wave of energy burst out of the mansion's window, destroying everything in its path. The guests covered their faces with their hands in fear. The girl clenched her teeth in confusion. The energy behind her dissipated. The heroes stood in a completely intact room. Falling to her knees, the woman thought that it was just an illusion caused by the explosion of energy from just drawing the sword. With wide eyes, she decided that this was the limit of what a person could achieve. 9 stars lit up around Khan. He asked Elder Fidanal to remember something. Looking down at her, the man said that his wife's name was Sarvana Adanka. Versa brought her face closer to her son. Grabbing his shoulders, she asked how he managed to sense dark magic. Julian frowned tensely and asked what his friend would do. The protagonist remained silent. He opened his mouth to say something. Smiling, Davin said that he saw dark magic. The girl asked what it meant. A red aura was flying around them. Gritting his teeth, the ghost said that it was the wrong answer. With his eyes wide and glowing, the stepmother said that it was impossible to see the name of the dark magic on the traces. Closing his eyes, the boy confirmed that he could not know everything from his perception, and thought to himself that there was only one way to counter the ability of the eye that sees the truth. Looking forward, he thought it was quite simple and said that he had a revelation. This way was not to tell a lie. Versa raised an eyebrow questioningly and asked if this was the same revelation as during the meeting of the swordsman. Julian hid his hands behind his back. Putting his hand forward, the boy said that when using perception or analysis, a revelation comes to him, so he managed to find out the name of the black magic technique. With her eyes widened, the girl thought that her ability did not work. Turning away, she asked to keep it a secret from the others because there would be no benefit from revealing such an ability. The young man agreed. Looking around, the ghost was surprised that it worked. Looking at the body of the dead Tyloban, the woman asked what else was said in the revelation and did it say where the man was now. Smiling, the protagonist looked at his puzzled friend and asked to give him a new revelation. Putting his finger up, Julian said that since Mother could not even sense a hint, ancient dark magic was used, which was supposed to use up a large amount of Tyloban's life force. Davin repeated after him word for word. Looking down, Versa suggested that someone could help him. The ghost waved his hand and added that in this way the man tried to cover up his actions and became useless to like-minded people, so the likelihood of help from the outside is extremely low. Closing his eyes, the minor god said that Tyloban was physically exhausted and lacking support. Raising his hand up, he concluded that the man was still hiding inside this room. The woman was surprised by this. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. The boy extended his hand and said that he had one request. Frowning, he expressed his desire to personally take Tyloban's life. Looking at him, the stepmother said that the man had committed a crime and should be punished, but at the same time, he was an elder of Adanka who would be very difficult to deal with. Drawing his sword, the boy said that this was why he needed help. He looked forward and said that he would forcibly pull the man into the light, after which the enemy would surely use a strong attack. The young man asked his mother to block it. Smiling, the girl agreed and entrusted this matter to her son. The protagonist plunged the sword into the floor of the room. Blue lightning sparkled around. Light energy reached the body of the suicide. Tyloban's red face appeared in the air. Rushing forward, he desperately screamed that no one dared to interfere with him. Versa stopped his sword with 2 fingers. Her eyes lit up with a red fire. The man's eyes widened in shock, thinking that she had managed to stop the sword with her bare hands. He gritted his teeth. The girl grabbed the sword and broke it in half. The exhausted enemy fell to the floor. The woman looked at him with disdain and said that the man had become the Samyonov dog and had lost all his strength. Falling to one knee, Tyloban said that he could have escaped if it weren't for the girl. Versa smiled and called it funny. She asked if the enemy really thought he could escape with the surname Adanka. A sword path appeared from behind her. A cloud of energy appeared at the man's face. With a powerful blow, the protagonist decapitated the traitor. Blood spurted everywhere as he swung the sword. Frowning, Davin thought that this was the end. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. The girl saw her son fall to the floor. Her expression was frightened. She screamed his name. The boy was shaking, lying on the floor. He opened his mouth and screamed in unbearable pain. The stepmother, along with Julian, rushed to her son, asking what happened. Opening his mouth wide, the ghost asked what happened. Grabbing his hand, the boy explained that he felt a sharp pain after using a strong blow with a sword. His nail began to turn into blue particles. Raising his eyebrows in fear, the small god said that his fingers were disappearing. Squinting, the young man thought that he did not even suspect that it would start so quickly. He realized that the sacrum had collapsed. The bones of his right hand sparkled. Turning away, Versa asked him to be patient and said that she would call the priest. Worriedly looking at the glowing hand, the protagonist thought that this should have happened in a few years. Julian put his hand to his chin and said that this was not surprising. Recalling his fights with Ravan, Malone, Kagan, and Cabral, the ghost explained that they had accomplished incredible feats. But there were many times when they had pushed their limits and used their powers against those far stronger. Looking down, he thought that this was a natural reaction, and so the collapse accelerated. Gritting his teeth, Davin tried to speak. Looking at his friend and imagining all his accomplishments, the boy asked if he had failed in this life as well. The minor god pressed his lips together tensely. Purple butterflies flew around the boy. Julian rose into the air, arms outstretched. He said that his friend's methods were reckless and unreasonable, but they were not wrong. The boy raised his eyebrows tensely. With his mouth wide open, the ghost said that if it were not for his friend, it would be impossible to get approval from all the family members. The minor god said that he would support the sacrum with his divine power. Just like the time when the boy received the protection of the thunder giant, a butterfly landed on his sleeve. Enveloped in light energy, the protagonist leaned forward and shouted for his friend to stop, otherwise something terrible would happen to him. Julian closed his eyes, confirming that he would disappear with time. Smiling, he asked the boy to find a way to fix the sacrum while it still existed. Davin's eyes widened, trying to stop him again. Bright butterflies fluttered around. The ghost said that he believed in his friend. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said his name. One of the butterflies landed on his palm. Squeezing a clot of energy in his hands, the boy agreed and asked the minor god to trust him. He looked ahead and promised to find a way to fix this. The door in front of him opened and a voice came in. Dullin held the door and asked if everything was okay. His face looked extremely worried. Sirkin was standing in front of the people sitting at the desk. The man had his hands behind his back. The man in the red suit had his arms crossed over his chest. His colleague adjusted his glasses. Helga was standing behind the door and Raven was sitting on the floor next to him. The director, her arms crossed over her chest, asked when the notary certification would be finished. The boy said he wanted to sleep. Someone approached them, calling out to the girl. Merlin was walking towards them, his fists clenched. The woman asked if he had really come all the way from the fortress to the house at night. The man replied that he had read the report and was worried about the young master. When he asked what had happened to the boy, Helga waved her hand and said that there was nothing to worry about and that everything was okay. Raven looked up when he heard Khan mentioned in the conversation. Sirkin walked out of the room and smiled, apologizing for the long wait. The director turned around and praised him for his good work. The butler raised his eyebrows and said that there was something left to deal with. Merlin frowned menacingly. The heroes looked at each other. The girl was surprised that they knew each other. Sirkin smiled and replied that this was, unfortunately, true. It turned out that he was the one who left the scar on the boy's face. The deputy commander's eyes lit up. The boy drew his shining sword. The butler pulled sharp threads in front of him. Opening his mouth wide, Helga asked them to stop. Raven immediately jumped up and called out to his friend. It was night outside, but a light was burning in one of the windows. Someone said that it was impossible to bring the body to such a state. Using healing magic, Dullin said that he had heard news about Elder Tyloban, so he came here, otherwise disaster could have happened. Clenching his fist, the priest said that healing is not a panacea and that if everything is fine on the outside, it does not mean that everything is fine. The protagonist looked away and asked for forgiveness. Smiling, he imagined Shevan's face and thought that he had heard such a grumbling before. Davin's eyes widened, realizing that Dullin might know the right way. Sitting in bed under the blanket, the boy asked if his friend knew about the sacrum. The priest asked what they were talking about. The heroes looked at each other. The boy told him everything he needed. Putting his hand to his chin, the priest concluded that the god was protecting the cadet and maintaining the condition of a particularly weak bone. Putting his hands on the blanket, the young man said that there was very little time and asked if there was a way to fix the situation. Dullin replied that he was hearing about such a feature of the body for the first time. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked himself if there was no way out and they were both wrong. He looked up, hearing his friend's voice. Pointing his finger up, the priest said that he didn't know anything about the bone, but he knew a way to protect and support the god. Smiling and looking at the young master, he said that for this, he needed to develop his spiritual power. Narrowing his eyes, Davin asked if he would have to become a priest. Waving his finger, Dullin said that this method was not suitable because he had too little time. He explained that next to the Gaia Temple, there was a place called the Tomb of the Holy King. The legendary priest who built the Gaia Temple, a stone path led to the entrance of the cave. There is a legend that the Holy Grail remained there, an instrument that gives the owner great divine power. A golden cup shone in the air. Clenching the blanket in his fist, the boy asked if they were offering him to find an object that was only legendary. The priest said that it was not an empty legend, because there was a warrior who gained divine power thanks to the Grail. Smiling, the boy asked who it was and immediately wanted to meet him. Holding up his index finger, Dullin said that in history there was only one warrior who held the Holy Grail in his hands. He stated that it was the progenitor, the sun sword, and behind him appeared the image of Arslan, holding a cup in his hands. Sirkin and Merlin drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Holding a sparkling sword in his hands, the second in command recalled what happened during the battle on the Tsarbadan plain. Smiling, the butler replied that they had met many times as enemies, as a mercenary of the Tamerlan family and a warrior of Adanka. Swinging the sparkling sword, Merlin said that his enemy spoke as if something had changed. Rushing forward, Sirkin apologized for this with irony. Raven called out to his servant with a displeased look. Calling his opponent the King of Assassins, the young man rushed to attack. Someone's hand appeared behind his back. Helga pushed the opponents' heads together and sternly ordered them to stop. Smiling tensely, she asked if the guys had forgotten that they were teachers of the Crimson Fortress, because if something happened, the director would have to answer. Bumps appeared on the men's heads. The girl added that they could have their fight after the match between Vincent and Ravan, but if they continued to behave badly, they would be punished. A voice was heard behind them. Two people were running in the distance. One of them asked if the master was really going somewhere. Dullin spread his arms and said that it could be dangerous. The protagonist asked what they were talking about if his friend himself suggested this method. Smiling, he invited the priest to go with him to the tomb of the Holy King. Merlin turned around and asked what tomb he was talking about. Putting his hands behind his back, Sirkin concluded that the young master was looking for trouble again. Bowing, he wished his opponent victory next time. Frowning with displeasure, the deputy commander replied that he hoped so. He watched Raven leave with his butler. The boy looked back when someone said his last name. Taking his hand, Helga asked if his last name was really Paleko. The protagonist headed into the cave. The priest asked him to wait and asked if he was really going to go in there right now. Without looking back at his worried friend, Davin said that he would not have come here if he did not plan to go inside. Looking down, the boy thought that he did not know how much time Julian had left, but there was no time to waste if Arslan really did have the Holy Grail. Spreading his arms in front of the entrance to the dungeon, Dullin asked if the young master had forgotten what he had been told. Fearfully knitting his brows, he said that no one who had entered had ever returned alive. The sunlight illuminated the steps of the dungeon. Falling to his knees, the priest explained that no one knew what was inside and how deep and huge the cave was. The boy looked forward resolutely. He asked why he had been told about the dungeon if it was so dangerous. Dullin's eyes widened in surprise. There were guards standing outside, holding spears in their hands. It would be impossible to enter here without the accompaniment of a second-rank priest. The boy asked why he had been sent here. His friend lowered his head in embarrassment. Looking up, Dullin asked if the young master knew about the Holy King Lingo. The answer was affirmative. The youth thought that he had heard of him when he was studying history with Julian. The man in armor lowered his eyes in disappointment. The Holy King Lingo swung his club and charged into battle. He was the hero who created the Church of Gaia and was martyred when he led the fight against the great evil, but information about him only exists in the form of legends. Putting his hand on his chest, Dullin declared that he had inherited the power of the Holy King. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The heroes stood opposite each other on the stone path. The priest said that as the heir, a prophecy was passed on to him. The prophecy was only those who survived death and met a god can find the Holy Grail. Davin thought with a shocked expression that it was about his reincarnation. Closing his eyes, Dullin said that it was still a mystery what it meant to survive death. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that the power of the Holy King within him pointed to the young master, who could be the man of the prophecy. Scratching his cheek, the priest expressed his worry about his hasty decision to go straight to the grave. The boy said that there was nothing to worry about. Smiling, he said that the prophecy of the Holy King actually pointed to him. After saying these words, the boy disappeared into the shadows of the cave. A wave of dark energy appeared in front of Dullin. Seeing it, the young man covered his chest with his hand and opened his mouth in surprise. Clasping his hands, he promised to pray for the young master. The sun illuminated the steps leading deeper into the cave. The boy stepped on them with his foot. Because of the pitch darkness, it seemed as if he was walking endlessly along a spiral staircase. Confidently looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he had been descending for a very long time, but the end was still not in sight. Because of the darkness, the sense of space and time were dulled. Without looking back, he asked if Julian had managed to find out anything. Continuing to descend, Davin realized that the ghost could not hear him. Walking down the steps, the boy thought that people were very strange creatures, because he had sat alone in the dungeon for 10 years, and now he felt uncomfortable when the ghost left him for only one day. The stairs led further and further down. The boy thought that he might have missed something in the pitch darkness, because there was not even a hint of the end. Looking to the side, he decided that he needed to check it. A voice out of nowhere said that he should not look back. The young man clenched his teeth in surprise. The boy stopped. The voice said that as soon as a person looked back, he would lose his sense of orientation and would forever wander in this grave. Drawing his sword, the protagonist asked who was talking to him and asked him to show himself. A purple fire appeared above his head. Clumps of dark energy gathered on the floor. Seeing the shadows, Davin raised his eyebrows in fear. The man standing in front of the two shadows bowed and introduced himself as the clan of Immortal Shadows. Melanin put his hand on his chest and said that they had been waiting for a long time for the Truth Seeker. The dark silhouettes surrounded the boy. He asked what it meant. The ghost urged him to go beyond Samian and face the truth. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The silhouettes looked at him with their white eyes. Melanin explained that they were the ones who remained to fulfill the mission and had been guarding this place for 500 years. The man extended his hand and asked to prove that he was the Truth Seeker and to free them. The boy smiled, thinking that this was Arslan's doing, and asked how he could prove it. Melanin spread his arms to the sides and asked to cut them with his sword, then the released mana would be the proof. Unsheathing the shining sword, the young man said that he would cut the shadows with the sword of Adanka to justify their expectations. A gust of air appeared in front of the shadow. The boy thought of the Adanka sword style that his mentor taught him. He rushed forward and delivered one powerful blow using the moon slash. The shadows were cut in half. The protagonist smirked and said his name. Melanin's upper body fell to the ground. Davin introduced himself as the descendant of Arslan who left the shadows here. The man's eye lit up. Exuding bright energy, the shadow said that this was not enough. Sand fell from the ceiling at the entrance to the dungeon. The boy cut the shadows one by one with his sword. Baring their fangs, the ghost shouted that there was not enough evidence. Due to the use of the thunder giant, the crimson lotus was covered in bright lightning. A giant lightning burst out from the boy's body, illuminating everything around. The shadow began to melt into thin air. However, its limb immediately recovered. Seeing that the monster's arm had grown back, the young man gritted his teeth. The huge ghosts rushed towards him, their mouths open. The boy jumped into the air, causing them to collide with each other. Squinting, he thought that these shadows were too strong, because they would get up and attack again even if they were knocked down. Nelanen was behind him, intending to destroy the one who encroached on the tomb. Looking tensely to the side, the protagonist thought that he should not turn back. He remembered how he stood on the stairs when the voice said that the man would remain in the tomb forever if he turned around. The shadow hit him on the back. Frowning, the ghost asked him to stop deluding himself. Blood spurted. Nelanen declared that the boy was not the main character of the prophecy. Ravan silently opened his mouth from the piercing pain. The shadow hung in the air, falling down. The boy thought, isn't this what Arslan left for him? He imagined Julian's happy face, thinking that the minor god could give him some hint now. Looking down, the young man thought that he was nothing alone. Fanged shadows surrounded him from all sides. His face was covered with a dark haze. Dahlin was praying, kneeling. Suddenly, he looked back when a guard told someone that entry was prohibited here. The guards blocked the way for two strangers, crossing spears. One of them repeated that this was a forbidden area for entry. Someone asked what the priest was doing there in that case, and said that he would not be there for long. Dahlin's mouth opened in shock, seeing who had come to the tomb. Blood was flowing from the protagonist's mouth. Nelanen folded his hands behind his back and said that they were the keepers of the prophecy left by the Holy King and the Emperor of the Sun Sword. Clutching the enemy's body in his hand, the Fanged Shadow said that they must adhere to the prophecy so they can use absolute power. They hoped that they could be freed. Ravan looked down in disappointment. Looking at him, Melanin said that the one who could not defeat them had nothing to do with the prophecy. The boy looked up when the man said that the one who saw the truth experienced death and met with God. His eyes lit up. He realized that there were 2 points in the prophecy. Summoning a huge blade in place of his hand, the shadow said that neither of them applied to the one who descended into the dungeon. Swinging the blade, the ghost asked for permission to make his task easier. A gust of wind hit the boy's face. A bright blue-red flash appeared in the air. The boy's body exuded strong energy. Gritting his teeth, Melanin thought that this mana was exactly like Samian's. The young man, wrapped in black and red magic power, cut the shadow into pieces. His eyes flashed due to the use of the red song, the last part of the verse. The energy of the red full moon cut the ghosts one by one. Raising the crimson lotus, the protagonist thought that he had said the wrong name for proof from the beginning, since he did not need Vincent's name, but his past name, because this was proof of belonging to the Samian family. The one-armed swordsman behind him said his name. Smiling, Ravan said that he came here after defeating death. Melanin dissolved into thin air. The boy ordered him to follow the prophecy and lead him to the Holy Grail of the Holy King. Squinting, the ghost was glad that this had finally happened. The shadows became free and dispersed into the air. The boy looked forward in surprise. A white door with a golden cross appeared in front of him. He asked if this was really the entrance. The door creaked open. Inside, in the middle of the hall, there was a sarcophagus. Approaching him, the young man asked if the Holy Grail was really here. The sun's rays illuminated the lid of the coffin. The sarcophagus opened. A man, engulfed in bright light, flew out. The boy's mouth opened in amazement, realizing that the Holy King Lingo stood before him. The man looked down and confirmed it. Standing in front of the air, the king said that the agreement with Arslan had finally been fulfilled. A ball of energy began to shine in his hand. A light haze enveloped the protagonist, who was amazed to the depths of his soul. A shining Holy Grail appeared in the king's hand. The cup hung in the air. Lingo said that his role was over and that he could move on to the next agreement. The Holy Grail ended up in Davin's hand. The man said that this artifact would lead him to heaven. His body began to melt in the air. The old man said that he was able to keep the promise he gave to his friend and leave peacefully thanks to the air. He expressed his gratitude and completely dissolved into the air, leaving behind a yellow haze. The boy looked ahead in surprise. Putting his hand on his heart, he humbly paid tribute to the king. The ceiling of the hall cracked. Debris fell down with a roar. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that this was the vibration from the collapse of the tomb. Looking back, the young man asked if this was the next contract. He called his mentor. Behind his wall stood a man in a cloak. Hearing the address by his last name, Merlin frowned tensely. Dullin watched what was happening with a worried look. Someone asked what they could be doing for so long, because so much time had passed. Looking at the guest, the priest wanted to express his assumption. He asked if the prophecy really only spoke about the lineage of the fortress director Quibble and Paleko. Helga stood at the entrance to the fortress with a rope in her hands. She frowned and answered in the affirmative. Looking into the dungeon, the girl added that only those who could see the truth about Adanka would be taken to the tomb, and that the descendants of the Quibble family would be there. Clenching her fist, the woman said that she was not sure what she should do, but the prophecy was beginning to come true. Looking ahead, she hoped that her friend was safe. Helga thought that if Vincent really was the truth seeker, then her friend would definitely be finished. Merlin looked ahead with a serious expression. Standing in front of him, the protagonist stated that Palco was the real family name of the founder of Arslan, so he found it strange that his family, who had changed their family name to Adanka, still existed. The deputy commander's lips turned down in disappointment when asked what happened to the Palco family. The ceiling continued to collapse. The man said that some military families belonging to Adanka have a prophecy that they pass down from generation to generation. Looking at his mentor, Davin asked what prophecy he was talking about. Merlin replied that like Arslan's shadows, he too had a task. Placing his hand on his chest, the second in command declared that the descendants of Palco must sacrifice their lives in the tomb of the Holy King for the sake of Adanka, who remembers their name. Hearing this, the boy's mouth opened in horror. The stone slabs cracked. The debris was about to fall on the boy's head. Merlin's eyes lit up. He rushed forward, cutting a huge piece of stone. Two halves of the stone fell on either side of the boy. He looked back. The man behind him said that this place had done its best to survive for these 500 years, so a collapse was beginning that could not be stopped. The man pointed his index finger and said that there was only one way to get out of here without any trouble. He had to destroy the pillar above his head. The huge pillar was buried in the ground and acted as a ridge supporting the walls of the king's tomb, and if it was destroyed, everything would collapse and a small gap would appear leading to the ground. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that he would do it, but he would need help. However, the deputy commander objected, saying that this was his mission, and the spirit of a god appeared behind him. Frowning, Davin asked if his mentor was really going to send him to the gap at the cost of his life. Closing his eyes, the man remembered their first meeting. Then they stood opposite each other on the training ground. Looking down, Merlin remembered how his heart trembled when the young master said that he remembered his name. Then he had the thought that it was his turn. Raising the sparkling sword above his head, he said that there was no greater joy than to die while fulfilling his duty as a warrior. Cutting the air with his sword, Merlin thought that the young master was a good student. Suddenly, the two swords clashed with each other. The deputy commander looked questioningly at the boy who blocked his path with his sword. The boy asked if these were his last words. The man frowned silently. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked if the Palco name meant nothing to him. With his eyes sparkling, the protagonist shouted that the real Arslan would never try to achieve his goal by sacrificing someone. The little boy was crying. Arslan was an innocent child. It was impossible that he, who was crying over the injustice of his friend's life, would decide to get rid of his descendants as expendable material. A bright flash appeared in front of the heroes. Merlin clenched his teeth in displeasure. Frowning angrily, he asked if the student was going to just stand there, because otherwise they would both die. Smiling, Davin said that they could leave here together. The man frowned in confusion. Taking off his jacket, the boy said that his plan was to stay here and do his best to show the way. Tying the grail to his jacket and throwing it over his shoulder, he said that he could run away faster than anyone could imagine. The boy knelt down on one knee. A blue haze appeared under his feet. Closing his eyes, the young man wanted to concentrate all his strength in one jump. Symbols of the protection of the Dwarf King, the Song of the Galaxy Wanderer, and the protection of the Lightning Giant appeared in the air. Seeing the purple haze, Merlin's mouth opened in amazement. All the energies concentrated together in the boy's chest. A symbol of combined characteristics appeared in the air. The spirits of the owners of all the abilities appeared behind him. Looking to the side, the protagonist gave his friend a sign. The deputy commander swung his sword. A huge wave of energy went to the ceiling. A powerful explosion of blue energy was heard. Sunlight broke through the hole in the ceiling into the cave. The ground beneath the boy's feet collapsed. With a swift jerk, he rushed upward. His body was enveloped in a purple haze. His gaze was determined. A wave of energy went to the only exit from the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, Davin thought that he would soon be on the surface. He stretched out his hand to the end of the tunnel, which was very close. Suddenly, the energy around him dissipated. The boy looked down in horror, thinking that this was impossible, that this was not enough. At that moment, Merlin supported him with his hand. The boy looked back. The mentor smiled, pushing him up in the back. Looking happily at his student, the man wished him to get to the truth. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. A powerful push from it sent the boy's body to the surface. Turning around, he asked the deputy to stop. Merlin's body fell into the abyss along with the rebel. Strange energy rushed past the young man. Helga threw herself down, holding the end of the rope in her hands. A second before, she jumped down from the cliff. Grabbing the rope, the girl flew down to save her friend. The other end of the rope was tied to a stone on the surface. Throwing the rope into the abyss, the director shouted her friend's name. The end of the rope almost reached the man. At the same moment, the rope tightly wrapped around his body. Hanging on it, the woman thought that she barely caught her friend. The deputy's eyes were closed. Helga understood something. Smiling, she said that the name Quibble was mentioned in the prophecy in order to save Palco. The protagonist opened his eyes. Jumping to his feet, he shouted the name of the mentor. Suddenly, Davin looked around. Merlin was on the ground. The boy was glad that he was okay. Dullen smiled and asked if the master had woken up. The director said that the cadet slept too sweetly for the one who raised such a fuss. One of them asked what kind of thing it was. Looking at the grail hanging on his chest, the guy said that everything was correct. Holding out the cup, the young man replied that this was the same holy grail left by His Majesty the King, and invited his friend to look at it closer. The priest reached out his hand to the cup in surprise, saying that he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. Dullen touched the grail. At that moment, the relic began to glow, and the frightened young man said that it was absorbing all of his divine powers. A liquid appeared inside the grail. Looking at it in amazement, the priest asked how the water had gotten there. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was the power of the grail and asked if he could master divine powers if he drank this water. Watching the cadet with the grail in his hands in fear, Helga reminded him that this cup had been lying underground for 500 years and said that perhaps he shouldn't drink from it. Davin touched the cup with his lips. His body was covered in a light aura. He felt himself being filled with energy, and he thought that this was divine power. The boy's eyes widened in shock when he saw a purple butterfly. Julian appeared in front of him, enveloped in pink energy. The ghost closed his eyes. The wind fluttered his hair and clothes. Smiling, the boy was glad to see his friend back. The small god looked at his hands in surprise. Clenching his fist, he was glad that he managed to find a way to fix the sacrum. Sitting on the ground, the boy thought that he found a way to restore divine powers, not the sacrum. Looking at his hands, Julian said that with this amount of divine power, the energy to maintain his existence and the sacrum would be more than enough. Suddenly, the ghost looked back. Seeing a huge crack in the ground, he asked what happened here. The youth smiled and explained that the tomb of the Holy King collapsed as soon as the task was completed. The small god opened his mouth in shock and asked what they did. The people of the city were reading the newspapers. Someone said that the tomb of the king collapsed. Many people opened the newspapers. A resident said that no one had ever gone to these ruins anyway. Another person objected, saying that the tomb was destroyed by the seventh son of Adanka. On the page of the newspaper was his photo. Versa silently read the newspaper. She said that just recently her son, who was standing next to her, could not even get out of bed because of how bad he felt. The protagonist said that he was able to recover quickly thanks to the priest Dullen, with a confident frown. Clutching the newspaper in her hand, the girl said that she thought so. Her body was covered in a red haze. Her eye lit up with a red fire. The woman said that her son had caused chaos. The sun was shining on the main building of the Gaia temple. Clenching his fist, the priest shouted that people must get to the bottom of this, because the young master had no reason to intentionally destroy the tomb of the Holy King. A meeting of bishops was taking place in the temple. The man at the head of the table said that Dullen was too naive. Nellick put one hand on the other and said that they really didn't care about the reason for what he did. Frowning, the priest explained that all that mattered was that the heir of Adanka had destroyed one of the historical sites of Gaia. Throwing up his hands, the priest tried to object. The man slammed the table with force. With a pitiful frown, he said that he had every right to demand compensation, and it would not be a big problem if they demanded some kind of donation. Nellick looked at his subordinate from under his brows, and concluded that it was necessary to maintain the trusting relationship between the temple and the Adanka family that had lasted for the past 500 years. One of the bishops raised his hand and confirmed this. The other put his hand to his chin, stating that the donation would help the church to strengthen its influence. Gritting his teeth, Dullen thought that the bishops themselves would spend this donation. He looked back, hearing a voice behind him. Entering the hall where the meeting was taking place, the elder expressed great disappointment at the actions committed by the young master. The bishops were sitting at the table. The old man walked forward, saying that the boy must answer for all the shame he brought to His Majesty the Holy King. A sword flashed in his hand. Pointing his weapon forward, the man with wild eyes asked if it would be appropriate to cut off the boy's left arm. Looking ahead at the protagonist with coldness and anger, the dark-haired girl said that he could not even imagine what he had done. Looking ahead, Versa said that he had destroyed one of the most significant historical treasures that the Jaya had protected for 500 years. An image of two men shaking hands appeared in front of a large army. The girl added that the Jaya temple and their Adanka clan had been allies since the war with the Great Demon. It was difficult to imagine what the political consequences would be if this alliance collapsed. Looking towards the two boys, the protagonist's stepmother said that there was talk that the temple was going to send a delegation of protest. They would probably demand something unimaginable in exchange for maintaining friendly relations. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, saying that since she already knew everything, they could do without any formalities and get down to business. Her red eyes widened, and she asked if there was anything else. Placing his hands behind his back, he turned towards the girl who had entered. Moving the cart in front of him, Railsa apologized to her mistress. Taking the white tablecloth, the protagonist began to lift it. Opening a view of a golden cup with a large number of rubies, the protagonist said that he found it in the tomb of the sacred king. Looking ahead, Vircha asked doubtfully if this was not an ordinary cup. Looking at the people standing 5 meters away from her, the girl corrected herself and said that the value of this item was enormous and that it had nothing to do with this incident. She added that they were also trying to take care of their own interests, and the guy would not escape punishment. She asked if he was going to answer for this. The protagonist grinned confidently. Opening his mouth and starting to smile, he stated that he wouldn't have to. The dark-haired girl asked him what he meant, her mouth and eyes wide open in surprise. Placing his hand on his tie and bending his body forward, the protagonist stated that they would rather thank him. The stepmother, looking at him in surprise, told him to continue. Raising his finger, he said with a sharp, confident look that the Holy King's tomb was a place they had no ties to. An image of an overgrown cave entrance appeared. The protagonist said that although it was an important historical site, they had neglected it in every way. In addition, there were only 2 guards guarding the entrance. An image of 2 knights in armor and with spears appeared. They would need a priest to enter, but if there was one, anyone could get in. An image of the protagonist looking into the depths of the cave appeared. And most importantly, they didn't really know anything about the tomb. The temple was no longer investigating it. Calmly looking ahead, the protagonist said that if they truly believed that the relic was valuable, they would have immediately started investigating the tomb, despite the possible casualties. Throwing up both hands, he added that, in simple terms, tombs were just a burden for them, a pity to get rid of, and nothing more. Looking confidently into her eyes, the protagonist asked if he really should be punished for this. Gritting her teeth in anger, Vircha angrily declared that she was greatly disappointed in him, because he, even knowing about her ability, still wanted to do this. A bright red light came from her mad eyes. She screamed at him. How could he stand here and lie to her? Looking fearfully at the protagonist's stepmother, radiating a powerful aura, the gray-haired girl mentally stated that she could recognize lies and it was written all over her face. With complete senselessness on her face, Vircha threw her hand forward and declared that she had enough of his pathetic excuses and that he should immediately tell her what he was hiding from her. Julian, startled, brought his fist to his mouth. Confidently looking forward, the protagonist stated that, as expected, his mother always noticed a lie. Smiling, he told them to look here. An image of an illuminated ceiling and walls of an expensive room appeared. The 2 girls looked at the bright light with shock on their faces. Gritting her teeth, Vircha asked if it could be faked. The gray-haired girl answered that it could not, because it was an old model. The protagonist's stepmother turned her gaze to him. She thought about how everything was changing radically now. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked her with a confident expression if she was satisfied now. A few days later, dozens of people in white robes stood in front of a huge estate building. The arrival of the delegation from J. The men with the huge red and white hats stood in one position. If the evil deeds of Mr. Vincent were to be revealed to the public, he too would not be able to escape punishment. Looking forward, Nellick said with a smile that this was the power of the Holy King. He said to look at what finally happened after all the nonsense he had spun. With an uncertain face, dulling he was making a mistake. Covering his eyes, the gray-haired man asked what he was doing wrong and said that he was only doing what he had to. He narrowed his eyes with an evil smile and mentally said that even if one of the elders tried to protect him, it would not stop him from becoming the high priest. The dark-haired boy looked at him silently. Placing both hands behind his back, the man asked if what the lady had said was true. Looking at the man standing next to him, the protagonist's stepmother confirmed and said that thanks to him, Vincent was able to get to such a high position, and this is the least she can do for him. With a mad face and glowing red eyes looking at him, Vircha said that if the protagonist cannot prove his innocence, she will personally leave him without a head. Julian shuddered in fear, and the protagonist closed his eyes. Raising his head, the purple-haired man said that if the lady insists so, then it must be done. Opening his blue eyes, he mentally stated that this is meaningless chatter and she is very unlikely to be able to do it when she actually has to. Looking towards the numerous line of people, the protagonist's stepmother said that she is glad to welcome the members of the delegation of the Jaya Temple. Turning her head, she said that it seems that they have a lot to talk about, so they should go with her. Numerous people were sitting at several long tables. Vincent and Vircha sat on expensive white chairs. Devolka stated that they were very sorry that such an unfortunate incident had caused their meeting with their old comrade Adanka. The 2 men looked ahead calmly. She added that there was no need to recount what had happened and asked that they state their position to the Council of Elders of Adanka. The veins on the purple-haired man's forehead became more prominent. Smiling maliciously, he mentally declared that under such circumstances, leaning on the Temple of Jaya, the power of the council would be his. He folded his arms and looked at the protagonist through his lowered head. Looking to the right, the protagonist smirked. Rising from his chair and pointing a finger at the boy, the man asked what was so funny about it and asked if he realized that he was only here because of his own frivolity. The protagonist placed his palm on the wooden table with a smile. He stated with a wild look that he simply realized that Lord Delbecq had intentionally excluded the mistress of Adanka from the discussion. The purple-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Nellick jerked from the unexpectedness of the statement. Julian brought his fingers to his face and smiled. With genuine anger on his face, the gray-haired man slammed the table and said that if he did not explain himself right now, he would pay with his life. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he wanted to introduce himself first. Placing his hands behind his back and smiling, he introduced himself as the 7th Prince of Adanka and the 9th student of the Red Fortress. He raised 2 fingers and began to create a bright flash of light in them. He introduced himself with his first and last name. Something began to manifest from the dense energy above his fingers. A man with a long beard and a cloak appeared in the flow of magic above the protagonist's hand. Beginning to crumble into particles, the man said that thanks to him, he was able to keep his promise to his friend. Thanking him, he evaporated into the room filled with people. Nellick opened his mouth wide in shock. Smiling madly, the protagonist finally proposed to officially start the meeting. An image of a girl appeared, carrying a wooden box with tools. Hearing the voice, she turned her head. Approaching her, the guy asked with a smile if Hansen's workshop was here. Putting down the box and closing her eyes, she asked what he wanted and assumed that he came for the sword. The guy raised his hand and said no. Picking up a pencil and a notebook, the guy declared that he was a journalist. He asked if Prince Vincent's sword, the Crimson Lotus, with which he was able to defeat Mr. Samian, was her creation, that same Hansen. The girl sighed tiredly and became indignant. With a confused expression on his face, the journalist asked her again. Throwing up both hands, an enraged Millie told them to stop coming here and said that she was already fed up with articles and questions about this sword. Approaching the guy, the dark-haired girl angrily asked if he knew how it interfered with trade. Putting both palms out, the journalist could not utter a word. Loudly putting the iron sledgehammer on the floor, the man asked if she was arguing with customers again. Folding his hands, Hansen noted that he seemed to have asked her more than once to moderate her ardor. He also added that she would scare away all his customers this way. Turning around, the girl awkwardly began to justify herself. Grabbing a pencil, the journalist happily asked if he was the same Hansen. The dark-haired girl began to block the movement of the journalist, who picked up his notebook. He asked if he could talk to him and answer just a couple of questions. Turning around, the brown-haired man noted that those journalists had arrived again. Closing his eyes and exhaling tiredly, Hansen mentally said that such a mess had begun, and all because of that brat Vincent. His eyes suddenly opened when he heard a loud scream calling him. Putting his hand forward, the guy continued to ask for a couple of questions. The girl with an angry face did not let him pass. The journalist promised that it would not take much time. Smiling and looking ahead, the man mentally stated that he should still thank him, because the man had not been called a master blacksmith for a long time. Looking up, the man mentally noted that he had not seen him since that time. An image of a large blue stone appeared above the guy's hand. Hansen mentally noted that the protagonist took the magic crystal for himself and disappeared. An image of the main character appeared, his face reflecting madness. He suggested that those present finally officially begin the meeting. A dozen people at different tables looked at the protagonist. The members of the assembly asked what was just happening and if it was really the Holy King. One of the men said that then it means that his tomb has fulfilled its purpose and collapsed on its own. With a calm smile, holding out his hand with the crystal, the protagonist mentally declared that this was the magic crystal that the blacksmith Hansen gave him and noted that he never thought that the day would come to finally use it. One of the men clenched his teeth in irritation. Holding out his hand, Nellick furiously declared that this was all a fake and that he was not real. He also said that the protagonist himself faked everything to atone for his sins. Turning his head, one of the people present said that with such a magic crystal, it was impossible to fabricate anything. The blonde man agreed with him. The man mentally declared that they were useless bastards. Looking to the left, Vincent asked if they wanted to take a look at it as well. Creating a cup in the yellow energy, he said that it was a holy relic left to him directly by the king himself. It was the Holy Grail. Open-mouthed in surprise, Khan impulsively asked if it was really the Holy Grail. Narrowing his eyes and smiling while looking ahead, the blonde man asked if the protagonist wanted to tell him that this unknown thing was the Holy Grail. He also asked who he thought they were, and stated that by doing so he was only slandering the name of the Holy King. An image of a scarred red-haired boy appeared, putting his hand to his chest. The protagonist said that regarding the recent series of incidents, he should say that Merlin, the Knight of the Imperial Dragon, sacrificed his life for the authenticity of this, as he said, thing. Placing both hands on the table, an angry Nellick thought about how Merlin was one of the 12 swords of Adanka and he could not sacrifice his life. One of the people present said that he also confirmed this. The blonde man looked at him in surprise. Putting his hand to his chest, Dullen said that he was ready to lose his life and the divine power given to him, but this grail was real. Gritting his teeth, the man mentally insulted him with rage and asked whose side he was even on. Smiling, the dark-haired girl looked forward and suggested raising their stakes. The protagonist's stepmother added that the responsibility of a son is also the responsibility of a mother. The surprised Delbec's eyes widened. With an absolutely crazy look and expression on her face, looking the elder in the eyes, the girl said that she was ready to bet her right hand that Vincent told the truth. The shocked man's eyes widened even more, he gritted his teeth and could not say a word. Versa continued to look at him madly and said that he could just as well bet his left hand. Squinting his eyes and lowering his head, the man mentally asked himself what was going on here. He pulled himself together and decided that he couldn't back down, despite the fact that they were so sure. Smiling, he agreed with glowing eyes and bet his left hand that Prince Vincent had lied. Starting to walk towards him, the protagonist said that as soon as he entered here, he had already bet his life. Hitting the table, he turned to Nelek, who was standing next to him. Looking at him madly, the guy said that now it was his turn because he was the only one who hadn't bet anything. The protagonist added that he should bet something worthwhile, like they had just done. The frightened white-haired man clenched his teeth. Continuing to look at the protagonist with confusion and fear, he thought that this could not really be the Holy Grail and mentally declared that this was all a bluff. Making a gesture with a raised palm, Nelek asked if the protagonist thought that he would be scared and declared that he would also bet his life then. Several scared men in white uniforms looked at him. Looking at the man, they began to say that they would also bet their lives. Confidently looking forward, Vincent turned to the brown-haired guy standing next to him. He took a golden cup with red rubies in his hand. Streams of light aura came from the protagonist's stepmother. They slowly approached and entered Dolan's body. Khan, with his eyes wide open, looked at their actions in surprise. With his head sticking out and his mouth open, the fair-haired man could not utter a word. The cup near his hands filled with liquid. Holding the cup forward, the brown-haired boy stated that this was the power of the Holy Grail. It absorbed its powers and created holy water. The man with the long gray beard silently looked at the cup. Looking back, the protagonist sarcastically asked what Neluk would do now. Smiling and narrowing his red eyes, the protagonist asked if he acknowledged that the Holy Grail, Ral real. Neluk's face twisted, he began to actively exhale air. Opening his mouth, he stuttered under the gaze of his subordinates, unable to say anything. Raising his hand, one of the people in white robes said that he refused to believe it. He added that it was just some water and that it was not proof. Opening his mouth and eyes wide, he said that it must be some kind of trick. The white-haired man, with an unchanging shock on his face, watched as his subordinate's head was instantly separated from his body. He looked at the drops of blood in confusion and said his name. His eyes lit up, he jumped up. Versa's powerful blow instantly cut off his and the heads of some of his other allies. Opening his mouth wide, a frightened Khan asked what she was doing. In an instant, his hand was separated from the rest of his body. He turned his gaze to the gushing blood. Raising his head, he screamed loudly in pain. Wiping her hand, the protagonist's stepmother began to speak with burning eyes. Changing her face, she madly declared that she respected the honor of her son Vincent. The frightened men in white cloaks stepped back slightly. The rest of the opposing team looked at the girl in shock. Julian mentally stated with a smile that she had just called the protagonist her son. Seriously looking forward, the protagonist thought that he had not even had time to blink an eye, as after one swing the man was left without a limb. Looking at Versa calmly wiping her right hand with her cloak, the protagonist mentally declared that she was the giant of Adanka. Grabbing his bloody shoulder, the man continued to breathe in panic. The protagonist's stepmother was surrounded by dozens of people in a bloody room, as well as 5 decapitated bodies. Approaching her, Vincent asked if he could tell him something. Looking calmly into her eyes, the protagonist said that he wanted them to stay alive. With a shocked expression, the brown-haired boy continued to hold the golden cup. Several morally destroyed men in white robes looked forward. The protagonist said that the Holy Grail of the Holy King and the high-ranking priests of Jaya were gathered here. He added that maybe if they hurried, they could still bring them back to life. Turning to him, the stepmother, with her head lowered, asked why he was doing this. Smiling, Vincent said that he did not want to remain in the eyes of people as a child for whom his mother did everything. Looking confidently at her and putting his hand forward, he asked to let him decide this matter. Versa narrowed her eyes at him. Throwing her head back, she agreed with a smile. Placing his hands behind his back and turning to the right, the protagonist told Dolan to begin. Holding the cup in front of him, the brown-haired boy said that they should not stand still, and all the priests immediately gathered together and offered their divine powers. Beginning to move actively, they agreed. One of the men said that they needed to hurry. Putting his hands on the cup, from which streams of energy came, he began to say a prayer in the name of the light of Gaia. Looking forward, Julian mentally stated that up to this point, everything was going exactly as he wanted. Smiling, looking at the actions of the priests, he mentally said that he was looking forward to what would happen next. Enveloped in a powerful aura, the man began to open his eyes. Grabbing his neck, Nelek mentally asked what happened, and thought about how he had recently been lying without a head. Looking at the uncomprehending man, the brown-haired boy said that he was glad to see him again. Seriously looking down, he addressed him as a priest. Gritting his teeth, the blond man said his name angrily. Touching his white robe, the boy told Elder Delbecq to come here too, so that he could try to reattach his arm before it was too late. Closing his eyes, the man said that it would be nice. Moving down to his severed arm, the protagonist stated no. Grinning, he said with shining eyes that he thought Elder Delbecq looked great without his arm. With his mouth and eyes wide open, the shocked man asked again. Raising his arm, the protagonist said that unlike the priests and other elders, he was a noble warrior of Adanka. Looking at him, he added that if they were to restore his arm now, which he himself was ready to give up. Raising it, the protagonist finished with a malicious smile that it would be the same as raising his honor to the ground. Veins appeared on his forehead. The man looked into the boy's eyes with anger. Trembling and clutching his bloody shoulder, Khan declared that his hand was now real proof that the protagonist had not lied. Putting his palm to his chest, the protagonist said with a sarcastic and slightly evil smile that it was very brave of him, and suggested that they remember this feat of Mr. Delbecq for a long time and try to become like him. The enraged man, through the anger on his face, agreed. Smiling, the protagonist's stepmother said that it seemed that they had figured everything out. Looking at the trembling blonde man, she asked if he agreed. Smiling fearfully, Nelek agreed, and said that since Prince Vincent was innocent, the temple no longer dared to demand compensation from the Adanka family. He said that it was time for them to go, and together with the priestesses went to the exit. Looking back, the man mentally declared that although they had behaved extremely dirty, having ended there, they had not lost anything. Sooner or later, they would still be able to profit from these bastards and increase their influence. The protagonist stepped forward and told them to wait. Folding his arms, the protagonist stated that they still owed him something. Smiling, the protagonist held the burning crystal forward. The gray-haired man looked at the crystal in confusion. The man from it said that thanks to the protagonist, he was able to keep his promise to his comrade. He thanked the guy. An image of a long-haired man and a man with a brown beard appeared, silently standing opposite each other. The protagonist stated that the Holy Grail was placed by the Holy King and Emperor of the Sun Sword. An image of a golden cup appeared above a white coffin. The protagonist added that despite this, the Jaya temple was never able to get it for 500 years, leaving the walls of the king's tomb unguarded. He found it, for which his majesty thanked him. Smiling evilly, looking down, Vincent asked that, as the descendants of the Holy King, weren't they supposed to do something? Pursing his lips, the man narrowed his eyes and looked menacingly at the guy. The protagonist stood in front of a dozen people who lowered their heads and remained silent. Looking at him, Nelek declared that the Temple of Jaya was very grateful to him for being able to fulfill the will of the Holy King. Taking a step, he also added that the protagonist was able to convey it to them. The man fell to the floor and bowed with his whole body. All the members of the temple repeated after him. Closing his eyes, the man kept his head on the floor. The members of the temple kissed the floor. Raising his hand, Julian said with a smile that they kissed the floor, and this is considered the highest praise from the priests of Jaya. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist with a grin mentally declared that it was a good sight. The man's hand opened an expensive door. The protagonist thought that now was the time for the most interesting part. The blonde man's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. Dozens of reporters with cameras were looking at him. Looking at the dozens of temple members, the reporters said that the priests themselves were kneeling and asked how this happened. One of them said that they said that there was a meeting here regarding the seventh prince. Dozens of cameras were pointed at the man. Someone shouted that they needed to take pictures and that it would blow up all the headlines. He asked if there was anyone who could explain what was going on here. Covering his face with his hands, Nelek asked how this was possible and demanded that they stop taking pictures. The brown-haired guy calmly exhaled. Throwing his hand forward, Khan shouted for them to call the guards and get rid of them. Seriously looking ahead with burning eyes, the blonde man mentally declared that they could not continue to lose to Vincent and versa. Lowering his anger, the man with a tense face said that the contents of the meetings organized by the Presbyterian Council should not be disclosed under any circumstances. He asked if Vincent was going to go against the laws of Adanka. The thought flashed through the man's mind that there was an exception for the contents that were extremely useful to the public interest and the very reputation of Adanka. Folding his hands, the protagonist said with a smile that something like this could be behind this. Pointing his finger, Julian finished his words. Grinning madly, the protagonist said that even any donkey could understand that this situation was more beneficial than ever to Adanka. Khan gritted his teeth in incredible anger when he realized the whole situation. A few days later, the news reported on what happened between Vincent and the Jai temple, so the information quickly spread throughout the continent. The bright rays of the sun fell on the houses with dark roofs. people looked at each other in surprise, holding newspapers in their hands. The fact that influential figures of the temple, including first-class priests, bowed their heads before some prince who not only belittled the dignity of the temple, but also the temple's further plans to take advantage of the long-awaited opportunity to gain the upper hand in relations with the Adanka family turned out to be completely in vain. A rainbow shone brightly against the background of a large white building. Dullin widened his eyes and knitted his brows, asking if they were joking when they said they wanted to entrust him with the Holy Grail. Vincent sat at the table, his back to the large window, his arms folded across his chest, asking if he was the one who had received the power of the Holy King. Saying that he had no one else to leave it to accept him, Dullin spread his arms out to the sides, unable to articulate 2 words. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would still need divine power from time to time, so he would like someone close to him to be responsible for the Holy Grail. Julian thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. Dullin raised his eyebrows, saying that since that was the case, there was nothing he could do. He looked down sadly. The guy clenched his fist tightly, saying that the current temple was rotten to the core. Living there, he could easily use the Grail for personal purposes. For example, sell it at an exorbitant price or give it as a bribe. Vincent, sitting opposite him, smiled, raising his eyebrows. The guy furrowed his brows and looked at the protagonist with an empty gaze, asking if the gentleman really believed him. Vincent's eyes shone brightly. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he believed. Dullin cried out from the fact that he was saying it so simply. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that he could not help but believe him, especially since on that significant day it was he who gave him the magic stone. Dullin froze, his eyes wide open and remembering himself in a white cape, holding a bright stone. Vincent extended his hand to him and smiled, saying that he believed, because in his hands the Holy Grail would be used for good. Dullin smiled, taking the golden grail decorated with precious stones in his hands, saying that he swears that he will be ready to fill it with holy water just to help the prince in his affairs. Vincent frowned and smiled, saying that this was too much, asking him not to overdo it. Julian raised his eyebrows and smiled. The door to the room suddenly opened. The girl shouted loudly, asking if the master was here. The protagonist jumped up from his place, leaning his hands on the table, asking if it was Raelsa. Julian widened his eyes, mentally saying that, if you think about it, someone already called them during the meeting in Jingam. The girl widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that they did not have time and they urgently needed to start preparing. Raelsa frowned, informing that Lady Versa called him for dinner. Julian's eyes were hidden by the light of his glasses. He opened his mouth in surprise. Vincent arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide. The heroes together thought about whether it was really for dinner. The girl sat opposite the protagonist at a table full of delicious dishes, asking if he was going back to the fortress tomorrow, to which Vincent, cutting meat on his plate, answered yes, because since he is still a cadet, he needs to return as soon as possible after finishing the current mission. Julian nervously bit his fingernails, thinking that, like his father, his mother also never invited anyone to dinner. Vincent, bringing his fork closer, complimented his thoughts. The girl raised her eyebrows, not taking her eyes off the guy. Julian's eyes widened in fear and hid behind the protagonist. Vincent, frowning, asked if he was still trembling in front of her. The girl, whose eyes were hidden by her bangs, sat opposite the hero and cut meat on her plate. Julian spoke about what he had already told her, now that she saw the truth, because since he is still a cadet, he needs to return as soon as possible after finishing the current mission. The protagonist noted with displeasure that he was at it again. Vincent smiled, mentally telling him to look back, because, as it seemed to him, there was nothing to worry about. He imagined the Golden Grail and the 2 elders, saying that they managed to find the sacred relic, and also punished the heads of the Presbyterian Church, in which case, she probably called them to reward them. The girl twirled the knife in her hand, saying that he was probably wondering why she called him. The girl smiled, saying that she had one small gift. There were delicious dishes on the table. The girl said that the young man exposed the elder of Adanka for infidelity, and thanks to him, they were able to gain leading positions in relations with the Jaya Temple. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She said that in recognition of his merits, she would like to please him, asking what he would like. The guy, sitting opposite, asked if he had time to think about it a little. The girl answered, of course. Vincent thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and looked down, thinking that on the one hand this could be a punishment for him, for the fact that she could not properly cope with the role of the hostess. The young man said what he chose. The girl smiled, asking what he wanted. The protagonist smiled and frowned, saying that as a cadet of the Red Fortress, he would like to have the opportunity to pass the exam in order to advance in service. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if it was really just an exam. She lowered her head and repeated Vincent's words about him needing to return to the fortress as soon as possible. The girl put her hands in front of him, saying that she was the head of the Adanka family. One word from her, and he could become whoever he wanted, asking if that was really all he needed. Vincent smiled, looking at her. He frowned, answering that it was. The girl smiled, asking why that was so. The boy's eyes lit up brightly. He said that it was right. Vincent sat across from her, saying that he knew that the promotion exam was graded very strictly and that a certain number of people took it twice a year. The girl replied that it was indeed so. The boy imagined himself standing in the doorway, which was illuminated by light, looking at the stairs with people standing at the bottom, saying that it would be much easier to use his mother's connections and calmly advance in the service, but since it meant that he simply took someone's well-deserved place, then this option was not suitable for him at all. Vincent bared his teeth in a smile and extended his hand forward, saying that they would achieve everything on their own. Versa raised her eyebrows, repeating his words about it being right. The girl sat at the table opposite the hero, saying that in order to achieve what he wanted with his beliefs, he would have to spend a lot of time, but nevertheless, with such perseverance, he would be able to achieve a lot. Vincent smiled, a drop of sweat ran down his face. Versa folded her arms and leaned her head on them, saying that at one time she was the same as he was now. The young man asked if something had changed. She looked away. They say that now she is too old to chase after something like that, and her responsibilities have become much greater, so at some point she found an easy way to achieve what she wanted. Versa looked down, her eyes shining brightly. Vincent and Julian, who hid behind his back, opened their eyes in surprise, hearing the words that when the guy returns to the fortress, a letter of recommendation about his mission will arrive. Its completion will mean that he has passed the exam for promotion to the 8th rank. The heroes rose from the table. The girl lowered her head, saying that she supported him for his correctness. Vincent pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, thanking his mother for her words. The tops of the trees and mountains blocked the bright sun. The protagonist approached the carriage, Julian hovering next to him. Behind the guy was a large white building with large windows. In one of the windows, a silhouette was visible. Versa stood by the window, her head lowered. She smiled, telling Raelsa, who was standing behind her, to prepare everything necessary, because she was going to write a letter of recommendation for Vincent. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if she could inquire what mission exactly she planned to entrust the boy with. Versa answered, Maltium. She turned and smiled, saying that he would go there. Raelsa frowned, imagining a map with a building by the water, asking if by Maltia she meant the southern coastal city ruled by the Viola family. The girl imagined a high stone castle, from which 2 ships departed, saying that this place was excessively rich without having special raw materials for that. There were rumors that the Viola family exploited its citizens in every possible way, and this was one of the places. The head of the family himself was watching. Raelsa spread her arms out to the sides, asking if she wanted to infiltrate there using Vincent. Versa turned to her, saying that it would not work, although he was special, but such a mission was too much even for him, so she would ask him to accompany the priest of Jaya, who was heading there. Raelsa arched her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide. She lowered her head and put her hand out to the side, saying that just a few days ago, Prince Vincent smashed the temple of Jaya to smithereens, asking that even so, she still wanted to ask him to accompany them. Versa imagined a guy holding a sword in his hand, whose face was hidden by his hair, saying that the head of the Viola family is a greedy man, asking what would happen if the temple tried to bribe the Viola family to harm the prince. The girl lowered her head, saying that it would be dangerous, considering the fact that there are many ways to disguise any crime as an accident. Raelsa screamed loudly. The wheels of the carriage were spinning. Versa thought that this was Vincent. Since he chose the path of truth, then it will definitely not be an easy one, and maybe even dangerous. The protagonist smiled, talking to a joyful Julian. Versa brought her hand to her face and smiled slyly, raising her eyebrows, asking if this could be called an exam in that case. Helga smiled happily, greeting Vincent, who arrived. She opened her arms, coming closer to him, saying that he must be tired. She said that he had achieved a lot and she was very touched by it. Vargan was standing next to her. The guy frowned and smiled, noticing that she seemed to be in a good mood. Helga raised her index finger, saying that she heard that the young man had dealt with that elder, asking how she could not be happy after that, since he had gotten rid of one of those annoying people. Vincent raised his eyebrows, saying that she apparently did not love him that much. Helga imagined Tylobin with a sly smile, displeasedly folding her arms over her chest, saying that he asked her to be his lover. A little more and drool would flow. The main character awkwardly lowered his head. Vargan coughed into his fist in displeasure, turning to the director. The girl turned to him and smiled, saying that she had not called him here for nothing. Helga smiled slyly, holding up the wrapped paper, saying that this was his next mission. She knew he had just come from the road. He must be exhausted, but he was leaving in 3 days. Vincent frowned, asking what the goal was and where to go. Vargan frowned, saying that it was the southernmost part of the continent, Maltium. The protagonist frowned and looked down, thinking that if they hadn't changed the name in the last 500 years, then this was definitely it. There were enthusiastic cries about Maltium. The heroes turned around in surprise, their eyes wide. Selbira clenched her fist, happily asking if it was true that he would go to Maltium and when it would be. The girl happily widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, asking to take her with him. She pointed to the picture in the book, saying that this is what they made. It is currently run by the Vile family, And Maltese is also famous for its barrier. Selbira and Vincent sat on the bed. She put out her hand, saying that although he bordered the Helheim family, they had no conflicts at all, despite the fact that there is no record of Maltese ever paying tribute. In fact, there are many theories about it. Vincent frowned, thinking about what he heard about the Helheim, that they were closely related to the Vile family. The protagonist frowned, imagining his smiling mother, thinking that the Helheim are her family. She must have given him this task for a reason. Her interests are involved here. Selbira, looking at the book, clenched her fist and smiled, saying that the remains of a naval battle that happened 200 years ago. She wanted to say something else, but the guy interrupted her. Vincent noticed that she seemed to like history a lot. The girl blushed, her eyes wide. Selbira awkwardly waved her hands, unable to connect two words. She looked away shyly, twirling her hair around her finger, saying that she never dreamed of becoming a warrior, but always wanted to be a historian. Vincent looked at her silently, folding her arms across her chest. The girl, whose face was still blushing, frowned, shouting loudly why he was looking at her like that, asking if he wanted to say that she had strange dreams. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that it was not that at all. On the contrary, he thought it was a cool dream. He was just wondering why she came to the threshold of the Red Fortress if she never wanted to be a warrior. Selbira exhaled, slamming the book shut, saying that you can't earn much from history alone, and research can be dangerous, so a military education is simply necessary. She put her hand closer to the guy. Selbira leaned closer to him, saying that she could help him with this task. Vincent looked at her in surprise. Selbira raised her eyebrows and looked at him with embarrassment, saying that she wanted to go with him, and if anything, accompany him. The guys burst into the room with a shout, asking if it was true that he had a new mission. The girl involuntarily frowned and shook. Saizen, smiling, put his hand to his chest, saying that he would like to go with him. Harmon, standing next to him, did the same, saying that he would do his best. Vincent smiled, folding his arms on his chest in front of him, saying that they would all go together. The guys cried out happily, closing their eyes. Selbira sat embarrassedly next to the main character. Julian brought his hand to his face and smiled sarcastically, saying that the guy now had enough assistance. Vincent raised his eyebrows, turning his gaze to him, mentally saying that he chose them not for this. The young man opened his eyes in surprise, asking why then, did he really believe that any of these friends could help him with something? In front of the hero stood an inspired Saizen. A little further was Harmon. Selbira looked away in embarrassment. Vincent mentally asked Julian to look at them. They believed and trusted him so much, their sincerity in wanting to help him, that's what he was sure of. Vincent raised his eyebrows, looking away, thinking that there was one more person left. Raven looked at the main character with burning eyes, clenching his hands into fists, and asking if it was true. Vincent put his hands out to the sides, answering him yes, if he helped in this matter, then he would go out to fight with him, his word of honor. Raven, smiling, loudly clapped his palm, raising his hand to the main character, saying that this was a wonderful offer. The guy smiled. Vincent smiled, thinking that if Raven did join them, then Mr. Sirkin would get involved too. Julian raised his eyebrows, mentally answering him that, after all, Maltese was notorious for constant unrest. The young man smiled, folding his arms on his chest, saying that his little brother was getting smarter every time. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was he who influenced him so. Raven raised his eyebrows and brought his index finger to his face, saying that he almost forgot that Sirkin wanted to tell him something. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, a thread flashed brightly in front of his face. He frowned, looking up. The guy stood in place. Julian hovered behind him. They were surrounded by a large number of threads. Vincent frowned, asking what this meant. Legs were visible from the shadows. The man said that he did not want to scare them at all. The butler Sirkin, with his hands behind his back, smiled frighteningly, his eyes shining in the darkness. Vincent held the hilt of his sword, standing silently in place. The man furrowed his brows, asking why the boy didn't draw his sword. The protagonist smiled, saying that the butler didn't look like he wanted to kill him right then and there. Sirkin narrowed his eyes slyly, wondering if he didn't care at all. The man furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that the young master really surprised him. The protagonist, standing in front of him, asked what kind of technique this was. The man, with his hands behind his back, said that the boy could think of it as a kind of barrier. It completely isolated them from the outside world. Julian, clenching his hands into fists, cried out loudly, saying that this was the territory of the King of Flesh. The lucky ones who came out of here alive could be counted on the fingers. Vincent raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at him. He frowned, saying that this was a territory of blood where few had ever escaped alive. Sirkin lowered his head and smiled, saying that it was an ideal way to kill, very useful for revealing secrets. Vincent frowned, asking what he wanted to talk to him about. Sirkin raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, saying that he did not even know where to begin. The man smiled and raised his index finger, repeating the boy's words about how few had ever escaped alive. Sirkin said that there was one who had escaped perfectly, picturing the boy dodging a bright blue explosion. The butler narrowed his eyes, saying that his name was Merlin Paleco. Vincent's eyes widened in surprise and his eyebrows arched, thinking of his master. Sirkin said that he was a young genius. Despite their age difference, the Flesh King's territory was mercilessly destroyed. He remembered the youth swinging a sword next to a bright human face in the man's territory. A bright flash flashed near the butler's face, blood gushed out, his eyes widened. The man said that it was one of the most humiliating defeats. In the darkness, a brightly caustic energy was burning. Sirkin said that after that incident, he began to explore various ways to use mana in order to then resist his mana, and in the end, it left a scar on his face. Merlin's face was illuminated by the light from the window. His scar was visible from under his hair. He was tightly clutching the blanket in his fist. Sirkin stood in front of the protagonist and, putting his hands behind his back, said that 15 years ago, when he became a deacon in the Vatican, he lost all contact with him. Vincent raised his eyebrows, mistaking the words about his teacher and the fact that it was 15 years ago. Julian widened his eyes and pointed a finger at the man, asking how old the deacon was. Sirkin smiled, his face shining brightly, asking if it wasn't strange that, theoretically, he should be about the same age as the boy's father. The previous shape of his face disappeared. The man's face showed a large scar running through his eye. He asked, smiling, didn't he look very young? Suddenly, Sirkin's face began to glow brightly as he said that, theoretically, he should be about the same age as Khan. Smiling, he asked the protagonist if his face looked too young. Julian was shocked to recognize the move in reverse. Looking at the butler, he remembered the secret skill of King Sal, allowing him to change his own face in order to confuse the enemy. Vincent was also shocked to recognize this move. The butler was slightly surprised when the boys learned the move and asked them if they also knew why he showed it to them. Vincent, slightly nervous, said that he did not even fully understand what the purpose of this conversation was. Sirkin closed his eyes and began to list the reasons. A moment later, he smiled and said that the first reason was to save his master and him, and secondly, they wanted the young prince to live up to Raven's expectations. The protagonist and Julian were surprised by the butler's reasons. Vincent frowned and said that now he did not understand even more. Sirkin closed his eyes and began to remember the past. Raven's spear flew through the air. A second later, it struck the ground hard. Then Sirkin, standing behind, told Raven that they could not simply ignore the strict restrictions from the Red Fortress. Raven and the butler stood motionless, deciding to end it there. Raven became despondent, saying that this was already the second defeat in a row. After all, it was Vincent who saved everyone from the explosion at that moment. Even when people were hysterical, he saved them. With a smile on his face, Vincent then came up with a plan to deal with the Chimera and defeat the wizard. And so it was every time, Raven just stood aside watching Vincent bravely fight and save everyone. Sirkin saw his master's trembling hand and called out to him. But Raven was not angry, but happy, smiling, asking if it was not great that there was someone stronger than him. He raised his hands high, shouting that from now on he would try to become stronger to be like Vincent. Sirkin was greatly surprised by his master's behavior at that moment. He frowned slightly, accepting his master's aspiration. However, a moment later, the butler was startled by Raven's sneeze. The events return us to the present, where Sirkin frowned and told the protagonist that he must become even stronger to be like a model and lead Master Raven. The protagonist was slightly scared when Sirkin said that if he became weaker, he would be forced to get rid of him. While Julian was angry at the butler's words, Vincent smiled, saying that it was a very scary warning. The protagonist raised his hand, asking Sirkin why he used the method, in reverse, for this conversation. Sirkin slightly lifted his sleeve, saying that the primary reason for developing the technique was to create a body that could withstand Merlin Paleco's powers. Suddenly, the monolines were being corrected on the butler's hand, after which he said that this technology allows not only to change the face, but also to change the position of the magical power circuit and rearrange the position of bones and muscles. Looking at the protagonist's aura, Sirkin told him that his body did not disintegrate only because of the power coming to him from the outside. Putting his hand behind his back, Sirkin said that if the prince now loses consciousness and dies now, he will also have problems, after which he asked the protagonist what will happen if he teaches him how to use this method. The protagonist was very happy with Sirkin's question. Sirkin smiled, asking the protagonist if the offer was suitable for him and if he wanted to learn how to transform as well. Julian and the protagonist were very happy to hear his offer, because if Vincent learned to use this technique, he would be able to stabilize his exoskeleton even more, and it would not hurt him to learn to protect himself not only with the help of spiritual power. Sirkin continued to smile, saying that in this case, Vincent should promise him something. The protagonist stopped smiling and thought. Raising his hands, Vincent said that he could not say that he would become an example for Raven. A moment later, he clenched his fist, and he smiled, saying that although he could not say this, he would definitely surpass Samian and he could promise only this. Sirkin was happy about this, saying that this would be enough and now they would begin training. Some time later, Sirkin began to pour his mana into the protagonist. Vincent closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensations. A second later, he suddenly opened his eyes. The events take us 3 days forward. Vargan closed his diary. Sitting in front of the cadets, he told them that they would get straight to the point, leaving aside the formalities. He frowned, telling them that the exam in question would be held as a promotion exam. The cadets smiled upon hearing his words. Raven grinned when Vargan said that it happened after Lady Versa of Adanka accepted the request of Dulin, a second-class priest of the Jaya Temple. The protagonist smiled in anticipation when Vargan expressed his hope that they would not become a threat to the two powers of the Jaya and Adanka temples. The dean paused in thought, beginning to talk about the results of the test. But a moment later, he suddenly became nervous, realizing that the commandant of the fortress was originally supposed to give grades for passing the test, but now he was doing it. The dean sighed, telling the cadets that they would talk to them about it later, but first, they would leave for their mission. All the cadets saluted upon hearing the dean's words. The events take us a little forward, when the group was already leaving for the mission in the carts. Looking at the map, Julian said that even if they go through the teleportation gate, it will take several days to get there, hearing him exclaimed indignantly. Looking at the map, he said that in his time, it would take about a year on Earth. The events take us to the 4th day of departure, to the 5th teleportation gateway. Wilson angrily shouted, asking what the hell that was. He shouted at the girl, saying that it was a scam and the price was too high. The same one threw up her hands, saying that the price was always like that and if he could not pay, then he did not have to ride. Sari tried to calm down the shouting Wilson, telling the girl in the hat that she was talking to a representative of the soldier of the Red Fortress. She puzzledly tilted her head, asking what the Red Fortress was. Suddenly Wilson abruptly stopped shouting, and Sari incredulously asked if she knew about the Red Fortress. Wilson smiled, saying that the carriage also included the Prince of Adanka and Bardican. But the girl angered Wilson again, saying that there were such people in the carriage that they would easily pay. The protagonist opened the window, ordering Wilson to stop shouting and arguing. Frowning, Vincent said that his arguments would only ruin their reputation, and if he felt that he could not control his anger, then he should return to the fortress. While the servants were nervous, the protagonist became despondent, realizing that the further they were from the center of Adanka, the worse the treatment was. Julian appeared next to him, saying that this was expected, because the further he was, the less influence they had. On the 6th day of the trip, the group was already riding along the edge of the sea. Inside the carriage, they were all chatting happily. Selbira pointed to the window, asking Vincent to look there. It turned out that the Maltian barricades were already in front of them. These barricades were built during the naval war 200 years ago. When Selbira said that thanks to the barricades, Maltium was able to withstand the pirates, the protagonist was very shocked. Asking for details, she told him that until recently, pirates attacked the walls and plundered everything. Vincent frowned, feeling strange. Julian smiled and rushed to the barricades when Vincent asked him to inspect them after thinking. The bright sun was shining above the public city of Maltium. The city was protected by a wall built 200 years ago. But despite the presence of the wall, pirates attacked the city walls. Security in the city is still extremely unstable due to frequent pirate attacks. In addition, recently the city was struck by a severe famine, because of which the life of the locals becomes even more difficult. Sirkin walked through the motley crowd. Raven looked ahead. He said that he heard that a hunger strike had begun here, but the butler nervously noted that everything was much more serious than it seemed. The girl stopped and asked where they should go. The guy was annoyed that they hadn't even sent a guide. He asked if they were being mocked. Selbira turned around and said that it was because Adanka didn't have much authority in the south. The hero thought about it. He felt that something was wrong here. He turned around. Halem was the only family of Adanka's wife, and the fact that this city was right next to Halem meant that Adanka, on the contrary, should have a stronger influence here. The team of heroes moved forward. They needed to dig up more information. Vincent suggested finding a priest in the temple first. They approached the Maltese temple. Rawson thought about it and said that he had heard something like that. He turned away from the hero. He handed him a map and suggested that he examine the building itself. Rawson said that it was not necessary. They could manage without it. Vincent looked at the priest in surprise. The boy turned around with a smile and told the heroes not to waste time and to leave. It would be much more convenient for everyone. He smiled slyly and said that he did not need any protection because everything was peaceful and calm here. Raven screamed and said that they spent several days to get here, and he said that they did not need to waste time. The doors of the temple began to close. Rawson was already asking what his plans were next. He was told that they would need to go to the sunny camp for wanderers tomorrow. The doors slammed shut. Everyone looked at the wall. Raven concluded that they were ignored. Selbira noted with annoyance that this happens too. Vincent was silent. He asked if Julian had arrived. The spirit answered that he needed a little more. His trembling hand appeared on the edge of the roof. He climbed forward and lay down to rest. He said that he did not know that the further he was from the hero, the weaker his abilities. Vincent looked away and asked what was behind the wall. Julian smiled and said that it was as expected. The wall was clean and smooth, there was not a single scratch on it, there was not even a shield magic on it, the pirate attack was a lie. Vincent looked at the wall, realizing that something was definitely wrong here. He assumed that the relationship of people. An explosion was heard above the wall. Everyone was alarmed. People began to scream in horror and announce an attack by pirates. Everyone began to run away, explosions thundered. Vincent gritted his teeth. He asked the spirit, "Is this really an attack by pirates?" Julian looked around and said that it was all a lie. He looked at the clear sea and said that there was not a single pirate ship on the entire horizon. The doors of the temple opened. Ravan smiled, turned to all the heroes and suggested that they hide in the temple. People ran to the temple in fear. Vincent looked at all the inhabitants, thought that the priest was too calm in such a situation. He remembered his sly smile. He said then that he did not need any protection, because it was peaceful and calm here. The hero did not see the logic in this. Ravan smiled. Vincent decided that the priest knew that the attack was a setup. He remembered what the priest said behind closed doors. Vincent smiled and said out loud, "Sunny camp for vagabonds." Merlin stood at the edge of the wall. He was deep in thought and frowned ahead. He looked to the side. He was asked what he was thinking about so much. Vargan stood in front of him. He said that the gentleman recovered rather quickly. Merlin looked ahead and said that he was thinking about different things. He lowered his gaze and said that he wanted to fulfill his destiny in the tomb of the Holy King. It seemed to him that this was his destiny, but Prince Vincent changed her. He smiled and said that he had not thought about his future life after that, and now he was trying to figure out what to do next. Vargan stood next to him and said that he, too, had a hard time worrying about his family. He remembered the conversation with the hero, said that although he was ashamed to admit it, an ordinary child supported him then, who did not even cry and was able to look his true feelings in the face. Merlin was surprised and asked if he was a child. Vargan smiled, interrupting the guy, and said that it was Prince Vincent. He looked at the guy and said that the hero had changed the course of his fate. Merlin thought about it. Vargan asked if the hero would tell him what to do next. Merlin introduced the young guy. The next day, the heroes came to the sunny camp for wanderers. The guards blocked the way with spears. They said that this was the property of the Vile family and entry without permission was prohibited. Vincent smiled and said that he was a soldier of the fortress and asked to let him through. The guard grimaced and said that it was impossible. They could not let a warrior from another family in without proper grounds. Vincent pointed his hand to the side and said that the grounds were already underway. Ravan angrily approached the heroes, accompanied by two servants. He pointed his finger at the hero and angrily said that he did not need protection. Vincent spread his hands and said that they were simply following orders. Ravan got angry and asked him to stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Vincent thought with annoyance about how stubborn the priest was. He tried to keep quiet once again so that this would not affect Dylan in any way, but he took out a tablet and said that it belonged to a priest of the second rank. He offered to look at it to Ravan, who was of the third class. His hand was hit, the tablet fell out. Ravan knocked it out and asked, was the hero really deaf? He ordered him to get out of here. Vincent thought angrily about how harshly Ravan had reacted, that even the church hierarchy had not stopped him. Now he was sure that something was wrong here. Ravan turned around nervously. Raven was looking at the boxes inside the room and exclaiming. The guards were confused. They did not understand how the guy got in there because they were guarding the entrance. Raven reached forward and asked what it was. They grabbed his hand. The fat man threateningly told him not to touch the box. The fat man looked at the guy, but a bunch of threads appeared in the air. Sirkin appeared behind him and ordered him to let go of his hand immediately. Sirkin tied up the fat man. He let go of his hand. Vincent entered, looked and asked not to touch the fat man because they could get into trouble. The fat man nervously rubbed the sore spot. Vincent said that they were just accompanying the priests and followed them here only to check if there was any danger here. Raven was hugged. Vincent said if they didn't like something here. He smiled and made a suggestion. He suggested that his comrade should report right now that he had been raped in one of the establishments belonging to the Viola family. The fat man tensed up. Ravan gritted his teeth and began to curse the heroes. He was surprised. He was told that everything was fine. The fat man became polite and said that they could stay here as long as they wanted. With such warriors nearby, there should be no priest, there should be nothing to worry about. He smiled and said that his name was Edmund and he was in charge of this place. He turned away abruptly and offered the hero to go through. He said that they could look around. Vincent smiled and thanked him for his assistance. The man looked slyly at the guy and said that everything here was peaceful and calm. Vincent was pierced by shock. Raven caught up with those walking and asked what kind of boxes surrounded them. Ravan looked at them and said that they were all magic stones. Raven turned around and looked at the priest curiously and asked again. The man spread his hands and said that they later make magic crystals out of them, and in exchange for shelter, the local vagabonds helped them reforge the magic stones. Rawson smiled, raised his finger and said that their priests are here to heal the wounded. It is hard work, so it is not uncommon for various kinds of injuries to occur, both large and small. Selbira was surprised and asked how they could trust this to some vagabonds when only wizards can do such things. Tostiak turned around and said that this is the whole mystery of the Viola family's magic. He himself does not really understand it. Sison looked at Dulin and asked if this is the secret of the Viola family's wealth. The guy replied that as far as he knew, magic stones of this kind were sold for next to nothing in many places. Kurga hit the glowing ore. They entered the hall where the tramps were mining the stone. Exhausted and tired people were mining and hauling the stone. The fat man said that their task was only to help them get back on their feet someday, with all the good treatment they could provide them. Some people were wearing masks to avoid breathing in the dust. Vincent looked at the workers with suspicion. Edmund hurried them. They went outside. It was already sunset. They found themselves on a roof with an excellent view of the city and the wall. Vincent pointed his finger and asked what kind of buildings were these. Several buildings towered over the forest. The hero assumed that it was a warehouse. Edmund said that all the magic stones were usually stored there. Vincent smiled and thought that no idiot would put a warehouse so far away. He realized that the man was lying to him. Rawson appeared in the passage and called the director. He smiled sheepishly and said that there had been no wounded today, and so it was time for him to go, and the man would also do well to lie down. Night had fallen. Everyone went to bed. Raven sprawled out, preventing everyone from sleeping. Vincent looked at the night sky. He smiled. 3 lights were approaching the buildings of the fake warehouse. Tired people were moving forward along the path. Someone ordered to take care of 10 people so that no one would escape. The people were wearing shackles. The stranger was surprised how people in such a state were able to jump over the mountains. The people's legs were in heavy shackles. Helk held a torch and hurried the people because it would soon begin to get light. The man was worried and asked to be released. He shouted that he was not a vagabond. He accused the priests of bringing him here. He said that a very small daughter was waiting for him at home. Helk hit the man in the stomach, asking if he really had a house. The man was moaning in pain. The other prisoners were watching the beating with fear. Helk stood in front of the man threateningly and ordered him to tell them where the house was. He looked at him angrily and said that they would bring his daughter here. The man was crying. Helk asked if he really didn't want to see her. Everyone was shaking with fear and cold. Helk ordered everyone to stop talking nonsense. The red-haired guy looked down with an empty look. Helk said that even if they escaped, the city was still full of beggars, and then it might turn out that one of their family members had disappeared. The guy mumbled that he wanted to go home. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind the bushes and grabbed the guy, and dragged him into the bushes. The guy's shoe fell on the path. Helk looked ahead with a tired look and said that they had arrived. Everyone was standing in front of a large house. The guy said that the real work of the prisoners would begin here. He grabbed the man by the head and ordered him to come in unless he wanted to get beat up again. Helk turned around and asked how many there were supposed to be. His partner said 10. Helk started counting the slaves. The 9th and last one was an old man. Helk started looking around, looking for the 10th one. He was looking at the empty path. He looked angrily at his partner and asked where the last one had gone. The partner said he didn't know. Helk screamed. He ordered a quick search for the missing slave. Someone started apologizing. Helk and his partner looked at the path in surprise. Someone was coming towards them from the depths of the forest and said that he had fallen while walking. That's why he got lost. He was smiling. The hero took the form of a guy and said that he had almost caught up. Selbira hit the floor and said that it was all a lie. 2 hours before the start of Vincent's plan, everyone was sitting on the floor. Selbira said that somehow she still didn't understand how it was possible to process magic stones with a pickaxe because it simply couldn't be. She looked ahead excitedly and said that there was probably some secret hidden in this camp for vagrants. Everyone started looking at each other. Jillian said that the premises looked clean and there shouldn't be any problems. Vincent said that they just hadn't seen everything. He imagined the so-called warehouse, which was located on the mountainside. He remembered the creepy Edmund. He thought that for a simple director, the man's gaze was very sharp, as was the tone with which he spoke to him. His eyes reminded him of a man on whose conscience many people died. He imagined Carbel, who once attacked them. Besides, the hero didn't think that his mother sent him here for no reason. While Selbira argued with everyone, Vincent was thinking. He stood up and said that he must reveal the secrets of this place. Tonight he would try to sneak into the camp alone. Everyone looked at the hero. Raven asked, wouldn't they be suspicious if the hero disappeared like that? Vincent smiled, looked at Sirkun. He said that there was a solution to that. He looked at the hero in surprise, who asked if he could turn into a person smaller than himself. Vincent was silent. Rawson read the confession. He said that by this grace they became brothers. He looked at the heroes who were listening to him with a smile and thought that they could sit there as long as they wanted because they had attacked the wrong person. Raven quietly leaned towards Sirkun in the guise of Vincent and asked if everything was okay. He said yes. Selbira pointed her finger at the butler and said that Vincent spoke little, just like an old man. Did he understand that? For example, you have nothing to worry about, or yes, everything is fine. Sirkin closed his eyes tiredly, mentally addressing the hero. He exhaled, realizing that he would get into trouble again because of the hero. There were bars on the windows. Helk hit the hero and pushed him into the cage. The guy fell onto the stone floor. Helk stood in the passage and said that he was tired of him because he thought he had lost one, and then bam, and he appeared. He asked if the slave was really going to get on his nerves. The cage door slammed shut. Helk told him to sit still and just try to wiggle. Julian appeared next to the hero and said that he never thought he would end up in prison. Vincent mentally answered him that he would get used to it over time and everything was not so critical. A magic circle appeared in front of the hero. A cute spirit crawled out of it. A hologram of a girl appeared above him. She asked if the prince was okay. The guy smiled and said that at first he was able to get in unnoticed and now, having collected information, Someone screamed. One of the prisoners began to break down the door of the cage and scream that he was not a vagabond. He demanded to be released. The man was crying, giving his address, saying that his daughter was there. The hero frowned. The man asked to at least give the girl some food. Helk entered the cage and ordered the guy to get up. He was holding a black pill in his hands and said that it was time for lunch. The hero looked at the pill and began to think about what it was. Helk came up to the hero, grabbed him by the cheeks and began to demand that he eat the pill. Jillian appeared behind the hero. They were already shoving a ball into his mouth. The spirit was screaming for Vincent to do something to free himself because no one knew what it was. Vincent replied that they did not know what components were in it and the easiest way to understand this. He swallowed, closing his eyes. Helk left the cage, ordered the others to feed the slaves. Jillian asked if the hero had really gone crazy. He looked at the hero in fear. Vincent smiled. The ball froze inside his body, preventing the medicine from spreading into the blood. A ball began to glow in his hand. He said that if you try to split this drug, with the help of brain energy, you can find out what it is. A bright light hit from the window of the dungeon. The guy looked at the ball in shock. He was holding a blue ball in his hands. It was highly purified mana. Jillian was surprised. He said that if you feed ordinary people with this, then mana gradually accumulates in the heart, and if its content exceeds the limit, it will simply explode. This is a very dangerous substance even for modern soldiers. Vincent frowned. He did not understand what the unknown people were doing, who kidnap people and feed them mana. He looked at the glowing ball in his hands. Jillian said that for those who are already able to store mana in the heart, this substance works in reverse as only a strengthening agent. Vincent clenched his fist. A few days later, a group of slaves were led to the tower along the path. Vincent looked ahead. He had never been in this building. Helk smiled and said that they had arrived. Red mana began to come out of the door. He pointed at it and said that each of the people in turn must go through this door. Everyone began to go inside in fear. They passed silently under a simple doorframe. Helk frowned irritably, asking, does he really not work with anyone? The frightened man walked forward. He crossed the threshold and found himself in a dark place without a bottom. He was surrounded by the gazes of insane creatures. Light poured out of their eyes and mouths. They screamed. The man screamed. Rays of light struck from his eyes. Helk laughed joyfully. At least one must come out. The man screamed, becoming like a possessed person. In a strange voice he demanded that food be brought to his daughter. He gave the address. He said that daddy would return soon. The hero looked at what was happening in fear. Vincent realized that it was definitely him. He remembered the face and fragments of the demon's soul. Vincent made a face in horror. He realized that he was watching the ritual of concluding a contract with the devil. Julian appeared next to him, who said that he was one of the 5 strongest warriors of the Viola family. Suddenly, Harlequin, spreading his arms, asked if the protagonist understood how much stronger he was now. Ravan tensed up greatly. He did not want to admit that he was weaker. In his head, he said that Harlequin was not like the others at all. Remembering Railsa and the butler Sirkin, Ravan said to himself that if you take them together, Harlequin was much weaker. Immediately after that, the confident Ravan smiled maliciously, held out his sword in front of him, pointing at the jester, and loudly said that he had seen strong warriors, but he was still far from it. Hearing this, Harlequin thought without moving from his place. Suddenly he grabbed the daggers and screamed furiously, asking if Ravan would talk nonsense with a hole in his body. Immediately after these words, he fired many knives at the protagonist. They all hit the target, creating a strong magical explosion. The protagonist's hair was visible in the column of dust. Suddenly the jester began to laugh. It was the laughter of a madman. The next second, his laughter became louder and he shouted that Ravan probably did not expect this, adding that he should remember that he could not be defeated. And up close you are even more terrible. The voice of the protagonist was suddenly heard, who had been standing behind the jester all this time, leaning against the wall. Fear and horror appeared in the jester's eyes. Wait, he suddenly said in his head. He did not understand what had happened. He was wondering who he had just fired the knives at. He spread his arms and looked down. The protagonist was also standing below. His eyes were burning and there were glowing threads in his teeth. "I told you so," Davin suddenly said. All the knives that were thrown at the protagonist were stopped by the many threads around Davin's body. He continued to say that the jester was still far from the 7-star warriors. Harlequin was very scared. Sweat came out on his face. He did not understand how it was possible that there were 2 protagonists on the field now. Immediately after that, Davin with the threads made a quick attack. When blood spurted, Harlequin did not understand anything at first, but his head was separated from his body. He fell to the floor dead. "Was this all your plan?" was heard from below, where the protagonist immediately glanced. It was the butler Sirkan. He took his true form and walked towards Davin, continuing the time when he appeared, and also the appearance of this clown, after which he added that everything just came together somehow suspiciously well. At this, the protagonist smiled warmly and said that he just expected something to happen since Sirkan showed his skills in the camp. In addition, he added, suddenly Raven landed on the battlefield. Standing up, he raised his spear and shouted furiously, asking where the enemies were. Davin continued to say that he believed in Raven, who would not tolerate injustice. Looking at the enraged guy, Davin replied that there was no one here, so they seemed to be a level lower. Hearing this, Raven loudly shouted that they needed to move faster. From what he heard, Sirkan put his hand to his forehead, sighed heavily and said that he seemed to be flying again. Jumping down to the guys, the main character said that it was time to go. His eyes burned with a bright scarlet fire. Looking at the team, he said that it was time to find out what they were hiding in the shadow of Malthius. Time passed. Another bad man was defeated by a strong blow. Several adult men were lying on the floor. Davin, standing next to his grandfather, asked how he was, if everything was okay. After that, he turned to the old man and said that it seemed like they were smelting real magic stones here, and then asked him to tell them everything. The old man told him in a trembling and frightened voice that they were captured by the priest Ravan and forced to refine magic stones. Right after that, he told him that anyone who had even the slightest predisposition to mana was forced to go through the door and make contracts with evil demons. And then he told him that most of those who made the contract were greatly weakened and eventually died after being used by the demons, but there were also lucky ones like them who were forced to smelt stones. It's hard to even imagine how many people have died in all this time, the old man continued to say bitterly. Listen to this, there was only anger and hatred on Davin's face. He was shocked. Trying to hold back his anger, he clenched his fist. In his head, the protagonist said that the temple and family, which were supposed to protect the weak, were actually doing something like this. Veins stood out on his face from anger. How was the work itself? Sirkan suddenly asked, looking at all the rescued. One of the men turned around and, pointing to some kind of magic ball, said that they used it. In this magic ball there was a magic crystal. The man explained that this was a special device for cleaning stones, working on a set of black magic, adding that with the help of the device you can create a magic stone so that mana can be stored in it. Approaching the sphere, Davin silently looked at it. Without thinking twice, he took hold of the sphere, after which, squeezing the device with force, black magical energy began to flow out of it. Seeing this, Julian screamed in horror, asking what Davin was doing. The protagonist's eyes burned with scarlet fire. Gritting his teeth in pain, he endured, and the veins on his face began to appear purple. He said to himself that he, like the rescued, swallowed the medicine and passed through the door, which means he can do the same. The sphere burst and only a dark magic crystal remained. Suddenly, a few minutes later, Davin had the purest magic crystal in his hands. After that, he looked at Julian and with a sly smile on his face asked if the crystal could store information about this place. Hearing this, Julian understood everything and, clenching his hand into a fist, happily answered that everything was correct, after which he added that this would be strong evidence. Immediately after this, Davin raised the crystal up, which is why it immediately lit up. At this time on Earth, the building was destroyed. There were many broken soldiers on the ground. They were treated by priests. One of the priests with green hair asked how some child could easily deal with the warriors, when suddenly the face of this priest was eclipsed by a shadow. It was Davin and his team. Hatred and contempt were visible in the eyes of the protagonist. At that moment the priest pointed his finger at the boys and shouted, "How dare they?" The next second he received a strong blow to the face. The blow was from Davin, who, looking at the priest, said that he was too shameless for someone who fills his pockets at the expense of innocent lives. After that, he raised his head and looked at the priest with a thirst for murder in his eyes and added that now this establishment is closed and everyone is going to the court tower, to Jeremil for sentencing. When suddenly an unknown fat man, from whose mouth purple smoke came out, said that everything is not so simple. The sky changed its color, and the boys held their noses because there was a sharp smell of rot. Edmund was walking towards them, arms outstretched, and a crazy smile on his face. He said that his plan was just beginning. Edmund, glancing at the man, said tensely the main character, when suddenly someone's hands came out of Edmund's mouth. Seeing this, horror appeared in Davin's eyes. The next second, the fat man's body was torn into two parts by a guy with long white hair. "Let me introduce myself again," he suddenly said. The protagonist, with burning eyes and drops of cold sweat on his face, looked at his opponent. There was a malicious smile on this guy's face, and his eyes were burning with scarlet fire. Stretching out his hand, he said that his name was Edmund, and he was a first-rank nightmare creator. The aura that enveloped him was terrifying. Immediately after these words, he spread his arms and his aura filled everything around. "Nightmares?" the protagonist asked tensely, looking at his opponent. After that, he immediately turned to Julian and asked if he knew anything about this, to which the guy thoughtfully said that he heard this for the first time, adding that it was some kind of secret clan. Davin was very tense. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. In his head, he slowly and thoughtfully said that in case Edmund found out about everything that happened here, he would want to kill everyone here. He continued against a small pause. Immediately, the priests and warriors screamed for help, seeing Edmund. Edmund immediately stretched out his hand, in which a small magic ball of dark magic appeared, towards the guys begging for help. At that very second, a powerful and terrifying magical energy fell on the priest and the warrior. From it, a huge dark snake was created, which quickly flew towards the guys. Priest Rawson was horrified in the last second of his life. The next moment, a huge snake swallowed the priest and the warrior, and Edmund, with a mad smile on his face, only laughed. Seeing this, Davin immediately pulled out his sword, pointing it at his opponent, and shouted, asking what he was trying to achieve. "I don't even know," Edmund said slowly and quietly. The thirst for blood was in his eyes. Suddenly he snapped his fingers and his eyes lit up. He looked intently at Davin. He said that they were a special organization that dreamed of a better world. At that very second, skeleton hands appeared from the ground. The protagonist was incredibly scared. He screamed in his head, could these really be undead? He looked ahead and saw many dead people who were climbing out of the ground and walking towards him, when suddenly Edmund screamed madly, asking if Davin would become his puppet. At that very second, all the undead rushed to attack. The protagonist did not lose his head and with a powerful blow cut the first skeletons in front of him. Sirkon also began to repel the attack of the skeletons. There were too many of them. Raven began to talk, standing behind, when suddenly he said that they could not do without the help of his little sister. At that very second, a girl appeared high in the sky, holding a whip in her hand. She fell on the skeletons like a whirlwind, destroying the undead. A huge splash of mana appeared in front of the guys. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the dust in front of the main character, who covered his face and said that Vargan kept asking her to check how things were going here, so she came. It was Helga. She had a kind and warm smile on her face. She looked straight at Edwin, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Edwin chuckled, saying that this could not be. Immediately after these words, a huge snake appeared behind him. Suddenly, people were heard screaming, shouting that they needed to run. Helga immediately paid attention to this. She saw how people quickly ran away from this place because the building began to fall. A huge hand rested on the ground. Everyone who was now on the ground watched this and were in complete shock. "Have you forgotten?" Edwin suddenly asked. Everyone saw the severed head of the resurrected jester, whose eyes were burning. "I have another one in stock," Edmund said slowly. The huge jester continued to rise, holding a severed head in his hand. The corpse of a 7-star warrior, Edmund finished. Seeing the jester, Sirkon was very scared. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his cheek. Helga took everything into her own hands and shouted that there was nothing to be afraid of here because all the undead would die. After that, she rushed at Edmund, shouting if she could get rid of the necromancer. A moment later, Edmund was tied with Helga's whip. But the necromancer was not scared. On the contrary, a mad smile appeared on his face and his eyes lit up with a bright scarlet fire. Seeing these emotions, Julian asked in shock if Edmund was smiling. Suddenly, pointing his finger at Edmund, Julian shouted to Davin that he was a lick. Helga, with burning eyes, furiously shouted that she would tear the enemy to pieces. But suddenly the main character left her, loudly announcing that the enemy was a lick. Hearing this, Helga was shocked and cold sweat appeared on her face. Then the main character explained in his head that the lick is an undead that cannot die until its core is destroyed. So there is no point in even trying to attack Edmund, because it will not help in any way, but the enemy's sphere of influence will only expand. At that second, while the guys were in a stupor, the resurrected jester swung his huge hand behind them. A second later, he made a strong blow, causing a strong magical explosion. Sirkon immediately grabbed Raven, covering the master. Helga and Davin were thrown back by a strong blast wave. The explosion was caused by the huge severed head of the jester. After the explosion, a lot of dust remained. As soon as it settled, everyone saw each other. The whole team was safe. Looking up, they saw Edmund, wrapped in a snake, standing on top of the dead jester. Stroking the snake, he said with a crazy smile that the whole team would become part of his precious army of nightmares. Immediately after these words, his snake rushed to attack. Luckily, the team managed to react to this and dodge. Serkan, gritting his teeth in anger, he reported that Kik, a warrior who was brought back to life by a powerful necromancer, after which he said that he was told that he could become many times stronger than his former self. Helga, dodging the attacks of the resurrected snake, screamed that the undead with the body of a 7-star warrior, it's all a deception. When suddenly Serkan stopped and fell silent. The commander suddenly said he. Hearing this, everyone instantly stopped, looking at the butler. Looking at Ravan, he sadly said that wherever he was, his duty as a Voltican was to protect his master's children. Suddenly, he looked up at Helga and added that if he had the opportunity to ensure Prince Raven's safety, he would put it above all else. Helga, listening to all this, was shocked. In her head, she was asking with displeasure if the butler was really saying that the team, except for herself, needed to flee. Without saying anything, she turned to her opponent and told Serkan to take care of the protagonist as well, after which she ordered Davin to go with Serkan. No, the protagonist suddenly said firmly. There was a mad smile on his face and passion and bloodlust in his eyes. We will deal with Edmund, he said. Hearing this, Helga was surprised. Suddenly, pointing her finger at the guy, she said that he was now the second Vargan. Confused, Davin asked what that meant. Remembering Vargan, Helga said with displeasure that Vragan also smiled ominously when he had a plan, after which she added that it was very strange from the outside. After that, she suddenly asked if Davin really had a plan to win. The protagonist did not answer this, he only looked at Edmund and smiled. At that moment, their opponent shouted that they were taking too long to say goodbye, after which, putting his hand in their direction, he sent a snake. It was supposed to hit the protagonist, but he dodged it in time, jumping back. Without wasting a second, Davin jumped on the snake and ran towards the enemy, and in a moment he was above Edmund, swinging his sword at him. The smile disappeared from the Lick's face, and he became more tense. Try to remember, the protagonist shouted, striking his opponent. My name is Vincent Adanka, he shouted furiously, adding that he was the 7th prince of the Adanka family. He holds a sword in his hands, telling the man to take it as an honor, it will be consecrated with the power of the Holy King. Swinging it, he uses the ascension of divine power. The jester is dumbfounded, asking where he got such power. Suddenly, a blow passes through him. A spark can be seen from afar. The undead fall to the ground. The prince happily notes that their energy has disappeared. Serkan smiles awkwardly, saying that he is now even beginning to fear the prince. The commander smiles, claiming that she was right. Edmund fearfully asks what just happened and if the young man really managed to defeat the undead. Walking forward with a confident gait, Vincent claims that his vanity has also come to an end. Smiling, he advises him to surrender voluntarily. The man frowns, mentally cursing. He is shown looking at the happy people. The thought sounds that he spent 20 whole years coming up with a plan to get rid of the people of Adanka. Edmund grits his teeth, realizing that his entire plan was destroyed to pieces because of someone he himself despised for a long time. He furiously declares that this is unforgivable. Magic bursts out of him. The rock begins to crumble. The water splashes from such power. The city begins to sink. The young people are worriedly aware that all of Maltese is shaking. Edmund bends down, claiming that this city belongs to him. Clenching his hands into fists, he says that he will destroy everything around him, including the people. Some symbols are visible, and he is called a fool. The man looks at him in amazement. Everyone turns their attention to the man, who notices that as soon as his plans failed, he began to do something unimaginable. The boy leans his head on his hand, deciding that the title of strategist was unnecessary for Edmund. The man trembles, asking why he is here. The girl asks in surprise who he is. Serkan looks tense as he begins to speak. Julian points his finger, indicating what is in the unknown man's hand. The boy's eyes flash as he sounds the thought that this is the Lick's core. Edmund stops him worriedly, claiming that nothing is over yet, everything is still ahead, so he asks to give him a chance. The boy indifferently tells him to shut up. He immediately squeezes the core in his hand, breaking it. The man is frightened to see that his body is beginning to disintegrate. He desperately screams words of denial. Edmund evaporates, having previously stated that he does not want to die. The girl is amazed, realizing that his body has exploded into small fragments. Grinning, the commander asks what Vargan II thinks is happening now. Vincent turns his attention to the boy, believing that Edmund was just a pawn who was simply used and got rid of at the last moment. Serkan seriously asks why the boy is here. He just spreads his hands, saying that he is glad to see him. Ravan, surprised, asks if they know each other, to which he receives a positive answer. The man tensely states that it is Damer. The boy's face looks intimidating when it turns out that he is the next head of the Halem family, and he greets his nephew. The man steps forward. Sirkin grabs onto some strings. Smiling, Vincent notes that Damer brought too many troops to meet his nephew and uncle. Julian, worried, claims that these people are Halem soldiers. The young man listens silently when the question is raised about how they managed to get here, although this is the territory of the Viola family. He remembers a moment from the past when the thought is heard that they did not have any conflicts. There is no record of Maltius ever paying tribute. The girl stands with her back, saying that she is now too old to chase after something like that, and her responsibilities have increased. At some point she found an easy way to quickly achieve what she wanted. She looks down sadly. It turns out that the girl supports Vincent for his correctness. The young man frowns, realizing that Hylem is behind all of this. Damer laughs, noticing that he finally figured it out. Vincent seriously thinks about the fact that his mother wanted this, for all the darkness of their family to appear before the world. Lowering his head, the boy thinks that his nephew should retreat since he understood everything. The young man only looks back questioningly. He remembers a father who had a 2-year-old daughter and he was brought here and simply sacrificed. Vincent furiously screams about whether his uncle wants to tell him that after everything he saw, he should just give up. Damer looks at him indifferently. Jumping down, he tells him that he does not want to discuss what is right and what is wrong with him. With a gleam in his eyes, the boy tells his nephew to forget about what happened today so that no one gets hurt. The knights are already preparing to attack. Damer looks questioningly when Vincent claims that as a cadet, he did absolutely everything he was supposed to. He frowns, asking what his nephew is planning. Grinning, the boy notes that he is his son. The people look around worriedly. The woman takes a step forward when asked a question. Her eyes flash furiously, and Vincent calls her mother. Vincent smiled. The bright light from the sword illuminated his face, asking him to take this as an honor because the monster will be consecrated by the power of the Holy King. The guy pressed his hand to his chest, saying that his sister would make a big mistake if she tried to stop him now. Among the rubble of stone buildings, bodies of dead people were visible. Damer asked if she didn't know that these magical stones were not created so quickly, and that this would become the new power of the Halems. Versa widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that the Halem family were also warriors, asking if he was really trying to justify the power gained by killing civilians. Damer raised his head arrogantly and smiled, saying that Edmund was the only one to blame for this, and since he was now dead, there was nothing more to worry about. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, saying that she understood that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking if he had forgotten about his sister's peculiarity. Versa opened her shining eyes wide and opened her mouth, screaming about how dare he stand and brazenly lie in front of her. Vincent opened his eyes in surprise and cried out. Looking at this, Julian froze in shock. The girl's eyes opened wide, the irises took on a bright red color. Damer remembered their childhood, himself standing in front of his older sister, who displeasedly folded her hands in front of herself, thinking about seeing that look again. He remembered Versa, raising her eyebrows and looking at him with brightly shining eyes. The guy thought about how that look seemed to despise everything in him. The girl bared her teeth, looking at him. Damer thought that these eyes were full of intent to kill. She was always one step ahead of him. The guy frowned and raised his hand to strike, shouting that he was tired of this look. The girl stood motionless in front of him. Damer's palm brightly shone with purple light. Khan was reflected in the iris of the eyes with brightly shining eyes. A purple flash flashed on the mountain. A stream of incredible energy swept away everything in its path. Damer froze in place, his eyes wide open. The guy pressed his palm to his wounded shoulder and pitifully raised his eyebrows, shouting that it was his fault. Apparently he got a little excited. He screamed, turning to his sister. Khan sternly looked at the guy in front of him, holding his sword in front of Versa, protecting her. Vincent turned around, gritting his teeth, thinking that just one blow of the sword and the once dark sky became clear again. The boy smiled and knitted his brows, thinking about being a descendant of the Arslan clan and Vincent Adanka's father, Khan Adanka, the living embodiment of all of Adanka's fighting skills. Khan frowned furiously, his eyes shining. The man looked gloomily at Damer standing in front of them, asking Versa what he should do for his lady. Blood was dripping onto the ground. The boy was breathing heavily. Looking down and knitting his brows, the girl thought about Damer, her stupid little brother. It hurt her to see him like this. Versa raised her brows, looking at him pitifully. She came closer to her brother sitting on his knees, saying that she was here to correct the mistakes of the Hylem family. The girl looked down at him furiously, saying that Damer Hylem would have to answer for everything he had done here. The man took a step forward. People and carriages pulled by horses appeared in front of them. Damer raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, thinking about the dark nights of the Adanka family and the Temple of Jaya. The two boys tied the boy up. Damer opened his mouth wide, screaming about how she had planned this all along. She turned around, her hair flying in the wind. The girl said that she only wanted the Halem family to go down the right path. The boy, tied up, sat on his knees and screamed at her back, asking if she didn't feel sorry for their father. A shudder ran through Versa's body. She gritted her teeth. The girl looked at him with shining eyes, saying that her father had a lot to pay for. Khan, standing behind her, turned to her. The girl smiled, saying that everything was fine. Versa raised her eyebrows, saying that it was late, but it seemed like it was finally time to do what she had wanted for so long. Dylan, standing near two tied-up people in robes, ordered to capture the warriors of the Hylam family. The people who arrived put their swords in front of the knights. The guy said that now the head of the family himself and Mrs. Versa are here, so resistance is useless. The local temple of Jaya is henceforth closed, so they cannot even count on escaping. Dylan frowned, looking at the man who bowed his head, saying that they will have to actively cooperate with the court of Jermail if they want at least some leniency. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking to the side. The guy cried out happily, seeing Prince Vincent. The main character, standing next to Helga, smiled happily, seeing Dylan. The priest rushed to the hero, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He asked if he really found himself in the center of trouble again, to which the young man replied that everything turned out like this. Vincent looked at Helga, asking about his promotion. The girl looked away. She raised her hand and knitted her eyebrows, saying that she did not argue that he played a huge role in all of this, but only as Adanka's successor. His task was to protect the priests of Jaya at all costs, and now that they were injured, there might be problems with the promotion. Vincent raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Dylan, smiling, said that they cannot worry about it. The guy raised his hand, addressing the tied priests of Malsha. Dylan smiled creepily, asking how they were escorted by Prince Vincent. He hoped that they were happy with everything. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that if this goes on, they will end up in prison with the Viola family. In the worst case, they will just get rid of them. The men's eyes widened in bright satisfaction, saying that they were completely satisfied. This was not the combat skill of some newbie, but of an 8-star warrior, for sure, even higher. Dylan smiled, turning to the heroes, saying that they were very pleased with the escort from Prince Vincent. The tied men continued to say that it was all 10 out of 10 points. Helga smiled, putting her hand in her pocket, saying that if so, even their strict Dean Bargain would approve of it. The girl raised her eyebrows, holding up a bright golden order in front of her face, saying that Vincent Adanka had successfully passed the exam to advance to the 8th rank. Helga pinned it to the collar of the boy's clothes, saying that usually, at the award ceremonies, some speeches are made, but it is all very long and boring, so they will skip it. The director congratulated him on being an 8th rank cadet. The protagonist smiled, and Julian clenched his fists in joy. Raven smiled and opened his eyes wide, congratulating the boy. Vincent thanked him. The heroes happily discussed this. Versa smiled, asking the Lord to take his leave. The man frowned, saying that it was time. The man led the tied boy, saying that Sir Damer was walking too fast. The boy clenched his teeth and frowned furiously, thinking about how from the moment she sent Vincent to Maltius and her plan began. Damer looked away with bright eyes. Khan and his wife were leaving behind him. He thought that if Versa had personally come to observe everything, then he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. The boy grinned furiously, his eyes blazing brightly, thinking that knowing that she would come in person, he would have hidden all the evidence in advance, but no, she sent Vincent instead. Damer freed his hand, his palm shining brightly. He screamed about whether she really thought that everything would go according to her plan until the very end. The boy quickly walked forward, leaving a bright trail behind him, telling Vers to watch her plan fail. Damer waved his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Vincent looked at him with wide eyes. The boy frowned, streams of blood splashed brightly. Helga and Serkan opened their eyes wide, seeing Damer next to the main character. The girl grinned, thinking that she had already relaxed. The man frowned, thinking that he would not have time. He was one step ahead. Prince Vincent was in danger. Damer opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth, thinking that this was his chance, because everyone had relaxed after the appearance of the Great Khan. He swung, leaving a bright trace in space, telling her to watch how her plans would end. Helga rushed forward, screaming Vincent. Serkan released bright threads from his fingers. Bright blood splashed. Vincent froze, his eyes wide open. There were traces of blood on his face. The guy looked to the side, seeing his mother's clothes. Versa swung her hand sharply, cutting off the guy's head. Damer arched his eyebrows, thinking that his sister knew everything. The girl raised her eyebrows high, looking at him with a disappointed look, saying that she had hoped until the last that he would not do this. The headless body of her brother fell at her feet. She looked at him with displeasure. Helga widened her eyes in shock, turning to the lady. Serkan frowned, looking at her, thinking that to deprive his brother of his head was merciless. Vincent frowned, thinking that he did not even have time to react in any way, and she had already flown up. It was not for nothing that they called her great. The guy's eyes opened wide. The girl's hand was shaking. The guy turned to his mother. She raised her head. Vincent held out his palm with a bright blue stone, saying that this was a magical gem created with the help of his life force. This was a kind of proof. All the atrocities that they committed here were preserved in it. Versa smiled happily and reached for the stone, saying that now there was one less problem. With its help they could. The main character covered her hand with his palm, saying no. He raised his eyebrows. His eyes shone brightly. He asked to imagine that this was his gift for his mother. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, repeating the word gift. She lowered her head, looking at the bright crystal. Vincent said that it was nothing compared to her loss, but he still wanted to give her something. Julian raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he was really trying to console her like that. Because his mother was called great, the protagonist raised his eyebrows, mentally telling him to look at her hands. They were shaking. Those same great warriors would definitely not react like that. Mom was too fragile for this. Versa pressed her hand with the stone to her chest. She smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that she was warm. That night, in the Viola estate, the light was brightly burning, coming through the large windows. The tip of the sword pierced the body, releasing blood. The warrior was hanging on the raised sword of Khan. A group of warriors froze in place, seeing how easily the man got rid of the captain. Khan walked forward, saying that there was evidence that the head of the Viola family was involved in all the atrocities that were happening in Malsha. The man threw off his cloak, saying that it was better for them not to stand in his way. The boys gritted their teeth, looking at him. The warriors rushed forward, swinging their swords, shouting that they must protect the master. Khan frowned, his eyes shining. In one movement, he was able to cut down 3 warriors. The remaining warriors screamed loudly, standing in front of the man. Khan frowned and, swinging his weapon, rushed to attack. He moved forward, leaving behind a bright trail of sword swings and the bodies of defeated soldiers. The man moved along a dark corridor. The corpses of warriors lay on the broken floor. The doors opened. Khan frowned, looking ahead. He addressed the man sitting opposite him, saying that all the evidence had been transferred to the Jeremiel Court Tower. He said that the head of the Viola family would also be executed instantly. The man furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth. Khan frowned and, with shining eyes, said that he would give him a chance to pay for his sins by committing suicide. The man wheezed with displeasure. The head of the Viola family leaned forward and frowned, ordering that the man be killed. A man in a dark cloak appeared behind Khan, swinging his sword. The man's eye flashed brightly. A white mark from the blow flashed near the warrior's body. Drops of blood splashed. Khan held his sword with both hands. The warrior's chopped body fell behind him. The man sitting opposite said that this was a curse. Khan frowned. Bright energy shone around him. He said that the man made his own choice. The head of the Viola family clenched his teeth and widened his eyes. Khan raised his sword in front of the man, leaving a bright purple trail in space. The man opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly. 2 sugar cubes fell into the hot water. There was a sugar bowl next to the mug of tea. The quartets moved forward. The dark sky was reflected in the water. A voice was heard asking if Vincent had enough sugar, to which the boy thanked his mother. Versa held the saucer with the mug over her knees, apologizing, because he probably wanted to go back with his comrades. The boy sat opposite, saying that it was okay. Versa smiled and raised her eyebrows, quoting his words, because it will be right, saying that she remembered that he said so. The carriage slowly moved forward. The lantern burned brightly. The girl said that looking at how he fought for his ideals, she also understood a lot. Versa bowed her head and closed her eyes, thanking him, because she had found the determination to look at what she considered right again. Vincent smiled, saying that it was not his fault, it was all her. Mom. Julian sat next to him and smiled. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if she was really okay. The Halem family would probably brand her a traitor. The girl smiled, raising her hand to her face, saying that he dared to worry about her, asking if he was the one who blew up the factory with magic stones. Vincent smiled and awkwardly looked away. Julian worriedly grabbed his head with his hands, saying that it was for them that he should be worried. Versa raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that even in this he was so similar to his mother. Vincent's eyes widened in surprise and he frowned. Julian's eyes widened, looking at her. The girl folded her hands in front of her, saying that he could consider this his reward. She had to tell him something about Sarvana Kisley's mother and the heavenly fruit. Julian raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide with shock. Vincent furrowed his brows. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. The protagonist asked, puzzled, if his mother and the heavenly fruit were somehow connected. Looking at Vincent, Versa said that Sarvana was chosen by the heavenly tree and took the fruit for herself. Julian, nervous, could not believe it. Versa smiled slightly, saying that it was quite a long story. She closed her eyes, preparing to tell everything. Back then, Khan was an outstanding first-rank cadet who was about to be released from the fortress very soon. To do this, it was necessary to perform one ritual, and then she and Sarvana came to help him with the mission. They needed to kill one monster living near the Nile waterfall. It was a shell-like monster. Sarvana rushed at the monster alone. She was incredibly beautiful and very strong, not inferior in skills to Khan. Suddenly, tentacles burst out of the monster's mouth. They grabbed Sarvan by the limbs, making him scream. The monster then opened its mouth and rushed at the girl. She covered her eyes, screaming about the abomination of the monster. But a moment later, she grinned, asking the monster if this was what he expected. Suddenly, Versa appeared and cut all the tentacles with one blow, and then Khan screamed. Khan immediately cut the monster into 2 parts. He was incredibly angry and tense in this battle. Sarvana landed neatly after being released. When she was already beginning to rejoice at the end of the mission, Versa reminded that they still had to return to the fortress with the pearl. After a while, Khan began to tear the pearl from the flesh. Versa covered her mouth, not understanding why someone needed such a stinking pearl. Khan told her that it was more of a tradition than a need. Suddenly, they both looked around when Sarvana told them that there was something strange here. She spread her arms, saying that although it was quite an adventure, a first-rank cadet could easily handle it. Then she pointed to the waterfall, asking how, in such a cold, a waterfall formed here, and where the river began. Sarvana looked around. She was always cheerful and happy, but besides that, she was very curious and noticed things that others could not. Then, hearing her, Versa became a little worried. Sarvana pointed her finger, suggesting that this mission actually had a different purpose. But a moment later she looked away when Khan asked what she was talking about. She answered him saying that perhaps the founder of the Arslans had prepared something for them. A moment later she pointed to the waterfall, suggesting that there was something hidden inside it. The girl smiled when her comrades asked how she was going to explore the waterfall with such a strong current. Soon she was walking along the edge of the cliff. Khan and Versa, who were walking behind her, said that she was crazy. The girl looked at her comrades and smiling said that if they went around the wall, they would be able to see what was inside, and there was definitely something there. Suddenly Sarvana's foot slipped off the edge of the cliff. Her eyes widened in shock. A moment later she even started screaming in fear from the fall. Versa tried to stop Khan with her screams, but she did not succeed. Realizing this, Versa rushed after Khan, who jumped for Sarvan. Soon all 3 fell into the water. After a while, Sarvana opened her eyes. Looking forward, she was puzzled, finding herself in a cave behind the waterfall. The girl smiled nervously, confirming that she was right. But Versa grabbed her by the ear and began to scold her, making her stop rejoicing. Scratching her ear painfully, Sarvana asked for forgiveness for almost killing them all. Standing behind Sarvan, her comrades noted that it was a miracle that she remained alive, even after she was pulled in by a strong current. Suddenly, red mana appeared and the voice of a creature was heard, saying that it was not a miracle because it was he who saved Sarvan. Vincent, listening to the story, cried out, asking if there was a person there. Versa, looking at the protagonist, said that it was this creature that they called the Sky Tree. Then they were all scared and shocked by this creature. Sarvana sweated profusely in shock looking at the dragon, the majestic red dragon that was in front of them. Khan swallowed, feeling fear. Versa gritted her teeth and began to sweat profusely, and Sarvana fell into a stupor looking at the creature. The red dragon did not even open his mouth, asking which of the 3 of them was the one who could see the truth. Khan and Versa frowned, asking the dragon if he was talking about the prophecy passed on to the Adanka family. The dragon frowned a little, saying that they were too unlucky not to know anything. The dragon narrowed his eyes, deciding to kill the people. In an instant, he concentrated mana into his paste, and a moment later, he created a powerful stream of fire that made the group fly away. Versa covered herself with her hands, not understanding how the dragon ended up in the red fortress. Her foot slid on the ground as she tried to stop. The 3 of them turned around in fright and ran away. The dragon created magic circles in front of its mouth, ordering the people to stop. Sarvana stopped in front of the waterfall, noticing that it had become even stronger. The dragon's paw dented the floor of the cave, and it told the group that they had nowhere to run now. It arrogantly raised its head, telling the Khan group to die obediently. The protagonist, who was listening to the story, widened his eyes in shock. He imagined a dragon, not believing in its existence. He nervously asked Versa if such creatures existed in this world. Versa covered her mouth, asking what was surprising about that. Julian and Vincent were shocked when Versa asked Vincent if his red lotus held a dragon bone. Julian began to scream in alarm, while Vincent said that they did not even try to hide something from the mistress of the Adanka family. A little nervous, the protagonist asked Versa how they managed to survive. Versa suddenly became despondent, saying that she herself did not know and only Sarvana knew how. Then Sarvana clenched her teeth and sweated, looking at the dragon. It was Versa who was the first to grab a weapon in despair, saying that they had no other choice and they would have to fight. Hearing her, Sarvana took out her blade, and Khan immediately raised his blade to strike and rushed at the dragon. All 3 rushed at the dragon, deciding to fight in a mortal battle. Versa pushed off the ground and jumped. Sarvana followed her and also jumped. Sarvana and Versa found themselves on either side of the dragon's head, preparing to strike. The lizard frowned slightly, looking at them. When the girls struck, Khan rushed straight at the dragon from the front. Using the blow of the god of swords, Khan sent a wave of mana at the enemy, but his attack was blocked by the dragon's paw. Using only his paw, he deflected Khan's blow and praised him. Khan was very scared, not understanding how the dragon could so easily cope with the strongest sword technique of the Adanka family. Covering himself with mana, the dragon said that everyone has a limit, even humans. Versa tensed up when her body was enveloped in the dragon's mana. Her body seemed to be squeezed. Sarvana was horrified, realizing that she could not breathe. Khan was angry when he saw how his partners fell off their feet. Khan, being scared and angry, looked at the laughing dragon. The dragon, who covered the area with his mana, praised Khan because he was special and his power did not affect him. Looking at Khan, the dragon thought he did not want to kill him because Khan was quite strong and in the future he could become a great warrior. Khan got angry and shouted that he would not let the dragon kill his companions. But before Khan could do anything, a seal appeared on his face. A moment later, all parts of his body were damaged, blood spurted out of them. The future head of the Adanka family spat out blood, losing consciousness. The dragon's body began to dissipate while he was talking. Khan, that their methods of mana control that they used all imitated theirs, the dragon's. Soon, instead of a dragon, a woman in a red dress hovered in front of the group, saying that no matter how strong a warrior he was, it was too early for him to try to compete with her. The woman landed in front of Khan. She formed a flame on her palm, saying goodbye to the group. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the cave. Suddenly, Sarvan's hair remained intact and fluttered in the wind. She stood almost unharmed in front of Khan, saving him from the dragon's attack. She was shocked, not understanding how Sarvana was able to get rid of her magic. But looking at the tired Sarvana, the woman understood what the reason was. She grabbed the girl by the chin, and smiling, asked if Sarvana was from Hisli. She frowned, asking how she knew her last name. Versa barely raised her head and looked at what was happening. She, almost losing consciousness, called out to Sarvana. When her eyes almost closed, she heard the dragon say that the Hisli family was chosen by her. When she came to, they were already outside the waterfall. They were then very surprised to see Sarvana. After all, in her hands lay the heavenly fruit. Hearing this, the protagonist was horrified. The heavenly fruit really existed. It was precisely this that Arslan left in the Red Fortress. Sitting opposite his stepmother, the protagonist thought, continuing to listen to the story. It turned out that after that incident, Sarvana became weaker and coughed up blood more and more often. Her once powerful strength disappeared in just a few years, and in recent years it became very difficult for her due to constant coughing, accompanied by blood. Julian was saddened to hear this. Versa closed her eyes, saying that even in this state, Sarvana did not eat the fruit. She kept holding it out to Khan, wanting him to eat it. However, this power came at the cost of Sarvana's health, so Khan kept turning away and could not accept it, because Vincent's mother was not just a woman, but the love of his life. Versa opened her eyes, saying that after decades of struggle, Sarvana died, and by her will, Khan still ate the fruit. The girl smiled, saying that Sarvana would forever remain in Khan's heart and memory. The protagonist felt awkward. He felt such emotions as envy, longing, and pity in his stepmother. Vincent surprised his stepmother by asking what his mother was like for her. Versa smiled again, saying that she respected Sarvan and envied him at the same time. But she remembered how on that rainy day, Sarvana hugged her and calmed her down. When Versa was terrified, Sarvana was the one who helped her. Hearing Sarvana tell her that she was not a toy in someone's hands, Versa cried. She cried for a long time, then, hugging Sarvan. Suddenly, Versa looked at Vincent, asking him to do a favor for his mother. The protagonist asked her what she was talking about. Becoming serious, Versa asked to destroy her family, the Hylam family. The events take us to the Red Fortress to the Nile waterfall. Julian, hovering next to Vincent, said that the current here was really strong. Julian was surprised when Vincent took the blade out of its sheath. The protagonist suddenly used supernatural swordsmanship, creating avatars around himself. Vincent swung the blade and sent a wave of mana forward. A powerful explosion occurred at the point of impact. Julian grabbed his head, asking Vincent what he was doing. The protagonist was a little saddened, having achieved nothing. The waterfall in front of him was unharmed. Julian screamed in shock, asking how this waterfall even appeared. The protagonist thought about the dragon living inside the cave. He was obviously looking for the one who wagged the law from the Adanka family. There was definitely a connection between Arslan and this waterfall. Vincent's real mother died using a method completely different from the one prepared by Arslan, and so, having taken out the fruit, she still weakened and died young. Vincent began to pick around in his inner pocket, assuming that the key to getting into the cave was still hidden somewhere. He took out a scroll, deciding to find out what kind of truth was beyond. Events take us to the Red Fortress. Vargan, looking at the documents, became despondent, while Helga told him that without her, things would have gotten worse. Vargan angrily reminded her how she herself did not want to go there and she should not brag. Helga raised her hand, saying that in the end everything ended well. although for Vers it was a great tragedy, after all, the death of a brother and sister. Vargan frowned as he looked at the photo. Vargan stared at Varnelli's photo. At this time, Dulin was running at full speed. He was holding the grail and was very worried. He cursed, seeing an unexpected outcome in front of him. He was at a dead end. Dulin turned around when someone asked him if it was time for him to give up. Behind him was the priest Neluk and the paladins. Coming up to him, Neluk ordered him to give him the grail and leave this world to pursue the teachings of the Holy King himself. Neluk suddenly grabbed the guy by the throat. He raised his sword and smiled creepily. Suddenly, lightning appeared in the sky. It struck right behind Neluk, hitting the paladins and frightening him. The priest turned around, not understanding what happened. Just as he was about to start screaming, someone put a sword to his throat. Dulin was surprised by the man who appeared, who told Neluk to give up. Merlin frowned, saying that he would now protect the grail as a paladin of the priest of Dulin. The events return us to the protagonist, to whom Hannah approached and asked why he called her here. Hannah, with her hands behind her back, approached Vincent. As she approached, she asked if the mission related to the castle was taking place here. Vincent answered her by saying that this is where he was taking place and that she would have to do it soon too. Hannah closed her eyes, saying that she did not have enough points yet to receive this task. After all, missions that require first-rank cadets are very rare, and the difficulty varied greatly. Hannah noticed the scroll in Vincent's hand. He opened the scroll and smiled, asking if she wanted to complete the task with him. Hannah showed no emotion when she saw the mission signed with her mother's name. She turned around abruptly, asking the protagonist what they were going to do. Hannah sat down on the cobblestones when she heard that the protagonist needed to go to Hylam. She told him that after his uncle's death, it would be unpleasant for him to visit Hylam. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that he wanted her to act as his escort so she could earn extra points. Hannah crossed her arms, asking what Vincent wanted, since he wouldn't do everything for nothing. Hannah's eyes widened when the protagonist demanded a portrait. Vincent remembered looking at the portfolio. Then, on one of the pages, he saw himself. It was a photo of his virginity. Hannah once made him very happy by giving him a portrait. Smiling, Vincent asked if the previous drawings were too old. Suddenly, a blade was put to his throat, silencing him. Hannah used her sword technique and summoned an avatar. She was very angry, asking Vincent if he was joking. Smiling, Vincent said that he was completely serious because it was a very precious memory for him, while Julian was very worried. Vincent winked at Julian, saying that it was impossible for a painting that had been kept for so many years to remain the same. He knew that he had preserved it with the help of special magic. Julian felt awkward after the protagonist's words. Not paying attention to the blade, Vincent said that even he had changed a lot. The girl looked away when Vincent asked her if she could draw another portrait for him. The girl put away the blade, asking the protagonist to come when he changed the conditions. Then she turned around, saying that she would think about whether to agree to her or not then. Julian watched anxiously. At the same time, drops of blood were spilling into the glass. Looking at the glass in his hand, the man asked if Damer was dead. The butler answered him, confirming it. The butler frowned when his master asked if he had gotten rid of everything that could indicate his involvement. Gabon stood up and asked the butler again. As the blood dripped from the ceiling, the butler said that they had handled it in a way that would minimize the damage to the Hylam family. Drinking the blood, Gabon said that Versa had always doubted his methods. Even when he became cruel, she was not surprised. Gabons grinned, realizing this. He smiled, offering Versa a game in which Vincent would also play. As the creature's blood dripped from the ceiling, Gabon said that they had another secret weapon. His body was illuminated by the blood of a Yonjin, a demon-like creature hanging from the ceiling. The demon's blood dripped from his head onto the floor. Holding his glass up for another drop, Gabons began to wait for his daughter. A moment later, the glass in Gabon's hand shattered. Suddenly his face transformed, turning into a demon. He screamed, telling Vincent to come to his grandfather's arms. Energy attacks Vincent and Kagan met. Their blades crossed and the fight between Vincent and Kagan began. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, and then landed on the arena. Julian, who was watching, was in a stupor. Vincent frowned, holding his blade in front of him, and Kagan, spreading into a malicious smile, waved his dagger, shouting that this time he was definitely finished. The protagonist swung his sword in response. Kagan jumped high into the air, preparing to attack Vincent. In an instant, their blades were about to collide with each other. The arrival of a new fighter in the arena created a powerful explosion. The protagonist gritted his teeth from the shock wave. Kagan cursed with disdain. The fight was interrupted by Ravan asking if they missed him. Kagan started cursing and angering Raven, asking him not to get into a fight. Wanting to defeat Vincent, an angry Kagan challenged Raven. Raven accepted his challenge with a grin. The protagonist suddenly screamed, trying to remind them why they came here. While Julian was confused, he was very worried and wondered how it all happened. Valkia frowned, looking at the arena. Khan did the same, and only Raven's father smiled contentedly. Versa glanced at her father, mentally asking Vincent to be faster, otherwise their plan would fail. Her father was sweating heavily and nervous at this time. The events take us 2 weeks ago to the Red Fortress. Director Helga, sitting at the table, ordered the protagonist and Hannah to go together. Hannah was a little irritated by the director's behavior. Helga lowered her legs, saying that tomorrow the two of them would go to Halem. Hannah spread her arms out to the sides, starting to object because she didn't want to protect anyone. Helga grabbed the girl by the shoulder and asked her not to get angry. The director poked her finger in the girl's face, asking if she knew how calm she would be if they left Adanka from this fortress. Hannah looked away and was about to object, but Helga reminded her that this was not a request at all, but an order and there would be no refusals. The girl bowed her head upon hearing this. When the door closed and Helga left, Vincent said that everything was as he expected. He smiled, telling his sister that he knew that she did not want to remain in debt at all. The protagonist, smiling, told his sister that she would become even closer to the task when the portrait was given to him. Hannah sighed, realizing that everything had been planned by him. After Hannah agreed that she would paint his portrait, Julian and Vincent were happy. The protagonist shouted after the girl that she herself had promised it. The next day, early in the morning, Vincent and his group bid farewell to the director and Wagon. Vincent received a warning from Wagon that this was a dangerous mission, but he eased the tension by trusting his sister. Hannah closed her eyes as Vincent called her a first-class cadet, trying to reassure Wagon of his safety. He then pointed to a joyful Sari, calling her a first-class elementalist. Without waiting to be introduced, Wilson raised his hands and introduced himself. Vincent was attracted by the shouts of people calling him. They were his friends, who were having fun, approaching him. They were all out of breath. Standing in front of the protagonist, Vincent asked them what they were doing here at such an early hour. Suddenly, words were heard that shocked the protagonist. His friends saluted him with a smile on their faces. Selbira became shy, telling the protagonist to be careful. Raven extended his fist, reminding Vincent of his promise. The others simply thanked the protagonist. Vincent was very surprised by what he saw. A smile stretched across his face. He put his hand on his heart and saluted, asking his friends to wait for him. The carriage grimaced a little when Hannah leaned out of the window, reminding Vincent of the time. Helga looked at Hannah with a smile and asked what was wrong, because she was not so abrupt before. The girl closed her eyes, saying that emotions only distract from the task. She opened her eyes, saying that, being a warrior of Adanka, they always have to give up something. Wagon frowned, looking at the girl. After a while, one of the horses neighed loudly. The carts with the coachman left the fortress. All the friends said goodbye to Vincent and wished him luck. Wagon at this time asked Helga if these two would definitely cope. Wagon, frowning, looked at Helga and asked if Hannah was okay. She became like a sculpture and began to control her emotions and began to care only about the task. Helga raised her hand, saying that they were still brother and sister. They would remember how they behaved in childhood and time would pass. Suddenly, a dagger pierced near the protagonist's neck. He looked at the dagger with fear and shock. Hannah hovered over him, asking if he really wanted them to kill each other. Vincent, not understanding anything, looked at his sister in a stupor. At this time, his portrait was almost ready on the piece of paper. Hannah took the dagger out of the seat. Irritated, Vincent asked her what she was doing while Julian was in fear. Hannah lowered her head a little, looking at her brother. In an instant, she swung her dagger dozens of times. Small strands of dark hair flew into the air. Julian's mouth opened in shock. His pale face was covered in sweat, and his eyes widened. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock and widened his eyes, while Hannah told him that it was hard to take care of himself these days, and asked that Vincent try to at least tidy up his hair sometimes. 2 horse-drawn carts rode along a wide path. The girl with long brown hair was looking at the white easel with concentration. Holding a palette and a brush in her hands, then she announced that everything was ready. On the canvas was a drawing of the main character, dressed in a black suit. Vincent was sitting on a soft seat, looking forward with a serious face. He smiled happily when Hannah gave him his portrait and thanked her. The main character looked at his image and thought about how the girl managed to draw such a detailed portrait in a shaking carriage. Julian narrowed his eyes, smiled, brought his hand to his mouth and said that Hannah's drawing skills were simply amazing, and they said that she had a gift since childhood. The girl took out a box, put her drawing supplies in it, and said that now she and Vincent were even, and she did not owe him anything. The main character looked at Julian in surprise, mentally asking if Hannah had given up on drawing with such talent, and the blonde assumed that the girl had simply given up. As Hannah looked out the window with her arms crossed, Julian explained that many things had been decided for her. The box contained canvases, a palette, and brushes, and the blonde youth suggested that becoming an artist had been a luxury for Hannah. Julian's blue eyes widened in surprise when Vincent replied that this might not necessarily be true. The protagonist thought with a serious face that not everyone had to become a warrior, and there was no particular reason to deny one's dreams. The sun's rays fell on the girl's calm face, while Vincent told Julian that if Hannah had lost something just because of her family name, then he wanted to give it to her. The crowd of people raised their flags in the air, shouting loudly, while the knights tried to suppress the protest. Young men with angry faces shouted, demanding that Halem be freed from the tyrant. Suddenly, the commoners fell silent and gritted their teeth as many bullets flew into the crowd. There was gray smoke in the air, and several people were standing on the roof of a tall building. The protagonist, crossing his arms, asked if the rich lands that prospered due to trade were called Halem, and Hannah closed her eyes, answering that it was true for those who owned the lands, but currently, there was a civil war in Halem. A man with a long beard raised his hand, looking with hatred at the protesting citizens, and Hannah explained that there was a harsh tyranny in Halem, due to which the rulers lost the support of the people. And in order to overthrow the current head of the family, the so-called Civil Revolutionary Association was organized, and the citizens were actively organizing protests with guerrilla movements. The girl presented a map of the area and added that those who wanted to escape all this hid in the central city in Durson. Julian frowned, saying that he heard about it, but did not know that it was so serious. Vincent explained that it all started recently. The blade fell down, red blood sprayed in the air, and Hannah told them that one of the leaders of the revolutionary movement had recently been executed, which had caused even more anger among the citizens. The protagonist looked at the girl in shock, who turned around and added that it wouldn't hurt for them to get to Durson as soon as possible, so as not to run into the revolutionaries. A man and a woman in green clothes were carrying suitcases, discussing how it was much more dangerous here than in Malsha. Vincent and Hannah, who knew a lot about the situation in Halem, walked in front. The girl's eyes widened when the servant asked if she had been here before. A bead of sweat appeared on Hannah's cheek, and she looked down. Suddenly, she and the protagonist turned around when the knight shouted loudly, asking who was there. Vincent gritted his teeth and frowned when he realized that the armor belonged to the knights of Halem. The man in armor raised his sword. Vincent jumped back, dodging his attack, and said that they came in peace. The knights raised their shields, and one of them shouted that Vincent had a sword, so he must be a guerrilla. The protagonist sweated and raised one eyebrow, looking at them in confusion. He narrowed his bright red eyes and concluded that it was too late to settle the matter with words. Vincent clenched his hand into a fist and approached one of the knights. His hand emitted a golden glow, and he used a technique of shaman power. The protagonist jumped high into the air, attacking the enemy. The knights turned around, asking in horror what was this. The protagonist's fist collided with the knight's metal helmet. Vincent hit the enemy with his knee, and he flew into the air. The man sat down while his white cloak flew in the wind and his eyes shone brightly. He jumped high into the air, right above the protagonist. A powerful explosion thundered below. The asphalt shards flew up along with dust and sparks of fire. When the servants in green clothes ran towards Vincent, Hannah stopped them with her hand and ordered them not to fall for it. The protagonist sat with his hand on the ground and Hannah said that he was fine. The knight turned around and looked at Vincent in shock. A stream of light appeared and gray smoke rose. The protagonist raised his hands up, approaching the knight and attacking him. He smirked and thought that his body felt very light thanks to the mana pills he took in the concentration camp and the transformation technique that completely supported his body. The girl with white hair turned around, looking at the crowded knights. Hannah and her two assistants were surrounded by troops. Julian raised his eyebrows, surprised, saying that they were trapped, and Vincent frowned, saying that there were too many opponents. Hannah closed her eyes and crossed her arms, sighing in exasperation, saying that it seemed like they had no choice. She raised her hand and said that she was holding a medal with a blue gem from Halem. The knight stared at the medal in Hannah's hand. The girl said with a serious face that she was from the Red Fortress and that she needed to go to Durson. One of the warriors sweated in fear upon hearing Hannah's name and said that she was the granddaughter of the head of the family. The knights froze, shouting loudly that Hannah was the benefactor of Halem. The girl put the medal in her inner pocket, and the protagonist looked at her in shock, not understanding what had stopped Hannah from showing her the medal in the first place. Vincent approached Hannah, intending to say something, when suddenly a grenade fell to the ground. The black ball began to glow and smoke. Hannah and the protagonist covered their faces with their hands, avoiding the smoke. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Vincent's hand. He turned around, looking at her with bewilderment. Hannah gritted her teeth and raised her hand to her face as the protagonist thought about the grenades being used by guerrillas. Suddenly, the girl's brown eyes widened in shock. She and the green-clad men next to her froze as they realized that Vincent had disappeared. The knights quickly ran forward, shouting that there was no news from the 7th Duke. Hannah raised her hand and shouted loudly, ordering them to quickly find the protagonist. Wilson and Sari ran after Hannah, shouting for her to calm down and that everything would be fine. The girl turned around, raised her thin eyebrows, and shouted that they needed to hurry because Vincent might be in danger. Sari sweated, her blue eyes widened, and assumed that the protagonist had probably been kidnapped by revolutionaries. The girl looked at Hannah in shock when she said that the kidnappers had acted immediately after learning her name. The girl walked forward, saying that they would now show extreme hostility towards Vincent after finding out that he was her relative. Hannah looked down and explained that the reason for this was because she was the one who arrested the leader of the revolutionary group and handed him over to Hylam. The protagonist fell to the floor, hitting his head. He lay on his side while a man in dark clothes looked at him. The girl with green hair removed his hood, raised her black eyebrows and sighed loudly. She jumped into the carriage and told her comrades that it was time to leave. The horse moved forward. The girl with green hair asked her comrade if he had managed to take the loot, and he replied that they now had the military supplies of the Hylam soldiers thanks to the protesters who had drawn their attention to themselves. The carriage entered a dark mountain tunnel leading to the Vatican territory. They planned to mix with the merchants so that they would definitely not be found. The dark-haired man pointed at the prone Vincent, asking who it was, and the girl replied that it was Hannah's younger brother, who would make a great hostage for negotiations. The protagonist closed his eyes, lying on the floor. The coachman, a man with light hair and eyebrows, sweated in fear and asked his comrades if it was okay for them to do such bad things. The girl put her hand on the man's shoulder and with an angry face reminded him that he barely escaped from Maltia, and now he wants to live as a slave of Gafonso. Cal asked how the girl managed to capture a member of the Adanka family, and Hamana smiled widely, saying that she only asked Vincent to follow her and then suddenly attacked him in a smokescreen. The young man removed his mask from his face, looking at the girl in shock, when suddenly a blue flash appeared near his face. The protagonist knocked Cal down with a punch to the face. Hamana frowned, raised her hand and called out to her comrade. The coachman turned around and asked what was going on because he couldn't hear anything over the noise the carriage was making. The man's eyes widened in shock and he frowned when he saw a sword in front of him. Vincent stood by the coachman, ordering him to continue driving the carriage to its destination, and in that case the protagonist promised not to harm the man. Vincent said with a serious face that he had to meet the leader of the revolutionaries. The coachman was covered in sweat, his voice shaking with fear, asking the protagonist to put away his sword. Vincent looked at the man in surprise, who said that he only knew how to drive a carriage. The coachman took off his mask, looking at the protagonist with fear, and Vincent realized that he had seen him in the vagabond camp. Someone was standing in the tunnel. The protagonist raised his hand, shouting that there was a person ahead. The coachman pulled on the reins, shouting that it was dangerous. The carriage leaned to one side. Then the carriage flipped over, hitting the walls of the tunnel. Gray smoke rose. Hamana sweated, furrowed her brows, and clenched her teeth. The cart had broken down, the horse, Cal, and Subban lay on the ground. Hamana frowned as someone approached her and said that he knew they would come here. The man in the white shirt crossed his arms, smirking as he said that this was a small road that some of the townspeople used occasionally, and that the Hylam soldiers would not have known about it. The man had a blue Hylam armband on his shoulder. Hamana widened her eyes and called the stranger a traitor, asking if he was going to sell out innocent citizens to Gafonso. The man chuckled, asking if she was talking about revolutionaries who had decided to rebel against Gafonso in Hylam territory. He grinned widely and held out his hand with a small red ball, shouting that he wanted to show Hamana a true citizen who humbly followed the laws. The girl gritted her teeth and sweat dropped as she realized that this was a blessing. There was a glowing orb beneath the stranger's skin, rolling around on his neck. His face turned red and he grinned contentedly. Hamana looked up in fear. The stranger had transformed into a huge monster, looking at the girl with a creepy smile. He squinted one eye and wrinkled his nose, shouting that he had incredible power, with which he could betray more than 1,000 traitors. He raised his shining hand, shouting that if he caught them, he would receive even more grace. The monster swung his clawed hand. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared next to Hamana, jabbing his sword into the monster's hand. The girl frowned in shock, looking at Vincent. The monster gritted his teeth and sweat dropped, not understanding how the protagonist was able to deal with his attack with just one swing. Vincent's body began to emit a purple glow, and the sword became several times larger. The protagonist waved the weapon in the air, shouting that the monster should have said its own name. Gray smoke rose up, behind which a dark silhouette of an enemy could be seen. The monster mockingly asked who he should introduce himself to. He shouted that Vincent was nothing compared to the power of grace. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and squinted one eye as a bright light appeared in front of his face. A huge piece of rock fell on the monster, causing an explosion. Vincent smiled and said that he knew very well that Mana was powerless against the power of a dragon, so he deliberately attacked with a sword from the very beginning to destroy the tunnel. The protagonist looked at the block that fell from the ceiling and thought that now the puzzle was finally complete. He remembered the face of a man with dark hair and thought that this was the way they were able to put this kind of power into small pills. Vincent then imagined a monster with sharp fangs and horns, thinking that Tylovan used dragon blood to attack him and that all of this was created in Hylem. Someone behind the protagonist carefully took the sword by the hilt while he was thinking that he should expect much more from Hylem than he thought. Suddenly, Hamana jumped, intending to attack Vincent, but he managed to put his sword as a shield. The girl gritted her teeth and frowned, asking who the protagonist was since they had captured him on purpose, and he decided to become a hero. Hamana widened her eyes and screamed loudly that it did not matter since he was in cahoots with Hannah and that they were all the same. Someone in dark clothes told the girl to stop. While Hamana glared at the protagonist with hatred, the stranger said that the girl was not Vincent's equal. The protagonist frowned, asking who it was. The man's eyes widened and he introduced himself as Laurent Halem. He smiled slightly as he said that he was the leader of the same revolutionary group that had recently been arrested and executed. In the forest on the outskirts of Halem, there were people standing near a small wooden house. Laurent and Vincent were sitting opposite each other inside while the people outside were discussing the protagonist. Hamana went to the window with a frowning face asking what was so special about the protagonist and why the leader had brought him here. But Cal shouted that Vincent was the hero who had saved them. Subin picked up the smiling little girl and said that Vincent's servants had taken care of his daughter. The man remembered holding onto the bars with tears in his eyes and shouting the address of his daughter's whereabouts. The tousled-haired boy sweated and looked away as Subin begged him to at least give his daughter some food. Wilson looked at the ghostly Sari and told her to go to a certain place right now. Subin smiled and said that he understood Hamana's wariness, but Vincent had actually come to help them. Cal crossed his arms, saying that even Subin admitted it, but Hamana remained silent, turning away with a displeased expression. The girl frowned, saying that Vincent might soon show his true colors and betray them. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows and pursed his lips. Across from him sat Laurent, who asked if Vincent had saved the people of Malsha. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he had only begun the matter and that his mother and father had taken care of everything. The man in the hat closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the survivors from that camp spoke differently. He put his hand on his chest and added that there were also those among them who were from Maltia or had some connection to this place. Laurent said that he wanted to thank Vincent on their behalf. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in shock when he heard someone scream loudly. Laurent turned around and saw an old man, Baram, standing with a cane. Baram sweated and shouted indignantly, asking how Laurent could have brought Adanka here since he knew everything now. The man in the hat looked at the old man, asking if he was offering to get rid of Vincent, a brave warrior who had dealt with one of the fiends. Baram looked tensely at the man, who assured him that everything would be fine, so there was nothing to worry about. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows, looked at the old man and thought that he was extremely wary of outsiders. Vincent wondered what could have happened. He folded his arms and said that he had heard that the leader of the revolutionary group had been executed and asked how they had survived. Vincent's eyes widened in shock when Laurent replied that it was all due to dark magic. The man pointed at Baram and said that the old man was one of those who had escaped from that camp for vagrants long ago, and that while cleaning the magic stones there, he had noticed his talent for dark magic. The old man looked at the main man from under his brows and asked if he had heard about the resurrection of the dead, with which he had created a fake body for Laurent. The blade fell down, blood spurted into the air, and Baram added that they had switched the body during that plot. Julian frowned and said that Tylovan had used that kind of magic. Laurent stood up and adjusted his hat, asking Vincent to speak with him alone. The man and the main character walked out the door, leaving the old man in the room. Baram frowned, his face lined. Vincent and Laurent walked along the path through the trees as the man said that his sister had sent the protagonist here to raise Hylem to the ground. The man looked down when Vincent suggested that she was trying to punish herself and her entire family for what had happened. The protagonist looked at Laurent and asked if he could ask him something. The man sweated in alarm and widened his eyes when Vincent asked why he had cut his eyes. Laurent froze in shock when the protagonist said that the rough scars did not look like they had been made by some skilled warrior. The protagonist frowned his thin brows and added that there was no sign of resistance, so it could only be assumed that Laurent had done it himself. The man lowered his head and through clenched teeth said that it was unbearable for him to watch what had happened. There were bodies hanging from the tree branches and Laurent said he couldn't bear to see the poor citizens suffering under the oppression of his own family. The people raised their hands up, screaming loudly. The man said he didn't want to see it with his own eyes anymore. Vincent looked at Laurent seriously and asked if there was another reason. The man smiled slightly and thought that the protagonist was too perceptive for an ordinary warrior, and now he understood why his sister had sent him. Laurent leaned on his cane, asking if Vincent had seen how grace worked. He remembered the man's face with a wide smile and said that this medicine not only gave inhuman strength, but also caused addiction. Remembering the crazy smile and bright eyes of the monster, he added that the Halem family used this to divide the citizens. Laurent imagined the faces of different people and said that the more some citizens betrayed others and worked for the Halems, The higher their rating and the amount of grace they earned became, and they were treated like mercenaries. The citizens stood in front of the burning building, holding a red flag, and Lawrence said that more and more people were leaving them as they became dependent, and the front lines were moving back. A man in a white shirt stood on a dais, shouting loudly that he could no longer bear to watch what the current Halem was becoming. Laurent brought the blade of his sword to his sweaty face and said that he would not look at the people until the authorities turned their attention to him. A bright red flash flashed. Laurent said that he gave up his eyes to become a symbol that would unite those who remained. Vincent smiled and said that the man's action was admirable, and Laurent thanked him. Monsters sat in the trees, emitting a red aura. They laughed, saying that Laurent was alive after all. The protagonist and the man stopped, looking up. Then they quickly ran forward. Vincent asked how these traitors found them, and Laurent answered that no one else knew how to get here except for the members of the movement themselves. The red-skinned monsters jumped down, shouting that if they could catch Laurent and Vincent, they too could become first-class citizens. The protagonist quickly ran forward, shouting for the man to hide. Vincent waved his hand in front of the monster, leaving a blue streak in the air. The protagonist's face sweated. He frowned and thought that there was not even a scratch left on the enemy, and this time the terrain was very flat, with no features to take advantage of. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and asked what Vincent was thinking about. He hit the protagonist, causing him to fly back. Vincent landed on one knee, sliding along the ground. He raised his head, gritting his teeth, calling the enemy a bastard. Julian pointed his finger at something, telling Vincent to look in that direction. A monster was approaching Laurent, who was lying on the ground. The green goblin opened his mouth, in which flames were visible, and said that the man's head would be enough for him. Laurent gritted his teeth and cursed quietly. The protagonist wrinkled his nose and called out to the man very loudly. He pushed Laurent away with his hand. The next moment, a fiery explosion thundered in the forest. Laurent was lying on the ground in the middle of the smoke, groaning heavily and asking how this happened. Vincent clenched his jaw, holding a sword in his hand. Huge monsters stood in front of the protagonist, asking how long he could fight them. They asked Vincent to give Laurent to them. The protagonist looked at his opponents with hatred and refused, thinking that he had a chance to defeat the monsters. After all, they were not immortal. Vincent looked at the lying Laurent and thought that he would have to fight and protect the man at the same time, so in such a situation, it would be difficult to deal with these two. The monsters ran forward, shouting that Vincent would die along with Laurent. The protagonist furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, cursing in his mind. Blue streaks appeared in the air. Then the monsters' bodies fell apart. Vincent stood motionless, looking at the splashes of blood. He frowned and sweated, recognizing that sword. He saw Hannah standing on the corpse of her opponent. The girl's eyes widened and called out to Laurent. The man looked at Hannah in shock, hearing a familiar voice. Hannah gritted her teeth. She quickly ran past the protagonist, who turned around and looked after her. The girl swung her sword. Her eyes began to emit a red light, and she screamed that she did not expect Laurent to be able to continue living so shamelessly. Hannah's sword blade rested on the purple surface. Vincent used his broadsword as a shield, standing in front of Laurent. The protagonist furrowed his brows and asked Hannah what she was doing. Looking at the girl's furious face, Vincent thought that she rarely showed her emotions. He did not understand why she was so angry. Laurent lowered his head, chuckling slightly. He then looked at Hannah and asked if she was still good at drawing. The girl's lips trembled. The iron sword fell to the ground with a clang. The protagonist stared at Hannah, dumbfounded, who fell to her knees. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said that it did not matter because Laurent would not be able to see her paintings anyway. Behind the girl, the cut bodies of the enemies were visible. The man quietly apologized to her. Laurent and the protagonist turned around abruptly when someone loudly called out for the leader. Hamana and two other masked men ran towards Laurent, asking if the man was okay. In the distance, Laurent, the protagonist, and Hannah sitting on the ground were visible. The girl lowered her head, placing her hands between her knees. Hamana raised her eyebrows and clenched her teeth when she recognized Hannah. Laurent tried to stop the enraged girl, shouting for her to calm down because he was fine. Hamana stood in front of Hannah, clenching her hands into fists and glaring at her. Hannah looked at Hamana timidly. Suddenly, the green-haired girl slapped Hannah across the face so hard that blood spurted out. Raising one eyebrow, Hamana asked why Hannah had come here, since Laurent had almost died because of her. A red bruise appeared on Hannah's cheek, blood was visible on her lips, and she looked down silently. Emotions are not important to a warrior. Just complete your tasks. If you succeed, you will be praised. That is virtue and honor. The city burned, bright flames mixed with gray smoke. Hamana swung the door open with her hand and screamed that they had been found and that they had to run immediately. A dark figure appeared behind the girl. The stranger hit Hamana, causing blood to pour from her mouth. Hamana fell to the floor and Hannah went inside the building. Looking at Laurent surrounded by his subordinates, the girl thought that perhaps it was after she had given up on her dream that everything else became unimportant. Hannah put her hands behind her back and asked with a serious face if Laurent could testify as one of the witnesses to the illegal and violent demonstration that had taken place in the center of Dursun. Hannah, lying on the floor, raised her head and screamed that it was a lie and that Hannah wanted to take and kill their leader. The girl ignored Hannah and said that Laurent would only be asked a few questions, after which he would definitely be released. Hannah stood in front of the man, spread her arms out and shouted that they would never give up their leader. Someone took a step, saying that no one would try to get rid of Laurent. The man with a long beard and bright shining eyes said that he only came to take his son. Laurent sweated and widened his eyes when he saw his father. The man walked up to Laurent and told him to finish this and go home. Laurent gritted his teeth and said that they would never give up. Their eyes shone brightly and Laurent added that they were also willing to sacrifice anything for the well-being of Hylam. The bearded man looked away, saying that losing his eyes and forcing his beliefs on people did not seem right. He smiled widely and placed his hands on Laurent's shoulders. His eyes shone brightly and he asked with an eerie smile if Laurent was willing to sacrifice his niece for his faith. Laurent gritted his teeth and sweat dropped when his father asked with a grin if Laurent had taught her to draw. The man in the hat widened his eyes in horror as his father said that he would be sad as a grandfather if the little girl remained as blind as he was. Laurent gritted his teeth when the man said that he hoped his son understood what he was talking about. Then Sir Laurent obediently followed Gafonso, and a few days later, a decision was made about his life. The citizens marched forward, raising flags and demanding that the execution of Laurent, a national hero, be called off. Bahram and Laurent walked past the crowd, their faces hidden by hoods. Two knights held the man's hands, and Bahram said that they had switched the bodies in time, because the resurrection of the dead had been performed perfectly, and they had only survived thanks to the old man's skills in dark magic. Bahram frowned, saying that they had to hurry, for they couldn't let anyone notice Laurent. The man froze, hearing a familiar voice. He saw two knights holding Hannah, who was screaming that the warriors had promised not to kill Laurent. The girl began to sob, asking why they had decided to execute her uncle. The blade fell down. The square was filled with people watching the execution. Hannah's mouth opened in horror and she trembled. Laurent closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, hearing the heartbreaking scream of his niece, and mentally apologized to her. The three men sat around the fire. Laurent said that his father's words before he was taken away made sense. Hannah frowned and pursed her lips when the man said that he would not have escaped execution if not for Bahram, and that even though he held the position of leader of the revolutionary movement, he was of no real use after losing his sight. Hannah sat behind a tree while Laurent explained that he had not told his niece that he was alive in order to completely disguise his death. The girl's eyes were wet with tears. The bearded man smirked and praised Hannah for her excellent work. He turned around and asked why the girl was so depressed when she had successfully completed the task. Hannah was shaking, looking down and sweating, while the man said that usually heroes who punished villains do not look like this. He approached the girl and said that a warrior is praised for a task well done, and that this is called virtue and honor. The man extended his hand to Hannah and said that a warrior does not need emotions. In the girl's bloody hand lay a medallion with an image of a star, and the man said that Hannah would become an ordinary warrior. The girl clutched the medallion in her hand. Laurent lowered his head and asked if Vincent was really going to carry out his sister's order to raise Hylam to the ground. Julian gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, saying that Gafonso was not worthy of forgiveness. The protagonist remained silent, frowning thoughtfully. He remembered Hannah crying. Then, with a serious face, he said that he would also join Laurent's movement. The man smiled, asking if Vincent would meet his father then. The protagonist stood in front of a luxurious golden palace, the Hylam estate in Dursun. A knight raised his hand and ran up to Vincent, ordering him to stop. Another knight demanded that Vincent state his name and follow the instructions. The protagonist showed them a piece of paper and introduced himself, explaining that he had been given a task to visit his grandfather, Gafonso Hylam. The knights walked away from Vincent, saying that they would accept him after a short check and that he would have to wait a little. Hearing such words, the protagonist gritted his teeth angrily. His eyes shone brightly, and he asked the guards how they dared to make the head of the family himself wait for a guest. A purple mist rose up and Vincent added that his visit was made solely with the permission of the head of the Hylam family, although it took a little time for some reason. The protagonist frowned, asking if the knight considered himself higher than the head of the family, and the armored man sweated in fear. Vincent walked up the stairs, asking the guards to lead him to Gafonso's chambers. The knights ran after the protagonist, shouting loudly that he should not barge in like this. Vincent opened the front doors with a serious face. His red eyes suddenly opened wide. In the spacious room, many knights stood with swords in their hands. They wore iron helmets, and Julian was surprised by how many guards there were. Vincent turned around, asking what so many knights were doing here, and one of them explained that it was because of the meeting of heads. A yellow flower was visible. The knight explained that this event was named after the flower that represents Hylam. The two men were fighting with swords, and he added that the event was a competition between Hylam and invited masters. The people were shouting loudly, raising their hands in the air, and the knight said that due to the revolutionary movement that had arisen, the event could very well be disrupted. Commoners were attacking the knights, and the guard said that almost all the troops were constantly on alert, fearing this. The knight bowed and put his hand on his chest, saying that he hoped for the understanding of Vincent, who had come to the conclusion that Gafonso had simply decided to place soldiers where they were not needed. The knight sweated, looking at Vincent with fear through the gap in his helmet. The protagonist turned around and said that the knights should have come up with something more convincing if they wanted to get away with it like that. He spread his arms out to the sides and added that there was no point in placing so many soldiers at the head of the house, near the entrance where guests were usually greeted. Vincent smirked when he realized that this was all a test. A loud explosion thundered. The man with an axe in his hand said that he would see the protagonist off. The man with blonde hair and a beard looked down, saying that he hoped that they would do without any mischief. The protagonist smiled, asking about the danger. Vincent smirked and asked if he, the Prince of Adanka and a cadet of the Red Fortress, posed a danger to the head of the family. The man sweated and began to deny what he had said in a trembling voice. The protagonist frowned and loudly asked what they were defending themselves from, and how they could call themselves knights when they could not string a few words together. The knights were silent, looking in different directions, while Vincent asked why they were wasting troops to defend themselves from a guest. The protagonist closed his eyes and told the man standing behind him that he could go free as he wanted to go by himself. The man swung his hammer. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes shining brightly, and yelled that Vincent could not pass. The man froze and frowned when the protagonist smiled and asked if that was the answer. Vincent smiled widely, his eyes shining brightly, and he offered to become the very danger that these knights were so afraid of. The man with the beard sweated in horror and thought that the protagonist's energy was too strong, meaning he really was able to free Malthius. Suddenly, the man with the dark mustache yelled loudly, calling for them to stop. The bearded man stood on the top floor, ordering everyone to disperse. Vincent raised one eyebrow when Gafonso said that he was glad to see him. The bearded man smirked and told the protagonist to get up. He welcomed him to the Hylam family. They sat on the soft sofas opposite each other. Gafonso assumed that he had overreacted and asked if Vincent was unhappy, which the young man confirmed. The bearded man apologized while holding a cup of tea. He said that he had heard a lot about Vincent's amazing abilities, so he wanted to check if it was true. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said with a smirk that Gafonso was flattering him. There was a red silhouette behind the bearded man, and Vincent felt a solid malice from it, which was perfect for a family of warriors. Gafonso narrowed his bright red eyes and said that he wanted to look at the protagonist, the executioner of his son. Vincent smiled widely and replied that he was here to overthrow Gafonso. They held white cups in their hands. The man asked what brought Vincent here, and he replied that it was a secret. The man's eyes widened in surprise, asking if it was a secret even for the protagonist's grandfather. Vincent took a sip from the cup and replied that it was, because one must be able to separate work and personal life. Gafonso put his hand on his face and laughed loudly, saying that the protagonist had hooked him again. The man's red eyes widened when Vincent said that he could tell who exactly he got this task from. He smirked and said that he got it from his mother. The man frowned in shock, remembering Vincent's mother, not believing that Versa actually thought of the protagonist as her real son and decided to introduce him like that. Gafonso closed his eyes and lowered his head, asking if he and Versa had decided to correct his son's bad behavior, to which Vincent replied that he was just lucky. The man frowned and replied that his son was dead. They stared at each other in silence, sitting in the spacious hall. Julian frowned and brought his hand to his face, saying that the conversation had gone in the wrong direction. The protagonist with a serious face told the blonde not to worry, because it was too risky for Gafonso to attack them now. The man closed his eyes, let out a chuckle, and told Vincent to exhale. Gafonso added with a smile that he was grateful to the protagonist, because if it were not for him, he would have had to get rid of him himself. There was a wooden table between the red sofas. Gafonso said that Vincent arrived a little later than expected, and the protagonist explained that they had a little scuffle with some members of the revolutionary movement. Gafonso slammed his hands on the table and screamed loudly in anger, hearing that they dared to attack his grandson. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, covered in sweat, and said that he was fine. Gafonso sprayed saliva, insulting the revolutionaries. His eyes began to emit a bright red light, and he called them dogs who dared to bite their own master, so they should be taught a lesson. In the reflection of the tea, two men were visible. Their eyes were blindfolded. Gafonso said that they were able to catch some gorillas, and then asked Vincent what he thinks Gafonso has done to them. The protagonist frowned and asked what the man had done. The handle came off the cup with a loud crack. Gafonso said with a creepy grin that he had chopped off everyone's arms and legs. As the tea dripped from the cup's handle, the man said that they would regret their whole lives for daring to go against him. Vincent gritted his teeth, his eyes shining brightly with anger. He stood up and said that it was embarrassing for him to keep secrets from his own grandfather. Gafonso sweated and froze when Vincent asked if he was interested in what his task was. The protagonist said with a grin that he had to attend the Hades meeting. Gafonso's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Vincent showed a piece of paper and said with a confident face that there were quite a few people who were counting on him. The three men sat by a fire in the forest, and Laurent was talking about their next step, the day of the Hades meeting. The knight stood outside the tall palace. Laurent said with a serious face that his father was very careful and was protecting Durson with all his might. The man placed a piece of paper on the table, saying that the following people would like to see all of this. Vincent introduced the faces of different people and began to list them: the commander of the Red Fortress, the vice commander, all the representative cadets, Dulin, the second-ranked priest of the Jaya Temple, and Vincent's parents. The protagonist grinned, resting his hands on the table. He smiled widely and thought that he would do this. After all, this was the perfect bait that Gafonso would not be able to take his eyes off. Last night, the protagonist was wearing a white cloak, saying that they needed to contact the people he had just listed before tomorrow. Laurent, Hamana, Baram, Hannah, and the servants were also near the fire. Wilson and Sari put their hands on their heads, shocked that the protagonist wanted to attract someone. Hannah's sweat dropped and said that she understood the plan, but asked if the protagonist was sure that they would listen to him. She frowned and said that Vincent could be in danger if something went wrong, and that it was too reckless. The protagonist asked with a smile if Hannah was worried about him. He said with a confident face that everything was under control. Vincent stretched out his arms to the sides and added that it was only a matter of dexterity, because they would have to contact each of them in different places without being caught by Gafonso. Hamana winked, pointing a finger at herself, and told Vincent to trust them with it, and Laurent said that the revolutionaries had a secret contact hidden through which they could use the magic mail. Vincent stood up and said that this was excellent. He smiled and said that he hoped that his grandfather would appreciate his gift. An open envelope lay on the floor. The young man in white clothes looked at the letter in shock, wondering what was happening in Hylem. Merlin walked up to Dulin and asked what kind of letter it was. The priest smiled when he saw the red-haired man. He picked up the piece of paper and asked Merlin to walk with him. The stubbled man frowned and asked the headmaster to calm down, creating a bright seal. A dark silhouette of a woman was visible, a long whip was flying around, and the man asked if she was going to tear down all the mountains. Helga stretched her hand out to the side, saying that something similar had happened to her cadet, and she, as the headmaster of the Red Fortress, did not even know about it. Vargan raised his eyebrows, looking at her with worry. Helga fell to the ground, asking if he really did not trust them that much and did not even ask for help. She looked up, asking who was behind all this. Helga turned around when the man said the name of Elder Tilavan. There was a man lying on the floor with a sword sticking out of his chest and an old man sitting in front of him breathing heavily. Helga assumed that Tilavana seemed to have been betrayed by someone. She frowned and Vargan explained that there weren't many organizations that could influence the Council of Elders. He pursed his lips and sweated as he looked at Helga. The woman remembered the face and the grinning man and said that the necromancer Edmund had spoken of an organization called Nightmares. She looked down and added that it seemed that Versa's younger brother was also a member of that organization. Vargan wrinkled his nose, thinking of nightmares. Helga gritted her teeth and asked the man what he thought would happen. Vargan put his hands behind his back, saying that nothing was clear yet. Helga, sitting on the ground, said that one thing was clear. They were looking at the mountains. The woman with long hair smiled lightly and said that Vincent was going to light the spark. She told the man in front of her that their job was to turn it into flames. She moved closer to the man, saying that they should make a plan too. Khan turned around and asked if the flames would set her family on fire. He moved closer to the woman and said that he was asking for the last time. Khan placed his hands on Versa's shoulders. Looking at her seriously, Khan asked if she could handle it. Versa narrowed her brown eyes. Looking at Khan's wrinkled face, she thought that he was very kind. Versa hugged the man and said that it was okay, because if this could make up for even a little bit of what she had done to the people of Hylam and Hannah, then it would be worth it. Wensa looked down, hoping that she could also make up for what she had done to Khan. The protagonist stood at the wooden table. He raised his hand, asking with a smirk if Gafonso would continue to sit like that, since he should have prepared himself before the guests arrived. The man grinned widely. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Vincent frowned and asked what made Gafonso laugh. The man looked at the protagonist seriously and asked if that was all he wanted to say. Vincent clenched his fists and glared at him when Gafonso asked if the protagonist thought he would be scared of something like that and do something bad. Gafonso walked forward, saying that Hylam was a region that prospered due to trade. He imagined himself standing on a map of the area, adding that it was a trading district that connected the territories of the three major martial families. The man gritted his teeth and said that even if things got too tense and they had to sever ties with Khan and Adanka as a whole, it would not be a big loss. A red flag fluttered against the blue sky, and Gafonso said they could simply form relationships with the rest of the territories as Versa had done. There were more colorful flags. The man said that the families would actually try to take them for themselves. Gafonso frowned, his eyes shining brightly, and he concluded that Hylam was not some seedy place that could be easily disposed of by some boy who decided to play with fire. A shadow appeared on Vincent's face when Gafonso asked what he was going to do. The protagonist smiled and asked if that was all. The man's red eyes widened in shock. Vincent grinned and asked Gafonso how it was. A man in a suit walked through the forest, calling out to the Duke. He peeked out from behind a tree and froze in surprise. A young man with red hair was sitting on a fallen tree with a piece of paper in his hands and laughing loudly. Oa gritted his teeth, his eyes shining brightly. In the main castle of the Samian family, a powerful explosion thundered. A muscular man was sitting on the floor, asking what was going on here. Prince Kagan held a sword in one hand and a letter in the other. The boy's eyes glowed brightly. He emitted a blue aura, angrily clutching the piece of paper in his hand. Raven smirked and ordered Sirkin to contact his father. The blonde boy smiled and trembled with anger, ordering his subordinate to notify his mother immediately. He looked at the white piece of paper. The letter trembled in his hand. Raven smiled widely and said that they were leaving right away. The black-haired man's eyes glowed brightly. Kagan said with a predatory grin that they were going to Hylam. I still have dreams about that day 500 years ago. In a stadium filled with people, two people were fighting. The muscular man raised a brightly glowing sword. He frowned and loudly called out to Kajan. Blue streaks of light flashed around the blonde boy. There was a flash of purple. The spectators covered their faces with their hands, sheltering from the strong wind. Another explosion occurred. People ran away from there in fear. Kajan gritted his teeth and cursed silently, frowning. Suddenly, he looked up and his eyes widened in surprise. His opponent's purple sword was shining blindingly, and Kajan realized that the weapon had become so heavy. A broken line appeared, going from one opponent to the other. Davin screamed that this was the end for Kajan. The protagonist watched the fight with a smirk while the blonde swung his sword. Vincent closed his eyes. Blood gushed. The protagonist entered the room, clenching his hands into fists and thinking about false justice, while the spectators shouted that Kajan punished Davin. The protagonist took a step forward, thinking about the unfinished feud with Samian. He approached the woman lying on the floor. Vincent frowned and looked away. Looking at Arslan, he mentally wondered if the man could unravel this poorly woven thread. Arslan looked seriously at Vincent, who wondered if the man could overcome the Samian family and face the truth. This was all he had left. Beyond 500 years. What was he waiting for? Hannah's hazy image asked the protagonist to wake up. Vincent opened his eyes slightly. The girl crossed her arms and told him to wake up again. The protagonist sat up in bed and looked at his sister in surprise, who said that she had come to wake him up a little earlier, considering today. Vincent frowned and replied that he understood, thinking that he did not have time to suffer with these dreams because today was the eve of the Hades assembly. In Halem, Dursun, the lights were brightly burning. It was the eve of the Hades assembly. People walked around the city with smiles. This year marked the 200th anniversary of the founding of Hylam, and there were massive celebrations throughout the city. The girl in the yellow dress leaned towards her friend and whispered to ask if the people passing by were real. Khan and Versa walked confidently down the street, while the townspeople asked how they had the sense to come here after the murder of Prince Damer. Behind Gafonso stood the knights, as well as Hannah and Vincent. The bearded man gritted his teeth and mentally cursed the protagonist, who was grinning slyly. Hannah glanced at Vincent, not understanding if he really brought her father and mother here. Versa placed her hand on her chest and greeted the head of the family. Gafonso gritted his teeth, looking at the woman. His face covered in sweat, and he asked her with what courage she came here. Versa lowered her head and said that her brother died by her own hands. The bearded man gritted his teeth in shock and his eyes widened. The spectators watched the family from above with smiles. Versa looked calmly at Gafonso, asking if the Hylam name had ever been so valuable that it was worth committing patricide to obtain it. The bearded man yelled indignantly, demanding that the woman stop insulting Damer. Versa looked at Khan and said that the man who loved his child so much ended up dumping his sins on his dead son. Gafonso gritted his teeth in anger and thought that they were both pathetic freaks that turned him inside out. Versa approached Hannah and the protagonist, asking Vincent to attend the Hylam meeting and strengthen the friendship between their families. The woman placed her hand on Hannah's shoulder and smiled. Versa then apologized to her with a serious face for not being able to protect them. The woman leaned closer to Hannah and said that things would be different from now on. Versa looked at the man in dark clothes and said that his mother came to finish the rebellion that she could not finish right away. The bare-chested man raised his hand with a sword up, standing on a pile of corpses. The rules of the Hades assembly are simple: a fight with dozens of participants at the same time, and the winner is the one who remains last. Julian raised his hand up and said that there is only one difference. Hannah put her hands behind her back and said that Vincent should be careful. She looked at the protagonist and warned that there were not only heirs of noble families, but also real warriors. Vincent said with a smirk that it would be difficult to survive alone. Hannah and the protagonist looked away when someone greeted them. Kagan put his hand on his chest, greeting them, and behind him walked Ravan. Gafonso greeted, and the protagonist smiled. Kagan placed his hands on his waist, saying that he almost didn't recognize Vincent with such hair, and the protagonist explained that his sister had cut his hair. He smiled contentedly and thanked them for answering his letter. Kagan grinned predatorily and said that he came not because the protagonist called him, but because he did not want to miss a good opportunity to make him feel sorry. Ravan grinned, saying that Vincent finally kept his promise. The protagonist smiled, saying that this would be enough for him, and Julian frowned, asking if everything would be okay with these guys. Vincent pointed his hand at Kagan and Ravan, saying that they were his friends who would participate in the assembly with him. Khan and Gafonso turned around, looking at them. Ravan said that the protagonist really did not look like his father, and Kagan crossed his arms, asking the red-haired youth to watch his language in the presence of the head of the family. Khan looked at Ravan seriously and said that his personality was similar to his father, Fonciano. The man frowned and explained that he and Fonciano had known each other for a long time, since they were children. Ravan smiled broadly, asking if they would be able to see each other after a long time. A dark silhouette was visible against the bright moon. Khan looked up. A man in yellow clothes had fallen to the ground. The man with the red beard smiled. His eyes shone brightly and he said that Khan had aged greatly since their last meeting. Julian and Vincent were stunned to see Fonciano, the head of the Voltican family. Khan, standing at the back of the crowd, said that they had not received a notice. Fonciano frowned his thick eyebrows. Julian and Vincent watched the man tensely. Fonciano hugged Ravan and said with a smile that he had come here to see an event where his sun would shine, he could not miss it. Julian and the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Fonciano was just a caring father and why Ravan was so free-spirited. A man with long blonde hair appeared on the roof and asked if they had met separately. The stranger pushed off the roof. She then jumped down. The broad-shouldered woman crossed her arms and greeted everyone with a kind smile. Hannah's mouth dropped open in shock when she saw Valkia, the head of the Samian family. Fonciano smiled and Khan glared at Valkia, asking why she was there. The blonde woman patted Kagan on the head and said that her son had once lost his honor. Valkia smirked and asked if she shouldn't be present when Samian's honor was restored. Fonciano smiled widely, asking if Valkia thought that Kagan could defeat Ravan. Khan's eyes lit up, saying that Kagan's honor could be tarnished twice. Julian sweated in shock and opened his eyes wide. The rulers of the continent looked at each other, emitting a bright light. Julian put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and shouted that the situation was out of control. Vincent frowned and looked away. Gafonso gritted his teeth and trembled. Valkia, Fonciano, and Khan stood next to each other while the protagonist wondered why they were all gathered in Hylam. Gafonso frowned and thought that if something happened while they were all together, the city would become a battlefield. The city was burning, the buildings were blackened and smoking. Gafonso walked up to the three and greeted them. He folded his arms and closed his eyes, saying that Dursano was in no position to entertain them properly right now and that they would definitely invite them formally later. Fonciano gritted his teeth, asking if Gafonso was sending him away in front of his son. Valkia frowned and sighed, asking if a man dared insult Samian. Gafonso frowned and cursed inwardly. Valkia and Fonciano smiled maliciously as Gafonso thought that it was impossible to drive them both out of here, and now that the masters were assembled, he was essentially standing on a diplomatic mine. The protagonist watched Gafonso with a smile. Vincent was grinning slyly, and Gafonso thought that he wanted to destroy him. The man punched him, shouting loudly in anger. Gafonso sat on the throne, asking how this scoundrel dared to joke with him. People were walking along the streets of the city, and the man thought that because of Vincent, Dursana was overflowing with tourists who could not be contained. The man in the hat walked among the crowd. Gafonso frowned, forcing himself to think. Sitting on the throne, he asked the man in front of him how things were going in the revolutionary army of citizens, and he was told that their activities were quite organized. The old man with white hair and a mustache said that after Lawrence's death they expected the revolutionaries to fall apart, but in fact they were gaining strength. Gafonso frowned and yelled that they had destroyed their leader. The old man in the black suit suggested that the Milton vagabonds had been convinced, and Gafonso said that Vincent would not leave them alone because he would use them as a tool to threaten him. Gafonso closed his eyes, his face covered in sweat, and he thought that there seemed to be no other way out. The faces of 3 people were visible, they were grinning ominously, telling him to ask Nightmare for help. The old man yelled loudly that they were too dangerous. Gafonso gritted his teeth, his eyes shining brightly, and he said that Vincent was the culprit of all this hell. Imagining the face of the protagonist, The man yelled that he must be dealt with at the meeting and hide by any means necessary. Helga turned pale in shock, pointing at Vincent's hair. Selbira smiled and said that the protagonist looked great with his new haircut, and he thanked her. Vargan asked why Vincent had suddenly cut his hair, and Hannah came up to them. They imagined Hannah as a hairdresser with scissors and a comb in her hands. The girl looked at Helga and Vargan skeptically. Suddenly, Selbira leaned towards Vincent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She looked down, shyly inviting the protagonist to go to the festival with her. Suddenly, Ravan put his hand on Vincent's shoulder, inviting him to go and eat. The boys walked away, leaving everyone standing in the middle of the street. Helga looked at Selbira with a sly smile, saying that Ravan had taken Vincent. Hannah looked at Vargan, asking if this was the entire fortress staff, and the man replied that the representative cadets who had left on missions were to gather here tomorrow. Khan furrowed his brows and pursed his lips as Vargan said that the descendants of the three major families had gathered in Durson. Valkia and Kagan grinned, and Vargan said that the meeting in Hyde had become more than just an event for Halem. Fonciano and Raven smiled widely, and Vargan said that it had become a proxy war for power between the noble families. Merlin and Dallin stood in the middle of the street as Vargan said that before coming here, he had also met with a delegation from the Temple of Gaia. Men in caps and with notepads in their hands looked around as Vargan said that there was a journalist from each territory. A woman held the hand of her young daughter, who was pointing somewhere. A bright blue light appeared behind the black-haired man. He turned around, looking at the Mana in horror. An old man with round glasses named Helios greeted Vargan with a smile. The old man was accompanied by two men in cloaks, saying that they might not be happy to see him, but he would make them an offer again. Vargan sweated and tensed up when Helios asked him to take over the position of Vice Lord of the Tower, which was occupied by his late sister. Raven was eating shashlik. He then turned around and asked why Vincent and Kagan were not eating. Also sitting at the table were Valkia, Khan, and Fonciano. The protagonist frowned, thinking about how Raven had dragged him here. They were sitting at a round table, the heads of the families discussing how they had not gathered like this for 10 years. Fonciano smiled and said that he was in a good mood, so he suggested having a get-together for old times. Khan looked down and said that it would be better to put it off for later. The man looked at Raven, Vincent, and Kagan, saying that they were the real heroes today. Julian raised his hand to his face, smiling, saying that the masters looked like old friends. The blonde looked at the protagonist in surprise when he said that he thought otherwise. Vincent imagined the dark silhouettes of the leaders and thought that competition was the instinct of warriors, and now they had an unusually equal opponent next to them. Vincent broke out in a sweat and frowned, thinking that he had a bad feeling about this and that it would be better not to drag out this meeting. Kagan clenched his teeth from tension, and the protagonist thought that he might get indigestion from just one spoon. Khan looked seriously at the smiling Fincino, while Vincent thought that every word and action should be careful. Raven raised his hand and said that he had a question for the masters. Fincino, smiling, told Raven to ask anything. The boy put his finger to his mouth and said that he felt that all the masters were truly strong. Orange flags were hung above the table and Raven asked who would win if they fought. The protagonist's jaw dropped in shock. Kagan turned pale and froze. Julian's eyes turned white and he opened his mouth, saying that everything was fine. Fonciano smiled, asking if his son was serious. Valkia put her hand on the table and said that she was also interested. Khan lowered his head and offered to find out. The heads stood up, looking at each other. Helga frowned, asking the Lord of the Sixth Tower to wait. Helios looked at her calmly as she asked if he wanted to make Vargan the Vice Lord of the Tower. The dark-haired man frowned and said that Helios knew very well how he felt about the Tower of Magic. Vargan's eyes widened in surprise when Helios asked if he admired his sister. Vargan was kneeling, looking at a girl in purple clothes named Varnelli, who held the position of the tower's lord. Varnelli stood in front of a tall building, radiating a bright light. Helios stood between the two subordinates, saying that he highly valued Vargan's abilities because he had gained real combat experience through his wild life as a mercenary and had reached the level of the fifth ring. Helios wore small round glasses. He said with a calm look that the tower was going down a new path where they needed a person like Vargan. Helga blushed and gritted her teeth, looking at her comrade. She stood in front of Vargan and asked who said that Helios could take him. The old man smiled slightly and asked if Helga could fulfill the dream that Vargan had been striving for all his life, the position that he had always admired. Vargan's face darkened and Helga gritted her teeth, unsure of what to say. Vargan frowned, looking down. The three magisters looked at each other, emitting a colorful aura. Their children also stood up, silently watching the scene. Raven raised a finger, looking at them awkwardly. Kagan gritted his teeth furiously, not understanding what kind of nonsense this idiot was saying. The protagonist frowned, feeling some discomfort. Different colors could be seen in his eyes. The man with the beard smiled. All the magisters suddenly laughed. Vincent and Kagan stared at their parents, dumbfounded. Valkia crossed her arms and said that she would not have lost if they had fought seriously, and Khan said that she would not have won either. Fonciano smiled widely, saying that a warrior's strength was to protect, and it was irresponsible to throw away power because of one's feelings. Valkia touched her head, closed her eyes, and said that she should have finished Khan when he was still a child. The woman smiled widely and said with shining eyes that one day she would have to settle the score with him so that there would be no more draws. The man wrinkled his nose and said that he also wanted to defeat Valkia. She smiled and said that it was a joy. Bloody swords crossed. The two warriors fought, blood flowed in the air. Khan pierced his opponent with his sword, while the masters thought that if they met their end at the blade of another, there would be no greater joy for them as warriors. Valkia looked ahead calmly. Fonciano crossed his arms, smiling at Raven. The man smirked and asked who his son thought was the weakest among them. The protagonist turned pale and sweated, thinking that this question was a test for them. Kagan smiled, thinking that the hilt of the sword was passed on to them and that the War of the Masters was beginning. Raven closed his eyes, touching his mouth with his finger. He then hugged his father and said that he was the strongest. Valkia looked at Kagan and asked what he would say. The blonde youth smirked and said that Khan was the weakest. The man glared at Kagan. Fonciano smirked with his arms crossed, and Kagan said that Lord Voltican had true sight that could see through. The youth imagined Valkia and thought that she had Kesek. Kagan then remembered Khan's face and said that he had no special attributes or blessings. The youth said with a mocking expression that it was natural that Khan was the weakest, since he could not create any variables while at the peak level. The protagonist said with a smile that Samian was the weakest. Khan asked with a serious face why Vincent thought so. The protagonist's eyes showed different colors, and he thought about the feeling of discomfort he had felt earlier. The protagonist frowned and concluded that Valkia's energy was the weakest. The protagonist looked forward and said that among the three auras that had just been emitted, the one emitted by the head of the Samian family was the weakest. The three masters looked at Vincent in shock. Raven's eyes widened in surprise. Kagan frowned, asking what the protagonist was talking about. A ring of light appeared behind Valkia, and she said with a smile that Khan and Fincino had 9 stars, while she still had 8. She then picked up a knife, its blade flashing brightly. A ghostly centaur appeared behind the woman and said with a smile that Kesek's blessing made them roughly equal. Julian looked at Kesek with admiration and Vincent with a dumbfounded expression. Valkia smiled, closed her eyes and said that it balanced the three of them. Raven raised one finger, asking if they could reach 10 stars, and Kagan replied that his mother could definitely reach the 9th star. Khan said with a serious face that a person dies when they reach the 10th star. Kagan's eyes widened in dumbfoundedness. A purple line appeared behind Khan and he said that the feeling of being unable to advance further would come after reaching the full maturity of the 9th star, because that was the limit of a person, beyond which only the realm of the gods could be found. Khan frowned and told Vincent that it was a beautiful answer. The protagonist smiled and thanked his father. Valkia gritted her teeth and sweat dropped, thinking that even for a grown warrior, it was impossible to work with mana above the 9-star level. She narrowed her blue eyes and thought that she had previously thought of Vincent as just a playful boy. Looking at the smirk on the protagonist's face, Valkia came to the conclusion that a monster was growing inside the Prince of Adanka. Kagan gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, glaring at Vincent with distaste. Raven raised his hand and said that he had one more question. Kagan covered the boy's mouth with his hand, saying that after a long journey, they should rest and go to bed, and Vincent said that they would leave so that the masters could have a good time. Kagan and the protagonist pulled Raven back, not letting him say anything. Fincino said with a smile that they had already become friends, and Khan sighed in annoyance. A full moon appeared in the sky. Lights were on in the buildings, and Valkia mentioned the lack of tact. The night sky stretched over the mountains. There were 2 people in the dark cave. Versa said with a smile that Laurent was alive. The man in the hat said that he wanted to say that he was glad to see the woman again, but he would refrain, looking at the current halum. Laurent opened the box, which contained an oblong object with a sharp tip. Versa looked down and recognized it as the means to overthrow her father, the Eco-Atenia. A drop of sweat ran down his bristly face. Vargan, with a serious face, said that he refused the offer. Helios looked at him and asked for the reason. Vargan frowned and said that the new path for the magic tower was the manipulation of events. He imagined the face of the hooded man. Vargan, with a serious look, asked about the gathering of goodwill in favor of a particular family. Helios closed his eyes and remained silent. Vargan looked away and said that the magic tower he once admired no longer existed. Helga walked up to the man and clenched her fists in anger when he said that the master of the fortress would destroy the academy in just one day if Vargan wasn't here. Helios smiled and said that there was no excuse and that it was all his fault. He imagined Vincent's face and said that he came here to see him and his sword that cuts magic. The old man also hoped to see Vargan and Helga as well since he heard that the protagonist was studying in their fortress. Helios smiled and said that he was glad to see them again. The man frowned and told the old man to enjoy the party. The 3 of them walked away and the subordinate asked Helios if he would let Vargan go just like that. The old man smiled and said that they couldn't do anything if the man didn't want to. The subordinate with black patterns on his face assumed that Vargan would resist them like Varnelli. Helio's long hair fell down his back. He frowned and said that in that case, they would send Vargan to his sister in the same way. Then the old man and his subordinates turned around, heading off to meet the head of the Halem family. The blue sky was visible above the decorated city. A girl named Maria spoke into a glowing ring, introducing herself as the main reporter of the Voice of the Wind. There were a lot of spectators at the stadium, and the girl said that she was now in Durson, in Halem, where a meeting of the heads was taking place. Maria said that this meeting was unprecedented in scale. Helios smiled, while the reporter said that this was due to the fact that famous guests had arrived here, who would go down in history. Helga, Vargan, and Hannah looked at the field. Young girls and boys in gray clothes also looked down, surprised by the number of people. Merlin crossed his arms, admiring the stadium and the city, and Dallin guessed that such wealth was collected by pushing aside the outskirts of Halem, like in the old days. Maria introduced the rulers of the continent, who were sitting on thrones next to each other. The girl turned around with a smile. Vincent, Kagan, and Raven entered the field, and Maria announced that the participants of the gathering were entering. Fonciano stood up from the throne and shouted loudly, calling for Raven to look towards the magic crystal. The man in white asked why someone was here. Versa, who was standing behind him, said that she was here because she was also from Halem. The woman smiled and said that she thought Gafonso would be lonely here without relatives. The man approached her, asking if she thought she could keep him under surveillance and limit him, and Versa replied that he understood perfectly. Gafonso frowned and asked why Versa was hindering him, because if Halem gained great power, it would be beneficial for both her and Khan, without whom she could not live. The woman closed her eyes and thought about the current state of Halem. The masters sat next to each other, and Versa said that it was different from the path they desired. Gafonso gritted his teeth and began to sweat, asking if Versa was trying to feign virtue. He held out his hand, saying that even if he was drenched in blood, Versa's hands were unclean too. Gafonso's eyes lit up and he asked if Versa knew that everything she enjoyed was due to his methods. The woman hung her head when Gafonso stated that even her place next to Khan was earned by pushing out Vincent's mother. Versa calmly replied that she knew and did not deny it. Her eyes widened in rage and said that for her this was redemption. The bearded man gritted his teeth and said that the woman was talking nonsense. Then he turned and walked away, telling her to do what she wanted. Gafonso thought with a smile that even if Versa prevented him, Vincent would die. The man raised his hand, saying that it had been 200 years since Halem had blossomed to its current glory. Laurent and Hamana wore dark cloaks, while Maria said that now, under the guise of revolution, there were cruel gangs operating here, causing terror. Gafonso raised an orange flower and shouted that, like the blossoming flowers of Hades, he hoped that Halem could blossom again thanks to this gathering. He stretched out his arms to the sides, and the audience clapped loudly. Raven grinned, saying that he wanted to get started quickly, while Kagan and Vincent looked serious. The protagonist grinned, looking down at the man. His eyes shone brightly, and he thought that Halem would blossom again, but this time free of Gafonso's evil deeds. The man grinned slyly, telling Vincent to smile while he could, because the next time they met he would already be a corpse. The man showed a shining crystal and asked who would win among the three princes of the great families. The protagonist leaned his hand on his sword and Gafonso began the countdown. Kagan smiled confidently. Raven reached for the weapon hanging on his back and smiled contentedly. The opponents ran towards each other when the start of the competition was announced. The warrior in the dark cloak gritted his teeth, thinking that these children were focused on fighting for the pride of their families. The girl with red hair extended her hand forward. Gafonso, with a bloodthirsty grin, decided that they would deal with Vincent while everyone else was busy fighting, and that the arena was already filled with people who obeyed his orders. The girl with long red hair jumped up, holding a sword in her hand. Vincent, Raven, and Kagan looked in the same direction with enthusiasm in their eyes. Bodies flew around the arena, blood splashed in the air. Raven held a long spear in his hands. He smirked and told the others not to disturb him. Kagan raised his head and looked at them with disdain, calling them worms. Thus ended the third season. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.